Chapter 1. 2 decades of lying still. At noon, the sun filtered through the branches and leaves of the trees, casting its warm glow upon a smooth, gray stone nestled at the base of a trunk. Ah, the rain has finally ceased. The gentle warmth of the sun roused the slumbering Chen Yang. How long have I slept this time? 5 days that on rainy days. Chen Yang would invariably succumb to slumber, as he found the dampness of such weather quite disagreeable. The rainwater and mist rendered the once pristine spiritual essence damp and heavy. Chen Yang surveyed his surroundings, which had remained unchanged. It seems I have now spent 2 decades in this world. After enduring nearly 6 months of relentless, high-intensity labor in his previous life, Chen Yang finally found liberation on that weary night. Upon awakening, he discovered himself lying here. However, the identity he assumed in this new realm was rather peculiar. Neither human nor beast, he had become a stone point 20 years prior. This stone, nourished by spiritual energy, unexpectedly attained consciousness, and at that moment, Chen Yang's awareness took residence within it. Like all transmigrators, he initially felt a surge of excitement. With the presence of spiritual energy, he knew that this world was one where cultivation was possible. Moreover, as a typical transmigrator, one would generally possess some form of advantage. Thus, in the initial days, Chen Yang diligently sought to uncover the source of his supposed boon. A panel? None to be found out a system? It did not materialize. The soul of a great emperor? That was even less likely that AS days turned into weeks. Chen Yang ultimately concluded that he was devoid of any such advantages. He was merely a fortunate stone that had gained sentience. Aside from the ability to absorb spiritual energy, he was rendered incapable of any other actions. Even the most basic movements eluded him. He could only lie here in tranquility. Upon recognizing this reality, Chen Yang did not succumb to despair or resentment. On the contrary, he found his new identity rather agreeable and fitting. Reflecting upon his past life, filled with endless overtime, the incessant demands of superiors, the burdens of loans, and the expectations of family and friends, he felt suffocated, at times even contemplating the unthinkable. Now, transformed into a stone, he was liberated from the chaos of such worldly concerns. All he needed to do was absorb spiritual energy, and when weary, he could simply sleep. Simple, comfortable, and delightful. Thus, in a certain sense, becoming a reclining stone aligned perfectly with Chen Yang's aspirations. It did not take him long to fully embrace his new identity. And so, he lay here, truly lying still for 2 decades. Initially, he awoke for less than 2 hours each day, and once that time elapsed, he would succumb to slumber once more. However, as the years passed, his capacity to absorb spiritual energy extended his waking hours. Now, he could remain awake for over 10 consecutive days, maintaining a clear consciousness. Throughout these 20 years, he had lost count of the countless scenes of beasts devouring one another, spiritual birds hunting each other, and apparitions consuming their prey. Had it been the former Chen Yang, accustomed to a harmonious society, he would have undoubtedly regarded the survival laws of this world as exceedingly brutal. However, now, after the passage of time and its trials, Chen Yang gazed upon these brutal conflicts with an unperturbed heart. The world is as such. Without sustenance, one shall perish. If you do not consume him, he shall consume you. The survival of the fittest is the fundamental law of existence in this realm. What he witnessed was merely the manifestation of beings conforming to the natural order of this world, nothing to be astonished by. The sun dried the moisture from Chen Yang's skin, and as the lingering mist dispersed, he commenced his practice of spiritual absorption. The scattered spiritual energy around him was drawn towards him, converging in his direction. As a sentient stone, Chen Yang now possessed 2 remarkable abilities. One was the ability to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. He had acquired this skill upon entering this world, akin to the innate ability of humans to breathe. After 5 years of diligent practice, Chen Yang was able to introspectively examine himself. He discovered a space at the core of his being, enveloped in a delicate white membrane. The spiritual energy he absorbed from the heavens and the earth was gradually transforming into usable spiritual power within that space. At that time, the stored spiritual energy was merely about 1/3 of the entire capacity of the space. After another decade of accumulation, this reservoir of spiritual energy was filled to the brim. In that moment of fulfillment, Chen Yang fell into a deep slumber. 10 days later, upon awakening, he distinctly felt the changes within himself. Firstly, the storage space for spiritual energy within him had expanded by more than double. Secondly, his consciousness had solidified, enabling him to perceive a greater distance and allowing for communication with the spiritual energy within his body. He realized that he had achieved a breakthrough in his realm. Immediately, Chen Yang began to experiment and soon discovered that by channeling the spiritual energy within him, he could attract the surrounding spiritual essence to converge upon him. The gathered spiritual energy became significantly denser, approximately 3 times the original concentration. This was his second ability, spirit gathering. In such an environment for absorption, the efficiency of his transformation of spiritual energy would be greatly enhanced. The emergence of his spirit gathering ability brought about a shift in Chen Yang's previously tranquil existence. Due to the heightened concentration of spiritual energy, the vegetation in his vicinity flourished vigorously, as if infused with a potent stimulant. In addition to the ordinary plants, the rich spiritual energy also gave rise to a small spiritual plant. This was a vibrant green 4-leafed herb, growing just within reach of Chen Yang. Initially, Chen Yang did not discern its uniqueness until one morning, when the plant secreted a drop of milky white spiritual dew amidst its 4 leaves. In that droplet, Chen Yang sensed an extraordinarily pure energy. The droplet of spiritual dew formed. The small plant, under pressure, tilted toward Chen Yang, and the droplet fell upon him. Chen Yang absorbed it into his body, taking 5 days to fully digest it, and the result left him pleasantly surprised. The spiritual power generated from that single droplet equated to 2 months' worth of his usual absorption. What a remarkable find! If I were to receive a drop of this daily, my spiritual energy would surely soar like a rocket, Chen Yang mused. Alas, the production of this spiritual essence occurs at intervals, approximately yielding a single drop every 3 months. However, Chen Yang does not impose any demands upon it. Adopting a laid-back mentality, he embraces the essence when it is available, and in its absence, he simply continues his meditative practices. Days of tranquility pass by, and now, with the aid of the dew-like spiritual liquid, Chen Yang has filled more than half of his spiritual capacity. The sole predicament troubling Chen Yang over the past 2 decades is that while he has encountered a myriad of peculiar creatures, he has yet to behold a human. Considering his surroundings a dense forest followed by a range of mountains, she surmises that he may have been born in a remote area devoid of human presence. Yet, the beasts and specters inhabiting this realm appear rather feeble, lacking in magical prowess, and engage in physical combat rather than the legendary confrontations of the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. He even harbors doubts as to whether he has come into existence in a world entirely devoid of humanity. Unable to unravel this conundrum, Chen Yang ultimately abandons his contemplations, choosing not to burden himself further. Chapter 2. The Secret Realm of Earthly Treasures. As Chen Yang continued his customary practice of gathering spiritual energy and breathing, he glanced at the 4-leafed grass beside him, estimating that in about 10 days, the next drop of spiritual liquid would be birthed. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, jolting Chen Yang from his meditative state. An earthquake? He pondered, extending his consciousness to survey the surroundings. The tremors persisted, yet they were peculiar. Unlike the usual seismic activity, they came in waves, punctuated by pauses. Chen Yang, with clarity of mind, quickly recognized that something significant was about to unfold. After a series of tremors, the ground returned to stillness. The flow of spiritual energy had shifted, he noted, for he was exceptionally attuned to the fluctuations of the surrounding aura due to his years of practice. He observed that, following the cessation of the tremors, the previously erratic spiritual energy began to coalesce and stream toward the west. As he contemplated this change, the sounds of a skirmish echoed from that direction. Though distant, he could discern that 3 factions were engaged in conflict. One faction consists of demonic beasts. The howl suggests a wolf demon, he surmised. Another is a one-eyed mountain ghost, common in this region, and the third. As he concentrated, an abrupt realization struck him. It is humans. 2 of them. There was no mistaking it. He distinctly heard voices exclaiming, "Be careful," and "Damn beast, meet your demise." Chen Yang's heart raced with excitement after lying in wait for 20 years. He finally had the opportunity to witness living beings. The battle raged on for over 20 minutes, and, as Chen Yang listened intently, it culminated with the demise of both the wolf demon and the one-eyed mountain ghost. Soon after, the footsteps of the 2 human cultivators approached, making their way toward the eastern mountains. Chen Yang ceased his gathering of energy and lay quietly on the ground. Though the prospect of encountering humans stirred his emotions, he maintained his composure, fully aware that he needed to observe the situation further to ascertain whether this meeting would bode well or ill for him. Before long, the 2 human cultivators arrived in the vicinity, their attention quickly drawn to the lush vegetation surrounding them. Chen Yang observed that neither of the two appeared particularly youthful, but a tall figure clad in a gray, wide-sleeved robe, bearing a stern visage that suggests he is around 40 years of age, stands beside another individual, a white-haired elder dressed in a brownish-yellow robe, his posture somewhat stooped. "Elder you, do you not find that the flora here thrives excessively?" inquired the tall cultivator. The elder, referred to as you, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Please wait a moment, master, while I investigate further." Holding a circular magical disc in his palm, Elder Yu cautiously advanced. Upon reaching the central area, his gaze immediately fixated upon a patch of four-leaf grass. "What is this?" Chen Yang observed the elder's eyes ignite with fervor. Upon confirming the origin of the grass, his expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy. "Master, come quickly. It is a four-leaf lingshao, what?" At the exclamation, the family head rushed forward. Upon discerning the appearance of the four-leaf grass, he too could not suppress the smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, it is a spirit plant. Splendid. This bodes well for the future cultivation of the Yang family's younger generation." He exclaimed repeatedly. He raised his foot to approach the spirit plant more closely, but hesitated, concerned that a hasty action might disrupt it, and promptly halted. "Elder Yu, I entrust this to you. Do not worry, master." With that, Elder Yu retrieved a black wrought-tan wooden box from his sleeve. Concentrating his spiritual energy at his fingertips, he traced a circle on the ground, maintaining a distance of 3 inches from the four-leafed lingshao. "Arise." Then, with a soft incantation, he unearthed the spirit plant along with its roots buried in the soil and placed it within the black wooden box. "This will suffice. This artifact can temporarily preserve the spirit plant without losing its essence," Elder Yu assured. Seeing this, the family head remarked, "Thanks to Elder Yes' foresight in preparing this wooden box. Had I come alone, I might have missed this opportunity altogether. There is no need for modesty, master. I have merely lived a few decades longer and acquired some knowledge." Elder Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It is you, master, who possesses exceptional courage. Were I in your position, I would not dare to risk entering this hidden treasure realm, thus missing such a chance." The family head smiled, but then a sigh escaped his lips. "I am but a gambler, striving against fate. It is rare for our clan to produce several promising talents for the sake of the Yang family's future. I must take the risk, regardless of the peril." As he spoke, the family head's expression grew resolute. Upon hearing this, Elder Yes' eyes revealed a hint of regret. In truth, with the family head's innate talent, he could have advanced further in his cultivation had he devoted himself solely to it. However, over the years, he had been tirelessly seeking opportunities for the family's development, often facing life-threatening situations, yet he had managed to persevere. Reflecting on how the entrance to this secret realm lay less than 30 miles from the Yang family, Elder Yu could not help but feel that their family head was indeed a person of great fortune. "Well then, having achieved our goal, let us withdraw promptly," Elder Yu suggested. "Indeed, master," the family head replied. Though he referred to himself as a gambler, he was far from avaricious. He understood well that he and Elder Yu had merely capitalized on their advantageous position, which had granted them the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Otherwise, given their modest cultivation at the mid-stage of Qi gathering, it is unlikely they could even enter the secret realm, let alone have the opportunity to sip from its bounty. Just as the two turned to depart, Elder Yes' brow arched slightly. Furrowing his brow, he glanced back, and upon doing so, an unusual glimmer sparked in his eyes. The head of the Yang family and Elder Yu had been entirely oblivious to Chen Yang's presence, who had quietly been observing them. From their conversation, he gleaned that the place of his birth was a small secret realm. This revelation clarified a long-standing question in his mind. No wonder he had not seen a living soul in 20 years. It turned out this secret realm had yet to be unlocked, which made perfect sense. Moreover, through their dialogue, Chen Yang acquired a general understanding of their backgrounds. The tall man was the head of the Yang family, while the elderly figure, surnamed Yu, appeared to hold a status akin to that of a family elder. Both possessed modest cultivation levels, and Chen Yang could sense that they were only slightly stronger than the beasts and spirits of the woods. It seemed that the Yang family had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation and was still in its nascent stages. Chen Yang contemplated his own predicament. He was essentially a spirit stone, yet at present he possessed only the abilities of gathering and expelling spiritual energy, without the means to move or any offensive capabilities. Since this secret realm had now been activated, it was certain that more cultivators would soon arrive. Although he was uncertain of his quality, it was unlikely to be high to cultivators. He would merely serve as an auxiliary resource for their practice. Should a powerful cultivator discover and take him away, he would undoubtedly be disregarded, perhaps relegated to mere storage, or worse, used as material for crafting, thus becoming a stepping stone for other magical artifacts. After careful consideration, Chen Yang resolved to emit a subtle wave of spiritual energy to capture their attention. This decision was prompted not only by their lower cultivation, but also by his assessment of the head of the Yang family from his discourse. This individual was inherently prudent, unbound by unnecessary formalities, and, more importantly, possessed both courage and resolve. Chapter 3. Decisive Elimination. Elder Yu, seasoned and perceptive, sensed Chen Yang's slight stirring of spiritual energy almost immediately. As he turned, a look of incredulity flickered in his eyes. Head of the family. Wait, the head of the Yang family was halted, following Elder Yu's gaze and spotting a smooth, rounded gray stone resting quietly at the base of a tree. What secrets might this stone hold? Head, this stone lies adjacent to the four-leaf spirit grass. I have previously examined its age, and the spirit grass has matured long ago, Elder Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family quickly understood. Records indicate that this spirit plant produces a drop of spiritual liquid every 3 months. It is likely that it has accumulated upon this stone. Indeed, Elder Yu nodded, stepping forward to pick up Chen Yang, and with a spirit of experimentation, began to channel his own spiritual energy into him. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards this spot as if drawn by a magnetic force. The head of the Yang family gaped, astonished. Elder Yu, meanwhile, caressed Chen Yang as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. The master of the house cannot be mistaken. This is a spirit-gathering stone. It is at the initial stage of qi gathering, and as long as it is taken back and nurtured with spiritual energy, it will not be long before it reaches the mid-stage of qi gathering. Elder Yu was filled with elation as he remarked, "This little stone is indeed a stroke of fortune, for beside it grows a four-leaf spirit herb, nourished by spiritual liquid for quite some time, transforming it into a treasure." He discerned Chen Yang's intention, but misinterpreted the relationship, believing that the four-leaf spirit herb was present before the spirit-gathering stone. In truth, this small spiritual plant was the result of Chen Yang's years of nurturing the spirit-gathering energy. That it is no wonder they could not fathom it, for the existence of a sentient entity capable of self-cultivation and independent functionality is a phenomenon that exists only in legends, far beyond their realm of understanding. Elder Yu's words filled the Yang family master with immense excitement. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully accepted Chen Yang's offering. To acquire a spiritual plant on this journey, alongside a spiritual treasure, is indeed a great fortune. My Yang family shall prosper. The master of the house remarked that the time had come for them to depart hastily. Indeed, delay could lead to unforeseen changes, so they hurried along. With the black rattan box tucked away alongside Chen Yang in his sleeve, the two raced back in the direction from whence they came. Within the sleeve of the Yang family head, Chen Yang experienced an enlightening moment. It was no wonder that the sleeve was fashioned so spaciously. It concealed 10 fiery red talismans, a throwing dagger-like concealed weapon, and 5 dark red pellets. All these items, like Chen Yang himself, were drawn into the sleeve by the Yang family head's own spiritual energy, poised for immediate use against any adversary. It seemed that they were still in the nascent stages of a small family, lacking even a storage bag. Chen Yang remained quietly ensconced in the sleeve, awaiting their exit from the secret realm to venture into a broader world. However, as they neared the exit, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. 3 distinct presences obstructed the path of Elder Yu and the Yang family head. Chen Yang extended his consciousness and discerned that these 3 individuals were slightly weaker than the 2 from the Yang family, yet they possessed the advantage of numbers. "Oh, there are actually those swifter than us. I wonder what gains they have obtained," remarked one of the 2 youthful cultivators. Their words were laced with an unmistakable sense of menace. The absence of a sect or royal affiliation implied a lack of backing or support, signifying that even if they perished within the secret realm, no one would pursue the matter. The bald-headed cultivator, leading the group, cast a glance at the 2 from the Yang family, his eyes slightly vacant as he remained motionless, yet his spiritual energy began to subtly circulate. Simultaneously, Chen Yang, hidden within the sleeve, observed 6 fiery red talismans brimming with latent power. Without any formal introduction or preliminary exchanges, the battle between the 2 factions erupted instantaneously. The master of the Yang family advanced towards the bald monk, while Elder Yu swiftly maneuvered to restrain the 2 young cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 fire talismans shot forth simultaneously, sending the 2 youths reeling backward. The bald monk summoned his spiritual energy to erect a barrier, bracing himself to retaliate after receiving 2 talismans. However, the Yang family master, seasoned by years of combat experience, struck with ruthless decisiveness. Following the 6 fire talismans, 3 thunderfire bullets were unleashed. "This is bad. Thunderfire bullets," the bald monk exclaimed. His 2 subordinates attempted to evade, but before they could react, they felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. Elder-U, manipulating a magical disc beside them, wore a cold smile. "Brother, I can't move. It's over." Boom, boom. The thunderfire bullets exhibited tremendous power, instantly obliterating the 2 men into fragments. The bald monk barely managed to evade the brunt of the force, but the Yang family master had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. With a sharp sound, a dark shadow sliced through the air, piercing through the monk's waist. It was then that the bald monk abruptly realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and had kicked a solid board. Unfortunately, by the time he sought to channel his spiritual energy to escape, it was too late. The Yang family master, his face as cold as iron, closed the distance in a breath, standing before him. "Die!" Raising his hand, the Yang family master's arm swelled to twice its size in an instant. Slap! With a mighty blow, he smashed down, shattering the monk's skull and severing his life force entirely. Having resolved the battle with thunderous efficiency, he swiftly rummaged through the fallen monk's belongings, not daring to linger, and dashed towards the exit. Elder-U followed closely behind, and the 2 figures vanished into the teleportation array, causing ripples before departing the secret realm. Just moments after their departure, the teleportation array within the secret realm flickered back to life. With the surge of spiritual energy, a series of figures entered the realm in succession. Each of these newcomers exuded a presence significantly stronger than that of the Yang family master and Elder-U, all having reached the late stages of the gathering Qi realm. What a bountiful secret realm filled with spiritual energy. Ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. I shall seize great opportunities here and achieve the culmination of the gathering Qi. These scattered cultivators entered the secret realm, brimming with ambition, eager to discover treasures and opportunities. However, their joy was short-lived as another group of 7 entered through the secret realm's entrance. Dressed in azure blue standard robes adorned with an emblem of a solitary moon against a clear sky, the leader of the group could even ride the winds. Clearly a formidable being of the condensing Yuan realm. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the scattered cultivators froze. Curse it! Why did they have to arrive first? Damn it! At this rate, not only are our chances of treasure dwindling, but our very lives are in jeopardy. Heavenly blessings, may this person not lay eyes upon me. The practitioner from the sect merely cast a glance, rendering the scattered cultivators of the inn into a state of utter silence, frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Then, with a casual wave, he unleashed a streak of black light, severing the heads of 5 scattered cultivators. "Begone," he uttered softly, and the remaining cultivators, stripped of any courage to linger, fled in disarray, vacating the secret realm. Fortunately, the head of the Yang family acted decisively, willing to expend resources and swiftly eliminate 3 adversaries. Otherwise, even a moment's delay could have cost them not only the spiritual plants and treasures they sought, but perhaps their very lives within this hidden domain. Chapter 4. The Yang family. The head of the Yang family and Elder-U were transported to a location 5 miles from the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, night had fallen outside, and they dared not linger for even a moment, swiftly making their way towards the direction of the Yang family. The residence of the Yang family is situated in Willow Leaf Town. Although referred to as a town, it has actually attained the scale of a small city. Willow Leaf Town falls under the jurisdiction of the Zhuhu dynasty and is located in the eastern mountainous region. The true name of the head of the Yang family is Yang Guanfeng, who has now reached the 5th stage of Qi gathering, placing him firmly in the mid-tier of the 4 major stages of cultivation. His existence has enabled the Yang family to transform from an ordinary clan of mere mortals into one of prominence. After taking charge, Yang Guanfeng, with the assistance of Elder-U, completed the internal consolidation and cleansing of the family, and, starting with himself, re-established the family genealogy. Over the past decade, the Yang family has evolved into the preeminent clan of Liyue Town, boasting 2 mid-stage Qi gatherers, second only to the influence of the town chief. The town chief, a cultivator dispatched by the dynasty, holds a comparable level of cultivation to Yang Guanfeng, albeit with slightly lesser actual combat prowess. However, with an army at his command and the protection of the dynasty's cultivators, his status remains superior to that of Yang Guanfeng. Under the cover of night and aided by elder Yu's divination techniques, the two men skillfully evaded several groups of rogue cultivators that could have led to conflict. It was not until the second watch of the night that they approached Luwei town. Upon sighting the familiar city walls, they exchanged a knowing smile, both relieved at heart. The secret realm is fraught with countless opportunities, yet one must possess the fortune to enjoy them. The quest for treasure within this perilous secret realm was fraught with danger. Had it not been for the thorough preparations of Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu, they could have easily met their demise within. With 6 fire talismans, 3 thunderfire bombs, and a single use of a flying dagger, Yang Guanfeng had expended a significant portion of his family's resources. Fortunately, their venture concluded safely, yielding a spirit plant and a spiritual treasure, a commendable exchange indeed. As they neared Luwei town, they refrained from using the main entrance, instead suppressing their auras and stealthily scaling the city wall from the southern side. On this expedition to the secret realm, apart from each other, not even the Yang family was aware of their undertaking, as everyone believed the two elders were in seclusion within the forbidden grounds. This decision was a mutual agreement to avoid attracting unwanted attention, leading them to stealthily exit the city. Traversing the row of houses, they soon beheld the grand residence of the Yang family, nestled against the mountains in the northern part of Luwei town. The courtyard of the Yang family is constructed in a perfectly square shape, divided into 4 distinct areas. From the outermost to the innermost, there lies the reception area for guests and banquets, the inner courtyard designated for living and daily activities, the family assembly hall, and finally, the forbidden zone, accessible only to Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu. The two figures ultimately found themselves within the sacred enclave of the Yang family. The first order of business upon their return was to hastily replant the 4-leaf spirit herb. Unlike ordinary flora, spiritual plants cannot thrive in mere common fields, as doing so would result in the loss of their innate vitality and subsequent degeneration. They can only flourish and yield results when cultivated in a spiritual field. Yang Guanfeng's ability to become the head of the family indeed reflects his foresight. Several years ago, even in the absence of a single spiritual plant at home, he took proactive measures and began to cultivate spiritual fields alongside Elder Yu. After years of diligent effort, they have now created an environment ideally suited for the growth of the 4-leaf spirit herb. Once the 4-leaf spirit herb is replanted in the soil, the two commence nurturing it with their own spiritual energy. They persist for an hour until the aura of the spiritual plant stabilizes, at which point they cease their efforts. At this juncture, both Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu let out a sigh of relief. Elder Yu, this journey has been arduous, Yang Guanfeng remarked. Such a statement is unwarranted. Master of the house, Elder Yu waved his hand dismissively. Had it not been for your timely rescue all those years ago, I would have long since become a meal for the fish in the river, and these subsequent years would have been for naught. It is merely my duty. It has been 15 years since our paths first crossed. As Chen Yang listened to their conversation, he began to understand the depth of Elder Yu's loyalty to the Yang family. In his youth, Elder Yu had been a practitioner of a sect. But after his sect was annihilated by enemies and he suffered grave injuries, he fled to the territory of the Zhuhu dynasty, ultimately ending up in the waters of Yuling River. In his final moments, he was rescued by Yang Guanfeng, who expended considerable resources to restore his life. Though his cultivation level had diminished significantly, the mere chance to reclaim his life was all Elder Yu desired. Since then, he had devoted himself entirely to following Yang Guanfeng. Yang Guanfeng has embarked on the path of cultivation and ascended to the position of the head of the Yang family, becoming the greatest asset. It is getting late. You should return to your quarters for rest. I shall guard the 4-leaf spirit herb, he said. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands. Upon returning to his chamber, Yang Guanfeng took out Chen Yang from his sleeve and held him in his grasp. He sat quietly on the mat, intently gazing at the gathering spirit stone. In that moment, he experienced an almost surreal sensation, as if he could scarcely believe that the Yang family had come into possession of such a grand opportunity. After a brief pause, Yang Guanfeng regained his composure, placed Chen Yang on the table, and turned to remove his upper garments. The sight of Yang Guanfeng's torso startled Chen Yang. His chest and back were marred by numerous scars, cuts, sword wounds, and burn marks, evidence of the hardships Yang Guanfeng had endured for his family over the years. As the head of the family, his commitment and sacrifices were unmistakable, earning Chen Yang's profound admiration and confirming his belief that he had not erred in his judgment by joining the Yang family. The night passed in silence. The following morning, all members of the Yang family were summoned to the conference hall. At the head of the assembly, 3 seats were arranged, with Yang Guanfeng occupying the central position. flanked by his two brothers, Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei, both in their 30s. Below them, relatives stood in orderly rows according to their bloodlines, their hands clasped and eyes lowered in anticipation of their leader's arrival. This clearly demonstrated Yang Guanfeng's high esteem within the clan. Endowed with exceptional abilities and possessing the qualities of a leader, Yang Guanfeng had, under the guidance of Elder Yu, decisively outmaneuvered other contenders for the headship, securing his position ahead of time. He understood that for a family to thrive in the long term, unity was paramount. Thus, from the outset of his leadership, he collaborated with Elder Yu, one in the light and the other in the shadows, to establish a solid foundation for the family. After a decade of diligent efforts, the Yang family had become a cohesive entity, with no discrimination among bloodlines. Meritocracy prevailed regardless of kinship. This fair and resolute approach earned Yang Guanfeng the distinction of being the most respected head in the family's history. Before long, a gentle breeze wafted into the Yang family conference hall. The assembled members lifted their gazes, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Guanfeng had taken his place at the head of the table. The onlookers could hardly discern his movements, which only deepened their reverence for him. Thanks to Yang Guanfeng's presence and his formidable methods, the Yang family had transformed from an ordinary clan in Liyue town into a formidable force over the span of a decade. The significant changes they had witnessed fostered a sincere respect for this venerable ancestor, entirely devoid of pretense. Yang Feiyun, Yang Xiaolei. As Yang Guanfeng took his seat, the two venerable elders of the family rose in unison, proclaiming, "Descendants of the Yang family, pay your respects to our esteemed ancestor." Chapter 5. The future of the Yang family. Chen Yang, being closely attended by Yang Guanfeng, was conveniently nestled within his sleeve, receiving the nurturing of spiritual energy at all times. Elder Yu, having steadfastly guarded the four-leaf spirit herb, did not make an appearance this time. Observing the multitude kneeling in reverence, Chen Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction within his heart. The current situation of the Yang family suggests a promising rise. Although still relatively weak at present, with careful planning for the future, there lies significant potential. Rise and embrace the challenge. Yang Guanfeng opened his mouth, rousing the crowd. His gaze soon fell upon the three children positioned at the forefront, and a gentle smile graced his face. These three children were the promising talents he had previously mentioned from the Yang family. His daring venture into the secret realm was motivated by the desire to provide these children with superior cultivation conditions. Though the Yang family currently boasted two mid-stage qi-gathering practitioners, himself and Elder Yu, there remained an unspoken apprehension about the long-term development of the family, primarily concerning the potential for a generational gap. Within his generation, he alone possessed the aptitude for cultivation, while his two younger brothers were ordinary individuals, limited to martial training at best. This reality resulted in the Yang family having two mid-stage qi-gathering practitioners, but lacking even a single early-stage practitioner. Recognizing this predicament, Yang Guanfeng began to advocate for the proliferation of descendants after ascending to the position of family head. Understanding that only through a greater number of progeny could they hope to enhance quality and eventually produce children with the potential for cultivation. The population of the Yang family has doubled from its initial count of over 50 to nearly 100 today. Brothers, please take your seats. Let us commence today's deliberations. Yes. After their affirmation, the two began to sequentially report on various matters concerning the clan. Although they lacked the aptitude for cultivation, they possess considerable acumen in the governance of the family. Yang Feiyun oversees internal matters, while Yang Xiaolei manages external affairs, ensuring that the family's various affairs are handled with meticulous precision, allowing Yang Guanfeng to remain undistracted and focus solely on his cultivation. After half an hour, the two reported their findings. Chen Yang also became acquainted with the current fundamental circumstances of the Yang family. The Yang family possesses 3 streets of shops in Liyue town, and beyond the town lies a mineral resource. The Yang family comprises 97 members, and with the addition of servants, laborers, and guards, the total population exceeds 300. Such a scale is unparalleled by any other family in Liyue town. A report has been submitted to the ancestors. The dynasty's taxes for this year have been fully settled, and the household surplus can still sustain operations, though it is feared that there will be no profits by year-end. Yang Feiyun has conveyed this information, just as he articulated. Chen Yang shares the same apprehension. With such a large population, does the Yang family still possess the capacity for further development within Liyue town? From Yang Feiyun, he learned that noble families residing in towns under the dynasty's governance are subject to taxation based on their population due to the protection afforded by the dynasty. Furthermore, if there are cultivators within the family, not only will the basic population tax increase proportionally, but additional taxes will also be imposed, such as those on spiritual crystals and materials. The Yang family is still in its nascent stage. Can they truly bear such a heavy tax burden? Chen Yang's concerns are not without merit. In fact, Yang Guanfeng has long been contemplating the idea of departing from Liatown to establish an independent domain. However, as previously mentioned, there are no other qi-gathering cultivators within the clan, only himself and Elder Yu. The myriad complications that would arise from establishing their own faction would be beyond their capacity to manage. The Yang family is currently struggling to meet their tax obligations, and the situation would undoubtedly worsen with the addition of 3 nascent cultivators. It was initially believed that they would have to endure for many more years, wasting the innate talents of the 3 children in vain. However, who could have anticipated that this unexpected emergence of a secret realm would bring about a turning point? Well, I shall devise a solution for this matter. You 2 brothers have worked hard. Is there anything else to report from the others? Returning to the ancestor. There are no further matters. Good. Yang Guanfeng nodded and then turned his gaze towards the 3 children. You 3 shall remain, the rest may disperse. Yes, esteemed ancestor. After the crowd had departed, only Yang Guanfeng, his 2 brothers, and the 3 children were left in the council hall. Yang Feiyin stepped forward and exchanged a knowing glance with the 3 children, who immediately understood his intent. Yang Xiaohu, Yang Yuqing, Yang Mingrui, pay your respects to the elder. Very well, rise. A smile graced Yang Guanfeng's face as he regarded these 3 children, who were indeed the treasure gems of the family. The trio, differing in age, included the eldest, Yang Xiaohu, who was now 14 years old. With his sun-kissed skin and robust physique, he was the son of Yang Xiaolei's concubine. From a young age, he had demonstrated exceptional physical prowess, which later caught the attention of Elder Yu, who discovered his aptitude for cultivation. Yang Yuqing is the legitimate daughter of Yang Feiyun, now 12 years of age. While her appearance may not be particularly remarkable, she is renowned among her peers for her precocious maturity. Her demeanor entirely unlike that of a typical child. The youngest, Yang Mingrui, has recently turned 10 and still bears the innocence of youth. He was identified as possessing talent for cultivation by Elder Yu a few months ago. Although he is not a child of the 3 brothers Yang Guanfeng, he hails from a collateral branch of the family. Yet, among the trio, his innate gifts are the most exceptional. Feiyin and Xiaolei. Your diligent efforts for the family over the years have not gone unnoticed. Yang Guanfeng turned to his 2 younger brothers and said, Eldest brother, please refrain from speaking in such a manner. What significance do these matters hold in comparison to the life and death struggles we have faced together? What we have done pales in insignificance. With no outsiders present, the bond among the 3 became noticeably closer. After all, they had grown up together, bare and carefree, with Yang Feiyin and Yang Xiaolei having been under Yang Guanfeng's care since childhood. Now that Yang Guanfeng had assumed the role of family head, they naturally devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the welfare of their clan. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei took their leave. Before departing, they instructed their children to diligently follow the elder and cultivate earnestly, ensuring that they do not disappoint the family's expectations. Come with me, he said. Yang Guanfeng led 3 children through the parliament, arriving at the entrance of a forbidden place inaccessible to ordinary individuals. The 3 children, filled with curiosity, peered inside. They had known about the existence of this forbidden realm since childhood, yet had never truly set foot within. They had only heard from their elders that entering here would be akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming their lives entirely. With a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, the 3 children followed Yang Guanfeng into the forbidden territory. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a towering wall that completely separated the inner realm from the outside world. This wall was personally constructed by Elder Yu, reinforced with spiritual energy during its creation, and embedded with formations to ensure its strength while also serving as a means of vigilance. Yang Guanfeng lifted the 3 children and leaped over, entering the forbidden zone. Indeed, he had not established an entrance to this restricted area. To gain access, one must surmount the towering walls. Such an act would trigger the formation's alert, and Elder Yu within the forbidden zone would be immediately aware of their intrusion. Wow, so high, so high? The ancestor is truly remarkable. Upon landing, the 3 children exclaimed in awe, their gazes towards Yang Guanfeng brimming with admiration. Yang Guanfeng smiled upon witnessing this and said, Do you aspire to possess the same abilities as the ancestor? We do. The 3 children exclaimed in unison. their eyes brimming with anticipation. Yang Guanfeng raised his hand and brushed over their heads. There will be great things ahead, and undoubtedly, your skills will surpass those of our ancestors, and the vistas you encounter will be far more expansive. However, it is imperative to remember that you are always members of the Yang family. Everything you have obtained thus far is a result of our lineage, and in the future, you should always consider the family in all your endeavors. Yang Xiaohu and Yang Mingrui nodded in a somewhat dazed manner. However, the young girl, Yang Yueqing, after contemplating for a moment upon hearing Yang Guanfeng's words, shifted her gaze to one of determination and resolutely nodded her head. Chapter 6, Bestowing Names, Cultivation. Haha. Which little ones have ventured into my forbidden realm? At that moment, Elder Yu appeared, gazing at the three children with a warm smile. Grandpa Yu. Upon seeing him, Yang Xiaohu and Yang Mingrui called out in unison. Yang Yueqing quickly interjected, pulling the two aside to remind them, you should address him as ancestor. Oh, right. Little Tiger has met Elder Yu. Mingrui has met Elder Yu. Haha, you are all good children. In this forbidden realm, I am indifferent to how you address me. Whether you call me ancestor, grandpa, or even old man, it matters not. However, there is one thing that must not be taken lightly. Elder Yu paused momentarily before continuing. In your future cultivation, you must not exhibit the slightest negligence. You must be diligent and committed, lest you disappoint the master's earnest efforts. Yes, we shall remember. Yang Yueqing responded with a respectful gesture. Elder Yu nodded, and then, alongside Yang Guanfeng, led the three children into the forbidden ancestral hall. Yang Guanfeng recounted the history of the Yang family and the fundamental principles of cultivation to his three children. Before them stood the ancestral tablets of the Yang clan. It was at this moment that Chen Yang realized that indeed, the ancestors of the Yang family had once been cultivators. Regrettably, the lineage had waned over time, leaving no successors. The realm of spiritual communication represented the pinnacle of the lower three realms, and their cultivation was notably profound. Chen Yang had come to grasp the hierarchy of cultivation within this world. It is divided into 9 distinct realms. The lower 3 realms encompass qi gathering, essence condensation, and spirit communication. The middle 3 realms consist of true intent, profound insight, and void stepping. The upper 3 realms comprise heavenly communication, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Each realm is further subdivided into 12 minor stages, with 3 stages constituting a phase, which includes early, middle, late, and completion stages. In the Jihu dynasty, where the Yang family resided, the national strength was represented by a cultivator of the true intent realm. Thus, for a family, having a cultivator of the spirit communication realm was sufficient to establish themselves as a significant force within the dynasty. Similarly, magical artifacts, elixirs, formations, and talismans also adhere to this classification. For instance, Chen Yang had been informed by Elder Yu that he currently possessed a spiritual treasure at the initial stage of qi gathering, not far from the middle stage. This aligns with Chen Yang's internal observations, as 2/3 of the spiritual energy within the white space of his body had been filled. Once it is completely replenished, he will be able to advance once more. After paying homage to their ancestors, they proceeded to the main event of the day. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu led 3 children into an independent 3-story loft. At the center of the loft's top floor stood a platform approximately 1.5 meters high, seemingly prepared for some purpose. Surrounding the platform were 3 meditation cushions, each accompanied by a copy of the same cultivation method. In the days to come, the 3 of you would be training in this loft, striving to consolidate your qi and join the ranks of those who can harness it. Upon hearing that they could cultivate, the 3 children eagerly approached their respective cushions and picked up the manual to study. However, it wasn't long before they displayed expressions of confusion, as the contents were utterly incomprehensible. Observing their adorably furrowed brows, Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu burst into hearty laughter. You 3 are indeed impatient. Such enthusiasm is commendable. But remember that in your future training, you must not seek immediate results. Indeed, haste makes waste. The path of cultivation is long and requires a methodical and gradual approach. Yang Yueqing nodded thoughtfully at the declaration, and the 2 remaining children followed suit, though it was evident they were utterly perplexed. Furthermore, there is another matter. The cultivation methods you 3 shall adopt in the forbidden realm will forever sever your ties with the mundane world, and your former names shall no longer be of use. Yang Guanfeng spoke as he took Chen Yang from his sleeve and placed him upon the elevated platform. He pointed at Chen Yang and declared, "This object is known as the Spirit Gathering Stone, a treasure I obtained during my explorations with Elder Yu. It possesses the ability to gather spiritual energy, and it shall serve as your greatest support on the path of cultivation ahead. You shall each take the character Ling from its name, henceforth becoming Yang Linghu, Yang Lingqing, and Yang Lingrui. Do you comprehend? Linghu and Lingrui remained momentarily stunned, while Lingqing had already nudged them with his elbow. Yang Lingqing. I express my gratitude for the bestowed name. The other two quickly followed suit, thanking Yang Guanfeng for their names. Very well. Yang Guanfeng nodded in satisfaction and turned to Elder Yu, saying, Elder Yu, I shall entrust this matter to you. The family head need not worry. The gathering of spiritual energy from the gathering stones has its limits. If Yang Guanfeng were to remain here for cultivation, the total amount of spiritual energy available to the three children would diminish, thus adversely affecting the overall spiritual environment. After careful consideration, both decided it was best to reserve this place for the three children. Yang Guanfeng turned to leave, while Elder Yu summoned the three children to sit on the cushions. He began by introducing them to the fundamental principles of cultivation and requested them to recapitulate. The children, not lacking in intelligence, quickly absorbed the information. Subsequently, Elder Yu instructed them to open the cultivation manual, embarking on a thorough reading and explanation. This method, known as the Book of Dark Spirits Seeking the Path, involves cultivating through deep meditation, absorbing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth for personal utilization, representing an orthodox technique of the condensation realm. The introductory chapter contains the essential teachings you are to learn, serving as the gateway to this method. To condense the chi pool, one must first guide the chi into the body, unblocking the meridians. There are 12 vital points across the limbs, chest, abdomen, and crown, which must all be illuminated by the influx of spiritual energy, leading to the formation of a vortex of chi in the dantian. Your initial task is to enter a meditative state, for this is the foundation of all. Now, follow my instructions. Sit cross-legged, keep your back straight. Place your hands on your knees, empty your mind, and immerse yourself in the dark spirit. The three children obediently set aside the manual and began their attempts at meditation. On the platform, Chen Yang listened attentively to Elder Yu's exposition from start to finish. This cultivation method was indeed profound and intricate. Certain aspects left him in a haze, prompting further contemplation. It appeared that the path of a cultivator was not to be taken lightly. He mused, fortunate that he had been able to regulate his breath since birth, thus sparing himself the concerns of the techniques. Yet, he wondered whether this material cultivation had any corresponding method. Lost in thought, Chen Yang suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. Oh, this child is progressing swiftly? His gaze fell upon Yang Lingrui, the youngest among the trio. This little one was indeed recognized by Elder Yu as the most gifted of the three. With a pure and innocent heart, he had achieved a state of undistracted meditation within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Elder Yu, surprised, acknowledged the child's remarkable talent, not anticipating such prowess. In his astonishment, he swiftly extended his hand over Chen Yang, channeling his spiritual power to enhance the gathering of qi. Drawing upon another's spiritual energy was indeed a delightful experience. Chen Yang, aided by Elder Yu, commenced the gathering of qi while simultaneously engaging in his own breath regulation. Normally, gathering qi would deplete one's own energy, but with the support of a seasoned cultivator, this step was rendered unnecessary. He could focus solely on his breathing. After approximately 15 minutes, Chen Yang noticed a loosening at the chi point located at the end of Yang Lingrui's left arm. A few breaths later, that chi point was fully opened, and the gathered spiritual energy within the loft surged towards him. In his meditative state, Yang Lingrui felt a shiver run through his body, followed by a warm sensation emanating from the tips of his left fingers. Having meditated for 1 incense duration and guided qi for a quarter of an hour, this child exhibited signs of approaching the condensation realm. Elder Yu felt immense satisfaction, genuinely delighted that the Yang family could produce such a remarkable talent. Chapter 7. The Distribution of Spiritual Liquid. Half an hour later, under the abundant infusion of spiritual energy, Yang Lingqing successfully entered a meditative state and completed the process of drawing in energy after an hour. Yang Linghu also did not take too long, achieving success in drawing energy within 2 hours. By the end of the day, all three children of the Yang family had successfully absorbed energy into their bodies. This outcome far exceeded the expectations of Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu. In contrast, it had taken me a full 3 days to finally succeed in drawing energy into my body back in my day. Yang Guanfeng ascended to the attic, expressing his reflections. Elder Yu chuckled, remarking that the master was already over 20 years old back then, having surpassed the prime age for cultivation. Furthermore, He attributed the rapid progress of the children's meditation to the presence of the spirit-gathering stone. While speaking, he gestured towards Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang nodded in agreement internally, acknowledging the truth of the statement. This artifact infused the attic with a rich spiritual energy, enabling one to maintain tranquility and engage in meditation more effectively. This spiritual treasure would undoubtedly serve as a significant contributor to the rise of the Yang family. Should the opportunity arise in the future, it would be essential to nurture and refine it with secret techniques. Chen Yang expressed his support, saying, "Brother, your idea is commendable. I wholeheartedly agree." After 4 hours, as dusk approached, Elder Yu ceased the infusion of spiritual energy into Chen Yang. The 3 children gradually awakened from their meditative states. On the first day of training, Yang Lingrui successfully broke through the first level of energy channeling and was diligently striving towards the second. Yang Lingshi is on the verge of breaking through the first barrier, with just a few more moments of effort needed. Yang Linghu completed half of the first phase of his endeavor. This outcome left him feeling somewhat despondent, and as he returned to his secluded chamber for rest, a sense of dejection enveloped him. "Hey, Tiger, what troubles you so?" Yang Lingshi astutely discerned this and stepped forward to gently pat him on the back. Yang Linghu, with a weary demeanor and a sorrowful expression, lamented, "I have fallen so far behind you all. What am I to do in the future?" He glanced at his companion and added, "Just look at yourself. Fortunately, Lingrui has already returned to his room. Otherwise, witnessing your current state would surely tarnish the image of an elder brother." Yang Linghu shook his head and settled onto the doorstep, propping his chin on his hand. "Shao Qing, your words resonate with me, and I comprehend them fully, yet there lingers a sense of unease in my heart, an inexplicable discomfort." Seeing this, Yang Lingqing sat down beside him, and the two of them gazed up at the sky together. "Tiger, have you forgotten the words of our venerable ancestor? The path of cultivation is long for us. The fleeting pace does not determine the ultimate achievements we will attain. Numerous factors influence this journey, including not only talent but also innate roots, comprehension, fortune, and even the elusive thread of fate." As she spoke, Yang Lingqing gently patted Yang Linghu's shoulder. "Tiger, Lingrui is different from us. I believe you can see that. As our ancestor stated, we are all striving for the Yang family. Look at our fathers. Although they lack the methods of cultivation, they still alleviate our ancestors' burdens by managing our family affairs with great efficiency. We each have our own responsibilities and tasks to undertake. As long as we perform our duties to the best of our abilities, we need not worry excessively." After Yang Lingqing's words of encouragement, the gloom that had settled in Yang Linghu's heart dissipated. He gazed at the clouds above as if he had come to a realization, softly murmuring the words spoken by the venerable Yu before, "Be diligent, be persistent." "Ah, it seems you've grasped the essence," Yang Lingqing remarked with a smile. "Ha ha." In that moment, Yang Linghu regained his usual cheerfulness. "It must be said that it's all thanks to you, Shaqing. Your words are always so insightful, truly remarkable." Pleased by the compliment, Yang Lingqing tossed her braided hair with a hint of pride. At that moment, her face radiated the innocent beauty characteristic of her age. From that day forth, Yang Linghu and the others resided within the forbidden area. All their daily necessities and meals were provided by the venerable Yu, who also guided their cultivation each day. Chen Yang's task was quite simple. He would clock in at the attic at the designated time to begin gathering spiritual energy. Once the time was up, he would clock out and be taken away by Yang Guanfeng, who would bring him back to the room to nurture him with spiritual energy. In the attic, he was already engaging in non-consuming inhalation and exhalation, and upon returning, he received further instruction and spiritual transmissions, allowing the accumulation of spiritual energy within him to occur even more rapidly than when he had the assistance of spiritual liquid. Speaking of spiritual liquid, the spiritual field within the forbidden area remained an unopened zone. The existence of the four-leaf spirit grass was known only to Yang Guanfeng and the venerable Yu. To them, the value of this spiritual plant far exceeded that of the spirit-gathering stone. Of course, this ignorance stemmed from their lack of knowledge regarding Chen Yang's true nature, as they previously assumed that his vitality was solely due to the nourishment of the spiritual liquid. Thus, utmost secrecy was required. Regarding the future allocation of the spiritual liquid, the venerable Yu suggested that Yang Guanfeng consume it first to elevate his realm to the late stage of qi gathering, after which it could be given to the younger generation. However, Yang Guanfeng rejected this idea. "At my age, if I were to break through from the 5th to the 6th stage of qi gathering in just a few short years, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. This method is not appropriate." Upon his reminder, Elder Yu came to a realization. After all, the treasures they acquired from the secret realm could easily attract attention. Once they emerged from the subterranean treasure domain, how could one not raise suspicions about the head of the Yang family, who, despite his advanced age, continues to break through to new realms? Indeed, the master speaks truth. It is I who have been foolish. Elder Yu remarked, so what precisely is this spiritual liquid? For Ling Rui, once he establishes his own sect, it is imperative for the Yang family to have a practitioner of the condensing yuan realm to secure enduring stability. Upon learning of Ling Rui's potential for condensing yuan, Yang Guanfeng resolved to invest all efforts into nurturing this child. Yes, I understand, the elder replied. In 10 days, the four-leaf spirit grass will give birth to the spiritual liquid. Much has transpired during these 10 days. Let us first discuss matters within the forbidden ground. Yang Lingrui has already broken through 5 energy realms, and the 6th is tantalizingly close, demonstrating an astonishing speed. At this rate, it is likely that within just a month, this child will be able to condense a vortex of spiritual energy. Yang Lingxing has broken through 3 barriers and is currently striving to surpass the 4th. Yang Linghu had just broken through to the 2nd level of his cultivation, and the disparity in aptitude among the 3 was distinctly evident. However, after a heartfelt discourse from Yang Lingqing, Yang Linghu's mindset was no longer troubled. He faced this distinction with composure, which instead served to motivate him to hone his skills with greater diligence. Outside the forbidden grounds, the recent opening of the secret realm had rendered Lu Wei town bustling with activity. Numerous small merchants flocked from various places to set up stalls at the town's entrance. Occasionally, a few cultivators would enter the town to pay a visit to the town chief, yet they were predominantly low-level practitioners, mostly seeking accommodation within the town. Yang Guanfeng was also discreetly attentive to the surroundings, ensuring that no one had noticed the Yang family within the span of 10 days, which allowed him to relax. On that day, he arrived at the forbidden spiritual field, retrieving a small jade vial and extracting a drop of spiritual essence from its 4-leaf center. Yang Lingrui, who was immersed in cultivation within the loft, was awakened by Elder Yu and escorted to the chamber where Yang Guanfeng resided. Lingrui, I have met the ancestor. Upon encountering Yang Guanfeng, Yang Lingrui clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence and bowed deeply. Upon his first sight of him, Yang Guanfeng silently praised him. Indeed, it is often said that there exists a distinction between the celestial and the mundane. The aura emanating from Yang Lingrui has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to 10 days prior. This change is a subtle yet profound consequence of spiritual energy permeating his being. The youthful visage, still bearing traces of innocence, now exudes an ethereal clarity. Very well, take a seat, he instructed, gesturing towards the mat before him. Yang Guanfeng then produced a jade vial. Consume this elixir, and subsequently meditate on your cultivation. I shall safeguard your practice. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Chapter 8. Lingrui gathers qi. Yang Lingrui took the jade vial without a moment's hesitation and drank it in one gulp, subsequently entering a meditative state to assimilate its contents. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of the substance, he was certain that whatever the ancestor provided must be of exceptional quality and could not be inferior. The spiritual energy was remarkably pure and potent. As he began to digest the essence, he immediately felt the formidable power of the liquid. Within mere moments, the 6th energy point was effortlessly resolved, and the momentum continued to surge, swiftly breaking through to the 7th energy point as well. Yang Lingrui became acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this spiritual liquid. He immediately dismissed all distractions and concentrated fully, embarking on a rigorous effort to refine his energy. It took him a full 5 hours to completely assimilate the essence of the spiritual liquid, and he only awakened as night fell. At that moment, he discovered that he had successfully opened 11 meridians within his body, now but a mere step away from condensing a vortex of spiritual energy. Upon regaining consciousness, Yang Lingrui hurriedly knelt before his venerable ancestor, who had steadfastly protected him. Disciple Yang Lingrui expresses profound gratitude for the precious gift bestowed by the esteemed ancestor. Yang Guanfeng smiled as he helped him up, gently saying, Lingrui, you are a promising talent. The destiny of the Yang family for the next century relies on you. Lingrui understood. He vowed to diligently cultivate himself, honoring his ancestors' wishes and living up to his family's expectations. Yang Lingrui respectfully spoke. However, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, Ancestor, regarding today's events, my elder brother and sister. Upon hearing this, Yang Guanfeng became intrigued and countered, How do you intend to articulate your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lingrui raised his clear eyes and candidly informed his elder siblings that they were the ones closest to him and would serve as the pillars of the Yang family in the future. There should be no secrets among them. Very well. You have thought wisely, Lingrui. Now go and rest. With a simple exchange, Yang Guanfeng set aside the few lingering concerns in his heart. He had indeed harbored worries about Yang Lingrui, who, being still quite young and not of the main lineage, might become arrogant due to the focused cultivation he was receiving. However, it now seemed that his apprehensions were unfounded. He had perhaps underestimated the capabilities of the younger generation of the Yang family. Yang Guanfeng shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Yang Lingrui returned to the chamber, where Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing approached him with curiosity. Upon learning that he had received a reward from the ancestor and had already broken through to the 11th meridian, both of them were nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost jumping up in excitement. Their elation surpassed even that of their own breakthroughs. Lingrui, you have done exceptionally well. You shall become the pillar of our Yang family in the future. What a fine young man. You have taken a significant lead. Yang Linghu gently clasped his shoulder and said, Shaoqing, this is splendid. Soon, our family will welcome another qi gathering cultivator. In response to the praise from his siblings, Yang Lingrui's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a shy smile. Brother Hu, Sister Qing, I will certainly strive even harder in my cultivation from now on. The next day, Chen Yang noticed a significant change in the spiritual energy within Yang Lingrui. Wow, this lad is truly remarkable. He is on the verge of successfully opening his meridians. The spiritual liquid is indeed effective. As Yang Lingrui was about to gather qi, Chen Yang pondered an earlier matter. With an additional qi-gathering cultivator, tax revenues would increase. Could the Yang family endure such a burden? That evening, after the children returned home, Chen Yang finished work and was ushered into a room by Yang Guanfeng. Elder Yu followed closely behind, inquiring, Master, what is it that you require of me? Are preparations for external matters in order? Yang Guanfeng inquired. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu nodded, stating that everything was prepared. The location, timber, stone materials, and various supplies had all been transported out of the city. And the new spiritual field was ready, awaiting only the infusion of vitality for stabilization. Very well, let it rest for now. We shall commence construction once the secret realm closes and the surroundings stabilize. We must not delay for too long, lest our resources be drained by the dynasty. Indeed, I understand, replied the elder. The two then discussed further details before Elder Yu took his leave. From their conversation, Chen Yang learned that Yang Guanfeng had long harbored the intention of relocating his family. He was merely waiting for the opportune moment. The gathering of spiritual energy presented an excellent opportunity. His plan was to inform the town chief of the situation regarding the gathering of spiritual energy, and subsequently pay the full tax for having an additional cultivator this year. He intended to move the Yang family out of Yoye town, allowing Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing to break through their realms outside. Thus, to outsiders, it would appear that the Yang family had produced yet another cultivator of spiritual energy and had paid a substantial tax. However, due to the inability to sustain such taxation in the long term, they decided to relocate outside the town. 3 cultivators of spiritual energy would be formidable enough to protect a small family in this region, presenting no apparent issues. This strategy would effectively conceal Linghu and Lingqing, endowing the Yang family with hidden strength unknown to outsiders, serving as a safeguard. Yang Guanfeng, who had spent many years traversing the world, understood the importance of keeping one's south cards close to the chest. Currently, the relocation plan was known only to Elder Yu, who was discreetly working behind the scenes. The future development of the Yang family outside the town would rely on this elderly man. After Elder Yu's departure, Yang Guanfeng paced back and forth in his room for an extended period. His heart brimmed with aspirations for the future, yet he felt a twinge of unease. Leaving Liuye town bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was the absence of the dynasty's exorbitant taxes, which would allow for swifter family development. Conversely, this also meant losing the protection of the dynasty, necessitating self-reliance in all matters henceforth. The relocation of the Yang family is merely the initial step, and indeed the simplest one. The plethora of challenges and troubles that lie ahead remains daunting. In such moments, he cannot help but express gratitude in his heart for the venerable Elder Yu. Without this elderly gentleman's years of diligent dedication, the Yang family would scarcely have attained their current stature. Yang Guanfeng often reflects on how different the Yang family would be today had he not leaped into the Fish Ridge River to save another. He has resolved in his heart to reserve a place for Elder Yu in the ancestral hall. He would become the first outsider to be honored in the hall of the Yang family. Time continues its relentless march, and this final breakthrough demands considerable effort. Even with Chen Yang's unwavering support, it took the exceptionally gifted young Lingrui 3 arduous days to achieve this feat when the spiritual energy began to flow within him. The child experienced, for the first time, the wondrous sensation of a cultivator perceiving the cosmos. That very night, young Lingrui successfully condensed a vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian. Over the next 5 days, he commenced the construction of his Qi mansion. With the guidance of the esteemed figures Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu, by the 6th day, Yang Lingrui completed his Qi mansion, manifesting the first thread of spiritual power in his life. This also heralded the emergence of the third Qi gathering realm cultivator in the Yang family. Qi gathering first level, 2 esteemed ancestors, elder brother and sister, I have succeeded. As Yang Lingrui opened his eyes, he immediately shared the joyous news with the 4 individuals surrounding him. Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing embraced each other, their words imbued with overwhelming joy and tears of elation. While the art of cultivation may seem straightforward, the accompanying monotony and anguish are burdens only they truly comprehend. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu were both filled with profound satisfaction. The outcome they achieved rendered all previous efforts and hardships worthwhile. At this moment, the small secret realm of the earth treasure had already been sealed, and the visiting cultivators had dispersed entirely. However, out of an abundance of caution, Yang Guanfeng chose to keep this matter under wraps for a month. After 1 month, he dispatched Elder Yu to inform the various factions of Liuye town. Today, the Yang family revels in joy and has prepared a banquet to welcome esteemed guests. Chapter 9. Relocation. The Yang family has produced yet another practitioner of Qi gathering, a development that has sent ripples of shock throughout the entire Willow Leaf town. Another cultivator? And still a youth? Is this for real? Alas, with 2 mid-stage Qi gathering practitioners already weighing heavily upon us, the emergence of yet another young cultivator is indeed daunting. Willow Leaf town is but a small place, and if the Yang family continues to thrive at this rate, what hope remains for us? The other factions within the town, upon hearing this news, could hardly muster any joy. A sense of unease settled within them. Yet, given the Yang family's request for a meeting, they felt obliged to comply. That evening, during a grand banquet, Yang Guanfeng engaged in lively conversation with the town's mayor. Before the entire assembly of families in Willow Leaf Town, he publicly presented the tax amount for the additional Qi gathering practitioner that year to the mayor. The other factions, witnessing this, felt their hearts sink. Goodness, he has already paid the taxes? It appears he is resolutely determined to remain in Willow Leaf Town. Some among them even began to contemplate their own escape routes. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Yang Guanfeng publicly announced the impending relocation of the Yang family. What? The Yang family is leaving? Surely, I must have misheard. They found it hard to believe. Yet, upon further reflection, when they considered the situation from Yang Guanfeng's perspective, the decision to relocate seemed the most sensible course of action for the Yang family. Dominating Willow Leaf Town is advantageous, but the town is limited in space. Supporting a large family and 3 cultivators, alongside the burden of hefty taxes, leaves little room for surplus. Realizing this, the crowd began to rise, extending their congratulations to the Yang family. The relocation of the Yang family has alleviated concerns about their interests being usurped within the town, which, from their perspective, is undeniably a fortuitous development. Following the conclusion of the banquet, Yang Guanfeng invited the town mayor to the council hall. Joining them were his 2 younger brothers, Elder Yu, and the newly invigorated Yang Lingrui. The mayor of Liuye town, named Su Guang, hails from a prominent family in the northern region of the Zhuhu dynasty, albeit as a collateral branch. Due to a lack of recognition within his family and a realization of his marginalization, combined with his rather average talents, he chose to align himself with the dynasty and assumed the role of mayor in this small town. I perceive that the Yang family's patriarch has gained a bit more depth in his aura. It seems he is not far from mastering the 6th level of Qi cultivation, Su Guang remarked. Yang Guanfeng chuckled softly and remarked, "How easy it is to say. Mayor, you are well aware that the further we progress, the more entrenched this bottleneck becomes. Without the right spark of inspiration, it is truly challenging to break through." Su Guang nodded in agreement. He and Yang Guanfeng both stood at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi gathering, yet neither had ascended to the 6th level. However, Su Guang's circumstances differed from those of Yang Guanfeng. Several years ago, he had reached the peak of the 5th level and had adequately prepared for a breakthrough. Alas, The dynasty had yet to issue the decree permitting his ascension, leaving him to languish in this state. This was due to an agreement established between the dynasty at the foot of the mountain and the sects above. The sect's cultivators were forbidden from attacking towns under the dynasty's jurisdiction and could not engage in conflicts within these towns. Furthermore, when descending the mountain to recruit disciples, they were required to pay a corresponding fee to the dynasty. In turn, the dynasty needed to maintain a degree of control over the number and levels of cultivators within its ranks. This was not merely the decision of either the sect or the dynasty, but rather a result of prolonged negotiations between the two forces, designed to prevent unnecessary conflicts and achieve a balance of power. This agreement had been in place for several centuries, encompassing numerous intricate details that shall not be elaborated upon here. However, rules are invariably rigid, while humans are dynamic. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, such as the emergence of formidable beasts, the dynasty's cultivators are permitted to make breakthroughs to defend the city. Additionally, should the dynasty's cultivators conspire with demonic practitioners to harm and slaughter the populace, the sect is entitled to intervene and eliminate them. Of course, there exists another scenario. If one possesses an extraordinary background or unparalleled cultivation, such agreements may be disregarded entirely. Yet, for Su Guang and the Yang family in their current state, adherence to these regulations is imperative. Upon entering the council hall, Su Guang was instantly captivated by Yang Lingrui, who sat beside Elder Yu. What an ethereal and transcendent demeanor he possesses. Surely, this young man is destined for great achievements. As a person of keen insight, Su Guang reached a swift conclusion about Yang Lingrui, which subsequently altered his perception of the Yang family's standing in his mind. Yang Guanfeng invited Su Guang to discuss the relocation of the Yang family and the subsequent matters. The dynasty mandated that families within the town must pay taxes based on their population. However, if the Yang family were to move away, yet 3 streets of shops remained in the town, how should the taxation be calculated? In response to this conundrum, Su Guang stated that, in principle, there could be no exemptions. The tax should remain as it was. Upon hearing these words, Yang Guanfeng's face broke into a smile. The phrase in principle implied the possibility of negotiation. After a series of back-and-forth discussions, they ultimately settled on a distribution of profits at a ratio of 40-60. Within the confines of Yangjia town, the shops are subject to standard taxation, requiring only household contributions. However, Su Guang demands a staggering 40% of the shop's revenue. This price slightly exceeds Yang Guanfeng's expectations, yet remains within the realm of acceptability, even with such a substantial share of the profits allocated. The absence of exorbitant taxes ensures that Yangjia will ultimately reap greater rewards than before. For Su Guang, the taxes paid by Yangjia to the dynasty yield him no personal benefit. Thus, the prospect of receiving a significant portion of the profits is most agreeable to him, fostering a mutually beneficial situation. As for the mineral resources owned by Yangjia beyond its borders, previously, the troops stationed at Lu Wei town would safeguard them. However, should relocation be necessary, the deployment of troops would require financial compensation. This, too, Yang Guanfeng is prepared to accept. The final matter at hand pertains to the specifics of the relocation. At this juncture, Su Guang generously declared that Yangjia had settled the remaining taxes for the year, and he would ensure that his subordinate troops would assist in the relocation efforts. With all matters settled, the assembly dispersed amicably. After Su Guang's departure, Yang Guanfeng turned to Yang Lingrui and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this individual?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui fell into deep contemplation. As a practitioner at the gathering Qi level, his body had already undergone the baptism of the world's spiritual energy, rendering his mind more agile and his perception of issues more profound than before. After a brief period of reflection, he arrived at a conclusion encapsulated in 4 succinct words: "It can be advantageous." Yang Guanfeng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Indeed, with the Yang family's rise, he was merely providing assistance, and when the day comes that we begin to decline, this individual would no longer be concerned. Thus, it is essential to strengthen oneself. True power is the foundation of everything, is it not, ancestor? That is indeed the truth. 3 days later, construction commenced on the new estate of the Yang family outside the city. Aside from Su Guang dispatching troops to assist, several other factions contributed both funds and labor as a show of support. With their aid, the new Yang family residence was completed in less than half a month. During this period, Chen Yang found his working hours significantly reduced, spending most of his time nestled in old Yang's sleeve, absorbing spiritual energy. Over time, Chen Yang began to refer to Yang Guanfeng as Old Yang, and to Elder Yu as simply Old Man. Old Yang had indeed chosen an excellent location. Nestled among the mountains and rivers, the environment was quite pleasant. Chen Yang accompanied Yang Guanfeng to the new site several times. The scenery was indeed splendid, and there were vast, flat areas suitable for agricultural development. This place, known as Shaosong Mountain, was strategically positioned between Liuye Town and the western Baishe Town. This meant that the Yang family would no longer be confined to Liuye Town, allowing them to expand into a broader market. The family members and servants had all relocated, and it was now time for the main entity to move. The main entity Chen Yang referred to as the four-leaf spirit herb hidden in the forbidden area. At present, only Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu were aware of this spiritual plant, which was considered the highest secret of the Yang family. As anticipated, that very night, Yang Guanfeng returned alone to the Yang family's forbidden area, carefully packing the four-leaf spirit herb and taking it away. He also destroyed the spirit field, eliminating all traces of the cultivation of spiritual plants. From that day forth, the Yang residents in Liuye Town ceased to exist, leaving only the new Yang family at Shaosong Mountain. Chapter 10. Breakthroughs and the convergence of 5 energies. After the relocation, the Yang family had numerous tasks to attend to, including cultivating land for farming, engaging in trade with the 2 towns, opening new shops in Baishe Town, and establishing inns and taverns, among many other affairs. The 2 brothers, Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei, are perpetually engaged in their endeavors, scarcely affording themselves a moment's respite. Fortunately, the Yang family now possesses ample strength, allowing for a relatively smooth negotiation in Baishe Town, unimpeded by significant obstacles. After enduring the initial month's fluctuations, the circumstances of the Yang family have gradually stabilized. The forbidden area of the Yang family is directly situated on the treacherous cliff behind them, a location so perilous that it is nearly impossible for ordinary individuals, let alone practitioners, to ascend. Since relocating to their new abode, the cultivation of Yang Lingrui and the other 2 has never wavered. Elder Yu oversees the overall situation from the outside, while Yang Guanfeng is tasked with guiding the 3 children in their training, as well as managing the 4-leaf spirit herb. At present, Yang Lingshi has successfully opened 12 meridians and is in the process of consolidating her energy reservoir. Yang Linghu has also opened 10 locations, and he is not far from reaching the qi gathering stage. As for Yang Lingrui, this young man's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. In just over 2 months, he has come close to the pinnacle of the first level of qi gathering. Considering the passage of time, it is indeed time for the second drop of spiritual liquid to be produced. In the early hours of the morning, Yang Guanfeng has already been guarding the spiritual field, ready to collect the essence the moment it is born. After Yang Lingrui ingested the drop of spiritual essence, he entered a state of meditation. Yang Guanfeng, sensing the child's desire to transcend his current realm, promptly informed Elder Yu and decided to accompany him during this period of seclusion. Elder Yu, how long do you anticipate Lingrui will need for this breakthrough? Yang Linghu inquired with a hint of concern. The matter of breaking through is rather unpredictable, isn't it? It varies from person to person. Some may achieve it in merely an hour of seclusion, while others may require over 10 days or even a month. The practitioners at the gathering qi stage are already able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although they cannot entirely abstain from food, it is certainly feasible to go without sustenance for a month. Such a lengthy duration? I hope Lingrui's endeavor proceeds smoothly, Yang Lingqing remarked. Elder Yu comforted the 2 children, saying, rest assured, with Lingrui's talent, the second tier of gathering qi poses no challenge. Furthermore, the family head is accompanying him, ensuring absolute certainty. He then cautioned them, you 2 should not let such concerns distract you from your cultivation. Do not forget the tasks assigned to you by the family head. The children nodded quickly in response and promptly immersed themselves in their training. Before the relocation, Yang Guanfeng had gathered the 2 children for a conversation, clarifying their future responsibilities. The mineral resources owned by the Yang family will undoubtedly refrain from long-term employment of the military from Liuye Town due to the exorbitant expenses involved. Thus, it is imperative to station a sufficiently powerful qi-gathering cultivator at the site. Additionally, concerning Baishe Town, the Yang family aspires to establish a foothold in foreign territories. Mere concessions will not suffice. Substantial strength is essential. Consequently, one will oversee the mineral resources while Elder Yu traverses between Baishe Town and Yang Family Village. As Ling Rui dedicates himself to diligent cultivation, The responsibility of safeguarding the Yang family will fall upon the two of them. To outsiders, it will appear that only Yang Ling-rue, a qi-gathering cultivator, remains, oblivious to the presence of two additional qi-gathering cultivators concealed within. Driven by a profound sense of duty to protect their family, Yang Ling-hu and Yang Ling-qing have been rigorously dedicated to their training of late. After their daily practices, rather than engaging in playful banter, they now diligently pursue Elder Yu, seeking guidance on various cultivation challenges they encounter. On the 5th day of Yang Ling-rue's seclusion, Yang Ling-qing successfully consolidated his qi palace, achieving a breakthrough into the qi-gathering realm. Notably, the time taken by both Yang Ling-qing and Yang Ling-rue to solidify their qi palaces was identical. As this process is less influenced by one's aptitude compared to the absorption of spiritual energy, it resembles a technical endeavor, allowing Yang Ling-qing to match Yang Ling-rue's record through his exceptional comprehension skills, despite his inferior aptitude. 10 days later, upon emerging from his seclusion, Yang Ling-rue also advanced to the second level of qi gathering. Inspired by their successive breakthroughs, Yang Ling-hu exerted himself to the utmost, ultimately achieving his own breakthrough in qi gathering a month later. Thus, with the assistance of Chen Yang and Ling Yi, the Yang family has remarkably produced 3 qi-gathering cultivators within a mere 4 months, a feat that is astonishing in comparison to any surrounding town or family. This success is partially attributed to the fortuitous opportunities encountered, yet fortune favors the prepared. It is the culmination of over a decade of strategic planning by Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu that has led to the imminent prosperity of the Yang family. With 5 qi-gathering cultivators, the current strength of the Yang family allows them to hold a significant status among neighboring factions. As the head of the family, Yang Guanfeng is filled with immense satisfaction. Having achieved the qi-gathering realm, the next step is to instruct them in the application of techniques. Based on the personalities and spiritual energy characteristics of the 3, Elder Yu has procured 3 tomes of techniques for their cultivation. Yang Ling-hu, like the clan leader Yang Guanfeng, places great emphasis on the formidable power of offensive techniques, honing the art of brute force, ultimately culminating in the mastery of energy accumulation at an advanced stage. Yang Ling-qing possesses a calm demeanor and sharp intellect, which allows her to undertake the more challenging mud dragon technique, reaching the later stages of energy gathering. In the end, Yang Ling-rue, after a thorough selection process, retrieved a long-preserved treasure from his personal repository. Ling-rue, this gale flow technique is an early-stage condensation technique, regarded as the hidden gem of my collection. Yang Ling-rue respectfully accepted the spell, which, though not particularly thick, imparted a weighty sensation. He silently resolved within himself to master this art. The inclusion of spell cultivation added a touch of delight to the daily practices of the trio. Beyond their meditative sessions, they could engage in friendly sparring with their still awkward spells. Each child possessed unique strengths. For instance, in the realm of spell cultivation, Yang Ling-hu was advancing at the swiftest pace. His innate disposition, coupled with a robust physique, made him an ideal match for the brute force technique, allowing him to achieve the initial stages of mastery in less than half a month. The potency of the spells was remarkable. At merely the introductory level, Yang Ling-hu could effortlessly lift a 100-pound boulder with one hand, and a single strike could vanquish the ferocious beasts lurking in the mountains. With the trio's training now on a steady path, Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu turned their attention to family affairs. Subsequently, their training involved Yang Ling-hu and Yang Ling-qing alternating in channeling spiritual energy into Chen Yang, enhancing his spirit-gathering ability for their collective cultivation. After more than 3 months of development, the Yang family thrived with a promising vigor. Yet, during this flourishing period, others began to cast their covetous eyes upon the Yang family. The Wang family of Baishe Town held a position akin to that of the Yang family in their former home of Liyue Town, boasting 3 practitioners of qi gathering, 1 in the mid-stage and 2 in the initial stage. The Yang family has recently established a presence in Baishe Town, having acquired 3 shops and secured the presence of an elderly cultivator at the mid-stage of qi gathering. To be frank, as the foremost family in Baishe Town, they exhibit considerable hostility towards such external forces. However, given that the newcomers boast 2 mid-stage qi-gathering cultivators, the 2 families maintain a facade of cordiality. Yet, in the shadows, the Wang family has already begun to plot some disturbances for the Yang family. Chapter 11. Inviting Misery as Night Fell. Within a secluded chamber of the Wang family, 3 qi-gathering cultivators were seated together. Have we confirmed that the head of their family is indeed at the mines? Inquired Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family, draped in tiger skin. Indeed, our merchant convoy, which feigned a wrong turn, witnessed Yang Guanfeng overseeing the mines, replied Wang Lai, seated to his left. This individual, 38 years of age, was of similar age to Yang Guanfeng. However, while Yang Guanfeng had already attained the mid-stage of qi gathering at this age, Wang Lai was still at the second stage. Does that mean the Yang family now has only a recently initiated young child remaining in their stronghold? Spoke a youthful cultivator on Wang Xiong's right. He was Wang Weiyang, Wang Xiong's son, and the third qi gathering cultivator of the family, having broken through 6 months prior at the age of 16. Precisely, affirmed Wang Lai. The two turned to Wang Xiong, awaiting his decision. The trio had previously deliberated that the Yang family should not be allowed to thrive in comfort. They needed to be taught a lesson and issued a warning. Yet, due to the adversary's superior strength, executing their plans proved challenging. However, now that they were aware of the absence of Yang Guanfeng and elder Yu from the Yang family, they felt emboldened. It is indeed time to rattle them. Wang Lai, there's no time like the present. Let us act tonight. You shall infiltrate the Yang family and intimidate the remaining child. Ideally, this will compel the Yang family to summon back that old man from the town, thereby preventing their shops from becoming a formidable force. Decreed Wang Xiong after a moment of contemplation. Of course, esteemed patriarch, Wang Lai exclaimed, elated. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a battle of wits, and the memories of his previous defeats lingered heavily on his mind. Now, facing a mere fledgling in qi gathering, he finally had the opportunity to assert his dominance over the weak. Uncle, will you be safe alone? Perhaps I should accompany you, Wang Weiyang suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Lai waved his hand dismissively. Weiyang, dealing with a newly emerged qi gathering cultivator is well within my capabilities. Besides, two individuals would draw too much attention and could easily be caught. Wang Xiong nodded in agreement, endorsing Wang Lai's assertion. Rest assured, esteemed patriarch, after this night, the Yang family will be in a state of alarm, with every shadow and whisper setting them on edge. Wang Lai confidently pounded his chest in assurance. This unfortunate soul was blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him. That night, clad in dark attire, Wang Lai stealthily departed from Baishe town under the cover of the inky darkness, harnessing all his spiritual energy. He traversed the distance to Yang family village in just 2 hours. As a cultivator, he effortlessly evaded the Yang family's guards, scaling the courtyard wall. He made his way to the innermost depths. Upon reaching the backyard, he found no signs of cultivators practicing. Just as he began to ponder this, his gaze fell upon the looming cliff. How intriguing. With that, he sprang upwards, scaling the rock face, and soon beheld the iconic outer wall of the Yang family's forbidden grounds. Concealed in secrecy, yet regrettably, I have still managed to locate it. Wang Lai reveled in his keen insight. He then circled the high wall, contemplating. Indeed, there is a formation. Fortunately, I came prepared. He retrieved a pitch-black magnet from his waist. This object had been entrusted to him by Wang Xiong prior to his departure, when infused with spiritual energy. It could disrupt the operation of a formation at the initial stage of qi gathering, causing a brief malfunction. Wang Lai infused it with his spiritual power, and as expected, the formation guarding the Yang family's forbidden grounds faltered. He leaped over, feeling assured that he had stealthily completed his infiltration. The night watchman, Yang Lingshi, remained oblivious to his presence, for the formation's failure meant that the connected token did not respond. However, Wang Lai could not have anticipated that within the Yang family's forbidden grounds, there existed another entity, acutely attuned to fluctuations in spiritual energy. The formation has failed. Is the old man competent? Surely, this formation isn't a counterfeit. Gazing at the starry sky, Chen Yang grumbled, suddenly sensing a disturbance. Someone has entered. A cultivator at the second level of qi gathering. Chen Yang grew cautious, immediately generating a wave of spiritual energy to rouse Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing abruptly emerged from her semi-meditative state, directing her gaze towards Chen Yang. Had the gathering spirit stone emitted a disturbance of its own? Rising to her feet, she intended to approach for a closer inspection, casually picking up the sensing token beside her. In that fleeting moment, a sense of unease gripped her heart as she realized something was amiss. The sensing token no longer pulsed with spiritual energy. The formation had faltered. Someone had intruded into the forbidden ground. She reacted swiftly. seizing the gathering spirit stone and rousing the two resting Ling Rue spirit tigers within the room to inform them of the situation. Upon learning of the intrusion, the expressions of the three turned grave. This marked the first instance of an intrusion occurring while the elders were absent. Xiaoqing, what shall we do? Yang Linghu and Yang Lingrue turned their gaze towards Yang Lingqing. Among the three, she possessed the sharpest intellect. Thus it was only fitting for her to take the lead in decision-making. Yang Lingqing's thoughts raced anxiously. Her and Linghu's identities remained unknown to the outside world and could not be prematurely revealed. At present, the number of individuals who had arrived and their cultivation levels were still uncertain, hence it was necessary for Lingrue to take some risks and feign tranquility within the courtyard. Understood, Sister Qing. By the way, remember to suppress your cultivation to the first level. I comprehend. Yang Lingrue entered the courtyard and took a seat on the mat. Feigning meditation, Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing concealed their presence, hiding within the confines of the room. Before long, a furtive shadow arrived at the courtyard. Yang Lingrue did not conceal his aura, making it easy for Wang Lai to locate him. It is this young lad. Wang Lai gazed at Yang Lingrue, thinking to himself, goodness, he appears to be merely in his early teens, even younger than Wei Yang. Originally, his intention was to intimidate this boy and create some trouble for the Yang family. However, upon seeing Yang Lingrue in person, his thoughts took a different turn. A practitioner of qi gathering at such a young age. If he were to gradually develop further, the Yang family would undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. What a predicament for my Wang family. In an instant, Wang Lai's mind raced with thoughts. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, and he altered his intentions. Killing him would certainly be excessive, but incapacitating him to some degree would still be feasible. With his decision made, he hesitated not a moment longer and launched himself toward Yang Lingrue with precision. In Wang Lai's eyes, his own realm surpassed that of his opponent. And with a mysterious ambush from the shadows, it was impossible for the boy to evade or defend against him. Alas, however, his assessment was fraught with errors from the outset. Firstly, Yang Lingrue was, like him, at the second level of qi gathering. Secondly, he was not covert at all. The moment he entered the courtyard, he had already been detected by three children. Wang Lai raised his hand and struck toward Yang Lingrue. The latter suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to block the attack, his aura surging to the second level of qi gathering in an instant. Second level of qi gathering. How could this be? Wang Lai was astounded, shaken by the true extent of his opponent's cultivation. Yet, having already made his move, there was no turning back. He summoned his qi and prepared to engage Yang Lingrue in combat. Just then, the ground beneath him suddenly turned muddy, as if something were ensnaring his entire body. What on earth is this? Before he could react, a figure burst forth from the house and landed a punch squarely on his chest. Uffed. Wang Lai immediately spat out blood, falling onto his back. It is worth noting that this unfortunate individual had just yesterday witnessed Yang Linghu successfully cultivate this technique to the first level of qi gathering. And now it was being tested on him, the hapless subject. As Wang Lai lay on the ground, his mind swirled in dizziness, and he attempted to move only to find his body firmly ensnared by the earth. Chapter 12, Do You Dare to Kill Me? Yang Linghu stepped forward and forcefully removed his mask, coldly inquiring, Who are you? Who sent you? Wang Lai opened his eyes to see two children barely in their teens, and a surge of indignation welled within him. Here he was, a man in his 30s, having devoted countless years to cultivation, only to be bested by a pair of mere children. The Yang family was truly infuriating, harboring a practitioner at the first level of qi gathering. Yet, at this moment, he was not overly anxious, for in his eyes, Linghu and Lingrue were merely inexperienced youths, easily deceived. Just as he prepared to craft a plausible excuse, Yang Lingqing emerged from the room, taking the initiative. You are Wang Lai, the second in command of the Wang family in Baisher Town. Wang Lai was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected revelation, left speechless. Initially, Yang Lingqing intended to bluff him, having only seen his portrait and never the man himself. Besides Wang Lai, she had also memorized the likenesses of practitioners from various surrounding factions, all provided by Elder Yu. Given Wang Lai's reaction, it was undoubtedly him. At this moment, Wang Lai's mind was in a state of disarray. 3. Is this for real? 3 young practitioners at the qi gathering stage, each younger than Wang Weiyang. What extraordinary fortune had the Yang family stumbled upon? The overwhelming influx of information rendered him momentarily incapable of processing it. Before he could regain his composure, Yang Lingqing seized a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth. Huzai, you must go to the mines immediately and summon the ancestor back. Understood. Yang Linghu swiftly leaped down the cliff, racing towards the location of the Yang family's mine. Wang Lai was utterly dumbfounded. Were these three truly children? How could there be not a trace of panic visible on their faces? Yang Lingqing and Yang Lingrui stood watch over him until Yang Guanfeng and Yang Linghu returned from the mines. At that moment, Yang Guanfeng's expression was fearfully grim. A mere glance directed at Wang Lai made the latter tremble uncontrollably. Lingqing, release him, he commanded. Yes, ancestor. Yang Lingqing had mastered the art of sorcery. And Wang Lai rose unsteadily to his feet. Ah, he. I have the honor of meeting the head of the Yang family. Was it Wang Xiong who sent you? Yang Guanfeng inquired. No. This is entirely my own initiative. The head of the family is unaware of it. Upon hearing these words, Yang Guanfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Oh, unaware are we? That simplifies matters. Indeed, it does simplify matters. I am here to offer my apologies and willingly accompany you back to Baisher town to confess and accept my punishment. As Wang Lai uttered these words, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, naively believing that acknowledging his error and offering compensation from the Wang family would suffice. Little did he know, the moment he laid eyes on Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing, his chances of leaving the Yang family alive had already evaporated. It was only when he sensed the peculiar glances from the four individuals present that he belatedly recognized the peril he was in. Yang family head, you. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Guanfeng swiftly shattered Wang Lai's limbs. He fell to the ground, howling in agony as he curled up in pain. Yang Guanfeng gazed at Yang Lingrui, conveying a silent message through his eyes. Yang Lingrui nodded in understanding, then approached with an air of indifference, slowly raising his right arm. Soon after, a sharp gust of wind began to brew within his palm. What? You dare to kill me? Are you mad? Do you not realize that my Wang family possesses a sect background? You are courting death. If anything were to happen to me, a single letter could reduce your Yang family to rubble. Wang Lai screamed in hysteria, yet the expressions of the four surrounding him remained unchanged, as though they regarded him as a fool. If that is the case, it is all the more reason to ensure you do not return alive. Wang Lai, sensing the gravity of his situation, hastily turned to Yang Lingrui, feigning a menacing visage. Little boy, do you dare to kill me? You will dream of me every night. Even in death, I shall not spare you. He attempted to intimidate Yang Lingrui with words, but was met only with the latter's increasingly resolute gaze. The path to the prosperity of the Yang family shall commence, and I, Yang Lingrui, will serve as the sharpest blade. Should anyone dare to obstruct, I shall take their life. Should ghosts come to disturb, I shall slay them. With that declaration, Yang Lingrui made a swift motion, and the gust of wind severed Wang Lai's head from his body. Wang Lai could not fathom how someone so young could possess such a ruthless disposition, killing with such ease. Little did he know, to hone the skills of the three, Yang Guanfeng had already eradicated all the bandits in the Shaosong mountain area. Collectively, the three had already claimed over 30 lives. What was one more? Master, how shall we dispose of this man's corpse? Yang Lingqing inquired. Initially, Yang Guanfeng intended to take Wang Lai's body to Baisher town to demand retribution, but upon further reflection, he realized that if Wang Lai denied his affiliations, there would be no evidence against him. If, as Wang Lai claimed, the Wang family indeed had a sect background, it could bring trouble upon himself and the Yang family. As he pondered, a light flickered in his eyes. This seemingly intact corpse of a chi-gathering cultivator should not go to waste. It would serve as excellent fertilizer for the spirit fields. He decided to destroy the body and erase all traces, leaving no reason for the Wang family to seek them out. With a resolution formed, he spoke. Leave the body to me for disposal. You have all worked hard this time. Rest early. Yes, master. Yang Guanfeng brought the body of Wang Lai to the spirit field located on the western side of the forbidden area. Here, 2 small arrays had been specially established, designed to harness the energy, and due to their mid-level gathering capabilities, they remained unaffected by the magnetic influences. Yang Guanfeng searched Wang Lai's body thoroughly, but unfortunately, the only item he found was a black magnet. There was nothing else of significance. After meticulously handling Wang Lai's corpse, he crushed it and subsequently buried it neatly beneath the spirit field. Upon returning to the courtyard, he discovered that Yang Lingqing was waiting for him. Lingqing, do you have something to discuss? He inquired. Yes, ancestor, she replied, as she produced Chen Yang and handed it to Yang Guanfeng. Yang Guanfeng expressed his admiration, saying, "You are indeed attentive, knowing how to properly safeguard this treasure." Ancestor, in truth, when Wang Lai entered, the defensive array had already malfunctioned. Oh, Yang Guanfeng, with a newfound understanding, retrieved the magnet he had just confiscated from Wang Lai. With a slight manipulation of his magical energy, the formation within the forbidden area began to fluctuate violently. So this is how the treasure is utilized. It is indeed quite effective. As he had employed this item to disrupt the formation, Yang Guanfeng then inquired, "Without the formation, how did you discover his intrusion?" Yang Lingshi pointed at Chen Yang. "At that moment, I was in a semi-meditative state. Was it the pulsation of the spirit-gathering stone that roused me?" "What? Are you suggesting it is this spirit-gathering stone?" Yang Guanfeng gazed incredulously at Chen Yang, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Chen Yang nestled in the palm of his hand, mused, "Indeed, it was I who accomplished this. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Yang Guanfeng, of course, could not perceive the inner thoughts of Chen Yang. He was merely enveloped in a shroud of perplexity. This spirit treasure had been unearthed within the confines of a secret realm. An elder Yu had personally identified it as a spirit-gathering stone, which should be beyond reproach. Could it be that the unique conditions of the secret realm had bestowed upon this stone some other extraordinary capability? Very well, I understand now. You may return. Indeed. Esteemed ancestor, Yang Guanfeng himself could not fathom the secret within, and could only wait until tomorrow to seek confirmation from Elder Yu in Baisher Town. At the Wang family estate, Wang Xiong and Wang Weiyang had spent the night in anxious anticipation, waiting for the return of Wang Lai. Yet dawn broke without any sign of him. Initially, they had been quite optimistic, believing that once this matter was settled, they would be able to seize several of the Yang family shops. However, as time dragged on, their optimism began to wane, giving way to mounting unease. By the time the sun rose, Wang Xiong's brow was furrowed with concern. Standing beside him, Wang Weiyang contemplated a troubling possibility that he dared not voice. They waited another day, yet still no news arrived. On the third day, Wang Xiong could bear the uncertainty no longer. His face darkened as he returned to the Wang family's secret chamber, with Wang Weiyang anxiously trailing behind. They both understood that Wang Lai would not be returning. Chapter 13. Yuling Jiangfang Market. Father Wang Weiyang called out cautiously. Wang Xiong rubbed his temples, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. Although Wang Lai was not particularly gifted, he was nonetheless a practitioner of the second layer of qi gathering, a formidable presence to ordinary people. He had been able to alleviate many family matters. Yet now, he was missing, his fate uncertain. Uncle might simply be imprisoned by the Yang family. It doesn't necessarily mean humph. Wang Xiong snorted derisively. "Have you ever encountered Yang Guanfeng?" "I have not," the boy replied hesitantly. "Huh, that man is a ravenous wolf who devours without leaving a bone. Once ensnared by him, how could there be any hope of survival?" Wang Xiong's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, clearly indicating he had dealt with Yang Guanfeng before. Wang Weiyang felt a chill run down his spine at this realization. What should we do now? Surely, the Yang family will not come seeking vengeance? Hearing such an ill-conceived remark from his son, Wang Xiong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. How could the Yang family possibly seek retribution? Such an act would merely provide them with an opportunity to turn the tables. The lack of action over the past 3 days clearly indicates that the Yang family is responsible for your demise, treating it as if nothing had transpired. While the Wang family must remain placid, unable even to voice a complaint. Alas, the Yang family will not come. We have fallen into their trap this time. Wang Xiong sighed helplessly, instructing, "Until your brother returns home for a visit, you must not leave Baisher Town. Remain at home and diligently cultivate. Do you understand?" "I understand, Father," Wang Weiyang replied. After Wang Weiyang departed, a hint of fatigue crept onto Wang Xiong's face. Unlike Yang Guanfeng, he lacked a capable and dependable aide like Elder Yu by his side. The current state of the Wang family was solely upheld by his efforts. Now, with the loss of a significant ally, how could he not feel troubled? Nonetheless, after a moment of reflection, a glimmer of solace appeared on his face. Fortunately, both of his sons possessed commendable cultivation potential. His younger son had even caught the attention of the sect and was secretly taken to the mountains for training, promising a bright future ahead. When faced with overwhelming odds, one must endure and yield for the time being. As the head of the family, Wang Xiong undeniably possessed both composure and patience. On the 4th day following Wang Lai's demise, the Yang family inaugurated their 4th shop in Baisher Town. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Xiong himself attended the event to offer his congratulations, appearing to be quite amiable with the old cultivator from the Yang family, as if they had been long-lost friends. To outsiders, it seemed as though the Wang family had forged some form of collaboration with the Yang family. Yet, the true reason for this camaraderie remained known only to a select few. At Shaosong Mountain, within the grand estate of the Yang family, their scale had expanded several-fold compared to their time in Liyue Town, serving as a transit hub between the two towns, in addition to their existing business ventures. The Yang family had cultivated thousands of acres of land and established restaurants and inns for the traveling caravans to dine and rest. This strategic maneuver resulted in a remarkable 40% increase in daily revenue, rendering their lives considerably more prosperous than before. While managing agriculture and commerce, Yang Xiaolei, under the guidance of Yang Guanfeng, also began training the family militia. In the future, as the Yang family's influence and population continue to grow, it would become impractical to rely solely on family cultivators to address every disturbance. Cultivators represent the family's paramount combat strength, only to be deployed in the face of existential threats to the family. Yang Guanfeng informed Elder Yu about Wang Lai's trespass into the forbidden area. Elder Yu had no objections to his method of handling the matter, yet he felt somewhat uncertain regarding Chen Yang's situation. As the market day at Yuling River was approaching, I planned to make a trip to seek out a formation master, to reconfigure a mid-stage energy-gathering formation in the forbidden area, and to casually inquire about any news concerning the stone, Elder Yu remarked. Yang Guanfeng nodded, acknowledging the situation. Subsequently, the two began to organize within the Forbidden Treasure Vault. Since following Yang Guanfeng, Elder Yu had made an annual pilgrimage to the Xianjiafang market located by the Yuling River. This was to procure resources essential for cultivation, while also allowing him to sell some items in exchange for spirit crystals to pay the dynasty's taxes. After a thorough inventory, the Yang family possessed a total of 17 spirit crystals, 23 spirit runes of the Qi gathering level, 8 healing elixirs of the same grade, 1 damaged spiritual artifact, along with a variety of miscellaneous materials. These possessions were the result of years of diligent effort by Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu. Compared to other families, the greatest asset of the Yang family was undoubtedly Elder Yu's presence. Once a sect cultivator, he was well-versed and retained knowledge of various techniques from his previous sect. Without him, the Yang family would never be able to afford a manual capable of cultivating to the condensation realm, no matter how much they sacrificed. To hire an array master would require at least 20 spirit crystals. The two calculated their inventory, estimating they could sell it for around 15 spirit crystals. As for the remaining funds, Elder Yu would manage them wisely. Rest assured, the family will not suffer losses, he assured, with a bundle secured at his waist. Elder Yu set off for the Yuling River that very day. After 3 days of travel, upon seeing the familiar river waters, he sighed. Old friend, we meet again. He reminisced about the times he had indulged in the river's bounty, always feeling a sense of nostalgia upon arrival. Continuing westward along the Yuling River led to Wanyue City, the only city in the vicinity, overseeing 8 towns, including Liyue Town and Baisher Town. Although not particularly large, the city was governed by a late-stage condensation realm cultivator, who was also the proprietor behind the market at Yuling River. The market, situated on a small island in the river, opened quarterly, attracting cultivators from surrounding areas for trade. One could either traverse the river directly or take a boat. Given Elder Yu's age, he naturally opted for the latter. Elder Yu, you have arrived. He was greeted by a familiar face. It was Li Cheng, a cultivator from the Nanshan Li family, recognizing him immediately. The Li family, considerably larger than the Yang family, was led by a master at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage, with an estimated 10 or more cultivators under their banner. Young Master Li, it has been quite some time, Elder Yu replied courteously. Though both shared the same cultivation level of the 6th stage of Qi gathering, Li Cheng was significantly younger, making his future advancement to the later stage a certainty. Indeed, it has been a while. I heard that your Yang family has moved out of the town. The Yang family has relocated for over 3 months, and the surrounding factions have already become aware of this, rendering it no longer a secret. Indeed, Elder Yu nodded, attributing their fortune to ancestral blessings, as they have a child with commendable aptitude who has fortuitously managed to break through to the gathering Qi stage. I see. It was necessary to move, for otherwise, the taxation would be unbearable, much like the circumstances faced by our Li family in years past. Li Cheng nodded in agreement, and then inquired, Elder Yu, what brings you here this time? In response to Li Cheng's probing, Elder Yu did not attempt to conceal his intentions. It appears that after the relocation, some issues have arisen with the formation. So I thought to invite a formation master to rearrange it. Oh, you have come for the formation as well. Then we may proceed together. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that Li Qing's visit was also prompted by the recent establishment of a new villa, for which he sought someone to set up a protective formation of the gathering qi late stage. Chapter 14. The Strange Stone? The Li family remains robust, as even a mere villa is protected by a formation of the late gathering qi level. Elder Yu mused, after all, others have prospered earlier. They are not to be compared with the modest Yang family. Moreover, the Li family maintains a close relationship with a sect within the Zhuhu dynasty, a background that ensures they are not easily provoked in the domain of Wangwei City. Contemplating this, Elder Yu also considered the future prospects for the Yang family. For a clan to establish itself independently in the wilderness and secure its position, aside from its own strength, having a powerful ally is crucial. As far as he knew, within the Zhuhu dynasty, no substantial cultivation families exist that are entirely independent of the dynasty in sections. They either reside within towns or are affiliated with a particular sect. The Yang family has recently relocated from the town, possessing limited strength and little value, thus drawing no proactive interest from any sections. As they gradually expand their influence, they will inevitably engage with these sections. With this matter discreetly noted, Elder Yu and Li Cheng ascended the small island together. The entry fee to the market is 1 spirit crystal per person. Merely from this admission charge, the Lord of Wangwei City can amass a considerable fortune annually. Young Master Li, I must first set up a stall to sell some items. Would you prefer to visit the array pavilion to seek an array master in the meantime? Set up a stall? Upon hearing this, Li Cheng immediately comprehended that Elder Yu was short on funds and needed to gather more. Considering their familiarity, he inquired, Elder Yu, what items do you intend to sell? Perhaps you could show them to me first. If they suit my family's needs, I shall purchase them directly. Elder Yu pondered this suggestion and found it indeed quite astute, as it would save him the time and effort of selling. The two proceeded to a vacant space where Elder Yu opened his satchel. This time, he brought forth 4 medicinal pills, 10 talismans, several high-quality precious herbs, and a substantial amount of refined or used for crafting. After inspecting everything, Li Cheng took stock and stated, all these items are satisfactory. My family will take them. How does 16 spirit crystals sound? Deal. Elder Yu readily agreed. Originally, he had estimated the value at 15 crystals, yet Li Cheng had generously offered an additional 1. They exchanged goods and payment seamlessly. Elder Yu carefully stored the spirit crystals, while Li Cheng promptly stowed the large bundle into his satchel. A glimmer of envy sparkled in Elder Yu's eyes. The ability to store items in such a compact space was something the Yang family had yet to possess. Even the simplest storage pouch would require a minimum of 20 spirit crystals. In previous years, he and Yang Guanfeng had contemplated saving enough to purchase one. But the heavy taxation imposed by the dynasty, coupled with daily expenses, made it impossible to save. Now, circumstances had improved significantly. With the completion of the forbidden array, the newly established Yang family had stabilized, and with the addition of 3 more cultivators, they could eventually save enough to acquire a storage pouch. With the spirit crystals secured, the two proceeded to the array pavilion. Here, one could purchase ready-made array blueprints, allowing cultivators to construct arrays independently. However, the effectiveness of such self-constructed arrays was uncertain. Alternatively, one could hire a professional array master to personally set up the formation, albeit at a higher cost, which would ensure the array's efficacy. After a brief introduction at the pavilion, Elder Yu ultimately chose a young array master named Lu Zihao. Though his cultivation was modest, at the 4th level of Qi gathering, he possessed considerable expertise in the arrangement of defensive and alert arrays. After some negotiation, the price was settled at 21 spirit crystals. These are the materials required for the array setup. We shall depart tomorrow. If you see anything else we need, let us procure it today. The formation master does not require the purchase of blueprints, yet the materials must be provided by oneself. After payment, Elder Yu exited the formation pavilion, bidding farewell to Li Cheng. The elder glanced back at the tower one last time, pondering that it would be delightful if the Yang family possessed a legacy of the myriad arts of cultivation. The myriad arts of cultivation encompass a series of skills including alchemy, artifact forging, and formation crafting. The most common among these are the aforementioned 3, along with others such as beast taming, incense crafting, astrology, physiognomy, and metallurgy. Mastery of any one of these skills would provide a stable avenue for earning spiritual crystals. However, each legacy of skill comes at a steep price, not to mention the rarer ones. Even a complete inheritance in alchemy, artifact forging, or formation crafting can fetch a price of 1,000 spiritual crystals at auction, a sum far beyond the Yang family's current means. Of course, there exists an alternative method, the purchase of incomplete texts. This approach is more dependent on luck. Incomplete texts are cheaper, yet due to their fragmented content, one must endure a trial and error process to achieve mastery. Even then, success is not guaranteed. One may expend considerable resources only to find their efforts in vain. As Elder Yu contemplated these matters, his steps remained unyielding. After spending 5 spiritual crystals to procure materials for the formation, he proceeded to the Tianji Pavilion in the market. As previously mentioned, the Yang family would soon engage with sects, and he sought to acquire information regarding the surrounding sections. 10 spiritual crystals, the attendant announced with unwavering confidence. Elder Yu could scarcely believe his ears. For mere basic information about sects, such a hefty price seemed outrageous. He recalled his own days within the sect, where he had sold information to informants for only 2 or 3 spiritual crystals. To his astonishment, these individuals had turned around and sold the information to other cultivators at a significant markup, exploiting the information gap. That's exorbitant. I only want information on the sects closest to Shaosong Mountain, nothing else. Certainly, let me show you. The attendant produced a sheet of white paper and began to jot down notes. 2 sects for spiritual crystals, or 3 for a single purchase. Elder Yu's lips twitched upon hearing this, yet he ultimately restrained himself, spending 4 spiritual crystals to acquire the information. The Tianji Pavilion had its reasons for such pricing. While one could purchase various types of information from others at a lower cost, the risk of acquiring falsehoods was ever present. Should one fall victim to such deceit, they could only blame themselves. The assurance of the Tianji Pavilion lies in the authenticity of the information purchased, should any losses arise from false information. They promised to compensate tenfold. Having obtained the sect information, Elder Yu's journey had one last task, to inquire about the origins of Chen Yang. This matter could also be resolved at the Tianji Pavilion. After paying a consulting fee of 1 spiritual crystal, Elder Yu was given a name, Isher. These extraordinary stones are typically found in various celestial realms, each possessing distinct properties and a considerable degree of randomness. Some are even inferior to the initial spiritual treasures that gather energy, while others can rival the treasures of the highest tier. Armed with this knowledge, Elder Yu ventured to the bookstore within the market, diligently perusing a plethora of materials to gather information about these unusual stones. It was not until the break of dawn the following day that he emerged from the library, carrying a bundle of books that delved into the history, geography, landscape, and culture of the Zhuang dynasty, along with a compendium of immortal cultivation knowledge. In the future, an increasing number of children from the Yang family will embark on the path of cultivation. These books will aid them in broadening their horizons and acquiring fundamental knowledge about the land beneath their feet. Consequently, all 33 spirit crystals brought to the Fang City were expended. Elder Yu, known for his meticulous nature, endeavored to maximize the value of each spirit crystal. Chapter 15. Rest and Recuperation. Chen Yang's advancement 3 days later, Elder Yu returned to the Yang family accompanied by the formation master, Lu Zihao. Upon arrival, Lu Zihao marveled at the impressive construction of the Yang family estate, praising its choice of location. With rivers and fields, pavilions and towers, majestic mountains and cliffs, as well as lush greenery, it was evident that the family had possessed a discerning eye. Upon reaching the forbidden area of the cliff, Yang Guanfeng came forth to greet them. The formation master has traveled a great distance. You must be weary. Not at all. The family head is being overly courteous. I am merely fulfilling my duties for a fee. Shall we commence? Indeed, let us proceed without further ado. As all parties were straightforward individuals, they dispensed with any additional pleasantries and delved directly into the matter at hand. Lu Zihao circled the Yang family's forbidden ground several times, meticulously observing the terrain and the flow of spiritual energy before proposing a plan. Let us employ the cloud and mist formation, given your family's proximity to mountains and water. With ample elevation and humidity, it is most suitable. Furthermore, this formation possesses both alertness capabilities and the ability to obscure external sight. Agreed, we shall implement Lu's proposal. For the following month, Lu Zihao remained at the Yang family estate to arrange the formation for the forbidden area. The Spirit Tiger and Spirit Qing had already been relocated to the Yang family courtyard below, a fact unbeknownst to Lu Zihao. Only Yang Lingrui occasionally emerged to lend him a helping hand. After a month, the new formation was completed. The mid-tier cloud and mist formation would not be disrupted by magnetic interference, thereby providing a measure of security for the Yang family's forbidden area. Family Head. Should the Yang family require additional defensive formations in the future, you may reach out to me. As a returning customer, I shall offer you a discount. Certainly. I am truly grateful to Master Lu for your assistance. After Lu Ziheo's departure, 3 children returned to the forbidden area, resuming their daily cultivation. During this time, Yang Guanfeng learned from Elder Yu about the news regarding the extraordinary stone. Chen Yang was present at the time and found the information somewhat plausible. The extraordinary stone indeed bore a resemblance to his own circumstances. However, such rare items were scarce, and the library in Yulingjiangfang City only contained a general introduction, lacking detailed records. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu studied him for a while, yet they could not discern the underlying reasons. Thus, they decided to wait for some time, intending to reassess the situation after Chen Yang's qualities had improved. What remained were matters pertaining to their interactions with the sect. Yang Guanfeng had long desired to engage with the sects, yet the timing had not been right, leaving him directionless and without a path. The intelligence brought back by Elder Yu regarding the 2 sects proved to be immensely significant. The first sect, the Wanhua sect, is located 2,000 miles northwest of Shaosong Mountain. Its leader possesses initial stage spiritual connection, and the sect boasts nearly 1,000 disciples. They recruit new disciples once every decade. Having just completed their recruitment last year, the sect's practices are gentle, and its ethos is upright, primarily focusing on the arts of the 5 elements. The second, Goyu Mountain, lies 2,200 miles southeast of Shaosong Mountain. Its headmaster is at the mid-stage of spiritual connection, with only about 200 disciples, and it has never openly recruited new members. The sect's practices are domineering, and its ethos is nefarious, encouraging its disciples to engage in conflict, primarily emphasizing aggressive combat techniques. After reviewing the information on these 2 sects, Yang Guanfeng inquired, Elder Yu, what is your perspective? Elder Yu responded, as for the Goyu Mountain, it is best to dismiss any thoughts of it. The nature of this sect is too sinister, and it is unlikely that our humble Yang family could endure its influence. Conversely, the Wanhua sect is worth pursuing. In 10 years, the Yang family could cultivate a new generation of capable children. If any of them exhibit extraordinary talent, we might seek a recommendation to send them for consideration. Indeed, your thoughts align closely with my own, Yang Guanfeng concurred. Yang Guanfeng nodded, and the 2 subsequently fell into silence. While such opportunities for recommendation are spoken of casually, they are far from easily attained. Typically, only prestigious families of considerable standing, such as the Li family of Nanshan, possess the privilege of nominating a disciple, and even then, it is a singular opportunity. The Yang family still has a considerable distance to cover to catch up with the Li family, and it is improbable that any aristocratic family would relinquish the opportunity to recommend them. Therefore, the only remaining force capable of endorsing the Yang family is the Wang dynasty. They are authorized to nominate disciples for the sect, as stipulated in the bilateral agreement. After a brief pause, Elder Yu spoke again. Currently, the only prospects we can strive for are 2 towns. Su Guang, a person driven by profit, likely harbors insatiable ambitions, which the Yang family cannot fulfill. The individual from Baishur possesses a staunch integrity and will probably not yield easily. Thus, let us set this matter aside for now. We have a decade ahead to deliberate. Indeed, Master, in the days that followed, the Yang family experienced tranquility and harmony. In the blink of an eye, winter gave way to spring, and the Yang family's farmland expanded significantly, with many laborers busy with spring plowing. A period of 6 months of rest and recuperation solidified the Yang family's position in the region. During this time, numerous commoners were drawn to the area, forming a small village at the foot of Shaosong Mountain, where they became dependent on the Yang family for their livelihood. This land was once wild, inhabited by feral beasts. But upon the arrival of the Yang family, these creatures were frightened away, retreating into the depths of the mountains, thus creating a conducive environment for human existence. Looking up at the cliffs, the perpetual mist that enveloped the area had become a totemic symbol in the hearts of the Yang family. The villagers residing below the mountain even proclaimed that immortals dwelled within the mist. Yang Lingrui once again consumed 2 drops of spiritual elixir, having reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of qi gathering, and was preparing to find an opportune moment to enter seclusion. Recently, Yang Lingshi has successfully advanced to the 2nd level of qi gathering, while Yang Linghu is still preparing for his own breakthrough. There is also encouraging news. After half a year of recuperation following the relocation, Yang Guanfeng's own bottleneck has shown signs of loosening. This is a significant event for the Yang family, as another breakthrough would elevate him to the 6th level of Qi gathering, just one minor realm away from the late stage of Qi gathering. At 39 years of age, he has a decade left to strive for advancement before turning 50. On this particular day, within the confines of the Yang family's forbidden grounds, 5 family cultivators have gathered as a momentous occasion is about to unfold. Chen Yang, reclining on a high platform, gazes at the 5 solemn-faced individuals surrounding him, feeling somewhat bemused. Must they be so tense? It is merely a matter of taking a nap. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him is on the verge of reaching its full capacity, poised for another ascension. He recalls that during his first transformation, he awoke after 10 days and subsequently mastered the art of spirit gathering. To him, the process of advancement holds no peril. However, the 5 members of the Yang family are unaware of Chen Yang's true nature. After perusing various records, they have learned that the advancement of spiritual treasures carries a risk of failure. To mitigate this risk, cultivators must continuously nurture the spiritual treasure with their energy to maintain its stability. Chen Yang, aside from the residual old law disc, is the only spiritual treasure left in the Yang family. Furthermore, his progress is intrinsically linked to the cultivation advancements of the younger generation of cultivators. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu once calculated that without Chen Yang, the 3 children of the Yang family would, to this day, have only just entered the 1st level of Qi gathering. The efficacy of Chen Yang's spirit gathering is not merely a simple accumulation of spiritual energy. It concurrently provides an exquisite environment conducive to meditation for cultivators. In conjunction with this, the 3 siblings, Yang Lingrui, have achieved their current accomplishments. Thus, for the Yang family, he must not encounter any mishap. At noon, under a clear and bright sky, Chen Yang's favored weather, the 5 members of the Yang family began to channel their spiritual energy into him simultaneously. In an instant, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual force within him, and the next moment, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, leading him into slumber within a mere second. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the 5 members of the Yang family, a faint blue glow emanated from Chen Yang's body. "All right, let us pause," they said, retracting their hands and rising. Elder Yu approached to examine Chen Yang's condition closely and, after a moment, revealed a delighted expression. His state is stable, with no signs of collapse. This extraordinary stone is indeed a treasure for our Yang family. The other 4 felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Does this mean that the advancement limit of this extraordinary stone extends beyond the mid-stage of Qi gathering? Indeed, in my estimation, the upper limit of this stone may well reach the consummation of Qi gathering. The young cultivators, Ling Rui, Lingshi, and Ling Hu, were taken aback by Elder Yu's assessment, as this realm seemed incredibly distant to them. "Disciples are present," they responded. "I entrust you 3 with the guardianship of the extraordinary stone. You shall take turns, continuously nurturing it with spiritual energy day and night until it completes its advancement." "Understood," they affirmed. Normally, Chen Yang would remain in slumber for at least a month. But due to the continuous, round-the-clock nurturing by the 3, by the 8th day, his consciousness had already awakened. Upon awakening, Chen Yang felt as though the entire world had become clearer. His vision could extend to greater distances, and at that moment, as he began to manipulate his spiritual energy, he experienced an inexplicable sensation of being able to draw it from the storage space. Chapter 16. Spiritual Energy Surge. Disturbance in the mountains and forests. The white space expanded once more. This time, astonishingly, it had increased 5-fold. After introspecting, Chen Yang observed that the storage space was expanding once more. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Ling Hu descended the mountain to report, he endeavored to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. Initially, he tested his ability to gather spiritual essence, which remained consistent in range. Yet the volume of gathered energy had significantly increased. Upon comparison, he realized that the concentration of spiritual energy, previously at approximately 3 times the norm, had now escalated to nearly 5 times. Subsequently, leveraging the sensation of drawing upon his spiritual power, he sought to explore any new abilities he might have acquired. The energy within him was drawn forth, flowing from the white space, gradually permeating and coalescing upon the surface of his body. Once the surface was completely enveloped, the energy ceased to flow outward. As Chen Yang manipulated the spiritual power enveloping his body, he discovered the capability to compress it. Gradually, He concentrated the once expansive energy into a minuscule point, no larger than the tip of a finger. Ah, the ability to compress. What purpose does this serve? Chen Yang pondered, gazing at the small white point adorning his form, utterly confounded by this newfound ability. It bore no resemblance to a sensing or illuminating force. With a sense of intrigue, he continued to experiment with compressing the energy further. In an instant, as he focused his thoughts, the minuscule mass of compressed energy detached from his body and shot forth with great velocity. Boom. Despite its diminutive size, the impact of this spiritual energy was astonishingly powerful, unaware that it could be projected and lacking any regard for its trajectory. Chen Yang inadvertently obliterated an entire row of vacant chambers within the forbidden area with this energy discharge. Goodness, I possess such formidable power now. The force of this energy strike equated to a self-sacrificial blow from a peak mid-stage practitioner, rendering any ordinary mid-stage practitioner utterly doomed should they encounter such an attack. Chen Yang was both astonished and elated, never having anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little stone within him could wield such immense destructive capability. Such a tremendous commotion inevitably attracted the attention of others. The three children and elder Yu, originally at the foot of the mountain, hastily arrived at the forbidden area. Upon witnessing the ruins where the chambers once stood, they were momentarily taken aback. Has someone trespassed into the forbidden area again? Yang Linghu inquired. Yang Lingshi immediately shook her head, saying, No, the formation is functioning perfectly. The token has not responded. Besides, why would anyone come in and blow up a row of empty houses? At that moment, the gazes of the four fell in unison upon Chen Yang. Ah, fine, it was indeed my doing, but it was an accident, Chen Yang thought to himself. Elder Yu stepped forward and gently touched Chen Yang. Noticing that his surface was somewhat warm, he then sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the forbidden area. Lingshi was right. No one had intruded into the forbidden grounds. It was the strange stone that had caused the commotion during its advancement. What? The strange stone can blow up houses after it advances? Are we going to live here? Will we be awakened from our sleep by explosions? Yang Linghu said with a straight face. His words elicited laughter from Lingshi and Lingrui. Elder Yu chuckled and shook his head. The strange stone's ability is certainly not to blow up houses. From what I sensed, it resembles a type of ray-based technique. He took hold of Chen Yang's hand and began to slowly infuse spiritual power into it. Maintaining a steady rhythm, Chen Yang was able to harness the gathering spirit effect, feeling the spiritual energy more abundant than before, which made Elder Yu nod in satisfaction. Subsequently, he changed his approach and rapidly infused spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. It was then that an unexpected event occurred. They observed the spiritual energy beginning to converge on the surface of the strange stone, soon enveloping it entirely. With his wealth of experience, Elder Yu continuously compressed the spiritual power, and when the light points coalesced into a thickness comparable to a finger, he promptly aimed Chen Yang at a massive rock on the mountain. Go! Whoosh! Bang! The surge of spiritual energy shot forth with tremendous speed, obliterating the boulder, which was over 2 zhang tall, into fine dust in the blink of an eye. This scene astonished the three children once more. Such powerful magic, with such destructive capability. Even my gale wind could not achieve this. I feel this is akin to a full-force strike from a mid-stage qi gathering practitioner, the three children remarked. Elder Yu also smiled, turning to them. Lingqing's intuition is quite accurate. This indeed possesses the level of a full-force strike from a mid-stage qi gathering practitioner. The strange stone is truly remarkable. Originally just an auxiliary spiritual treasure, it now serves a defensive purpose. Observing the eager expressions of the three children, Elder Yu entrusted Chen Yang to them. After a period of guidance, all three successfully unleashed a burst of spiritual energy through Chen Yang. However, due to their insufficient strength, the power was not as great as Elder Yu's, only reaching the level of a newly advanced mid-stage qi gathering practitioner. Moreover, after firing 4 consecutive blasts, Chen Yang's surface had become exceedingly hot to the touch, making it nearly impossible to hold. It seemed that this technique had a limit on usage. Excessive use would cause the spiritual treasure to overheat, and if they did not cease, it might sustain damage. Elder Yu reached a conclusion, and the three children nodded in agreement. Chen Yang also found it reasonable, for at this moment, he felt a hint of fatigue in his consciousness. Elder Yu, is the patriarch still at the mine today? After testing Chen Yang's new abilities, Yang Lingqing inquired of Elder Yu. Yes, the patriarch is still there keeping watch. How peculiar. Were not the wild beasts driven away previously? Why then does the menace of beasts still persist? This predicament had endured for over 10 days. It was not only the Yang family affected, but also two nearby towns that suffered from the disturbances caused by the beasts. Presently, the military had even stationed themselves outside the towns. Chen Yang had heard whispers of the beast menace before falling into slumber. The forbidden grounds of the Yang family are situated atop the mountain, where he had previously sensed that long-lost aura. During his 20 years in the secret realm, he had encountered a plethora of monstrous beasts, becoming thoroughly acquainted with them. This matter transcends a mere beastly nuisance. At this point, Elder U.S. expression grew grave. Previously, the family head, myself, and two town leaders ventured into the mountains to investigate, discovering traces of the monstrous beast's activities. The mere mention of monstrous beasts sent a shiver down the spines of the three children. These creatures feed on humans, and the enmity between our two factions is well documented in the texts they have perused. Although they have never laid eyes on such beasts, they have already grasped the ferocity of these entities. Elder U, should this predicament arise from the monstrous beasts, it is likely that it will not be resolved swiftly. Yang Lingshi remarked. Lingshi speaks wisely. We have envisioned the worst-case scenario, an overwhelming tide of beasts. Elder U responded gravely. This may well be the first trial we face after the Yang family has distanced itself from the influence of the dynasty. You all must prepare in advance. Indeed. Elder U, we understand. Subsequently, for a considerable period, the 5 cultivators of the Yang family seldom returned to the forbidden grounds for their training. In light of the escalating threat posed by the beasts, they were compelled to descend the mountain to safeguard their clan. The current situation of the Yang family is relatively stable, as they had prepared their clan soldiers in advance and still have 5 cultivators among them. Although some have sustained injuries, there have been no fatalities thus far. 2 towns are garrisoned with troops, and the circumstances there are acceptable, with the townsfolk remaining unharmed. However, the smaller villages scattered in the vicinity are not as fortunate. Many of these hamlets have become uninhabitable due to the encroachment of wild beasts. There are even instances where packs of large predators have ravaged villagers' homes, entering to devour the inhabitants. In the villages that still lie within a safe perimeter, anxiety reigns, prompting many residents to pack their belongings and flee with their families to seek refuge in the towns. Chapter 17. The calm before the crisis. Yang Guanfeng learned from Su Guang that this predicament had befallen the entirety of the Zhuhu dynasty, with neighboring realms experiencing similar tribulations. The influx of refugees had surged to such an extent that the population capacity of the towns of Liuye and Baishe swiftly reached its limit. The gates of the towns had been shut, forbidding any outsiders from entering. The refugees lamented outside the towns, wailing and kneeling in long lines, refusing to depart even when confronted by soldiers wielding blades to drive them away. During this period, the Yang family has sheltered numerous refugees. The villages nestled at the foot of Shaosong Mountain have remained unscathed from wild beasts, thanks to the presence of the Yang family. However, they are merely a single family and cannot be compared to the scale of the town. Altogether, they can accommodate approximately 300 individuals, which is nearly their limit. On the 20th day of the beast plague outbreak, Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu switched shifts, returning from the mines to the Yang residence. In the assembly hall, Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei reported the situation to him. As of today, we have taken in 213 households of refugees, and they have all been properly settled, Yang Feiyun stated. Yang Guanfeng nodded and inquired, can we continue to receive them? Regarding finances and provisions, our household can indeed manage. As for the land, we can make do, but there isn't ample space for them to cultivate. Instead of allowing them to farm, we should provide them with weapons. Weapons? Yang Feiyun expressed his confusion. Nearby, Yang Xiaolei contemplated, elder brother, do you mean to turn them into auxiliary soldiers? Precisely. With the impending beast tide, the assault will undoubtedly be fierce. If these individuals lack the ability to resist, they will ultimately face a grim fate. Yang Guanfeng rose and proclaimed, I entrust this matter to you. Go forth and elucidate the implications to these individuals. Those who are willing to serve the Yang family shall join our clan's militia. After the beast tide, the elderly and children will still remain here. For those who choose otherwise, may they seek their own fortunes. During the calamity, the Yang family will provide for their sustenance, but thereafter, they must return whence they came. Understood, elder brother. We shall comply. Yang Guanfeng realized that the recent pestilence posed a significant calamity for the Yang family. However, amidst the peril lay an opportunity to expand and strengthen. The foremost requirement was talent. The river flowing beneath Shaosong Mountain is known as Linshan River. A few days ago, Elder Yu, accompanied by Ling Rue, had already embarked on the construction of 2 wooden bridges and 1 stone bridge. The Yang family and the villages beneath the mountain currently reside on the northeastern side of the river. The original plan for Yang Guanfeng was to develop the area on the southern bank of the river for the benefit of the Yang family. However, at that time, there was a lack of labor force, and the project was temporarily shelved. Today, with a significant influx of refugees, an opportunity has arisen to absorb this wave, and after the beast tide, they can become a fresh force to assist the Yang family in reclaiming the land. Upon receiving the master's decree, the refugees responded eagerly. Upon learning that they could remain in this place, a substantial majority of the young men and women expressed their willingness to become clan soldiers. Through this recent calamity, they have come to realize that it is indeed wise to seek shelter under a sturdy tree. Training for the new recruits commenced in earnest, and the Yang family reached a level of mobilization that engaged the entire community. Apart from the elderly and children, everyone had a task at hand. Shaosong Mountain features a steep pass, difficult for individuals to traverse, and is the area where wild beasts most frequently emerge. Yang Lingrui, accompanied by the warriors of his clan, stands vigilant in this location. The other cultivators of the Yang family were engaged in various tasks, while Yang Guanfeng ventured alone to the summit of Shaosong Mountain to observe the latest developments concerning the beast plague. Elder Yu remained vigilant over the mineral resources, as the precious ores extracted were among the few stable sources that the Yang family could reliably exchange for spirit crystals, thus their preservation was paramount. Ling Hu and Ling Qing guarded the cliffs of the forbidden area. Recently, the wild beasts had been a frequent nuisance, but in the past few days, their activity had significantly diminished. Master, the scouts have returned. There remains no sign of activity today, reported the leader of the Clan S soldiers upon returning to the tent of Yang Lingrui. His name was Yang Tieli, who, by bloodline, was Yang Lingrui's uncle and had even cradled him in his arms during his infancy. However, Yang Lingrui had now embarked on the path of immortality, becoming a revered immortal master supported by the Yang family, holding a status far superior to that of mere mortals like them. Yang Lingrui, absorbed in examining a map, nodded lightly in response to the report. Thank you for your hard work, Tieli. Continue your vigilance. We must not let our guard down. Yes, obeying the master's command. After exiting the tent, Yang Tieli relayed Yang Lingrui's orders, and a new batch of scouts ascended the mountain once more. Leader, are we truly to follow the commands of a mere child? Questioned one of Yang Tieli's subordinates upon returning to their own tent. We have slain numerous beasts these past few days, and he does nothing but remain within the tent. Soon, another voice chimed in. Indeed, the beasts have ceased to appear. I believe this plague is nearing its end. Impudent. Yang Tieli suddenly shouted in anger. I see you two seek a swift demise. How dare you speak ill of the immortal master? The two, taken aback, immediately shrank back, silenced by his wrath. Both were young, around 18 or 19 years of age, and had long been aware of the formidable reputation of their ancestor, Yang Guanfeng. Yet, they remained skeptical of the abilities of this newly emerged young immortal master. Their mortal mindset led them to perceive Yang Lingrui, being so young, as someone unworthy of their complete trust. In contrast, Yang Tieli shared a different perspective. He and Yang Guanfeng belonged to the same generation, having witnessed Guanfeng's cultivation under Elder Yu's guidance. He had seen firsthand the myriad of techniques and powers he had developed. He understood well that the might possessed by a cultivator could not be comprehended by mere mortals and was not contingent upon age. Thus, he held a deep-seated respect for Yang Lingrui. Begone. Go inform the others that anyone who dares to speak of the immortal master in private will face the clan's law. Under the leadership of Yang Guanfeng, the Yang family enforced their clan rules with considerable severity. Upon hearing this term, the two young clan soldiers visibly trembled with fear, fully aware of its significance. They hurriedly complied, exiting the tent with trepidation. On the northern face of the cliff at Yang's residence, due to the necessity of maintaining confidentiality regarding their identities, Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing were assigned to guard this precipice during the recent outbreak of beastly afflictions. The sheer height of the cliff poses a fatal threat to ordinary mortals and beasts alike. However, the same cannot be said for the monstrous entities. Yang Guanfeng entrusted Chen Yang to Yang Lingqing. Among the three children, he felt the most at ease with Lingqing. This child possesses a calm demeanor, remains composed in the face of challenges, and has a keen sense of the bigger picture, making her the perfect custodian for the extraordinary stone. Coincidentally, Lingqing's training in the mud dragon technique excels in defensive control, with the addition of this extraordinary stone to compensate for her shortcomings. She would achieve a balance of both offense and defense. Shaoqing, there is no movement in the forest. Could it be that the wild beasts have retreated to the mountains? Yang Linghu returned to the forbidden area after completing his inspection. Yang Lingqing shook her head, declaring that it was impossible to retreat so easily. This was merely the calm before the storm, a strategic ploy to lower their guard before a full-scale assault. Upon reflection, it was evident that there were indeed malevolent beasts at work, for ordinary creatures would not possess such cunning. That makes sense. I shall take another round. Tiger. You may rest, she instructed. The two exchanged duties, and Yang Lingqing commenced her patrol along the cliffside, cradling Chen Yang in her arms. After traversing the cliff without encountering any anomalies, she ventured deeper into the forest. After proceeding a short distance, she retrieved Chen Yang. My precious, do you see any signs of the beasts in this vicinity? Chapter 18. The Outbreak of the Beast Tide. The assault of the demonic beasts since the incident involving Wang Lai. Yang Lingqing has felt that the peculiar stone in her home is unlike any other. This distinctiveness does not pertain to its quality, but rather to her impression that the stone seems to possess a life of its own. Consequently, she often engages in quiet conversations with Chen Yang, observing his reactions. Regrettably, the enigmatic stone has yet to exhibit any response. Yang Lingqing lifted Chen Yang above her head. After a while, noticing the absence of movement, she gently lowered him. She caressed Chen Yang and said, Good darling, I am aware of your prowess. Should any demonic beasts approach, you must assuredly alert us. Yang Lingqing's gaze was fixed upon the precipice, beneath which lay the stronghold of the Yang family. Should any demonic beasts breach this point, it would spell utter catastrophe for the clan. As a cultivator of the Yang family, safeguarding their lineage was their solemn duty. Ever since embarking on the path of immortality, Yang Lingqing had etched this mission into the very core of his being. In truth, even as he lifted Chen Yang, he had sensed it. There was indeed a faint aura of demonic beasts in the forest, though it was quite tenuous, indicating a considerable distance. He could only discern a general direction, unable to pinpoint their exact location. It appeared they were merely biding their time, testing the patience of those below the mountain. This could be considered the first significant tribulation he faced since joining the Yang family. Chen Yang's perspective aligned with that of Yang Guanfeng. This calamity was perilous. Yet if they could weather it, it would greatly benefit the future growth of the Yang family. While fatalities were undoubtedly unavoidable, one could only hope that the losses would not be excessively grievous. The Yang family treated themselves well, prompting Chen Yang to muster his spirits. For he was determined to protect these two children. As days turned into weeks, a full 10 days passed without any signs of wild beasts. Observing this calm, many villagers who had sought refuge began to believe that the danger had subsided. Despite the kind-hearted admonitions from some members of the Yang family, a number of villagers insisted on returning home. Some even interpreted the Yang family's goodwill as a sinister plot, claiming that they were being detained for forced labor. They remarked on the grueling training endured by the soldiers, expressing their skepticism regarding the Yang family's intentions after more than 10 days of silence and restrictions. The longtime caretakers of the household, Yang Feiyan and Yang Xiaolei, had grown accustomed to such situations. It is difficult to persuade those who have resolved to meet their demise. During this period, the Yang family had provided food and shelter, demonstrating their benevolence. Yet if the villagers chose not to appreciate it, they could be left to their own devices. 3 days later, most villagers without family members among the clan's soldiers had departed, leaving only about 10% behind at the Yang residence. On this very day, Yang Guanfeng suddenly returned home and issued 3 edicts as the family patriarch. First, all individuals under the jurisdiction of the Yang family were to seek refuge within the confines of the Yang estate from this day forth. Second, all newly trained soldiers of external lineage were to form 3 lines, vanguard, front line, and rear guard, to secure the eastern, southern, and western flanks of the Yang family. Third, with the exception of infants and the elderly who were unable to move, all others were to be armed for self-defense. The Yang family sprang into action with utmost urgency. Everyone understood the significance of the 3 edicts issued by the family patriarch. The beast tide was imminent. That very night, the mountains trembled and the roars of wild beasts echoed through the air. In that moment, the villagers of the Yang clan realized the gravity of their choice. Those who had departed early had become mere bones within the bellies of ferocious creatures. Arm yourselves. Ignite the torches. The crowd lit their torches, illuminating the Yang family courtyard against the darkness of night. At the front lines, The clan's warriors stationed at the mountain pass had already begun to engage with the approaching beast tide. Yang Tieli divided his subordinates into 3 teams, forming a kettle-shaped barrier to intercept the beasts. Initially, they were able to hold their ground, but as the number of beasts surged, they began to engage in a strategic retreat. As casualties continued to mount, their formation began to waver. There is a vanguard line behind us to provide support. Do not lose your composure. Yang Tieli led the charge at the forefront of the troop, issuing commands with a thunderous voice while deftly dispatching 2 ferocious beasts with his blade. Witnessing their leader's valor, the warriors were invigorated, swiftly regaining their formation. However, in that moment, the forest reverberated with 2 bone-chilling roars that sent shivers down their spines, causing the soldiers to falter. Once the echoes subsided, 2 towering figures emerged, crashing through the trees, a wild boar as robust as an ox and a 3-eyed, menacing black tiger. The sight left the warriors in sheer terror. What manner of fiends were these? They were demons. Were they destined to perish here? The sheer might of these demonic beasts was beyond their capacity to withstand. As the 2 beasts charged toward them, chaos erupted among the soldiers. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged forth, and 2 blade-like gusts of energy swept over the heads of the warriors. Wherever the winds passed, countless beasts were cleaved in 2, with astonishing speed in a semi-transparent form. The blades were too swift for the 2 initial-tier beasts to evade, and they were knocked to the ground. The energy penetrated deep into their flesh, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. The once mighty creatures were stripped of their ferocity, now emitting cries of agony. Yang Lingrui, with unwavering resolve, unleashed a fierce gust of wind that severed the necks of the 2 monstrous beasts, thereby extinguishing their very essence. Upon witnessing this, Yang Tieli let out a long sigh of relief, contemplating the extraordinary prowess of his master. He turned and bellowed, "Let us all rally our spirits. The master possesses divine abilities capable of vanquishing demons. We must not be a hindrance. Yes, leader. Fear not. Let us charge forth and slay." Yang Lingrui swiftly vanquished 2 demonic beasts, instantly invigorating the morale of his clan's warriors and igniting their fighting spirit. Sustaining this momentum, they awaited the arrival of the vanguard for assistance. The 2 groups successfully merged and retreated from the mountain pass. The next challenge lay in the plains, where the archers prepared by the Yang family unleashed a coordinated volley, inflicting substantial casualties upon the beast horde. Once again, Yang Lingrui decimated another demonic beast of the 1st tier, successfully repelling the initial onslaught of the beast tide. Our master is formidable. Our master's supernatural prowess is unmatched. The clansmen shouted, honoring their master. Yet, deep within, Yang Lingrui understood that the true architect of withstanding this first wave of assault was none other than his esteemed ancestor. Yang Guanfeng ventured alone into the depths of the mountains, where he now engaged in the swift elimination of demonic beasts. Those 3 beasts he had just encountered were merely the unfortunate remnants that had evaded capture. His ancestor possessed profound cultivation skills and should face no difficulties. However, he pondered the situation of his elder brother and sister. Meanwhile, at the precipice of the Yang family's domain, after dispatching dozens of ordinary wild beasts, Chen Yang emitted a wave of energy, alerting Yang Lingshi to the presence of 3 wolf demons lurking in the shadows, poised to launch a surprise attack. Thanks to Chen Yang's warning, their covert approach was thwarted, prompting them to initiate a direct assault instead. Yang Linghu engaged in a fierce battle with 2 first-tier wolf demons, while Yang Lingqing employed her mud dragon technique to wear down the stamina of another 2nd-tier wolf demon. Due to the limited usage of Chen Yang's spiritual power, she refrained from deploying it unless absolutely necessary. If only I could cultivate the mud dragon technique to the 2nd tier, I would be able to manipulate its shape, significantly enhancing my strength. Perhaps even 3rd-tier demons could be subdued. As she grappled with the wolf demons, Yang Lingqing pondered. At that moment, the outcome of another battle had already been determined. Despite sustaining injuries, Yang Linghu managed to snap the necks of the 2 smaller wolf demons. "Shao Qing, I shall assist you." Yang Linghu soared into action, and the 2 united their forces in combat. Chapter 19, The Mighty Beasts. The tide of beasts had persisted for over an hour, and the battlefield had now reached the front line. During this time, Yang Lingrui had slain 3 more beasts, while Linghu and Lingqing on the cliff had dispatched a double-tiered wolf demon. However, they soon sensed an overwhelming presence, a beast of the 3rd tier of energy convergence. A yak adorned with crimson horns charged down the mountain, heading straight for the Yang family. Yang Lingrui realized that he could not allow it to approach the defense line. Thus, he leaped into action, confronting the enemy and intercepting the Yak demon 20 zhang away from the defense line. However, due to the disparity in their realms, no matter how formidable Yang Lingrui's Gale techniques were, he could only manage to hold his ground against it. The Gale could merely inflict superficial wounds, insufficient to be fatal. Retreat. Upon witnessing this, Yang Lingrui decisively commanded the clan's soldiers, prompting Yang Tieli to swiftly organize a retreat for his subordinates. In order to confront this formidable beast, he required ample space to maneuver and engage. Yang Lingrui summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping his body in a protective gust of wind. This strategy was conceived by Yang Lingqing after observing his wind manipulation technique. The swirling winds surrounding him provided a measure of defense while also enhancing his speed. Thus, he would not be significantly outpaced by the formidable Yak demon. Utilizing the long-range advantage of his technique, Yang Lingrui began to lead the beast by the nose, deftly maneuvering through the battlefield. As he gradually wore down its stamina, he also utilized the creature's chaotic charge to obstruct the oncoming tide of beasts. Meanwhile, on the cliffside, a formidable presence emerged, a 10-meter-long serpent demon, also at the third stage of energy accumulation. Fortunately, the Yang family held a numerical advantage, allowing them to restrain their adversaries from both sides. Yang Lingqing and Yang Linghu exhibited a harmonious collaboration, managing to barely restrain the serpent demon. However, vanquishing it remained a formidable challenge. Yang Lingqing grasped the peculiar stone in her arms, only to release it moments later. No, it is not yet the right time. She felt a strong inclination to unleash her spiritual power to vanquish the serpent demon. Yet the potency of her mid-stage qi gathering was simply too trivial to expend on such a foe. Suddenly, a sound slicing through the air reached her ears. The serpent demon twisted its body, launching a powerful tail swipe towards Yang Linghu. Given their disparity of two minor realms, a direct hit would likely result in severe injury, if not death. However, entangled in the mire, the serpent demon's tail swipe was noticeably hindered. Yang Linghu, possessing remarkable courage, boldly advanced and used his shoulder to absorb the impact. With a deft motion, he leaned back and executed 2 complete somersaults in the air before finally landing. Though he had successfully deflected the attack, a piercing pain shot through his shoulder, which he bravely endured. Meanwhile, the serpent demon continued to writhe its body towards him. Yet the muddy ground clung to it like an unshakable leech. It realized that without exerting its full strength, it risked capsizing in this treacherous mire. Thus, it ceased to conserve its energy and, with a sudden surge, propelled itself free from the clutches of the swamp. "Be careful, tiger!" Yang Lingqing's urgent call. Yang Linghu reacted swiftly, executing a sideways roll, followed by a magnificent leap. Yang Linghu narrowly evaded a lethal blow. Yet his right leg was twisted due to the serpent demon's onslaught. The serpent demon landed and glared fiercely at Yang Lingqing. Just moments ago, this detestable human had kicked up dirt from the ground, obscuring its vision. Otherwise, Yang Linghu would undoubtedly have met his demise. Yang Lingqing unhesitatingly took out the strange stone and held it before her. The situation was dire. If the serpent demon dared to continue its assault on Yang Linghu, she would not hesitate to unleash her spiritual energy in retaliation. At that moment, however, a sudden clarity washed over her mind. From the onset of the beast tide until now, she had been continuously casting the mud dragon technique without pause. Amidst such intense exertion, she found herself experiencing a flicker of enlightenment. The serpent demon, noticing her momentary distraction, lunged forward, poised to swallow Yang Lingqing whole. In an instant, the ground before her surged, and a robust earthen wall materialized in the blink of an eye. The serpent demon collided violently with this earthen barrier, though it broke through. The tremendous rebound inflicted considerable pain upon it. Yang Lingqing seized the opportunity to swiftly reach Yang Linghu's side, assisting him to his feet. "Huzi, take this elixir." She produced a healing pill, one of the few treasured medicinal items from the Yang family, bestowed upon him by Yang Guanfeng. This was a genuine qi-boosting elixir. After ingesting it, Yang Linghu soon found that his right leg could move once more, and the pain in his shoulder had considerably diminished. The relentless barrage of attacks had driven the serpent demon into a frenzied rage, as it charged at the two with wild abandon. "Retreat." "Excellent." Yang Lingqing once again raised 3 earthen walls, a newfound ability acquired after her breakthrough to the 2nd level of magical cultivation. The serpent demon continuously crashed against the walls, and upon lifting its gaze, it spotted the two figures disappearing into the mist. In a fit of rage, driven by instinct rather than thought, it plunged into the cloud and fog formation. However, as soon as it entered the array, the serpent demon realized something was amiss. Within this realm, its vision was utterly obscured, and its breath was severed, rendering it unable to trace the whereabouts of young Lingshi and her companion. This unsettling situation instilled a sense of danger within it, prompting the creature to change direction in an attempt to escape the fog. At that moment, young Linghu, who had stealthily approached, suddenly sprang forth, delivering a powerful kick to the demon's head. Both he and young Lingshi possessed the sensing tokens of the formation, allowing their vision to remain unaffected. The serpent demon instinctively retaliated, swinging its tail, but missed young Linghu and instead struck the ground. Impaled by the earthen spikes that had formed beneath it, letting out a cry, it attempted to maneuver its body, only to realize that the area was riddled with such spikes. In this dire circumstance, young Linghu continued to strike like a phantom, landing punches and kicks intermittently. After several rounds of assault, the serpent demon finally bore wounds that bled. This revelation ignited a flicker of retreat within the creature, and disregarding the onslaught from the Yang siblings, it braved the pain and burst forth from the fog array, plunging deep into the mountains. After a brief pursuit, Yang Lingshi and Yang Linghu confirmed their target had departed before returning. They exchanged glances, both reflecting gleeful expressions. Achieving the remarkable feat of driving away a beast of the third stage of Qi gathering without relying on spiritual power was truly commendable. However, the battle had indeed been perilous, leaving their internal energies significantly depleted. As they prepared to take a moment to recuperate, the unusual stone in Yang Lingshi's hand began to vibrate violently. A beast was approaching. Following Chen Yang's earlier warning, they beheld a grotesque sight. A grayish-white monkey beast was gnawing on the remains of a serpent demon while advancing towards them. The mere aura of this creature sent shivers down their spines. It was a mid-stage Qi-gathering beast. Upon spotting the duo, the monkey's eyes glinted with disdain. Earlier, it had encountered a formidable human who had wisely fled. But these two were inconsequential, merely appetizers before the main course. The monkey beast dismissed them entirely. Yang Lingshi's mud dragon technique proved ineffective against it. While Yang Linghu was effortlessly seized, unable to resist, the monkey opened its mouth wide, releasing a foul stench. After consuming these two, it planned to unleash a massacre below, devouring the entire family to facilitate its breakthrough to the fifth stage of Qi gathering. However, an inexplicable unease suddenly gripped it, causing it to halt its actions. A sharp sound pierced the air, and in that fleeting moment, it felt a sudden heat in its head, its strength dissipating. Dropping Yang Linghu, it collapsed to the ground, its eyes widening in shock. Turning its gaze toward Yang Lingshi, seated on the ground, its sight ultimately fixated on the stone she held. It was, boom. The massive body of the monkey beast, nearly 10 feet tall, crashed to the earth. In its final moments, it caught sight of Chen Yang, achieving a fleeting understanding before its demise. Chapter 20. Chen Yang displays might on the vast battlefield. The conflict had reached a fever pitch. All the soldiers stood firm at the last line of defense, using their flesh and blood to thwart the onslaught of the beasts. They roared and charged, completely drenched in blood, their fury blinding them to fear. Armed with whatever weapons they could find, they fought fiercely. If a weapon was unavailable, they lunged at the beasts to engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Despite the grimness of the battle, none chose to flee, for behind them lay their beloved kin. And retreat was not an option. The lives of both man and beast are incessantly extinguished, and before the final line of defense, a mound of corpses has accumulated to a height of nearly a human. This has formed a barrier, yet simultaneously provided the beasts with a springboard. The warriors of the clan strive valiantly to intercept them, but due to the overwhelming number of beasts, a few agile and diminutive creatures manage to leap over the wall of bodies, soaring above their heads. Once they surpass the defender's line, the beasts can advance unhindered into the Yang family courtyard. A few of these creatures, intoxicated by the sin of humans within, excitedly scramble up the surrounding wall and leap inside. Foolish beasts, seeking their demise. Strike them fiercely. They had anticipated a banquet, yet were met with humans wielding blades and clubs. Despite lacking professional training, the sheer number of defenders overwhelmed them. As soon as the fortunate few who breached the line landed, they were swiftly surrounded by a throng of individuals who unleashed a furious assault upon them. Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei commanded from within the courtyard, instructing the people to shelter the elderly, weak, women, and children in the center, while the young stood resolutely on the perimeter. They themselves took up arms, positioning themselves at the forefront. After all, in their youth, they had practiced martial arts, and dispatching a few beastly offspring was hardly a challenge. In this moment, everyone within the Yang family, regardless of their origins or social standing, united with a shared enmity and resolute courage, fighting valiantly for the right to survive in this brutal world. At the very front of the battlefield, a tremendous roar echoed, marking the collapse of the exhausted yak demon. Yang Lingrui seized the opportune moment to unleash a series of 3 powerful gusts, delivering the finishing blows to the formidable beast after nearly an hour of relentless struggle. His garments were thoroughly drenched in sweat, and he gasped for breath. The effort of vanquishing this high-level yak demon had taken a tremendous toll on him, leaving him in a state of near exhaustion. However, in the midst of this intense conflict, there was no time for respite. Yang Lingrui swiftly returned to the front line to assist those in dire straits, facing imminent collapse. As the formation of the gusts proved elusive, he resorted to engaging the enemy with his fists and feet. The physical prowess of a cultivator far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Even without the use of spells, his combat strength was exceptionally formidable. He single-handedly plugged 3 gaps in the defense, repelling several waves of feral assaults, thereby alleviating considerable pressure on the warriors behind him. Just as he prepared to venture elsewhere for further support, he noticed that the imminent breaches had all been fortified. Several squads of warriors were skillfully maneuvering in the rear, reinforcing wherever necessary, ensuring that the line remained intact against the relentless onslaught of beasts. Through the unwavering efforts of all, as dawn broke, the tide of beasts began to wane, their ranks faltering, with no new demons emerging. On the cliff above, following the demise of the monkey demon, 4 more beasts made their appearance. Yang Lingshi and Yang Linghu joined forces to vanquish 2 of the beasts at the 2nd level of Qi gathering, leaving only one at the 3rd level and another at the 4th level, both of which perished under Chen Yang's spiritual energy onslaught. In light of this, Yang Guanfeng's decision to entrust Chen Yang to Yang Lingqing proved to be exceedingly wise. Had it not been for this action, both Linghu and Lingqing would have met their demise that very night, and the Yang family at the foot of the cliff would have faced the merciless slaughter by the demonic beasts. Following the tumult of the beast tide, the Yang family would have been no more. As the roars of the beasts gradually subsided, a heavy burden lifted from their hearts. Shaoqing, we have held our ground, haven't we? Yang Linghu lay utterly exhausted on the ground, his body covered in wounds, with only the 1st level of energy cultivation. Each battle throughout the night had been an overwhelming challenge for him. Had it not been for his extraordinary innate physical talents and his successful mastery of the bull strength technique, he would not have been able to endure until the end. Alas, he held his ground. Well done, Huzi. Yang Lingqing leaned against a tree trunk for support, struggling to maintain her footing. Her hand clasped around Chen Yang's trembled incessantly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ancestor, Lingqing has succeeded. She silently rejoiced within her heart. After a brief respite, the 2 supported each other to rise. The tumult of beastly waves had subsided on the cliff, and they resolved to descend the mountain to offer assistance. Suddenly, a powerful tremor surged through Yang Lingqing's hand, her eyes widening in alarm. There are more beasts. The pair hastily turned to see a cunningly gaze of a fox demon, its fiery red fur gleaming as it fixed its sights upon them from a distance. It had been observing from afar, biding its time after witnessing the peculiar stone's might in Yang Lingqing's grasp. Only after the 4 beasts ahead had perished and the duo was utterly spent did it choose to make its final, opportunistic appearance. Yang Lingqing's expression was somewhat rigid. For the first time since her birth, an air of despair flickered in her eyes. This was not solely due to their inability to resist, but also stemmed from her understanding of the beast's realm through Chen Yang's response. It was at the 6th level of Qi gathering. Such a staggering disparity in cultivation levels instilled a profound sense of helplessness within Yang Lingqing. Yet, the tenacity within her heart compelled her to suppress her fear and raise the strange stone. With the last vestige of her spiritual energy, Yang Lingqing unleashed a surge of power. However, the force of her attack was merely equivalent to that of a 4th level Qi gathering, posing no real threat to the fox demon, which effortlessly raised its paw to block the onslaught. Observing that the peculiar stone emitted only such a meager force, the fox demon completely relaxed its guard and strode confidently toward the 2. Confronted with an insurmountable foe, Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing exchanged a glance, each discerning a resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes, leading them both to a shared conclusion. Thus, it was decided they would sacrifice their lives to protect their family one last time, as they assumed a desperate stance. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of the fox demon. Aware that their resistance was futile, the fox's mischievous nature surfaced, and it was seized by a whimsical urge to toy with the two humans. With its 6th-level chi-gathering prowess, it could have effortlessly slain them the moment it appeared. Yet it chose to approach them leisurely. This foolish decision ultimately sealed the fox demon's fate. As it lowered its large head to draw near the two, the scene before them was abruptly engulfed in a blinding radiance. In the next instant, the fox demon's body was pierced through entirely by the spiritual shockwave. The creature met its end in a haze of astonishment and confusion. Equally stunned were Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing, who stood transfixed before the lifeless form of the fox demon, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Lingqing, is this your doing? Yang Linghu asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Yang Lingqing shook her head in bewilderment, subsequently gazing at the peculiar stone in her hand. Initially, she believed this treasure merely served to sense enemies and provide early warnings. However, it became evident that she had underestimated its capabilities. The recent surge of spiritual energy was, in fact, emitted by the stone itself. Chapter 21. The beast tide subsides. As the sun began to rise, the beast tide in the mines retreated ahead of schedule. Elder Yu promptly returned to the Yang residence. Observing that the situation outside had stabilized, he prepared to venture into the depths of the mountains in search of the family patriarch, Yang Guanfeng. Yet, just as he was about to set off, he suddenly felt a jolt of unease, his expression shifting dramatically. This is dire. He sensed the presence of the fox demon, located precariously on the cliff. Elder Yu's heart raced with turmoil. The two children were still up there. Even with the peculiar stone, they were no match for a 6th-tier demon beast. This was indeed troubling. He summoned his spiritual energy to its fullest, leaping over the crowd and courtyards until he reached the cliff. From a distance, he spotted the two children and quickly retrieved a talisman, casting a spell to pull them safely behind him. Upon examining their bodies, he discovered that the children were merely exhausted and physically drained, with no significant injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief. As he turned to engage the fox demon in battle, he was astonished to find that the creature was already dead. The fierce aura had not yet dissipated completely, indicating that it had only just been slain. Approaching for a closer look, he noted a blood hole the size of a finger piercing through the fox demon's forehead, having traversed its entire body before exiting at the tail. Aside from this, there were no other injuries on the demon, signifying it had been killed in a single blow. Elder Yu could easily recognize such a powerful surge of spiritual energy. However, he found it perplexing. The highest realm of the two children was merely the 2nd tier. How could they have possibly dispatched the fox demon in one strike? Amidst his confusion, Lingqing and Linghu approached. Elder Yu, this demon beast was slain by the peculiar stone. Yang Lingqing spoke as she handed the somewhat heated Chen Yang to Elder Yu. She then recounted the recent events involving Wang Lai's trespass into the forbidden area and the onslaught of the beast tide, alongside the continuous release of spiritual energy fluctuations from the mysterious stone, which served as their warning. Such occurrences were indeed astonishing. Elder Yu, with a look of disbelief, gazed at Chen Yang, lost in thought for a considerable time. Memories of distant legends he had heard long ago, upon first embarking on the path of cultivation, resurfaced in his mind. This object was so extraordinary. Could it truly have significant origins? After these series of events, Elder Yu increasingly felt that Chen Yang's background was anything but ordinary, likely transcending the mere classification of a rare mystical stone. However, given the lingering threat of the beast tide, this was not the moment for such discussions. Elder Yu led the two children down the cliff, simultaneously dealing with several beasts that had sought refuge in the Yang family. With Elder Yu's involvement, the tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. The in his hand radiated brilliant light as Elder Yu deftly traced several symbols in the air, and a powerful gravitational force flattened the beasts before him into mere pulp. Witnessing this display, the remaining beasts regained their senses and fled, tails tucked, into the depths of the mountains. Thus, the assault on the Yang family was completely quelled. Although they suffered substantial casualties and extensive destruction of houses and rice fields, they ultimately persevered. The aftermath at home was entrusted to Yang Feiyin and Yang Xiaolei. While Elder Yu instructed the three spirits to transport all the beast corpses back to the forbidden area, he did not linger. Crossing the small pine mountain in search of Yang Guanfeng, who was slaying demons deep in the mountains. After half a day's journey, he discovered the injured Yang Guanfeng returning. At that moment, Yang Guanfeng presented a woeful appearance, with a deep claw mark on his chest exposing bone and a significant chunk of flesh bitten off his shoulder. Elder Yu hurried forward, yet found Yang Guanfeng's aura surprisingly robust, rather than feeble. As Elder Yu made contact, an unmistakable joy spread across his face. Master, you have broken through to a new realm. Yang Guanfeng has once again transcended his cultivation, reaching the 6th level of the Qi-gathering realm. He chuckled at Elder Yu, saying, my frail bones remain utterly still during tranquil cultivation. It is only when a ferocious beast seizes me and takes a bite that I find true comfort. His laughter echoed. To break through amidst battle, the master's talent is indeed commendable. He then reminisced, alas, had someone guided the master in his cultivation from the outset. Achieving perfection in the Qi-gathering stage would have been effortlessly within reach. Upon hearing this, Yang Guanfeng shook his head in self-deprecation. Fate has its whims. Now that the younger generation of the Yang family has shown promise, I desire nothing more. After consuming a healing elixir, Yang Guanfeng, along with Elder Yu, returned home. Upon taking stock, it was revealed that the Yang family had suffered immensely in this calamity, with a total of 484 lives lost, including family members, clan soldiers, and the original villagers from the mountains, as well as the refugees who had sought shelter. Yang Guanfeng returned home and spent 5 days organizing the cleanup of the battlefield. Simultaneously, he and Elder Yu established a vast burial ground on the western slope of Shaosong Mountain, interring all the deceased civilians from the recent beast tide within it. On the day of the funeral, all the surviving townsfolk ascended the mountain alongside the Yang family to pay their respects. The line of mourners stretched from the mountainside down to the base of the hill. Yang Guanfeng stood before the 484 graves, addressing the assembly with a resonant voice. This battle marks the defining moment for the Yang family since our independence from Luwei town. Should we falter, the Yang family shall cease to exist. Fortunately, we have brave warriors, we have heroes, and we have all of you. This victory will not be solely that of the Yang family, but a triumph for us all. He paused momentarily, lifting a jar of wine from beside him. Yang Guanfeng, toast to you all. After draining the contents in one gulp, he raised another cup, turning to face the 484 graves, and bellowed. To the brave warriors, to the heroes. The voice was rich and resonant, echoing throughout the entire Shaosong Mountain. Behind him, people of all ages, regardless of gender, raised their cups, joining Yang Guanfeng in pouring their wine upon the mountain. That night, the gates of the Yang residence stood wide open, hosting a feast for all the townsfolk who had survived this calamity. Some raised their glasses in celebration, others embraced and wept, while some were filled with fervor, and others were left in stunned silence. The myriad expressions of humanity merged into the wine, the tears, and the night's embrace. The battle against the beast tide firmly established the Yang family's presence on Shaosong Mountain, intertwining the fates of the townspeople who had endured this ordeal with the Yang family for generations to come. Turning our gaze to the other factions in the eastern mountains, we find devastation. Every village lay in ruins, with not a single villager spared. It was said that even their bones were ground and consumed, leaving nothing behind. The military forces of Liya town were nearly annihilated, and a practitioner of the gathering Qi realm perished. Yet the city remained unbreached, which could be deemed a modest consolation. However, Baishe town was not as fortunate. On the night of the beast tide, a late-stage beast of the gathering Qi realm attacked the town. Even with the town chief breaking through to the 6th level of gathering Qi, it was futile. He ultimately became a meal for the beast. Once the city gates were breached, the horde surged in, mercilessly slaughtering the townsfolk, their desperate cries echoing in a scene reminiscent of purgatory, too harrowing to behold. Ultimately, a streak of light descended from the horizon, revealing itself to be a verdant flying sword. The sword darted through the town, slaying all the beasts, including the late-stage one. Subsequently, 2 talismans fell, enveloping the entire town in a radiant aura. The beasts seemed to have their blood drained in an instant, collapsing into lifeless husks. After the beast tide subsided, Baishe town's population dwindled to less than 30% of its previous count, with many families obliterated and only a handful of practitioners remaining. Wang Xiong miraculously survived, yet his son, Wang Weiyong, perished at the hands of the late-stage beast. The Wang family, which he had painstakingly built, was brought to ruin in this catastrophe. Chapter 22. Reaching consensus with the new town chief amidst the ruins of the Wang family estate. Wang Xiong cradled the remnants of his child, his face aged considerably. Younger, your father is powerless. I am sorry. The annihilation of his family, compounded by the grief of losing his son, did not break Wang Xiong. His steadfast nature held strong, and he still had a younger son training in the sect, having escaped this calamity. This child was Wang Xiong's sole hope. As long as he could cultivate successfully, the roots of the Wang family would endure. The dynasty soon dispatched troops and the new town chief to Baishe town to organize the reconstruction efforts. The new town chief, named Gao Hui, was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of gathering qi and barely 30 years old. On his second day in Baishe town, he paid a visit to the Yang family. Upon witnessing the orderly progress of the Yang household, he instantly regarded Yang Wanfeng, the head of the family, with newfound respect. The rapid completion of reconstruction and the resilience of the townsfolk spoke volumes of the head of the family's remarkable prowess. Yang Guanfeng personally received him in the assembly hall. Upon seeing the man, Gao Hui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and offered congratulations. Congratulations to the head of the Yang family on achieving the 6th level of cultivation. Thank you, Mayor Gao. Please, have a seat, Yang Guanfeng replied. Gao Hui complied and took his seat. While maintaining a calm exterior, his mind was racing with thoughts. The previous intel had indicated that Yang Guanfeng had only reached the 5th level of cultivation. Now, however, he had broken through to the 6th. This transformation altered the status and relations of the Yang family of Shaosong Mountain with the towns to the east and west. With this realization, Gao Hui's demeanor became even more respectful. What brings you here, Mayor Gao? Yang Guanfeng inquired. Although he could surmise the purpose of Gao Hui's visit, essentially to request the Yang family's financial and material support for the reconstruction of Baishe town, such words needed to come from Gao Hui himself. Sensing this, Gao Hui was forthright, stating, to be candid, I seek the head of the Yang family's assistance in the reconstruction of Baishe town. Subsequently, Gao Hui made a promise. Should the Yang family lend their aid, he would grant them the choice of 3 shops in the newly rebuilt Baishe town, along with a tax exemption for the next 30 years. Upon hearing this, Yang Guanfeng chuckled lightly without offering a response. And Gao Hui understood that the items he had presented were insufficient to sway the other party. The shops within the town were merely the endeavors of mortals. It seemed that the desires of this esteemed head of the family lay beyond such trivialities. As he sipped his tea, Gao Hui began to ponder deeply. Yang Guanfeng did not rush him, instead accompanying him for tea. As a formally registered practitioner of the dynasty, although Gao Hui's cultivation level was not particularly high, this status granted him numerous privileges that others lacked. Yang Guanfeng was particularly drawn to the power he wielded, unlike the opportunistic and profit-driven individual that is Gao Guang. In contrast, Gao Hui was still youthful, and the endeavor to rejuvenate Baishe town was a commendable task entrusted to him. Should the town flourish again, it would undoubtedly showcase his remarkable capabilities. If he successfully accomplished this, coupled with the diligent management of the Yang family over the years, it was not unreasonable to anticipate that he might secure a promotion elsewhere. Thus, he did not place excessive value on immediate gains. Rather, he was more focused on how to achieve notable accomplishments in this locale to aspire for a higher position in the future. Having met the ancestral figure and the town mayor, Yang Lingrui entered the council hall, greeted both men, and proceeded to serve tea. Upon seeing this young disciple of the Yang family, Gao Hui was initially taken aback, followed by a realization. He was astonished that this youth had already attained the 2nd level of qi gathering at such a tender age, suggesting that future achievements in condensing essence were indeed within reach. With this young talent present, it was only a matter of time before the Yang family ascended to the status of a prestigious lineage. Comprehending this, Gao Hui recognized the underlying intentions of Yang Guanfeng. Indeed, the family head had a remarkable offspring, a true pillar of strength. Gao Hui proposed, let us proceed in this manner. Although my position may be modest and my authority limited, I do possess a few recommendations for sect admission. If the head of the Yang family is willing to assist me in the reconstruction of Baishe town, I shall recommend a disciple from the Yang family for the recruitment at Wanhua sect 10 years hence. What say you? Agreed. Yang Guanfeng readily agreed. The two reached a consensus, and upon finalizing the details, the matter was settled. Elder, you would lead 200 laborers to Baishe town to assist in the reconstruction, while the Yang family would bear half of the various resources required for the endeavor. This effectively positioned the Yang family as the principal shareholder of Baishe town. For the newly appointed Gao Hui, this investment was exceptionally timely. With the support of the Yang family, he would be able to complete the reconstruction ahead of the stipulated deadline set by the higher authorities. Thank you, Master Yang, for your steadfast support. Actually, I have come not only for the reconstruction of Baishur town, but for another matter as well, Gao, the town mayor, stated. Please, go on, replied Yang Guanfeng. The scale of the beast tide is enormous, with numerous beasts roaming about. Given the formidable strength of the Yang family, you must have vanquished many, Gao Hui remarked. Before my appointment in Baishur town, orders were issued from above to acquire the carcasses of these beasts. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this news, Yang Guanfeng became intrigued. Previously, it was mentioned that the beast tide posed both peril and opportunity for the Yang family. On one hand, it provided a chance to establish prestige and attract population within the region through valor in battle. On the other hand, the slain beasts would yield valuable remains. From skins and flesh to internal organs and bones, each part held its own worth, capable of fetching a significant amount of spirit crystals. Previously, having depleted their resources to purchase formations, this time, the carcasses of the beasts could replenish their coffers considerably. This also represented another advantage of relocating from the town. As long as one possessed the capability to withstand the beast tide, the number of beasts slain would be entirely one's own. The families within the town, after defending against the tide, could only receive meager rewards, with the majority reverting to the dynasty. I wonder how the dynasty is pricing this. Yang Guanfeng inquired. This is a crucial question. If the price is too low, even if the dynasty wishes to purchase, I would not sell, Gao Hui replied, bringing his fingers together. 70% of the market price. We shall take whatever quantity is available. Very well. When shall we commence the collection? Yang Guanfeng nodded in agreement at once. Within a month at most, a designated individual would arrive, and at that time, I shall be in contact with the head of the Yang family. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Mayor Gao. Once the matters were concluded, the two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Gao Hui took his leave. Yang Guanfeng returned to the forbidden area and informed everyone of the matter. It was indeed the first time he had heard of such a large-scale acquisition by the dynasty. Yet it was good news for us. Elder Yu nodded and remarked, only 70%? That means our Yang family has lost 30% of the profits for nothing. Upon hearing this, Yang Linghu furrowed his brows and spoke with a hint of confusion. In response to his bewilderment, young Lingqing stepped forward and gestured towards the side courtyard. Huzi, take a look at that pile of beast carcasses. Yang Linghu immediately gazed towards the mountains of beast corpses piled in the forbidden area. He noticed, what is the matter? To reach the Fish Ridge Jiangfang market, even with the speed of Elder Yu, it would take 3 days. For us, it might require 5 days of travel. Young Lingqing explained in a calm and measured manner. In our household, we possess no substantial resources. We must transport our goods to the marketplace in successive trips. Each entry incurs an entrance fee, and as we carry numerous carcasses of monstrous beasts, we must remain vigilant against potential highwaymen. The time consumed and the dangers faced during this process constitute the inherent costs of selling these beastly remains. Should we suffer any losses from theft, it would only lead to further unnecessary detriment. Upon hearing this, Yang Linghu grasped the situation, smacking his forehead in realization. I understand now. If we consider the losses incurred during the process of selling at the marketplace, the final profit we reap is scarcely 70% of the original value. Chapter 23. The blood-burning ritual. Yang Lingrui clapped his hands and remarked, indeed, it is Sister Qing who possesses such profound analytical insights. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu gazed at Yang Lingqing, who spoke with remarkable clarity, and could not help but express their admiration, nodding frequently in agreement. To have a descendant like Yang Lingqing, who possesses both a quick wit and a composed demeanor, is a treasure that many families can only dream of. Lingqing's insights were indeed astute. No wonder only you could communicate with that spirit stone. Following the battle against the beast tide, the Yang family has since altered their designation for Chen Yang. While they still refer to him as an anomalous stone in public and private, they have begun to call him the Spirit Stone. The gaze of the crowd once again shifted towards the forbidden ancestral hall. Yang Guanfeng, accompanied by the other four, stepped inside, where Chen Yang was quietly placed in the central position. Once they stood still, Yang Guanfeng respectfully clasped his hands towards Chen Yang and expressed, in light of the recent beast tide, we extend our deepest gratitude to Elder Spirit Stone for safeguarding the Yang family. Your life-saving grace shall never be forgotten. Following this, he and the other four bowed towards Chen Yang. His words were sincere and heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. Indeed, Had it not been for Chen Yang, they would have never witnessed the emergence of the fox demon. That mere fourth-tier ape demon could have annihilated the entire Yang family of over 300 souls. Upon confirming that Chen Yang might possess consciousness, both Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu meticulously recounted the events from the beginning. In their initial discovery of the secret realm, they stumbled upon the four-leaf spirit grass. It was only due to Elder Yu sensing a faint wave of spiritual energy that they noticed Chen Yang in the corner before departing. They later brought him home, where Wang Lai disrupted the formation with a magnet, unleashing another wave of energy that awakened Yang Lingqing, thwarting Wang Lai's ambush. Subsequently, during the onset of the beast tide, Chen Yang continually alerted Lingqing and Linghu of the approaching demon beasts, and at the most critical moment, he swiftly dispatched the fox demon, saving the lives of the two children. In retrospect, all these occurrences were far from mere coincidence. It seemed that, from the very beginning, the spirit stone might have possessed awareness. In other words, it was not they who extracted the spirit stone from the secret realm, but rather the spirit stone that chose the Yang family. Elder Yu even indulged in further imaginings, concluding that even the route they took upon entering the secret realm could have been guided by the spirit stone itself. Upon confirming the matter, the Yang family dared not delay, hastily relocating Chen Yang from the elevated platform in the courtyard to the ancestral hall, placing him alongside their revered ancestors. The other four attempted to engage Chen Yang in conversation. However, regrettably, only Yang Lingqing managed to elicit occasional responses, while the rest were met with a silence akin to that of an inanimate object. After some analysis, the family concluded that Lingqing's frequent communication with the spirit stones had likely earned him their recognition. Within the ancestral hall, the Yang cultivators resolved to express their profound gratitude for Chen Yang's life-saving intervention. As Yang Guanfeng's voice resonated, he produced a fire talisman from his sleeve, placing it in the palm of his hand. With a mere thought, the talisman ignited into a brilliant flame. He then extended his other hand, channeling spiritual energy to pierce through his fingertips. A droplet of blood, imbued with spiritual luminescence, soared forth. Following his lead, Elder Yu and the three children each extracted a droplet of their own. This was no ordinary blood. It was the precious essence unique to cultivators, produced after condensing their vital energy. Losing even a single drop required immense time to refine anew. A deficiency in this vital essence could hinder a cultivator's ability to perform techniques, and a significant depletion could regress their cultivation. Thus, this substance, akin to life itself for cultivators, was now drawn forth by each of the 5 Yang family members. They urged their spiritual energy, directing the droplets toward the flame held in Yang Guanfeng's palm. At the moment of contact, a dazzling orange radiance erupted, illuminating the entire forbidden area. Were it not for the protective formations, onlookers from the mountain below would surely mistake it for a second sun. As the 5 droplets of essence merged and vaporized within the brilliance, they transformed into a wisp of vibrant red spiritual energy, after which the light gradually dimmed. This peculiar spiritual essence then began to drift towards Chen Yang. What is this aura? It is utterly intoxicating. The aroma of the vibrant red spiritual energy captivated Chen Yang, prompting him to harness his spiritual power to draw it into his body. Observing Chen Yang absorb the vibrant red essence, Elder Yu's face lit up with overwhelming excitement. Indeed, it is a divine substance. Splendid. Truly splendid. This technique is known as the blood-burning spirit offering. Elder Yu, having once been a disciple of a sect, learned of this method within the library. It is a secret technique for refining spiritual treasures, primarily employed for national or sect protection. By offering their essence, cultivators purify the treasures, eliminating impurities, while simultaneously establishing a connection through blood. Each time a cultivator who has sacrificed their essence breaks through a realm, the treasure is able to absorb a portion of their cultivation in return. It is said that should the treasure develop consciousness, it will instinctively absorb the vibrant red spiritual energy produced by this technique. Otherwise, cultivators must guide it into the treasure. Upon witnessing this, the faces of the Yang family members could scarcely conceal their joy. A spirit treasure, endowed with sentience, exists solely within the realm of legend. Not to mention sects like the Wanwoman or Goyu Mountain, even the Zhuhu dynasty could not claim possession of such a rarity. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, the Yang family had come into the possession of this extraordinary treasure. Yang Guanfeng had just unveiled a smile when his expression suddenly darkened. This precious treasure is indeed a blessing for the Yang family, yet it may also herald our annihilation, he murmured. Upon hearing this, the 3 children turned pale. An elder Yu nodded in sudden realization. What the patriarch says is true. The fate of the Yang family hangs precariously upon this stone. Should a powerful cultivator discover this treasure, not only shall we face death and destruction, but the entire Yang family, along with the village of mortals below the mountain, may be obliterated as well. Upon hearing this, both Yang Lingrui and Yang Linghu wore grave expressions, as if confronting a formidable foe. At that moment, Yang Lingqing spoke up, saying, "In my humble opinion, esteemed ancestors need not be so concerned. Fate is a fickle mistress. As our ancestors have stated, we cultivators are but gamblers in the game of life against the heavens. Since the Yang family has acquired this precious treasure, it is only natural that we strive to claim it." Yang Lingqing's words eased the tension in the expressions of the two elders, who nodded in approval. Indeed, since this spirit stone has chosen our family, there is no reason to relinquish it without a fight. However, this matter must remain confidential, as it pertains to the very survival of the Yang family. Yang Guanfeng immediately swore a blood oath alongside the four others, vowing to safeguard the secret of the spiritual stone with the essence of their Taoist paths. Meanwhile, on Chen Yang's side, a stir began to manifest. As the vibrant crimson spiritual energy coursed through his body, Chen Yang was astonished to observe what seemed akin to rain falling within his white space. Droplets of pure spiritual power cascading around him. In the span of merely a quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy generated equated to what he would typically cultivate over 5 years. This serves to illustrate the extraordinary value of a cultivator's vital blood and the remarkable efficacy of such a ritual. This was merely with 5 chi-gathering cultivators. Should the Yang family grow in strength and number, with their realms elevated, the effects of the ritual would multiply exponentially. After a few breaths, the crimson spiritual energy dissipated. In that instant, Chen Yang experienced an unparalleled sense of refreshment, akin to having undergone a comprehensive wellness treatment, feeling his entire being lighter than before, with the flow of spiritual power within him becoming markedly more unimpeded. At this moment, Chen Yang, through introspection, discerned the emergence of 5 spheres of red soul fire within him. 2 were larger, while 3 were smaller, each exhibiting subtle distinctions. The more vibrant and vigorous flame belonged to Old Yang, while the elder S flame, despite being of equivalent size, appeared considerably dimmer due to his advanced age. The remaining 3 flames were easily identifiable. The one flickering vigorously belonged to Linghu, the steadily burning flame was that of Lingrui, and the one intermittently sparking was from the young girl, Lingqing. Chen Yang subsequently confirmed these identifications through the nuances of their auras. Thus, his connection with the 5 members of the Yang family grew ever more intimate. By observing the soul fires within, he could monitor their real-time states. Additionally, through this bond, Chen Yang could directly link his consciousness to convey messages to their minds, eliminating the need for the previous method of emitting spiritual energy waves. The ritual of summoning the spirits was complete. Lingqing, as I have instructed you, swiftly proceed to test it. Chapter 24, ready? Yes. Yang Lingqing stepped forward in response, casting a glance at Chen Yang as she took a deep breath to calm her mind. She began to recite the incantation taught to her by Elder Yu, her hands performing intricate gestures. Subsequently, she clasped her hands together and raised them high above her head. Disciple of the Yang family, Yang Lingqing, pays homage to the spirit stone Immortal. With that, she bowed deeply. This act of reverence differed from ancestral worship. Her hands, forehead, knees, and toes aligned in a straight line, signifying profound veneration. Lingqing, though dim-witted, felt immense gratitude for the Immortal's guidance on the path to enlightenment. Overwhelmed by myriad emotions she could scarcely forget. Today's blood sacrifice to honor the spirits could scarcely repay the Immortal's benevolence, and she felt a deep sense of shame. Henceforth, the descendants of the Yang family would uphold this practice year after year, ensuring their peace of mind. At this juncture, as Yang Lingqing rose, Chen Yang sensed an intangible presence entering his mind. It was an awareness not of his own, yet it connected with him through the threads of consciousness. This awareness was ethereal, devoid of any information or imagery, existing merely in its most primal state. Chen Yang approached and absorbed it in one swift motion, and in an instant, he felt his cognitive exploration expand its reach. With this bow, Yang Lingqing has besieged a force that invigorates the spirit. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu cast anxious glances at Chen Yang. Yang Lingqing is the sole member of the Yang family who has interacted with the spirit stone. If she is unable to invoke its power, then the others stand little chance. A low hum resonated, and the 2 elders of the Yang family suddenly beamed with joy, hastily instructing the other 2 children. You both too. Kneel alongside Lingqing. Yang Lingrui and Yang Linghu promptly stepped forward, mimicking Yang Lingqing's gestures as they commenced their reverent bow. Disciple of the Yang family. Yang Lingrui has bowed to the spirit stone Immortal. Yang Lingrui, though somewhat dim-witted, expressed gratitude for the Immortal's blessings upon his path. Disciple of the Yang family, Yang Linghu, has bowed to the spirit stone Immortal. After their reverence, two streams of spiritual energy surged from the void, entering Chen Yang's sea of consciousness. His perceptive range expanded once more, now fully unfurled, covering the majority of the southern slopes of Shaosong Mountain and enveloping the Yang family estate and nearby villages. This range of perception far surpassed that of a mid-stage Qi-gathering cultivator, approaching the peak of the late-stage Qi-gathering realm, just a hair's breadth away from reaching completion. How splendid! During my meditative practices, I shall be able to observe and listen to my surroundings, alleviating any monotony, Chen Yang mused. Upon the completion of the bowing ceremony, Chen Yang allowed himself to emanate a faint glow as a form of feedback. The three children then stood in a row, cupping their hands towards Chen Yang. Exclaiming in unison, the disciples of the Yang family humbly request the Immortal's divine powers to aid in our cultivation. Today, the Yang family had invested significantly in the blood sacrifice to the spirit, displaying their utmost sincerity, which yielded substantial rewards for Chen Yang. Naturally, he would not be stingy in his response. Very well, it is granted. In the next moment, a refreshing breeze stirred, and the spiritual energy that had been lingering in the surroundings swiftly converged towards the Yang family's ancestral hall. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual environment transformed, achieving a concentration 5 times that of normal, leaving Yang Guanfeng in awe. He reminisced about his earlier days when he and Elder Yu trained outside, grateful to find locations with even slightly higher concentrations of spiritual energy. Now, within the sacred grounds of the Yang family, such a rich spiritual environment was at their disposal, leaving his heart unable to remain calm. Urging the 3 children to commence their cultivation, Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu withdrew from the ancestral hall. They began to discuss and plan the renovation of the Yang family's sacred grounds. With Shaosong Mountain thoroughly cleared, the two intended to expand the sacred grounds, dividing it into a main courtyard and a subsidiary courtyard, relocating the ancestral hall and spirit fields into the main courtyard, accessible only to clan cultivators. Any outsiders or offering cultivators would be accommodated in the subsidiary courtyard. Following this, additional isolation and defense formations would need to be established. Once we sell the beast corpses to the dynasty and acquire spiritual crystals, I shall trouble Elder Yu to visit the market once more and invite Lu Zihao, they concluded. The two individuals established a plan and immediately set it into motion. In the days that followed, the 3 children visited the ancestral hall daily to seek guidance from Chen Yang. Chen Yang devoted 8 fixed hours each day to gathering spiritual energy, after which the 3 children took turns nurturing their own spiritual power. After 10 days, Yang Lingrui felt the time was ripe and returned to his residence to enter seclusion for a breakthrough to the 3rd level. With Chen Yang's presence in the forbidden area, there was no longer a need for Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu to personally oversee matters. Instead, Yang Lingqing and Yang Linghu could guard the entrance outside. 2 weeks later, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy, Yang Lingrui successfully transcended his previous boundaries and emerged from his chamber. Spiritual energy circulated around him ceaselessly, and the power within him had become more solid and substantial. Congratulations on your emergence, Lingrui. Your cultivation has advanced significantly, Yang Lingqing and Yang Linghu exclaimed in celebration. Lingrui expressed his gratitude to his elder siblings for their watchful care. Yang Lingrui clasped his hands and inquired, I trust we have not missed the appointed day? He referred to the date when the dynasty was to collect the remains of the demon beasts. Gao Hui had previously mentioned it would be no more than a month, and now over 20 days had elapsed. There has been no delay. The timing is indeed impeccable. The dynasty's cultivators arrived in Baisher town just last night and are now en route to my residence. The 2 esteemed ancestors are already awaiting you in the council hall. You should proceed there. Yang Lingrui nodded and swiftly departed from the forbidden area. Observing his agile figure, Yang Linghu sighed. Lingrui's exceptional talent is truly unparalleled. Enough of this jesting. We must hasten into the mountains, lest we forget the old ancestors' admonitions. Indeed, you are right, Shaoqing. Chen Yang lay nestled within Yang Lingqing's waist pouch. Moments ago, as Yang Lingrui made his breakthrough, he too received a lustrous, milky white pearl. This was the result of the blood sacrifice ritual, a boon bestowed by the practitioners. Chen Yang was prepared. Yet as he began to assimilate the essence of the pearl, he was met with a delightful surprise. The pearl contained not merely a year's worth of spiritual energy. It also harbored a plethora of cultivation memories and insights accumulated by Yang Lingrui throughout his training. I understand now. This is a legacy, Chen Yang mused. With this newfound ability, he could preserve the cultivation legacies of the Yang family as practitioners within himself. Thus, even if they were to perish unexpectedly, the lineage would not be severed. Yang Lingrui descended into the courtyard, startling all the members of the Yang family around him. Upon recognizing his visage, they all knelt on the ground, fervently calling out to pay their respects to the immortal master. Yang Lingrui gently nodded and stepped into the council hall of the backyard. Having previously met with the two elders and the two clan uncles, all four individuals within the hall rose to their feet. Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei repeatedly expressed their unworthiness, ushering Yang Lingrui inside. Despite Yang family's affairs being predominantly managed by these two, they exhibited no arrogance in the presence of the clan's cultivators. They understood well that the family's current standing was not due to their own administrative prowess, but rather the formidable support from figures like Yang Guanfeng. Otherwise, placed in another clan, they might toil until old age without ever emerging from Liyue town. Then we shall take our leave for now. Once the matters with elder brother are concluded, we will reconvene to discuss clan affairs, they stated before departing. Following their exit, Yang Guanfeng turned to Yang Lingrui, nodding in satisfaction. To achieve the third level of qi gathering within a year is quite remarkable, Lingrui. It is all thanks to the family's support. Otherwise, you could not have attained such accomplishments on your own. Ha ha ha, Lingrui is being overly modest. Elder Yu remarked as he produced a magical plate and approached. He cast a concealment spell upon Yang Lingrui, instantly altering his cultivation level in the eyes of others to the second level of qi gathering, even rendering Yang Guanfeng oblivious to the change. Although it was merely an illusionary trick, the elder was confident that no cultivator below the Yuan condensation level would detect any discrepancies. At that moment, two figures descended before the Yang family estate. The old steward, possessing keen insight, recognized their extraordinary demeanor and promptly went to the backyard to report. This Yang family possesses considerable capabilities, managing to retain their estate amidst the beast tide. If I recall correctly, you mentioned they were located from Liyue town only last year. The speaker, clad in a black robe, exhibited a hint of arrogance befitting his station. His name was He Shenglai, a peer of Gao Hui, at the late stage of qi gathering's 7th level, dispatched by the dynasty to procure the remains of the demon beasts. Indeed, Gao Hui affirmed. The Yang family previously had a child of notable talent who achieved the 2nd level of qi gathering in merely a year. The family head has also advanced in cultivation, breaking through to the 6th level of qi gathering, and there remains a loyal servant in the household, also at the 6th level. Oh, He Shenglai's eyes glimmered with interest. They do possess a modicum of strength. It seems the family head is quite adept, managing to attract a cultivator of the 6th level to assist him. However, his tone shifted sharply, his gaze becoming piercing. Humph, to cultivate a 2nd level qi gathering practitioner within a year, and for another to break through to the 6th level. How could this insignificant Yang family possess such capability? Gao Hui pondered for a moment before responding. Does Lordy imply that? I suspect the Yang family harbors secrets. Today is an opportune moment to scrutinize them closely. Just as Gao Hui was about to speak, Yang Guanfeng had already stepped out to offer a warm welcome. We humbly apologize for not extending a proper reception for the esteemed arrival of the dynasty's high cultivators. Yang Guanfeng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. He Shalai cast a cursory glance at him and replied indifferently, I am merely following orders. Whether to extend a greeting is of no consequence. Please lead the way. Understood. As he turned, Yang Guanfeng exchanged a subtle glance with Gao Hui, from which he gleaned a hint of helplessness, thus comprehending the demeanor of this dynasty cultivator. One could discern from his earlier statement that he held the Yang family in no regard, and the commanding tone was decidedly irksome. Upon leading the two into the Yang family's rear courtyard, they found Elder Yu and Yang Lingrui awaiting their arrival. The carcasses of the demonic beasts had also been relocated here following Elder Yu's handling, primarily to erase traces of spiritual energy fluctuations, as such injuries were rather peculiar and could easily reveal the truth. Fortunately, since He Shenglai's cultivation was not particularly high, he failed to notice any anomalies after a brief inspection. In total, there were 28 demonic beast carcasses, 18 in the initial stage of qi gathering and 10 in the mid-stage. He Shenglai announced the purchasing price, 130 spirit crystals. Heh, you young family are quite fortunate. The town of Baishur has been devastated, yet you encountered no demonic beasts in the late stage of qi gathering. Otherwise, you would have faced utter annihilation, He Shenglai remarked to himself. Gao Hui, standing behind him, could not suppress an eye roll. It was rather inappropriate for He Shenglai to speak so insensitively while in another's home. Young Guanfeng maintained a constant smile, saying, Lord, he's indeed correct. To survive this beast-tide crisis, our young family has truly relied on luck. 130 spirit crystals is undoubtedly a substantial fortune for us at this moment. Arriving quite opportunely. With this sum, the defense array of the forbidden grounds and the storage bags of our cultivators will finally have a solution. As for He Shenglai, both young Guanfeng and elder Yu have encountered countless individuals during their travels. It is inconceivable that they would allow mere words to provoke their anger. Let him say what he wishes. Just when they believed the acquisition was concluded, He Shenglai appeared to have no intention of taking his leave. He lifted his gaze toward the cliff on the northern side of the Yang residence, squinting slightly. What a magnificent precipice. It seems there may be secrets concealed above. Yang Guanfeng stepped forward, addressing He Darren. The area above is the forbidden ground of the Yang family. Ah, the forbidden ground. He Shenglai nodded thoughtfully. Then casually remarked, take me to have a look. At this, both Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu's expressions changed dramatically, while the youthful young Lingrui displayed a flustered demeanor. Gao Hui furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. He Darren, the Yang family has relocated from the town since last year, severing ties with the dynasty. This matter may not be appropriate. As the mayor of Baishur town, he understood the importance of the ongoing reconstruction efforts and wished to avoid inciting the Yang family's displeasure. By interjecting at this moment, he signaled his stance to Yang Guanfeng. He Shenglai observed the expressions of the three Yang family members, particularly young Lingrui's anxiety, and inwardly chuckled. Indeed, the young cultivator lacked guile and could not conceal his emotions. Hee, Gao Hui, do I still need your reminders for such matters? He Shenglai said to Gao Hui, his words laced with a hint of warning. Turning his gaze back to Yang Guanfeng, he asserted, I, He Shenglai, wish to ascend and take a look. Will you accompany me, or shall I go alone? He did not invoke his status as a cultivator of the dynasty. Rather, he emphasized his name with weight. This was to convey that his desire to inspect the Yang family's forbidden ground had no ties to the dynasty. It was purely his own wish. This statement served to assert dominance over the Yang family, as a mere late-stage gathering energy cultivator was already capable of suppressing everyone present, let alone the formidable family background that He Shenglai possessed. At this moment, Yang Guanfeng's previously amiable demeanor had dissipated. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks slightly swelling. And after taking a deep breath to quell the anger swelling within him, he resigned himself to the situation. Elder Yu's complexion was ashen, and young Lingrui trembled slightly, as if the Yang family were on the brink of calamity. Given the circumstances, Yang Guanfeng had no choice but to steel himself and agree to lead a few individuals to the cliff. Trailing at the back, Gao Hui was filled with curiosity. He had previously speculated about the Yang family's secrets but had only reached the stage of doubt and conjecture. Now, with He Shenglai's assistance, his questions might finally be answered. The mountainous landscape shrouded in mist presented a commendable formation. Clearly, the one who arranged it possessed a degree of skill, He Shenglai remarked before the Yang family's forbidden grounds. Yang Guanfeng activated the formation, and the group stepped into the forbidden courtyard. The layout of the courtyard and the several adjoining rooms held no particular distinction. He Shenglai strode directly towards the depths of the forbidden land, swiftly arriving at a small courtyard at the rear. This was the very courtyard where the four-leaf spirit herb resided, guarded by two minor formations. He Shenglai wore an expression of anticipated certainty and nodded slightly, saying, Master Yang, please proceed. Is it truly necessary, Master He? Yang Guanfeng, with a sorrowful gaze, spoke earnestly, the treasures of this place are immensely valuable. If outsiders were to learn of them, the safety of the Yang family would be jeopardized. Lord He, we renounce our claim to the spiritual crystals. We implore you to spare us. At this moment, Elder Yu stepped forward to plead as well, while young Lingrui stood behind them, wiping away tears. Their display of desperation only piqued He Shenglai's curiosity further. He felt compelled to delve deeper into the matter. Silence! He erupted, unleashing the formidable aura of his seventh-tier energy, his expression betraying impatience. What do you think my status is? Would I divulge the affairs of a mere young family? Moreover, regarding those spiritual crystals, this is a matter of the dynasty. Do not mention any notion of returning them, lest I be forced to take a harsher stance. Open the formation quickly. or I shall take matters into my own hands. Gao Hui stood silently by, recognizing that He Shenlai's words indirectly promised confidentiality for the Yang family. Faced with the stark disparity in their abilities, Yang Guanfeng could only sigh in resignation and proceed to open the formation. The five of them entered together, and the delicate, verdant spiritual plants came into view. Spiritual plants! Gao Hui exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as the mystery within him was swiftly resolved. Ha! Ha ha! He Shenlai burst into laughter. Is this it? You made it sound so dire. I anticipated a treasure of extraordinary repute. After all this fuss, it turns out to be merely a fourth-tier spirit herb. The four-leaf Lingxiao. Ha ha. Chapter 26. Yang Linghu's breakthrough. Upon witnessing this, the three members of the Yang family found themselves at a loss for words. Unsure of what to say, He Sheng then turned his gaze towards the youthful visage of Yang Lingrui. You must have consumed quite a bit of the essence from the March droplets, haven't you? Yang Lingrui's expression was tense as he glanced at his two elders, then nervously nodded. Alas, indeed, in such a remote and impoverished region, even a single spirit herb could be regarded as a family treasure. He Shenlai then remarked, It is a pity that your family lacks an alchemist. Merely consuming the spirit liquid causes a significant portion of its effects to dissipate within the body. If only it could be refined into a spirit elixir, the benefits would be far greater. Upon finishing his statement, a look of satisfaction emerged on He Shenlai's face. His curiosity and sense of superiority had both been gratified by the Yang family, naturally elevating his spirits. All right, enough of today's matters. Rest assured, neither Mayor Gao nor I will spread this around. With that, he clapped his waist and scattered a handful of spirit crystals, exactly 30 pieces. I shall not take advantage of your family. These spirit crystals I offer as personal compensation. Yang Guanfeng immediately displayed a look of joy, stepping forward to gather the pieces one by one. Once the matter was settled, He Shenlai departed with Gao Hui from the Yang residence, making their way to Willow Leaf Town. After their departure, the forbidden grounds of the Yang family returned to a serene stillness. Yang Lingrui wiped away the tears from her face and eagerly inquired, Esteemed ancestors, how did I perform this time? At this moment, Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu no longer concealed their amusement, both breaking into light laughter. Haha, not merely satisfactory, it is truly exceptional, Elder Yu praised. Uncertain of when Ling Rui would emerge from seclusion, this performance was initially intended for just him and Yang Guanfeng. However, today, coincidentally, Ling Rui made his appearance, and he was consequently added to the cast at the last moment. Who could have anticipated that this child would possess such remarkable talent? Not only did he immerse himself in the role swiftly, but he was also capable of shedding genuine tears, rendering his performance so convincing that He Shenlai remained entirely unperturbed throughout. Following this, it would merely require another 6 months before Ling Hu and Ling Qing would no longer need to conceal themselves from others, Yang Guanfeng remarked. Being astute and cunning, he had formulated a rough plan upon hearing Gao Hui mention that the dynasty would dispatch individuals to acquire the corpses of the demon beasts. He surmised that the dynasty's cultivators arriving at the Yang family would likely harbor suspicions. Since evasion was not an option, he decided to turn the tables, allowing them to witness the secrets concealed within the Yang family's forbidden grounds. This would not only elucidate the reasons behind his and Ling Rui's cultivation advancements, but would also render it less surprising should the Yang family produce 2 more cultivators in the future. Although the four-leaf spiritual herb was precious, as He Shenlai had articulated, it was merely a single gathering spirit plant. While it held significant meaning for the Yang family, it would be of little consequence to other moderately powerful factions, thus not reaching the level of inciting envy. Consequently, he had preemptively instructed Yang Linghu and Yang Lingqing to take the spirit stones deep into the heart of Shaosong Mountain to conceal themselves. Together with Elder Yu and Yang Lingrui, they orchestrated a splendid performance, successfully deceiving both He Shenlai and Gao Hui. Moreover, this endeavor yielded an unexpected boon of 30 spirit crystals. Upon the return of Ling Hu and Ling Qing from the mountain, the 5 of them convened to deliberate on the distribution of the 160 spirit crystals. Yang Guanfeng approaches the upbringing of his 3 children not as a dictatorial patriarch, but rather as a guiding mentor who encourages them to think critically and express their own viewpoints. This way, when the day comes that he and Elder Yu are no longer present, they will still be capable of upholding the legacy of the Yang family. As for the esteemed elders, I believe that safeguarding the protective array of the forbidden grounds remains the foremost priority of our household. We must first secure the necessary funds for this endeavor. Yang Lingrui spoke first. Following him, Yang Linghu added, Next, we must consider storage devices. We currently have 5 cultivators in our family, yet none possess a storage bag, making our outings exceedingly inconvenient. He recalled the prior inability to transport the corpses of demon beasts. If the Yang family had an ample supply of storage bags, they could carry the demon beast corpses to the market for sale, thereby earning a greater number of spirit crystals. The group then turned their attention to young Lingshi, eagerly awaiting her response. After a moment of contemplation, the young girl spoke. Since the 2 ancestors have expanded the forbidden area, it is certain that there will be external cultivators in our family. My suggestion is to use the remaining funds to purchase some sets of foundational cultivation techniques and spells. The quality need not be exceedingly high, just sufficient for mid to late stages of qi gathering. We could establish a Yang family library, akin to those of other sections. As her words settled in, Yang Lingrui realized, indeed, this is the way to proceed. Sister Qing is quite perceptive. It was evident that external cultivators could not enjoy the same privileges as those of the Yang lineage. With a library in place, the Yang family would be able to monitor the realms and strengths of external cultivators, thus preventing any potential usurpation of authority. Lingshing's proposal is commendable. Elder Yu nodded in approval. In the future, family cultivators will reside in the main courtyard like direct disciples, while external cultivators will be in the branch courtyard, seeking techniques from the library as ordinary disciples. Listening to the 3 children express their thoughts, young Guanfeng nodded frequently. Let us finalize these 3 matters for now. Elder Yu, you may set out in the next few days to invite Lu Zihao. Young Guanfeng remarked, you 3 should diligently follow the guidance of the Spirit Stone Immortal. Although the beast tide has passed, our family must still confront numerous challenges ahead. We cannot afford to be complacent. We shall heed the decree of our ancestor. The following morning, Elder Yu embarked towards the Yuling Jiangfang market, carrying 100 spirit crystals. After a few days of serene cultivation, Chen Yang, who was in the forbidden area, sensed a surge of spiritual energy, awakening from his semi-dreamlike state. It is finally the turn of young Linghu. The source of the spiritual energy fluctuation was young Linghu. He had been stuck at the peak of the first stage of qi gathering for quite some time. The perilous battles during the beast tide provided him with the opportunity to break through. After a month of introspective cultivation, he finally reached an understanding today and began to assault his bottleneck right where he stood. In this regard, Yang Linghu bore the closest resemblance to Yang Guanfeng, as both advanced through the philosophy of fostering growth through battle. The other 2 children, who were also in meditations, sensed the change in Yang Linghu and emerged from their trance. They understood the rarity of such a breakthrough opportunity, remaining silent as they observed Yang Linghu's endeavor. Although Yang Linghu's innate talents may be somewhat lacking and his cultivation progresses at a sluggish pace, he exhibits commendable gifts in other areas. For instance, in the realm of magical arts, despite not having transcended the 2nd level of qi gathering, he has already refined the brute force technique to its 2nd tier. His current breakthrough in cultivation mirrors this endeavor. Yang Lingrui and Yang Lingqing, upon breaking through to the 2nd level, typically required several days of seclusion. However, he accomplished this feat in merely 2 hours, without any hesitation. After the breakthrough, Yang Linghu let out a sigh of relief, acknowledging that after more than a year, he had finally attained the 2nd level of qi gathering. Congratulations, Brother Hu. You've worked hard, Tiger. The 2 approached to offer their congratulations, and Yang Linghu responded with a hearty laugh. Simultaneously, a new precious orb materialized within Chen Yang, who embraced it and began the gradual process of digesting its energy. Having fully absorbed the orb that returned from Yang Lingrui's breakthrough, he gained a year's worth of spiritual energy. The orb resulting from Yang Linghu's advancement to the 2nd level was slightly smaller, and Chen Yang estimated it contained the equivalent of half a year's worth of spiritual energy. After completely assimilating the energy and insights, Chen Yang became increasingly convinced of Yang Linghu's extraordinary talent in magical cultivation. Initially, he believed it was merely a matter of progressing from the 1st to the 2nd level. However, it now appeared that he was on the verge of reaching the 3rd level of the barbarian strength technique, just a step away from success. After a brief exchange, the 3 children resumed their meditative practices. Following their experience with the beast tide, they had grown more acutely aware of the difficulties associated with their family's survival. Although they had the protection of the Spirit Stone Immortal, reliance on external forces alone was not sufficient. They could not afford to depend solely on the Spirit Stone's efficacy. If they did, it was likely that their existence would soon be revealed, bringing calamity upon the Yang family. Thus, the 3 children diligently trained each day. striving to cultivate the strength necessary to stand on their own. Chapter 27. Minerals on the 8th day after Elder Yu's departure. Gao Hui bid farewell to He Shengli and once again visited the Yang family. Upon seeing Yang Guanfeng, he hastily rose with a face full of apology. Clasping his hands respectfully, "Head of the Yang family, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. The higher authorities can be oppressive, and I hope you can forgive me." He Shengli had exploited his power to intrude upon the Yang family's sacred grounds and had unveiled their secrets, an act that was indeed quite dishonorable, leaving Gao Hui feeling awkward and uncomfortable. There is no need for such formality, Mayor Gao. That individual's actions are beyond your control. Yang Guanfeng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The ability to endure and adapt is the true path to survival. In my youth, I traveled far and wide, enduring greater humiliations and hardships. Ultimately, from the perspective of results, sacrificing a bit of face to preserve one's essence is undoubtedly worthwhile." A remark from Yang Guanfeng left Gao Hui momentarily taken aback, prompting a significant elevation in his esteem for the esteemed head of the Yang family. Indeed, the words of the Yang patriarch resonated deeply, and Gao felt enlightened. Once they were seated, the two commenced their discussion on pressing matters, specifically concerning the mineral resources surrounding Baishur town. Following the beast tide that ravaged the city, numerous families within Baishur had met their demise, leaving 3 mineral sites currently in a state of neglect, guarded solely by the town's soldiers. 3 sites? Was it not previously mentioned that there were only 2? Inquired Yang Guanfeng. "I have come today to inform you of this very matter," Gao Hui replied, producing a letter and extending it forth. Yang Guanfeng did not even bother to open the side path. A letter from Wang Xiong? The head of the Yang family, with his keen insight, guessed correctly. Gao Hui nodded and said, "You are undoubtedly aware of the current state of the Wang family. Now, Wang Xiong is left alone, bearing wounds, and lacks the spirit to manage the Wang family any longer. He has now submitted himself to my household." Yang Guanfeng nodded slowly and gently opened the letter. "Dear brother Guanfeng, I, Wang, am filled with trepidation. My younger cousin, Wang Lai, acted solely on my orders, and ultimately he has brought ruin upon himself. I have no words to express my regret, save to lament that I was momentarily blinded by greed and desire, following the calamity of the beast tide. The Wang family has become a mere shadow of its former self, leaving me a solitary figure, incapable of achieving anything further. Now, I have taken refuge under the auspices of the town mayor, and I am prepared to offer all the shops within the town and the resources from the mines outside. I implore you, brother Guanfeng, to consider our past camaraderie and help resolve the grievances between our families." This is a letter penned by Wang Xiong, and its content is not overly complicated. The camaraderie mentioned refers to the time they spent together in their youth, traveling throughout the dynasty, which established a bond between them. It was during this shared journey that Wang Xiong witnessed Yang Guanfeng's decisive nature and formidable methods. After reading, Yang Guanfeng inquired of Gao Hui, "Does the Wang family truly have children within the sect?" "Indeed," Gao Hui nodded. "I am not well versed in the specifics, but according to internal information from the Wang dynasty, Wang Xiong's youngest son has likely been taken by Gloomy Moon Mountain. This is also the reason I chose to shelter him." Gloomy Moon Mountain? Upon hearing this name, Yang Guanfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Previously, Elder Yu had brought back news about this sect. Gloomy Moon Mountain encourages fierce competition among its disciples, exuding a heavy aura of bloodlust, and its ethos is somewhat sinister. For reasons unknown, Yang Guanfeng felt a sense of foreboding at this moment. The fact that Wang Xiong's youngest son had been quietly taken up the mountain by this sect likely boded ill. However, this was no longer a matter for him to concern himself with. What is the head of the Yang family's decision? Yang Guanfeng clutched the letter tightly, pausing before responding. The shops within the town merely offered mundane gold and silver. However, the extraction of minerals could yield refined ores, undeniably a tangible avenue for acquiring spirit crystals, and there was no reason to decline such an opportunity. If my memory serves me correctly, the Wang family's mine should be situated at the juncture of Baishur town and Qinghe town, is it not? Yang Guanfeng tucked the letter back into his sleeve. The beast tide had wrought severe destruction upon Baishur town, significantly diminishing its influence. Wang Xiong's actions, seemingly a gesture of relinquishing mineral resources, were in truth driven by his fear of losing his only remaining asset. It would be more prudent for him to offer it as a personal favor to my family. A shrewd calculation indeed. Ha ha ha. It is no surprise that the head of the Yang family has discerned the crux of the matter. Gao Hui straightened up and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, that is the case. Wang Xiong's current cultivation level remains limited. If those minerals were located near Baisher Town, he would never part with them so easily. My intervention in delivering his message is merely out of respect for his status as a guest elder of our sect. Whether it succeeds or not, let it be decided by the head of the Yang family, without any need for concern." Yang Guanfeng nodded in understanding upon hearing the words. To be candid, the mineral resources in question stirred his interest greatly, yet there remained a matter that required confirmation before any decision could be made. "Mayor Gao, which family is currently eyeing the Wang family's mineral assets?" he inquired. "To the south of Qinghe lies the Zhang family of Senglu Valley," Gao Hui responded. "I have gathered information indicating that the head of the family is named Zhang Tianqi, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to that of the Yang family head, at the 6th level of qi gathering. Moreover, aside from the family head, the Zhang family is home to 3 additional qi gathering cultivators." Prior to arriving at the Yang family, Gao Hui had diligently utilized the dynasty's information channels to ascertain these details. From his perspective, considering the interests of Baisher Town, he naturally hoped that Yang Guanfeng would take over the Wang family's mineral resources. The reconstruction of the town's walls was largely complete, yet several streets still bore damage, and the swift restoration of these areas necessitated various ores as essential resources. Among the mineral deposits outside Baisher Town, the output from the Wang family was the highest, and should it fall into the hands of the Zhang family, the price for purchasing ores would undoubtedly rise significantly. However, Gao Hui was also acutely aware that the final decision rested upon the stance of the Yang family. The Yang family had already invested both finances and efforts into the town's reconstruction, thus Gao Hui dared not impose any demands at this juncture. This occasion served both as a message and a transmission of intelligence to observe how Yang Guanfeng would decide. What is the cultivation level of those 3 individuals? Upon Yang Guanfeng's inquiry, Gao Hui's heart suddenly brightened with the realization that there was potential. One possessed the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi gathering, another the 2nd layer, and the last the 1st layer. He immediately articulated the specific circumstances of the Zhang family. Yang Guanfeng nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. "Can this matter be delayed for a while longer? When I arrived, the authorities had informed me that they would not act excessively before the completion of the town's reconstruction. However, if no one oversees the mineral resources for an extended period, the Zhang family may resort to forceful extraction. I understand the situation now, and I appreciate Mayor Gao for making the special trip to my home." Yang Guanfeng rose and declared, "The Wang family's mineral resources will be taken over by the Yang family. I shall personally attend to this matter by March at the latest, or May at the very latest." Upon hearing these words, Gao Hui let out a long sigh of relief, hastily rising to pay his respects, feeling deeply grateful. He had embarked on this journey with little hope, considering that both families possessed top-tier cultivators of comparable realms, and the Zhang family boasted a greater number of cultivators, rendering their overall strength slightly superior to that of the Yang family. The Yang family has just weathered the beast tide, and now is the time for recuperation. Thus, refraining from action is indeed a reasonable choice. At this moment, Yang Guanfeng's acceptance of this matter brings him genuine joy. In gratitude, Gao Hui produced a token of appreciation. He retrieved a small vial from his storage bag and presented it to Yang Guanfeng. Yang Guanfeng took a glance and was instantly captivated. Could this be the legendary Xuanyang water? Indeed, the head of the Yang family accepted this treasure, considering it both a token of gratitude for this matter and an apology for my intrusion into your family's forbidden grounds that day. Ha ha ha, Mayor Gao, you are too gracious. Yang Guanfeng chuckled with delight. The Xuanyang water possesses the remarkable ability to nourish spiritual plants. A single vial of this essence could enhance the speed at which the Yang family's 4-leaf spirit grass condenses spiritual liquid by approximately 20%. Chapter 28. The future steward in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. Elder Yu, accompanied by the array master Lu Zihao, returned to the Yang family. Upon arriving at the cliffside sanctum of the Yang residence, Lu Zihao was filled with a profound sense of reflection. The recent beast tide had laid waste to countless towns and obliterated numerous families. The survival of the Yang family through such a catastrophic ordeal was indeed a remarkable feat. After paying his respects to the head of the Yang family, Lu Zihao clasped his hands in greeting. Much of the array has been severely damaged following the beast tide. I have been preoccupied with repairs around Wangyue City in recent days. I apologize for the delay. Master Lu is too kind. Please, do come in. Yang Guanfeng spoke as he retrieved a package from his bosom. Here are the remaining 40 spirit crystals. Please take a moment to verify them. I entrust you with the safeguarding array of the Yang family's forbidden grounds. The total requirement for setting up the defensive formation was 50 spirit crystals, of which Elder Yu had previously paid a deposit of 10, thus completing the final payment now. Ha ha ha. The head of the Yang family is too courteous. We are all repeat customers, so there is no need for account, Lu Zihao replied with a smile, placing the package of spirit crystals into his storage pouch. He had come to arrange a formation for the Yang family, named the Pine Forest Abundant Earth Array. This formation, utilizing the natural terrain of the Yang family's forbidden grounds, though only of mid-stage gathering quality, boasted an extensive coverage area and remarkable defensive capabilities. It could encompass the main courtyard and subsidiary areas of the Yang family's forbidden grounds, and should a suitable individual command the array, even late-stage cultivators would find it challenging to breach. Owing to their established rapport, Lu Zihao also took the opportunity to reinforce the original Cloud Mountain Mist Array. Although parting with 50 spirit crystals was somewhat painful, the assurance provided by this protective formation brought a sense of tranquility to Yang Guanfeng's heart. Head of the Yang family, do you have any thoughts on including the courtyards at the foot of the mountain in the array? Lu Zihao inquired. Naturally, such an idea exists, however. Our current resources are somewhat limited, necessitating careful planning, Yang Guanfeng replied. That is of no consequence. I can draft a preliminary plan for you, allowing you to prepare at your leisure, making future arrangements more convenient. Lu Zihao recognized the developmental potential of the Yang family, which prompted his desire to foster a closer relationship. Yang Guanfeng, appreciating this goodwill, readily acquiesced. The Yang family has recently embarked on their journey, and it is indeed beneficial for the younger generation to forge connections with talented individuals. Lu Zihao dedicated 3 months to arranging the formation. After this span, the Songlin Hota formation was established, resembling an inverted porcelain bowl, enveloping the Yang family's forbidden grounds. Before departing, Lu Zihao presented the meticulously planned formation diagram to Yang Guanfeng, detailing the names of the formations and the materials required, allowing the Yang family to prepare gradually. Elder Yu, during his trip to the market, returned with 3 storage bags. Although they were merely of the most basic quality, they held immense value for the Yang family. Each bag possessed an interior space equivalent to half of a small room, thus alleviating the burden of carrying numerous items on future outings. Handing the 3 bags to the children, Elder Yu beamed with delight as he watched them curiously explore their new possessions. He considered himself a man who had died once, and the Yang family had become his roots. Witnessing the growth of the younger generation and the gradual prosperity of the family brought him profound satisfaction. Subsequently, Elder Yu retrieved a substantial bundle of books from one of the storage bags. This collection comprised several sets of foundational 5-element techniques. He pointed out 2 volumes, one titled Zhoutian Inchi Ju and the other Bahai Duani Lu, both belonging to the Qi gathering level of cultivation. One focuses on the circulation of Qi throughout the cosmos, while the other emphasizes the refinement of the physical body. I have examined them thoroughly. The cultivation thresholds are not demanding, making them perfectly suitable for our family. Mastering these techniques to their fullest extent would yield a level of Qi gathering perfection, lacking the methods of condensation found in the Mingling Kadeishu, which the 3 of Yang Lingrui are practicing. With the 3 storage bags packed, Elder Yu skillfully negotiated their cost down to 50 spirit crystals using his silver tongue. The expenses for arranging the formation and acquiring materials amounted to 60 spirit crystals, while the remaining 5-element techniques and 2 volumes of cultivation methods consumed 30. After having sold the corpses of magical beasts for 160 spirit crystals, only 20 remain. As they tallied their accounts, the 5 members of the Yang family felt a shared sentiment. Spirit crystals are indeed fleeting, and they must exercise greater prudence in their usage. Ancestor, we received a letter from Baisher Town today. Yang Lingrui stepped forward and handed a letter to Yang Guanfeng. Upon opening it, the latter discovered it was a handwritten note from Gao Hui, which bore a mere 5 words. The Zhang family has arrived. Has the Zhang family made a move? Elder Yu inquired. Indeed, they have long been restless. After waiting for over 3 months, their patience must surely be wearing thin. Yang Guanfeng tucked away the letter and turned to say, Ling Rui, Ling Hu, disciple at your service. The 2 responded in unison. Come with me. Let us see just how formidable the Zhang family truly is. Yes. Yang Guanfeng donned a storage bag and promptly set off with the 2 companions. Yang Lingshi gazed at their departing figures, softly murmuring a wish for their safety. Does Lingshi wish to join them as well? Old Yu lowered his gaze towards her and inquired gently. Yang Lingqing nodded, saying that it would be disingenuous to claim she had no desire to venture out. Ever since she embarked on her cultivation journey, she had not stepped foot outside her home, and she longed to breathe in the fresh air. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu felt a twinge of compassion. Alas, my dear child, you possess an understanding that is almost burdensome, evoking great sympathy. There is no need for such sentiment. For in her heart, Lingqing does not feel wronged. Yang Lingqing beamed with a smile and remarked, engaging in playful antics outside is certainly enjoyable, yet it can become rather boisterous. Given my temperament, I would likely lose interest after a short while. With a hearty laugh, she added, "Oh, you little girl. You make me seem rather pretentious for my age." As he spoke, Old Yu gently caressed Yang Lingqing's head with his broad palm. Hee. Old Yu is still youthful at heart. Yang Lingqing smiled playfully and said, "Elder Yu, I shall take my leave now." "Very well, go ahead," came the reply. After Yang Lingqing paid her respects to Elder Yu, she turned and gracefully exited the forbidden area, leaping lightly down the cliff. Today was the day designated for the Yang family's deliberations, which was traditionally presided over by Yang Guanfeng. However, due to circumstances concerning the Zhang family, he was unable to attend, and thus Yang Lingqing was appointed as a temporary substitute. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu had long discussed that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances befalling them, the Yang family would henceforth be led by Yang Lingqing. This occasion serves as a fitting opportunity for her to engage with family affairs, marking her inaugural appearance within the Yang clan. Yang family, conference hall. At this moment, the heads and key members of each branch have assembled, and both Yang Feiyin and Yang Xiaolei have taken their seats. However, the atmosphere today is markedly different from the past. Just a while ago, I overheard the two elders mention that today's deliberation would be presided over by an immortal master. Indeed, I have heard the same. Recently, there have been stirring events on the cliff, and it is said that our family has yet another immortal master who has achieved success. Their hushed whispers were overheard by those nearby, prompting a few more individuals to engage in quiet discussions. The esteemed immortal master Ling Rui has already demonstrated remarkable prowess during the beast tide. As for the newly ascended, it remains uncertain whether it is the immortal master Ling Hu or immortal master Ling Qing. It is entirely possible that both have attained this honor. If so, it would indeed be a joyous occasion for our family. Indeed, it is a moment of great celebration. The three children who were taken into the forbidden grounds are well known to them. Yet, the common folk are oblivious to the intricate twists of cultivation. And since neither of the two had previously appeared to showcase their powers, they could only speculate. Amidst the murmurs, a sudden gentle breeze swept through the hall. Everyone felt a sudden illumination in their hearts, and upon raising their eyes, they beheld a young woman clad in white robes seated at the main position. Descendants of the Yang family, pay your respects to the immortal master. With Yang Feiyin and Yang Xiaolei leading the way, the members of the Yang family knelt in unison. In the face of such a scene, Yang Lingqing exhibited neither tension nor trepidation. She scanned the assembly with familiarity before gracefully waving her arm. "Rise, let us commence the discussion." Chapter 29, Yang Lingqing. The crowd responded in unison, yet their curiosity was palpable as they surreptitiously gazed at Yang Lingqing. She is the daughter of the eldest master. Having become an immortal master, her appearance has not changed much, yet her demeanor is now unparalleled. The members of the Yang family pondered silently among themselves. "Father, uncle, let us begin." Indeed, Yang Feiyin and Yang Xiaolei responded in unison, stepping forward to report on family matters in succession. Standing at the lower end as usual, they articulated various issues to Yang Lingqing, prioritizing them by importance. In the presence of their daughter and younger generation, their expressions remained composed, devoid of any embarrassment or discomfort. Having grown up under the guidance of Yang Guanfeng, they witnessed his journey into the realm of immortality and participated in the subsequent consolidation and purification of the Yang family alongside Elder Yu. This experience deepened their understanding of the distinction between the mortal and the immortal, akin to fish that have reached the shore, two entirely different realms. The mortal life and death are but a fleeting thought for cultivators. Upon concluding their report, Yang Lingqing grasped the current state of the Yang family. The calamity of the beast tide had inflicted significant losses upon the family. However, by safeguarding the majority of the populace, their reputation in the surrounding regions soared. During this period, many sought them out, including merchants who had previously resided in Baisher Town. With Baisher Town in ruins yet the Yang family standing strong, the contrast was stark. Where else would they turn? Consequently, the scale of the village at the foot of the mountain swiftly expanded, now boasting a population of several thousand. Young Lingshi nodded slightly, and then inquired, "What is the situation on the southern bank?" "Master Lingshi, it has been largely cultivated. Although it does not compare to the richness of the northern bank, it is sufficient to sustain life," answered Yang Feiyan. "Very well. Let those who come later relocate to the southern bank, while the northern bank shall be reserved for the various clans that have endured the trials of the beast tide." Yang Lingqing extended her hand, and a section of the ground beneath her was thrust upwards by the soil. The mound of earth rose as if it were a living entity, gravitating towards Yang Lingqing's palm, while the stones and tiles in its wake were crushed as effortlessly as tofu. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the onlookers were filled with both astonishment and fear. Truly, it was the work of an immortal. Remarkable, exceedingly remarkable. Since ascending to the position of family head, Yang Guanfeng had long refrained from showcasing his cultivation in public, for his esteemed status within the Yang family was already firmly established, rendering such displays unnecessary. However, Yang Lingqing was a different case. To the members of the Yang family, she was an entirely unfamiliar presence. Many still regarded her as the young girl she had been over a year ago. Yang Lingqing was well aware of this fact. She understood that no amount of spoken words could convey as much as witnessing it firsthand. As anticipated, when she revealed her cultivation and magical prowess, the gaze of the audience transformed significantly from their initial perception. In addition to the existing respect, a palpable fear emerged. This shift marked a transition from an abstract understanding of cultivators to a concrete recognition of Yang Lingqing herself. They now recognized that, like Yang Guanfeng, she possessed the ability to take their lives at will, should she so desire. Yang Feiyun and Yang Xiaolei stood by the side, their faces barely concealing their excitement, their hearts brimming with immense joy. Yang Lingqing presents a distinct approach, diverging from the method of Yang Guanfeng. This signifies that the Yang family has acquired yet another lineage of tradition. Coupled with Yang Lingrui's technique of the gale, there are now 3 esteemed legacies in existence. At this moment, atop the earthen mound, a token made of clay, roughly the size of a palm, materialized, inscribed with the character for Qing. "I kindly ask my father to convey this decree using the token. Henceforth, the 3 bridges crossing the river shall be guarded by the clan soldiers. Those from the southern bank may come to the northern bank for trade, labor, and investment, but they are not permitted to reside permanently. The Yang family has numerous endeavors ahead. Should one prove their worth in these pursuits, individuals from the southern bank may earn the right to relocate to the northern bank. This is one aspect of the plan. Such measures are intended to establish a clear hierarchy, allowing those who seek refuge with the Yang family to understand their standing and the associated benefits. The Yang family treats its own kin with impartiality. Yet this does not imply that they extend their benevolence indiscriminately to every creature, be it feline or canine. Such an arrangement has established the Yang family's stronghold upon the mountain. Below, on the northern bank, reside the allied clans who have weathered trials alongside the Yang family, safeguarded by their clan warriors. In contrast, the southern bank is occupied by newcomers, who bear the burdens of life and death independently, with the Yang family refraining from interference. Thus, a clearly defined hierarchy is established. The second matter pertains to the 2 venerable ancestors of the Lingqing lineage who have conveyed a message, requesting the uncle to enumerate the number of children aged between 10 and 14 from the clans on the northern bank. "Yes, I shall comply with the decree of the Lingqing sage." Yang Lingqing did not explicitly state the reason for the inventory. Yet any astute individual present could discern the underlying implications. Initially, Elder Yu selected 3 children from the Yang family, all of whom were of a similar age. Now, as another inventory is to be conducted, does this not suggest that a test and selection process is imminent once more? Although these 2 matters may appear distinct, they are essentially part of a singular strategy designed to accentuate the advantages of the North Shore. As news spreads, the clans of the North Shore will be encouraged to multiply their offspring, hoping to produce a child of exceptional talent, thereby attaining prosperity. Meanwhile, the foreign clans on the South Shore, witnessing the myriad benefits enjoyed by the North Shore, will be increasingly inclined to align themselves with the Yang family, resulting in greater diligence in their labor and contributions. But is there yet another pressing matter to discuss? Returning to Master Lingqing, there is no further business. Very well, let us disperse. After the assembly, only 3 individuals remained in the conference hall. "Uncle, your efforts have been tireless, and I shall require your continued diligence in the future," Yang Lingqing remarked as he rose. "It is nothing to speak of, it is merely my duty," came the response. Yang Xiaolei quickly waved his hand and cautiously inquired, Lingshi, about my child. Yang Lingqing smiled and said, the spirit tiger has also attained its mastery and is currently accompanying the ancestor on an outing. Uncle need not worry. Ah, what delightful news. Yang Xiaolei, overwhelmed with joy, expressed his gratitude before proceeding to arrange for the counting of the children. Father and daughter exchanged a call, and thus fell into silence. Having lost their mother at an early age, Yang Lingqing had always been remarkably mature, speaking little in her daily life. Yang Feiyun, engrossed in his daily endeavors, found that the exchanges with his daughter were rather sparse. Eventually, her aptitude for cultivation was discovered by Elder Yu, and she was soon taken to the forbidden grounds, where she remained until now. While he managed to maintain composure in front of others, the moment they were alone, Yang Feiyun realized he struggled to find common ground for conversation with his daughter. Qinger, managing a household is no simple task. You will need to stay close to our ancestor, observing and listening intently. After pondering for a while, Yang Feiyun finally spoke up, only to feel a tinge of regret the moment the words left his lips. It had been so long since their last encounter, and yet he found himself resorting to a tone of admonition. The father's teachings were understood by Lingqing. After Yang Lingqing acquiesced, she raised her gaze to meet her father's eyes. Yang Feiyun had barely entered middle age when his hair had already turned predominantly white, a testament to the burdens he had shouldered for the Yang family. While his father tirelessly labored for the clan, it was imperative that he also attended to his health. Alas, Qinger spoke the truth, and her father took heed of it. After this brief exchange, a heavy silence ensued. Noticing his daughter gazing at him, Yang Feiyun met her eyes. In that moment, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, overwhelmed with guilt. Father need not worry. Lingqing understands everything, she reassured him. Indeed, Qinger had always been perceptive since her youth. Father, there is but one thing I wish to know. What is it, Qinger? Speak freely. On that day when I was taken to the forbidden grounds for cultivation by our ancestor, did you feel a sense of pride for me? As her words lingered in the air, Yang Feiyun stood there momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he regained his senses, only to see tears welling in Yang Lingqing's eyes. His lips quivered, and he struggled to articulate his feelings, ultimately stamping his foot in exasperation. It is my fault, Qinger. You must understand, all this time, you have been the pride of your father. Regardless of whether you were chosen by our ancestor that day, you have always been my most cherished daughter. At this point, tears streamed down Yang Feiyun's face. He stepped forward, yearning to take Yang Lingqing's hand, only to abruptly remember her status as an immortal master, leaving him in a state of indecision, unable to advance or retreat. Father, Yang Lingqing extended her hand to grasp the hand of Yang Feiyun, which had momentarily halted between them. The latter's body quivered slightly, prompting him to raise his other hand and gently touch the back of his daughter's hand. Father, this is sufficient. With that, Yang Lingqing withdrew her hand and turned away, swiftly departing from the council chamber. Yang Feiyun remained in place, lost in thought for a considerable time, before exhaling a long sigh. Clutching the token bestowed upon him by his daughter, he strode purposefully outward. Chapter 30. Timeliness over eagerness. At the northern boundary of Baisha Town, where the former Wang family's mines were located, several squads of soldiers were orderly retreating from within. These soldiers, affiliated with Baisha Town, were tasked with guarding the mines to prevent theft. However, upon the arrival of the Zhang family cultivators, they were acutely aware of the futility of resisting, and in accordance with Gao Hui's prior instructions, they wisely withdrew. 3 cultivators from the Zhang family had come, accompanied by a contingent, and were conversing in front of the mine entrance. Father, the scale of the minerals here is indeed significantly larger than those within the valley, remarked a slender, pale-faced young man with a light voice. He was Zhang Yao, the eldest son of the Zhang family, at the second level of qi gathering. Humph. If it weren't for the incessant objections from the town head of Qinghe, I would have already taken this place, retorted his cousin Zhang Chen, who, though short in stature, bore an air of arrogance and spoke in a domineering tone. He was at the first level of qi gathering. Standing before them was a tall, middle-aged man draped in a gray cloak. His posture was upright, his gaze piercing, and his presence far surpassed that of the 2 younger cultivators combined. He was Zhang Tianqi, the head of the Zhang family. Upon hearing the conversation of his junior relatives, he smiled faintly. What belongs to my Zhang family shall not escape us. Whether sooner or later is of little consequence. With that, he waved his hand gently, and the laborers behind him prepared to enter the mine for extraction. Just then, a fierce gust of wind howled past, striking the upper edge of the mine entrance, causing rocks to fall and instantly block the entrance. Who dares to be so audacious before the Zhang family? Zhang Chen exclaimed, startled, as he hastily called out. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests arrive. Yet I have failed to extend a proper welcome. I hope you will forgive my shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianqi raised an eyebrow and turned to face the source of the voice, a cold glint flickering across his face. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the thicket. Yang Guanfeng smiled gently, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Yang Guanfeng of the Yang family. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Zhang. Yang Guanfeng displayed no semblance of concealing his own realm. As he spoke, the manifestation of his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi gathering became apparent. The songs on Yang family? This individual exuded an exceptionally potent aura, rivaling that of his father, also possessing the same 6th level of Qi gathering. How could this be? Was it not stated that the head of the Yang family only had a 5th level of cultivation? The 2 juniors from the Zhang family furrowed their brows at this revelation. They had presumed there were no competitors, only to discover that the head of the Yang family had also achieved the 6th level. Consequently, the ownership of the mineral resources in this place became a matter of contention. A distinguished guest? Zhang Tianqi curled his lips in a smirk. I have guarded this territory for 3 months, witnessing only soldiers but no miners, clearly indicating it is unclaimed land. From where does Brother Yang derive such claims? As his words hung in the air, Yang Lingrui and Yang Linghu felt a formidable pressure emanating towards them. Yang Guanfeng chuckled lightly and effortlessly dissipated the oppressive aura. Brother Zhang, you may not be aware that this land originally belonged to the Baisher Wang family, who, having suffered misfortune during the beast tide, are unable to manage it and have consequently transferred ownership to my family. Yang Guanfeng turned his head to glance at Yang Linghu and said, as for your inquiry regarding why I haven't visited this place for 3 months, it is to facilitate this child's breakthrough in the Guardian's protection. Zhang Tianqi immediately directed his gaze towards Yang Linghu, discerning from the child's aura that he had indeed only recently consolidated his Qi palace. The old man's concealing techniques were beyond the comprehension of someone at the 6th level of Qi gathering, and Yang Lingrui was currently exhibiting merely the 2nd level of Qi gathering. With his cultivation now firmly established, I arrived here and fortuitously encountered Brother Zhang's party. One might say that arriving early is not as favorable as arriving at the right moment, haha. Zhang Tianqi smiled, though his smile did not reach his eyes, as he regarded Yang Guanfeng. The previous contest of momentum had been a probing measure, and the results confirmed that Yang Guanfeng was undeniably at the genuine 6th level of cultivation. However, in terms of strength, he still held a slight advantage. Yet, such a disparity in power would be difficult to manifest unless one were to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Zhang Tianqi, as the head of the Zhang family, was no fool. It was not worth risking lives over a mere mineral resource. However, should he yield based on a single utterance from the opponent, what would become of the Zhang family's reputation? Yang Guanfeng, let us dispense with such roundabout dialogue. Since I have come, I shall not withdraw easily, Zhang Tianqi proclaimed. This area lies at the intersection of 2 towns, lacking a clear demarcation. Since the Wang family cannot safeguard the mineral resources, it ought to be redefined in terms of ownership. Are you implying, Brother Zhang, that we must engage in a duel? As he spoke, Yang Guanfeng stepped forward, displaying no hint of trepidation. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, an invisible energy field expanding between them. The 4 juniors were relatively unaffected, as they were all cultivators of Qi gathering. However, the miners brought by the Zhang family and the nearby soldiers watching the spectacle were not so fortunate, suffering from breathlessness and, in severe cases, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the confrontation between the 2 did not prolong, and no casualties occurred. This encounter further solidified Zhang Tianqi's understanding that subduing Yang Guanfeng would not be an easy task. Even if they were to engage, it would likely culminate in a stalemate. Father, at that moment, Zhang Yao approached and softly called out, casting a knowing glance at his father. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tianqi formulated a plan. Yang Guanfeng, as elders, it is indeed unbecoming for us to engage in combat. Since both our families have juniors present today, why not have them spar to determine the ownership of these mineral resources? Zhang Tianqi, believing his son to be at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of Qi gathering, felt confident in victory. Little did he realize that his suggestion played directly into the hands of the Yang family, as neither Yang Lingrui nor Yang Linghu had revealed their true capabilities. Yang Guanfeng and others extended an invitation to battle. What a splendid idea. With the 2 of us present, we can provide support and ensure that harmony is maintained, Yang Guanfeng remarked. Upon hearing the prospect of engaging in a friendly contest, Zhang Chen felt invigorated. Uncle, I. He was about to volunteer when Zhang Tianqi raised his hand to halt him. Zhang Yao, you shall go. Yes, father. Observing Zhang Tianqi's choice of Zhang Yao, Zhang Chen felt a flicker of discontent within. After all, Zhang Yao was merely a few years his senior. When it came to cultivation talent, he certainly outshone Zhang Yao. Moreover, that young lad from the Yang family had only just broken through to the first level of qi gathering. Defeating him would be a mere formality. It was evident that familial favoritism prevailed. Even in such moments, the inclination was to allow one's own son to showcase his prowess. Zhang Chen thought to himself, this highlights the disparity between the Zhang and Yang families. Indeed, most families struggle to achieve the level of unity that the Yang family possesses, as open and covert rivalries are invariably unavoidable. The Yang family has achieved its present stature due to two key factors: the devoted assistance of Elder Yu and the remarkable leadership skills and charisma of Yang Guanfeng. As Zhang Yao approached the open space ahead, Yang Lingrui from the Yang family stepped forward to greet him. After introducing themselves, Zhang Yao from the Zhang family and Yang Lingrui from the Yang family, the two prepared for confrontation. Neither was impulsive. They refrained from acting recklessly without understanding each other's strengths. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Zhang Yao unleashed a fiery serpent that lunged towards Yang Lingrui. Yang Lingrui raised his hand, conjuring a shield of wind to dispel the flames. After a tentative exchange of elemental magic, both combatants discerned each other's prowess, thus embarking on a new round of confrontation. Flowing fireball, Zhang Yao initiated the attack, casting several incantations that ignited crimson flames around him. With a flick of his finger, the fireballs shot forth towards Yang Lingrui. Excellent! With a light exclamation, Yang Lingrui waved his arms, summoning a fierce wind that enveloped him. The swirling gusts neutralized the fireball, allowing him to launch a counterattack. Whoosh! 3 streams of wind surged forth, aimed directly at Zhang Yao. How swift! Zhang Yao's pupils constricted in surprise. For Yang Lingrui's technique surpassed the usual speed of wind-based spells. Chapter 31. The outcome yet. Despite his astonishment, Zhang Yao remained composed, displaying an air of confidence as if victory were firmly in his grasp. With a puff, the 3 gusts approached with ferocity. Unperturbed, Zhang Yao raised his hands, instantly conjuring a pillar of fire that reached nearly his height. The wind attack struck the blazing column, causing it to flicker momentarily before igniting with renewed vigor. Haha. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Young brother Yang, I concede that your wind techniques are commendable, but do you understand the principle that wind fuels fire? The outcome of this contest was determined from the very beginning. Observing this, Zhang Tianqi revealed a smug expression, yet when he glanced at Yang Guanfeng, he found him engaged in conversation with another member of the Yang family, his demeanor still serene, as if entirely unconcerned about Yang Lingrui's potential defeat. Ah. Feigning calmness will avail you nothing. If you lose and refuse to acknowledge it, I shall ensure you endure significant hardships. Zhang Tianqi mused. Linghu, if it were you, how would you proceed? Yang Guanfeng slightly tilted his head and inquired, Old ancestor, if I were to encounter the opponent wielding fire magic, I would swiftly approach, risking injury to secure a swift victory. Yang Linghu murmured. Indeed, a commendable strategy, but what if the encounter occurred not in a duel, but amidst the wilderness? Wilderness? Yang Linghu was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. Naturally, the first course of action would be to flee, leveraging his advantages to create distance and seek refuge, waiting for the opponent to let their guard down before launching a surprise attack. Indeed, one must remain sharp-minded when venturing outside. With that, the two turned their gaze back to the arena. At this moment, a peculiar scene unfolded between the two combatants. Zhang Yao was manipulating a pillar of fire, while Yang Lingrui seemed to have lost his senses, relentlessly channeling gale force winds into it. The once half-man-high pillar of fire had now swelled beyond his own height. Had the young man from the Yang family lost his mind? Did he not realize that his actions would only serve to benefit his opponent? Zhang Chun wore a look of exasperation, but when he glanced at Zhang Tianqi, he was astonished to see the family head furrowing his brow. What? Suddenly sensing something amiss, he scrutinized Zhang Yao and noticed that he was now drenched in sweat. As Yang Lingrui's attacks persisted, the fire pillar grew increasingly formidable, now threatening to reach a height of 10 feet. It dawned on Zhang Chen that the young cultivator from the Yang family intended to overwhelm Zhang Yao to the point of exhaustion. While the fire pillar possessed the ability to absorb techniques, particularly wind-based ones, and could not only absorb but also amplify itself. Zhang Yao, being only at the second level of qi gathering, had already surpassed the limits of his control over the swelling pillar. Cursed be it. In the arena, Zhang Yao gritted his teeth, desperately trying to maintain the stability of the fire pillar. He cursed under his breath, filled with confusion. Did this young man have an endless supply of spiritual energy? What gave him such audacity? Under normal circumstances, he would have been confident in gaining the upper hand in a fair fight, but that would require time. Believing he could deter his opponent, he summoned the fire pillar, thinking it would be a sure victory, only to find himself in an inextricable predicament. Due to excessive inflation, the fire pillar was nearing a state of uncontrollable chaos. Whether it exploded or he forcibly withdrew it, he would suffer significant injury either way. His only hope lay in praying that Yang Lingrui would exhaust his spiritual energy first. However, when he observed his opponent, he noted that while the howling winds were not as fierce as at the beginning, there was still a considerable distance before Yang Lingrui's energy would be depleted. Looking at himself, he felt his muscles trembling, and his consciousness began to blur. To the spectators, Zhang Yao's defeat seemed merely a matter of time, while he himself was unwilling to concede, continuing to endure the pressure. Zhang Tianqi's brow was tightly knit, his expression grim. He had anticipated securing the mineral resources with ease, only to find himself in such a predicament. Uncle, it seems that Yao Gu is on the verge of collapse. Zhang Qin stood beside him, his face filled with concern, yet inwardly he relished the prospect of Zhang Yao's misfortune. This was what you get for not allowing me to participate. You deserve it. Zhang Tianqi disregarded him, casting a profound glance at Yang Guanfeng before swiftly gliding to Zhang Yao's side. He reached out towards the towering inferno, extinguishing it as effortlessly as snuffing out a mere flicker. Simultaneously, Yang Guanfeng descended into the fray, placing a hand upon his shoulder, dissipating the formidable winds enveloping him. Father, I have not yet lost, Zhang Yao exclaimed in a moment of urgency. However, before he could elaborate, Zhang Tianqi silenced him with a sharp reprimand. Enough. Do you not feel embarrassed enough already? Had I not intervened, your own spell would have left you grievously injured. Chastised, Zhang Yao's spirit deflated, and he dared not utter another word. Brother Zhang, the outcome is clear, and the ownership of this place is evident. Thus, I shall not see you off any further. Master Yang, I have learned much today, until we meet again. With that, Zhang Tianqi departed with his entourage from the mining site. Father, I apologize. On the return journey to Sangla Valley, Zhang Yao regained his composure and offered his contrition. Zhang Tianqi, however, refrained from further reproach, replying, "This is not solely your fault. I also underestimated the Yang family." Underestimated? Do you imply that the Yang family possesses greater influence? It is uncertain whether they possess such influence. But their cultivation methods are undoubtedly formidable, Zhang Tianqi continued. The matter of the minerals requires careful deliberation. Once we unlock the treasures within the cave in the valley, we shall address the Yang family at a more opportune time. Yes, father, Zhang Yao nodded in agreement. Zhang Qin, walking beside them, silently concurred. Yet he could not shake the feeling that had he been in the same position today, victory would have been his. The cave's restrictions were immensely powerful. It had remained sealed for 2 decades, and who could tell how much longer it would take? Allowing the Yang family to unjustly benefit from the mineral resources was intolerable. Clearly, my family is stronger. Why should we yield? My uncle is undeniably biased, treating me as an outsider and always allowing Zhang Yao to take the lead. Since he does not wish for me to shine, I shall devise my own methods. We shall see how this unfolds. Yet, he remains too young, viewing matters only superficially, failing to comprehend Zhang Tianqi's protective guidance and nurturing. Though his talent is exceptional, his temperament hinders him. In contrast, Yang Lingrui, facing similar circumstances, has outstripped him significantly. With the contest for the minerals concluded, 3 days later, the Yang family's mining team arrived at the site. This team primarily consisted of outsiders from the southern banks, who, upon hearing of the myriad benefits of the northern bank, had eagerly sought opportunities. Now, with news of distant mineral extraction, they flocked to enlist. Yang Linghu was left here to provide care and may have to stay for a while until the situation stabilizes. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Lingshi, he has absorbed much and grown significantly. Earlier, when Yang Guanfeng questioned him, he had already garnered a general understanding of the forthcoming arrangements. The Yang family continues to expand its influence, and it is indeed the opportune moment to utilize its talents. Ling Rui engages in cultivation, while Ling Qing manages the household affairs. Naturally, The responsibility of external matters will fall upon him. He harbors no grievances regarding this, finding the task rather agreeable. Given his temperament, one might say that quiet contemplation would be the more arduous endeavor. That evening, after inspecting the mines, Yang Linghu returned to his residence only to discover Yang Guanfeng's arrival. Just as he was about to pay his respects, Yang Guanfeng raised his hand to halt him. "No need for that. I have merely come to deliver something to you, and shall take my leave. Guarding the mines is demanding work. You should rest early." After Yang Guanfeng departed, Yang Linghu cast his gaze upon a small vial resting on the table. He approached and opened it, and the moment he sensed its essence, enlightenment dawned upon him. Ha ha ha. This little fellow Lingrue is perpetually so self-effacing, leaving me, as his elder brother, feeling rather embarrassed. Chapter 32. Consciousness Ascension and Meridian Restoration. Upon returning home to the Forbidden Grounds, young Guanfeng found Lingqing and Lingrue just concluding a session of cultivation. "Master, the spiritual liquid. Of course it has been delivered. What? Do you not trust my handling of affairs?" Yang Guanfeng feigned anger. No, I wouldn't dare," Lingrue stammered. "Uft." Yang Lingrue hurriedly waved his hand, while Yang Lingqing beside him found it amusing. "All right, the ancestor is just teasing you." After a brief exchange among the three, their conversation turned to the agenda of Yang Lingqing's discussions for the day. The various clans on the northern shore, upon receiving the news, could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly seeking information through intermediaries. After all, in their eyes, ascending that modest cliff was akin to entering the celestial gates, paving the way for them to soar through the skies and vanquish demons, much like the esteemed immortal masters of the Yang family. The clans of the northern shore demonstrated great cooperation, having already reported their numbers moments ago. Yang Lingqing presented a roster to Yang Guanfeng, comprising a total of 55 individuals. After reviewing, Yang Guanfeng remarked, 55 individuals. One wonders if we can unearth even a single prodigious talent. Qingjia. Is it truly so arduous to find a child with innate aptitude? Among our peers, we are but a handful, yet we have already discovered 3. Yang Lingrue stood aside, quietly inquiring of Yang Lingqing. "It is not merely difficult." Yang Lingqing shook her head and elucidated. "Our family is unlike ordinary households. Our ancestors produced a formidable practitioner of the spirit communication realm, and we possess a bloodline inheritance. However, even so, if you observe our father's generation, there was only one ancestor who emerged. For us, to have 3 is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. In the case of common folk, the proportion of those possessing the aptitude for cultivation is likely less than 1 in 10,000. Such a rarity." Yang Lingrue expressed his astonishment. "It is quite a challenge to select one exceptional child from these 55. However, with the 3 of you at home, we have enough to manage. If we can recruit outside cultivators, that would be preferable. If not, it is not a matter of great concern. Once the Bayan clan has had a few years to recuperate and thrive, our population will surely increase, and eventually, we will be able to nurture some promising talents." Yang Guanfeng put away the roster and remarked, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall make the arrangements. Focus solely on your cultivation." "Yes, ancestor." As Ling Rue and Ling Qing returned to the ancestral hall to resume their training, Chen Yang's consciousness gradually became clearer. Why had he drifted in and out of slumber for so long this time? While he gathered spiritual energy to aid the two in their cultivation, he pondered. Ever since the blood-burning ritual, he had found himself easily overcome by drowsiness, reminiscent of the initial years following his arrival in this world. However, unlike those earlier times when he would fall into a deep sleep, now even in slumber, a layer of consciousness remained, allowing him to awaken forcibly in emergencies. Indeed, his awareness had solidified somewhat. This deep state of sleep was not without its advantages. Upon awakening for the first time, Chen Yang noticed subtle changes in his consciousness. If his previous awareness was merely perception, understanding the world through observation and sensation, now he could slowly begin to grasp it more tangibly. With the 2 little ones present, he decided to test this newfound ability. With that in mind, Chen Yang extended his consciousness toward them. "Wait, what is this?" Almost instantaneously upon making contact with their consciousness, they reacted sharply. "Oh, we were detected so easily." This was Chen Yang's first attempt at such a method, and he was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this approach should not be employed indiscriminately. Even Ling Rue and Ling Qing, 2 initial-stage cultivators, could respond, let alone those of higher cultivation levels. His action startled the 2 children, who quickly rose to patrol the forbidden area. There was no one there. I found nothing on my side either. Where did that feeling of being observed come from? Upon returning to the ancestral hall, they were puzzled when a thought suddenly entered their minds. This is the Spirit Stone Immortal. They immediately turned to Chen Yang, only to find him flickering in and out like a gentle light. The Immortal wishes to probe us. Let us sit properly. Yang Lingrui and Yang Lingqing promptly resumed their seats, while Chen Yang once again extended his consciousness. This time, they did not resist. Instead, they opened their minds, allowing Chen Yang to delve deeper. What a marvel! Chen Yang marveled as he explored. Previously, he had only discerned the strength of others through the fluctuations of spiritual energy, but now he could penetrate the exterior and reach the very essence. He could see every aspect of the energy channels within the two children, the configuration of their energy reservoirs, their reserves of spiritual power, and even the obstructions hindering the flow of energy, all laid bare before him. After a thorough examination, it became evident that Yang Lingrui possessed an extraordinary talent. His 12 energy channels were broad, complete, and uniformly proportioned, with seamless and natural connections. Most significantly, this child's energy reservoir was remarkably large, capable of accommodating more spiritual energy than that of an average cultivator. In contrast, Yang Lingqing's condition was somewhat weaker. Moreover, through this exploration, Chen Yang discerned an obstruction in her energy channel. This blockage was located on the left side of Yang Lingqing's shoulder, appearing as though it had been compressed by some external force, resulting in a constricted passage. With a mindset of cautious experimentation, Chen Yang summoned the spiritual energy within him, intending to assist Yang Lingqing in restoring the flow of her energy channel. As his spiritual energy reached the obstruction, Yang Lingqing felt a sharp, needle-like pain emanating from her shoulder. Yet, due to her trust in Chen Yang, she gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort. Chen Yang carefully controlled his energy, gradually expanding the constricted channel. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he withdrew his consciousness and retracted his energy. Yang Lingqing finally began to breathe deeply, as the preceding ordeal had proven to be quite arduous. Sister Qing, are you all right? How do you feel? Yang Lingrui inquired, refraining from probing further, knowing it was the handiwork of the Spirit Stone Immortal. I'm fine, just a bit sore, she replied, rising to her feet and gently massaging her left shoulder. To her surprise, the act of rubbing revealed something unexpected. I sustained an injury to my left shoulder from a wooden stake in my youth. Although I had healed over time, it still affected my energy flow. Yet now, it feels somewhat better. To test her hypothesis, Yang Lingqing immediately entered a meditative state, allowing spiritual energy to traverse her meridians. Upon reaching her left shoulder, she indeed found the flow to be more unimpeded than before. She shared this revelation with Yang Lingrui, and both were immensely delighted. They soon summoned Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu. Initially skeptical, the two examined Yang Lingqing's meridians and confirmed that the damage had indeed been partially repaired. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu exchanged a glance, both perceiving a look of astonishment in each other's eyes. Yang Lingqing's injury had been previously noted, yet their lack of medical knowledge rendered them powerless to mend it. The existence of such wondrous methods through spirit stones is indeed remarkable. Master of the house, we ought to express our profound gratitude to the Immortal. Very well, follow me. The four of them returned to the ancestral hall, where Yang Guanfeng led them in a heartfelt expression of thanks to Chen Yang. The decision to aid Yang Lingqing in restoring her energy meridians was initially spontaneous. However, upon realizing its efficacy, Chen Yang approached the task with utmost seriousness, expending considerable amounts of his own spiritual energy throughout the process. Observing the current situation, he conveyed a thought to Yang Lingqing, who, after a brief moment of bewilderment, comprehended the implication. Esteemed ancestors, Yang Lingqing spoke. The Immortal of the Spirit Stones has conveyed that this method requires me to rest for a month after each application. My damaged energy meridian will require 4 such treatments to fully heal, yet the consumption is immense. Each execution necessitates your personal nurturing for 10 days. Understood. There is no issue whatsoever. The Immortal's efforts shall not go unappreciated by the Yang family. Chapter 33. The testing of clan children in the subsequent 10 days. Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu visited the forbidden grounds each night, bestowing pure spiritual energy upon Chen Yang to aid in his recovery. After 10 days, Chen Yang regained his vigor, his spiritual energy even more abundant than before. Ancestor, the individuals have arrived at the doorstep, Yang Lingqing announced as the nurturing concluded. Very well. Lingqing, let us proceed together. Indeed, the two of them leaped down the mountain, landing gracefully in the courtyard of the Yang family. Yang Feiyin and Yang Xiaolei had already arrived and were awaiting the two, greeting them with a respectful bow. Today marks the day when the Yang family assesses the children of their clan. The entrance of the Yang family estate is now bustling with a crowd. Over 100 adults accompany their children, the majority of whom display a sense of anxiety as they gaze upon the grand gates of the Yang residence. In contrast, the children trailing behind are filled with excitement and anticipation. Esteemed steward, is it truly possible for my child to ascend Wushan and become an immortal? Inquired a middle-aged man at the front of the line, bowing slightly. The elderly steward of the Yang family tilted his head and chuckled. As for this matter, I cannot be certain. The master of the house has mentioned that it all depends on one's celestial affinity. Celestial affinity. Indeed, it is celestial affinity. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. My child has been fortunate since a young age. At 5, he fell into a river and did not drown. At 8, he was lost in the mountains for 3 days and still survived. This year, he turns 10, and during the beast tide, he was chased by 2 wolves and managed to escape. Zhao Dapeng, your child is not merely fortunate, he is exceptionally unlucky. Haha. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. At that moment, Yang Feiyun also emerged. After counting the number of people, he noticed an additional couple. Oh, how is there an extra child? Before the steward could respond, a man from the group hurried forward, leading his child, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Great Lord, my daughter just turned 15 5 days ago. I beseech you to show mercy and allow her to try as well. Please. His daughter followed closely behind, bowing her head repeatedly, the sound echoing as she did so. The Yang family had previously established a clear criterion: children aged between 10 and 14. Now, her daughter is just shy of meeting this requirement, and she is reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Yang Feiyun lowered his gaze towards the father and daughter before him. He recalled that this family bore the surname Wu, originally consisting of 6 members: the father, Wu San, and his daughter, Wu Tong. The girl's 3 elder brothers had all joined the Yang clan's militia, bravely perishing amidst the beast tide. Their mother, too, had met her end, tragically bitten by a beast while attempting to protect her daughter. Now, only the father and daughter remained, though it was against the rules. Out of respect for her 3 brothers, Yang Feiyun resolved to allow the girl to enter and give it a try. All right, no need for further bows. Rise and follow at the end of the line. Upon hearing this, the Wu father and daughter were overwhelmed with gratitude. Bowing deeply before the Yang family's gates several times, their hearts brimming with joy as they followed suit. In the aftermath of the beast tide, the Yang family estate had undergone significant renovations. Thanks to the involvement of Elder Yu, the residence now exuded not only grandeur, but also an ethereal charm. As they traversed the covered walkway, the children eagerly peeked around, expressing their awe and wonder. What an enormous rockery! That pavilion is so tall, adorned with wisteria. Look at those intricate carvings and murals. Truly the work of divine hands. Is it real? Aren't the immortals said to reside in the mountains? TSK, you naive soul. The immortals on the mountain are all members of the Yang family. Upon arriving at the courtyard, everyone encountered Yang Guanfeng and Yang Lingshi, instinctively closing their mouths and standing in respectful silence. 56 individuals? Yang Lingshi extended her divine consciousness and discerned the presence of an additional individual. Upon returning to the esteemed Master Lingshi, she noted the presence of a girl who at the time of the decree was merely 14, but has recently celebrated her 15th birthday. Yang Lingshi glanced back at Yang Guanfeng, who indicated that she should make her own decision. Well then, let it be included. Yang Lingshi did not dwell on the matter excessively. To her, the presence of one more person or one less made little difference. She arranged the order according to previous rankings. Zhao Qi, present. Zhao Qi, the son of Zhao Dapeng, a child who had faced misfortune since childhood, stepped forward. The boy was of unremarkable appearance, neither tall nor short, neither plump nor slender, seemingly lacking any distinctive feature. Extend your hand. Yes, esteemed ancestor. Zhao Qi rolled up his sleeves and offered his arm. Yang Guanfeng gently placed his hand, releasing his spiritual energy. Moments later, he let out a soft gasp of surprise within his heart. Could it be true? Did the first one succeed? Doubt clouded his mind as he reached out once more to confirm that this child, named Zhao Qi, possessed 12 intact meridians, indeed showcasing the potential for cultivation. Excellent. Step behind me. Zhao Qi stood momentarily stunned, while his father rushed forward, urging him onward. The Immortal Master is speaking to you. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry. Oh. Zhao Qi nodded quickly, expressing his gratitude to Yang Guanfeng before moving to stand behind him. At that moment, Zhao Dapeng's face flushed with pride, his heart brimming with joy. He straightened his back, which had been bent from years of toil in the fields, in response to the envious gazes of those around him. Next, step down. Continue. Step down. Following Zhao Qi, over 50 children were tested, none of whom displayed any aptitude. Either their meridians were severed or their potential was lacking. Such outcomes were expected. Yang Guanfeng had come with the belief that no one would qualify. Chen Yang watched the proceedings, lamenting that his arms were not long enough to reach the precipice below, wishing he could also assess these children's potential. In the blink of an eye, all 55 children had been tested. Aside from Zhao Qi, not a single individual possessed the capacity for cultivation. It seems to be over. However, having discovered one child with the potential for cultivation is already a stroke of fortune. Old Yang's luck is truly commendable, Chen Yang mused. With the testing of the 55 complete, Yang Guanfeng turned his gaze to the final father-daughter pair, their foreheads still marked by the bloodstains from their earlier bows. Wu Xin looked anxiously at Yang Guanfeng, feeling as though he were gazing up at an incomprehensibly towering peak, the immense pressure within his chest making it difficult to breathe. Yang Guanfeng cast a fleeting glance at him, his gaze swiftly shifting away. It is entirely ordinary for a mortal to exhibit such a reaction upon encountering an immortal. However, when he turned his attention to the girl beside the man, he was taken aback to find that this seemingly delicate maiden possessed an extraordinarily resolute gaze fixed upon him. Yang Guanfeng, having encountered countless individuals, could assert with certainty that this was not the naive fearlessness of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Come forth, he beckoned. As the girl's name was absent from the list, Wu Tong clenched her fists and resolutely stepped forward. Yang Guanfeng placed his fingertips gently upon Wu Tong's arm and immediately released his spiritual energy. Upon its entrance into the body, he sensed an unusual turbulence in its flow. Curiously, despite the erratic movements of the energy, it encountered no complete obstructions and ultimately found its passage. Lingshi, come and take a look. Yes. Young Lingshi stepped forward to take another look. After a moment, she turned to Yang Guanfeng and nodded. Although it was exceedingly difficult, they had indeed succeeded. Chapter 34. Outer Clan Practitioners. The quality of a practitioner's aptitude is typically assessed through their chi nodes, connection patterns, and energy channels. A complete set of 12 chi nodes signifies the potential for cultivation. The fewer the branches at the connection points, the less spiritual energy is lost. The broader the energy channels, the greater the flow of spiritual energy that can enter the body. At present, Wu Tong's aptitude can be deemed inferior in every aspect, yet it has not reached a point of being unusable. In other words, she belongs to the category of cultivators with the most meager potential. What is your name? Wu Tong. Very well, please come forward. Thank you, Master Xian. Wu San, still in a state of astonishment, watched as his daughter stood behind Yang Guanfeng. The onlookers were equally astonished. Wu Tong could enter the celestial gate. Good heavens! It seems that Wu San had indeed struck a fortunate bet. Celestial fate is truly an enigma beyond the grasp of us mortals. One could only wonder how Wu Tong's aptitude compares to Zhao Qi's. Only the Master Xian would know the answer. With the emergence of a second child who had passed the assessment, the crowd began to murmur. Zhao Dapeng also took action, stepping forward to support the trembling Wu San. Third brother, the child has made us proud. We should rejoice. The previously referred to old third had now transformed into third brother. Wu San regained his composure, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled, saying, Indeed, this is a moment for joy. After the two children bid farewell to their families, Yang Guanfeng seized them and leaped into the air, vanishing before the crowd. The subsequent matters would be handled by Yang Feiyun. Every family that had brought a child for testing, regardless of whether the child had displayed talent, received a reward equivalent to a year's harvest. With the monetary reward in hand, the faces of the crowd were alight with uncontainable joy, and they expressed their gratitude profusely, praising the generosity and magnanimity of the host. The Zhao and Wu families, in addition to the reward, received an extra grand gift. Yang Feiyun generously allocated a vast expanse of land to the Zhao family, bestowing upon them a residence at the foot of the mountain along with several commercial shops. Zhao Dapeng, originally from a farming background, instantaneously transformed into a prominent landowner in the foothills. Wu San, having been left alone without any relatives, voluntarily relinquished these generous gifts. requesting only the opportunity to remain within the Yang household. Yang Feiyun arranged for him to oversee a secluded estate belonging to the Yang family. After the common folk descended from the mountain, news of their rewards and titles spread swiftly throughout the valley. They also brought tidings that henceforth, every year, the Yang family would recruit children from the lower region, but only those from the northern bank would be eligible. This announcement sent ripples of excitement through the community. Upon hearing that the old farmer Zhao Dapeng's child had ascended to the celestial mountain, receiving both land and a grand residence, the townsfolk could hardly contain their eagerness. Indeed, such fortune seemed almost miraculous. Alas, my child has already reached the age of 16 this year. Otherwise, who knows? They too might have caught the eye of the celestial masters. This simply cannot be. I must devise a strategy to earn the trust of the Yang family. In comparison, the northern bank is fertile, while the southern bank is barren. Now, with the promise of an ascension pathway, the disparity is even more pronounced. Did not 2 children get selected? Why have we not seen another family relocate? It is that solitary Wu Lao San, whose daughter was chosen, bereft of kin. He beseeched the lord of the Yang family and now serves as an overseer. Oh, what a splendid position that is. To the ordinary folk, not merely entering the employ of the Yang family, but even establishing any connection with them is deemed extraordinary. Witnessing the fortunes of the 2 children, the hearts of the commoners below were stirred. Those from the southern bank sought various ways to pledge their loyalty to the Yang family, hoping to secure their own residence on the northern bank. Meanwhile, the couples from the northern bank busied themselves that very night. Their reasoning was simple. Since the chance for celestial fate is rare, they should bear more children. Although it may be too late now, perhaps in a decade, one might win the grand prize. The reactions of the common folk below aligned perfectly with the aspirations of the Yang family's management. Through their efforts, they achieved multiple objectives. First, they could identify potential candidates with cultivation aptitude. Second, they would further endear the southern residents to the Yang family. Third, the population under the Yang family's influence would continually grow, ensuring a steady supply of labor for decades, if not centuries, to come. In stark contrast to the bustling activity below, the Yang family's forbidden grounds remained tranquil as ever. The 2 children were entrusted to Elder Yu, who led them to a secluded branch of the forbidden area, located beyond the clouds and mist, nestled within the dense pine forest, some 30 paces from the main estate. You 2 will reside here from now on. Do you remember what I instructed you earlier? We do, Elder Yu. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to our cultivation. Old Yu nodded slightly and produced 2 booklets, handing them to the 2 individuals. The first method is known as the Zhou Tian Qi induction technique, a cultivation practice focused on the refinement of qi quality, utilizing the celestial body method to draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Today, I shall elucidate the prologue for you. Pay close attention. The second method is titled by High Body Forging Record, which also pertains to the refinement of qi quality, employing a physical cultivation technique to temper the flesh and absorb the spiritual essence of the universe. I will explain this to you as well. Old Yu spoke in a calm tone, articulating the introductory passages of the 2 techniques with precision. The children listened with rapt attention, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. In terms of quality, these 2 techniques cannot compare to the Mingling Dao-seeking book. The latter allows one to reach the condensation of the essence realm, whereas the former, upon perfecting qi, marks the limit of its potential, specifically intended for external cultivators. In the future, the number of external cultivators within the Yang family is sure to increase, becoming a significant force in their hands. However, it is also crucial that their realms do not exceed a certain threshold. Otherwise, the descendants of the Yang family may find it difficult to maintain control. The Yang family offers them the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation, yet they must pledge absolute loyalty to the family. Currently, the 2 children have yet to gather their energy. Once they succeed in doing so, Elder Yu will require them to swear a blood oath of eternal allegiance to the Yang family. Have you noted this? In response, the children affirmed, nodding in unison. Very well, let me elaborate further. Cultivation is arduous, and the journey is long. One must guard against arrogance and impatience, for haste can lead to ruin. Elder Yu spoke earnestly. You 2 are the first external disciples accepted by the Yang family, and will serve as a model for future generations. Diligent effort and unwavering commitment are essential. The teachings of Elder Yu are firmly etched in my mind, Wu Tong replied. The teachings of Elder Yu are firmly etched in my mind, Zhao Qi echoed. The two children bowed deeply to Elder Yu, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Now, let us begin. I will visit every 3 days for 2 hours. During that time, you may inquire about any doubts you have. The moment you successfully gather your energy, you may formally take me as your master, Elder Yu stated, rising to depart. In the courtyard, the two children began to exchange and peruse the 2 manuals of cultivation before gradually attempting to practice. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Wanfeng, Elder Yu, and Chen Yang were silently observing their progress. While talent is significant, the Yang family places greater emphasis on character. We shall rely on Elder Yu's vigilant oversight. Rest assured. Head of the family. Chapter 35. Zhao Qi and Wu Tong. Chen Yang similarly watched the 2 children. Out of 56 participants, to find 2 with potential was initially surprising. Yet upon reflection, it seemed less remarkable. The 2 towns are expansive, encompassing numerous villages and households, amounting to over 10,000 individuals. The recent beast tide had caused a portion of them to converge upon the Yang family. Given such a large pool, it was not entirely unexpected that 2 gifted children would emerge. It could merely be considered fortunate for the Yang family that these 2 children fortuitously found their way to their domain and survived the calamity. Oh, it appears they are ready to commence their training. Chen Yang refocused his attention on the sub-institute. After discussion, the 2 children decided to begin with the Zhou Tian Qi gathering technique. The practice of this technique resembles yoga from Chen Yang's previous life, utilizing specific combinations of movements to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 12 movements comprise 1 cycle of Zhou Tian, and 12 cycles complete a full set. Only after completing a set can one draw the spiritual energy into their body. Compared to the mysterious spirit path book, this method might appear somewhat clumsy, yet it boasts a lower barrier to entry. With diligent effort, success in gathering energy is merely a matter of time. The 2 children, somewhat inexperienced, mimicked the Zhou Tian movements throughout the day, their garments soaked with sweat multiple times, yet they had only just begun to master the initial motions. Sister Wu Tong, let us take a break. My arms and legs feel weak. Zhao Qi collapsed onto the ground, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow. This experience was a far cry from his preconceived notions of cultivating immortality. The movements of the Zhou Tian seemed deceptively simple, yet executing them in a fluid manner proved to be immensely taxing on his physical stamina. He felt more fatigued than after a full day of labor alongside Zhao Daping. Beside him, Wu Tong knelt on the ground, her face flushed and her hair damp, strands clinging to her cheeks. She did not respond to Zhao Qi, but instead focused on catching her breath, her heart racing, before rising once more to continue the Zhou Tian movements. Zhao Qi, taken aback, remained momentarily speechless. After observing her diligence for a while, he felt compelled to join her in practice. They persevered in their training until nightfall, their limbs utterly exhausted, at which point they finally ceased their efforts. It was then that Elder Yu appeared, escorting them back to their quarters for rest. The next day, Chen Yang anticipated that after such an arduous first day, the 2 children would indulge in slumber, yet to his surprise, at the break of dawn, Wu Tong was already pulling a still drowsy Zhao Qi outside to tidy the courtyard. After a modest breakfast and a brief respite, they plunged back into their training. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Qi could be heard vocally expressing his discomfort, yet he did not falter in executing the movements. Wu Tong, as stoic as ever, labored to perfect each action without uttering a word. By the 5th day, their bodies had acclimated to the Zhou Tian movements, and the pain had subsided significantly, enhancing their efficiency. That evening, both successfully completed an entire set of Zhou Tian movements, marking a significant milestone in their journey. After which they continued to repeat the motions until they could execute a full cycle seamlessly. This process was notably monotonous, as there were no shortcuts to success. Only relentless effort would suffice. Zhao Qi found himself tempted to slack off several times during this endeavor, yet seeing Wu Tong persist, he felt a sense of obligation to maintain his pace. How amusing these 2 little ones are. Wu Tong, the young girl, possesses remarkable fortitude, unwavering determination, and a resilient spirit. After observing them for some time, Chen Yang had come to understand their personalities quite well. Zhao Qi, though frequently vocal in his complaints and occasionally seeking to take the easy route, was nonetheless acutely aware of the gravity of their undertaking and did not hesitate to put in the necessary effort when it truly mattered. Upon reflection, both children exhibit commendable qualities. Mr. Yu and Chen Yang share a similar perspective, having encountered countless individuals throughout his lifetime. He has discerned the essence of these 2 children from their performances over the past 2 days. Time has gradually slipped away, and a month has swiftly elapsed. Today marks the occasion when Chen Yang is to assist young Lingshi in restoring her vital energy. As he regains his focus, his gaze shifts toward the branch academy. After a month of rigorous training, Wutong and Zhaoqi have finally mastered the complete cycle of the Zhou Tian movements. Today, they are to commence the formal process of channeling energy into their bodies. The two adjust their states, murmuring incantations as their bodies begin to move in synchrony. As they circulate their energy, the surrounding spiritual essence experiences a palpable shift. Upon completing the first round, Zhaoqi seems to have gained some insight, whereas Wutong remains oblivious to any sensation. During the second round, Zhaoqi can faintly perceive the flow of spiritual energy, while Wutong still feels nothing. The third and fourth rounds follow, from the break of dawn to the descent of the sun. The two children successfully complete a total of 8 rounds of Zhou Tian. Eureka! Upon concluding the 8th round, Zhaoqi exclaims joyfully. He has successfully channeled the first strand of celestial energy into his body, experiencing a buoyant sensation within his vital channels. Sister Wutong, I have succeeded in channeling energy into my body. That is wonderful. Congratulations. Wutong genuinely rejoices for Zhaoqi. Yet the thought of her own stagnant progress casts a shadow over her expression. Zhaoqi, sensing her disheartenment, hastens to offer words of comfort. Listening to his youthful reassurances, Wutong can only manage a wry smile and shake her head. She understands all too well the principles involved. However, after a month of diligent effort, to yield no results is undeniably disheartening. Alas, her innate talent indeed seems lacking. When compared not only to the 3 children of the Yang family, but even to Zhaoqi, she feels significantly inferior. Witnessing the entire process, Chen Yang sighed inwardly. Although Wutong possessed the ability to cultivate, her physical aptitude was rather lamentable. As Chen Yang observed the surrounding spiritual energy being drawn in by her circulation, it coalesced around her body, yet failed to find an entry point, ultimately dissipating into the ether. With 12 acupoints, each exceedingly narrow, it was evident that she would need to exert far more effort than her peers to attain a level comparable to ordinary cultivators. Time sped by in the realm of cultivation, and before long, a month had passed. After nurturing Chen Yang with spiritual energy, Elder Yu proceeded to the branch academy to assess the progress of the 2 children. Zhaoqi had successfully opened his first acupoint, and his circulation became increasingly adept, allowing him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy in both motion and stillness. Observing quietly from the side, Elder Yu nodded in silence, then turned his gaze towards Wutong, a sigh escaping his heart. For an entire month, Wutong had yet to draw energy into her body, consistently faltering at critical moments. Despite her circulation being more precise and fluid than Zhaoqi's, she had made no discernible progress. Even the contemplative Elder Yu could not help but feel a sense of lament at this sight. Sister Wutong, it's getting late. Let us call it a day, Zhaoqi said, steadying himself and looking at her with concern. They had completed 10 cycles of circulation today, their bodies having reached their limits. You should head back. I'll try again, Wutong replied, adjusting her breathing. Zhaoqi hesitated, wanting to say more, but ultimately acquiesced and returned to his room. Once he left, Wutong rested for a moment before rising once more to commence her circulation. Elder Yu watched as she completed her 11th cycle, only to collapse once again without any progress. Clenching her fists tightly and pressing her lips together, silent sobs escaped her, 2 streams of tears trickling down her cheeks. In that fleeting moment, the figures of her departed brothers and her mother's anguished visage flooded her mind. After a brief bout of weeping, this resilient young woman stood unsteadily once again. She raised her hand, determined to attempt her circulation once more. Alas, Elder Yu shook his head in sorrow. Having witnessed Wutong's tireless dedication all along, his heart ached at the sight, prompting him to consider intervening to prevent her from harming herself. Just then, a thought struck him. Elder Yu paused for a moment, turning back to the main academy. Celestial Master, Chen Yang called out to Elder Yu, subsequently extending his consciousness to gently caress Wutong. As the surrounding spiritual energy was stirred by the operation of the Zhou Tian, Chen Yang began to guide it, directing it towards the energy point located in Wutong's abdomen. He then, as if compressing his own spiritual power, twisted the natural spiritual energy around Wutong together and infused it into the energy point. The entrance of the energy point naturally started to expand due to the influx of spiritual energy, quickly reaching its normal size, allowing subsequent spiritual energy to enter the body without Chen Yang's guidance. Elder Yu gazed at this scene in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. After staring at Wu Tong for a while, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly performed a deep bow towards the main courtyard, exclaiming, "The celestial being's powers are boundless. I, on behalf of Wu Tong, express my gratitude here." Chapter 36. Tranquil days are fleeting. Upon completing the Zhou Tian operation and realizing that he had successfully guided energy into his body, Wu Tong stood in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. Elder Yu soon appeared, informing her that her diligent efforts had borne fruit, unlocking her own path. Touched by the revelation that Elder Yu had been watching over her, Wu Tong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Without the Yang family, she would have been nothing more than a corpse in the woods. Now, not only had she preserved her life, but she had also been fortunate enough to embark on the path of immortality. Such profound kindness would never be forgotten. She vowed to dedicate her life to serving the Yang family, unflinchingly facing any peril. Elder Yu gently helped her to her feet, encouraging her softly. "Having this determination is commendable. Your journey is still long, so take your time. Now, hurry back and rest." "Yes, Elder Yu," Wu Tong replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she joyfully leaped back to her room. From that day onward, her cultivation remained challenging. Yet it was no longer as stagnant as before. Every small advancement filled her with joy. With the two children's cultivation on the right track, the Yang family once again entered a year-long period of stable development. During this time, Baisher Town underwent reconstruction, and with the assistance of the Yang family, a portion of the citizens from the southern bank returned to the town, revitalizing its spirit. The shops along the 3 streets of the Yang family have opened, flourishing with business and yielding impressive revenues. The 4 mines under their management are producing consistently, and the residents at the foot of the mountain enjoy a stable and prosperous life, creating a scene of vibrant growth. Turning our gaze to the misty mountains above, Zhao Qi is steadily making progress, having successfully opened 12 meridians and condensed his Qi palace. He has become the first outsider cultivator in the history of the Yang family, taking Elder Yu as his master and mastering a technique of the 5 elements known as golden light art. Wu Tong has also opened 4 meridians and estimates that in another 2 years, he too will be able to condense his Qi palace. With the unwavering support of Chen Yang, Yang Lingrui has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Standing merely a step away from the mid-stage of Qi gathering, he has now been in seclusion for over a month. And although the transition from the 3rd to the 4th level appears to be just a single level apart, it is, in fact, a significant transformation that demands utmost diligence and care. Yang Lingqing's shoulder meridian injury has long since healed, and her cultivation efficiency has improved by 50%, allowing her to effortlessly advance to the 3rd level of Qi gathering. The Yang family council chamber. Yang Lingqing sat at the head of the table as customary, presiding over the family council, attentively listening to the matters being discussed below. The members of the Yang family were all acutely aware, as if gazing into a clear mirror, that she would soon become the steward of the Yang household. News from Baisher Town indicated that due to the ongoing warfare within the dynasty, rampant banditry had become a significant threat, necessitating heightened vigilance and preparation. Yang Xiaolei remarked, "Not long ago, a hunter discovered what appeared to be the presence of bandits in the western forest and swiftly reported this back home. Upon hearing of the bandits' activity, a pall of concern fell over the gathered crowd. Recently, they had been inundated with various rumors regarding these marauders, tales that depicted them as savage as rabid dogs, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder without remorse. The situation concerning the brigands in the West has already been assessed by a celestial master, so there is no need for excessive worry. In the coming days, unless absolutely necessary, I advise everyone to refrain from venturing too far from home." Yang Lingqing, having reassured the crowd, turned to Yang Feiyun and said, "Father, convey my decree. From this day forth, the soldiers of the North Shore must remain vigilant day and night, ensuring that no lapses occur. Inform the passing merchant caravans to refrain from conducting business during the night, and instruct all inns and taverns not to raise prices or exploit customers during this period of banditry. The Yang family shall not engage in opportunistic dealings. Additionally, send the weapons from our household to the South Shore, so they may possess the means for self-defense." "Understood. I shall obey the decree of Master Lingqing. Let there be no further deliberations today. Everyone may disperse." After the crowd had departed, Yang Feiyun sighed, "Alas, just when we had a moment of peace, disturbances arise once more. How perplexing is this world. My father is well aware that tranquil days seldom last." Yang Lingqing remarked, Our situation is quite satisfactory. We have ample members in our household, and with the assistance of cultivators, the ordinary banditry poses little concern. What Lingshi stated is indeed accurate. Yang Feiyun and his companion wholeheartedly agreed. Given the current strength of the Yang family, they possessed sufficient capability for self-preservation, provided that calamities akin to the beast tide did not befall them. Tianyu and I have traditionally maintained a harmonious coexistence, avoiding conflict for many years. Why then has a confrontation arisen this time? Yang Xiaolei pondered in confusion. The world is bustling, all in pursuit of profit. The throngs of society are driven by self-interest. Yang Lingqing rose and remarked, in this world, there are no conflicts that arise without reason. The recent hostilities between the two nations merely reflect their desire to partake in the spoils resulting from the disintegration of the Eastern Wilderness dynasty. The Tianyu dynasty lies to the north, while the Zhuhu dynasty stretches to the south, with their territories bordering the Eastern Wilderness dynasty to the east. Just recently, internal strife led to the fragmentation of the Eastern Wilderness dynasty into several smaller states. In this tumultuous situation, a chaotic mix of factions emerges, and both Zhuhu and Tianyu seek to extract advantages from the turmoil, which has ultimately resulted in skirmishes escalating into warfare. Each side endeavors to disrupt the other as much as possible to secure greater benefits, leading to a laxity in their control over the eastern borders. Consequently, various bandits have infiltrated the dynasty from those regions. The Yang family is situated in the eastern part of the dynasty, where the banditry is even more severe. Sigh. Has the great Eastern Wilderness truly met its demise? A century ago, before our nation was established, we were merely vassals of theirs. Who would have anticipated that the Eastern Wilderness would fall before us? Truly, fate plays its tricks. The two brothers of the Yang family expressed their sentiments with a sigh. After the meeting concluded, Yang Lingqing returned to the Forbidden Cliffs, only to encounter Zhao Qi on his way back. The celestial master she had previously mentioned from her home was none other than him. Zhao Qi had successfully harnessed his energy and cultivated his mastery of the metal arts, becoming a significant asset to the Yang family's mobile combat forces. Recently, under the guidance of Elder Yu, he had ventured into the mountains to refine his temperament, and now his overall demeanor exuded a maturity far beyond his former self. I have met with my senior sister Lingqing, Zhao Qi said, offering his respects. Having taken Elder Yu as his mentor, he now referred to the cultivators of the Yang family as his fellow disciples. I appreciate your hard work, Brother Zhao. Who are these two? Yang Lingqing cast his gaze upon the two half-dead bandits he held in his grasp. A total of 26 bandits had been annihilated. He set the two captives upon the ground. These are the two leaders. I noticed they were somewhat distinct from the others, so I brought them back. Oh? Yang Lingqing reached out to take it, and, upon probing with her spiritual sense, furrowed her brow slightly. The two individuals exhibited signs of awakening at their Tianling points, suggesting that they had successfully broken through at least 8 energy barriers. Could it be that these bandits possess a method of cultivation? Upon realizing this, Yang Lingqing's alertness heightened immediately. If they were merely common mountain bandits or horse thieves, it would pose no significant threat to the Yang family. However, if there were cultivators among them, the situation would become considerably more intricate. Zhao Shidi, I must trouble you once more to make a trip to Baishe town and report this matter to the ancestor. Yes, senior sister Lingqing, I shall set off at once. Zhao Qi replied, not daring to delay. Yang Lingqing entered the forbidden courtyard, where one of the stone chambers subtly emanated waves of spiritual energy. This was the secluded retreat of Yang Lingrui, meticulously crafted by Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu. Given the circumstances here, one could only wonder how things fared with the spirit tiger. Yang Lingqing settled onto the meditation cushion, her heart laden with worry. The distant mine to the north, situated at the intersection of two towns and far removed from the Yang family, was likely to be plagued by banditry. With Elder Yu overseeing the family's mineral resources and Yang Guanfeng dispatched to Baishe town by the imperial edict. While Ling Rui was in a critical period of seclusion and breakthrough, she found herself compelled to remain at home to safeguard the family, thus unable to venture forth herself. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have made the journey personally. In the midst of her concerns, a thought emerged, assuring her that Yang Linghu was safe and sound. Yang Lingqing's gaze flickered as she turned to the ancestral hall to express her gratitude. Thank you, Immortal Lingshi, for your protection. Within Chen Yang's body resided the soul fires of 5 members of the Yang family, allowing him to perceive their conditions. The Ling who was temporarily unharmed. And judging by the intensity of Ling Rui's flame, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. which would provide a substantial boon. Chen Yang mused to himself. His own cultivation had not faltered. He was now merely a quarter away from replenishing his spiritual energy space. With the impending reinforcement from Yang Lingrui's breakthrough, his goal was within reach. If all went as anticipated, he would ascend to the late phase of qi gathering before the rest of the Yang family members. However, this was for the best. The stronger he became, the better he could protect the entire Yang clan. Chapter 37. Disturbance at the junction of Baishe and Qinghe. In the Yang family's northern mine. Please, spare me. Crack. Before the bandit leader could finish his plea, Yang Linghu had already snapped his neck. Surveying the ground strewn with corpses, he wiped the blood from his body and calmly turned away. This marked the fifth group of bandits he had dealt with in recent days. These unfortunate souls, driven by greed, sought to seize the mineral resources of this area as their stronghold, unaware that a practitioner of the second stage of qi gathering lurked within this remote mine. By the time they realized Yang Linghu was no ordinary person, it was already too late to escape. Yang Linghu returned to the mine, and the tribal warriors on guard stood at attention, respectfully greeting the master Linghu. Yang Linghu nodded and returned to his dwelling. Upon entering, he seated himself on the mat and began to reflect. This practice had gradually become a habit during the year he spent alone overseeing the mineral resources. He was acutely aware that his intellect did not match that of Lingqing. Thus, he always took extra care to contemplate his actions thoroughly to avoid any missteps. After mentally reviewing the events of the day, Yang Linghu slowly opened his eyes. Today, the leader at 11 exhibited a complete mastery of their principles. Clearly on the verge of consolidating their energy reservoir, Yang Linghu pondered. Lingqing had previously conveyed in her letter that this place would be rife with banditry, urging caution and restraint in all matters. Rising, he approached the window and gazed at the ominous clouds on the horizon, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Wait, something feels amiss. Yang Linghu suddenly experienced a flashback in his mind. He retrieved a map and marked the traces of the 5 groups of bandits upon it. Upon closer inspection, he intuitively discerned the commonality in their trajectories. Initially, they entered from the east, subsequently diverging in direction. However, after progressing northward, they all veered southward, seemingly heading towards the mineral resources. It was as if someone had guided them along their path. Yang Linghu spread out the map and scrutinized it, his fingertip tracing northward until it halted at a particular location. Sanglu Valley. Yang Linghu suddenly realized that the Zhang family must be involved in this matter. Upon this realization, he immediately changed his mind. Come in, he commanded. What are your orders, master? A captain of the tribal soldiers, clad in vine armor, entered the room. Relay my decree. Effective immediately, cease all mining operations. Within 3 days, return all stored resources and laborers back to their homes. Yang Linghu commanded, after they depart. You should return with the clan soldiers. Ah, master, are you intending to remain here alone? The captain of the clan soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. This simply cannot be. For when we arrived, Master Lingqing had given us specific instructions. Yang Linghu raised his hand, signaling that further words were unnecessary, and turned to present a meticulously composed letter. This is my message. Upon reading it, Lingqing will comprehend. The forthcoming bandit troubles are beyond your capacity to manage. It is no trivial matter to have nurtured you all at home. It would be a great loss to squander your lives in this turmoil. The captain of the clan soldiers opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately acquiesced, promptly beginning to organize the miners for the transfer and storage of ore. Meanwhile, to the north of the mines, not far from Sanglu Valley, a band of marauders had taken residence atop a hill, establishing a stronghold. Within this encampment, 100 or so individuals congregated, indulging in feasts of wine and meat, spoils acquired through their trail of destruction and plunder, leaving countless innocent lives devastated in their wake. Young Master Zhang, we owe our stability to you. Allow me to toast to your health. In the central tent of the encampment, a burly man with a bushy beard raised a wine jug in salute to Zhang Chun. This man was the leader of the marauders. Beside him sat 2 others, one with delicate features clad in white, and the other, a man bearing a scarred face. These 2 were sworn brothers to the bearded leader and ranked as the second and third in command of the bandit faction. Seeing their elder brother raise a toast, the 2 quickly followed suit. Young Master Zhang, you are a benefactor to us brothers. I raise a glass to you. I join in as well. Ha ha, well said. Zhang Chen, in high spirits, downed 3 large cups of wine, prompting cheers from the trio. Young Master Zhang's capacity for drink is impressive. Such gallantry promises an illustrious future. Once the revelry subsided, Zhang Chen set aside his cup and broached the matter at hand. Yao Feng, I am facilitating matters for you three brothers, yet it contravenes established protocols, carrying considerable risk. This undertaking must be executed with utmost diligence. Rest assured, young Master Zhang. This endeavor has been in preparation for many days, and we are merely awaiting the right moment to act. Liao Feng, the bandit leader, replied confidently. Excellent. With your assurance, I am at ease. Now, let us drink. Zhang Chen's association with this group of bandits can be traced back to the onset of hostilities between the two nations. Ever since his failure to secure mineral resources over a year ago, Zhang Chen had harbored a persistent desire to reclaim them. However, as Zhang Tianqi and others were preoccupied with the cave in Sangla Valley, he had to temporarily set aside his ambitions. When the war broke out and banditry escalated, the mayor of Qinghe Town sought assistance from the Zhang family, hoping they could help eradicate the bandit threat. At that time, the Zhang family had made some progress in understanding the cave's restrictions, but Zhang Tianqi was reluctant to divert his attention. Coincidentally, Zhang Chen experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. Reaching the second level of qi gathering, Zhang Tianqi decided to use this opportunity to train Zhang Chen and entrusted him with the task of aiding in the suppression of bandits, providing him with a protective jade talisman for his safety. With this talisman, he would be capable of facing even a third-level qi gathering practitioner. Initially, Zhang Chen approached the task of bandit suppression with seriousness, but it wasn't long before his ulterior motives began to surface. With bandits rampant in various regions and the Yang family lacking the geographical advantages that the Zhang family enjoyed in Sanglu Valley, they must have been experiencing their own frustrations. The mineral site was far from the Yang family, and the old curmudgeon Yang Guanfeng would surely not abandon his home to guard a distant mine. It was likely that a mere first-level qi gathering youth from the Yang family was overseeing it. This line of thought inspired a cunning plan in Zhang Chen's mind. Why not divert the bandits southward, luring them towards the Yang family's territory? He could then select a few formidable bandits, offer them incentives, and have them eliminate both the workers at the mine and that young Yang scion, an act of using one's enemies to destroy another. In this manner, it would appear that the Yang family, lacking competence, could not defend their assets against the bandits, ultimately suffering losses and being blamed by all. Subsequently, he would emerge as the hero who eradicated the banditry in the area, thereby justifying his rightful claim to the mineral resources. With this scheme in mind, he swiftly set his plan into motion. He first drove away some of the more capable bandits to the south and allied with Liao Feng and his companions, enabling them to establish a camp near Sanglu Valley while providing ample supplies. Liao Feng was originally a captain of a military force under a prince of the Eastern Wilderness dynasty. Having entered the path of martial arts with a cultivation level of qi gathering second level, accompanied by two sworn brothers who were also qi gathering first-level practitioners. Among the bandits, their strength was formidable, having amassed a following of around 100 through relentless conquest. Humph, once I reclaim this mineral resource, you shall all witness who truly embodies the future of the Zhang family. With a drink in hand, Zhang Chen thought with great anticipation. Chapter 38. The empty abode. 3 days later, two minor leaders, accompanied by over 50 men, departed from the camp under the cover of night, setting their sights on the Yang family's mineral site. Alas, it seems the dirty and laborious tasks ultimately fall to us. The effeminate man spoke. Brother, you are indeed cautious. The previous groups have already tested the waters, yet there is merely a fledgling spirit at the mine. Can't you just deal with it? Enough complaints. Let's act swiftly and resolve this. The scar-faced man responded. The group slowed their pace as they approached the mine. Under the scar-faced man's command, his subordinates surrounded the various entrances of the mine. Why is there not a single sound from this mine? The effeminate man questioned impatiently. If you were to check the time, they must all be asleep, hence the silence, the scar-faced man replied, dismissing his doubts. The two of them then restrained their presence and stealthily entered the mine, heading directly for Yang Linghu's former residence. As they entered the wooden cabin from two different directions, they were astonished to find it completely unoccupied. No one. What is this? Were they not still mining just a few days ago? The sound of the dilapidated cabin echoed as their subordinates poured in from the various entrances, only to discover that the place was utterly deserted. Let us check the warehouse, the scar-faced man ordered. Upon reaching the warehouse, they found all the ore had been cleared away, and it dawned on them that the Yang family had evacuated in advance. Well, it seems our previous intimidation was excessive. They've already fled, leaving us empty-handed. Perhaps this is for the best, avoiding unnecessary trouble. With the Yang family abandoning the mine, the Zhang family's objectives are fulfilled, and we can take our leave with the money. The scar-faced man meticulously searched the area, ensuring there were no hidden individuals within the mine. Meanwhile, not far from the mine, on a small hillside, Yang Linghu concealed his presence, crouching among the bushes to observe the situation below. Had it been his former self, both the effeminate man and the scar-faced man would have already met their demise. However, he had grown considerably more composed, especially after Yang Lingshi advised him to refrain from impulsive actions and to remain vigilant. Despite possessing the strength to swiftly eliminate the effeminate man and the scar-faced man, he chose not to act rashly. After all, should he reveal himself prematurely, he might fall into a trap. Yang Linghu's judgment and caution proved to be prudent. Just as the two men prepared to return to report back, a burst of laughter echoed from nearby, and two figures soon appeared. Young Master Zhang. Brother, what brings you here? The two were taken aback and hurried forward to greet him. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhang was concerned about potential mishaps. Thus, we followed closely behind. Liao Feng chuckled. Zhang Chen glanced around the mine, his expression tinged with disappointment at not witnessing the Yang family being dealt with firsthand. This is quite a show for just a fledgling spirit. The two of us could easily handle it, the effeminate man remarked. This was young Master Zhang's idea. He mentioned that the Yang family's techniques are rather formidable, fearing that you two might suffer losses. Thus he accompanied me to ensure caution, came the explanation. I see. Then we owe our gratitude to young Master Zhang. As they spoke, the delicate man and the scarred-faced man instinctively turned their gazes toward the jade pendant that hung from Zhang Chen's waist. Throughout their journey, they had been oblivious to the presence of a follower, likely due to the extraordinary properties of this treasure. It was previously the reason their elder brother had been defeated, leading to his reluctant agreement to work for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's appearance confirmed Yang Linghu's earlier suspicions, although he had not anticipated that the Zhang family would indeed consort with bandits. It is important to note that the bandits had wreaked havoc within the dynasty, causing widespread suffering among the populace and inciting public outrage. Given that there were 4 adversaries, they decided to temporarily abandon their mineral pursuits and return home to discuss the matter with Lingshi. Yang Linghu conceived a plan and quietly crouched down to retreat. However, at that moment, a piercing sensation akin to a thorn prickled his back, and he immediately realized that he had been exposed. This was not due to any movement on his part, but rather because Zhang Chen had activated the precious jade on his person, a variable that Yang Linghu had not anticipated. Below, the eyes of the 4 individuals collectively turned toward the hillside, and Zhang Chen coldly commanded, eliminate him. In an instant, 2 figures sprang forth in response, the effeminate man and the scar-faced assailant charging forward in unison. Yang Linghu furrowed his brow, realizing that his concealment had been compromised. He ceased his attempts to hide just as the effeminate man with a scarred face approached swiftly. This man had been grumbling throughout his journey, yet now he rushed forward, fearing that his glory might be usurped. However, upon reaching Yang Linghu and sensing the unabashed ferocity emanating from him, he momentarily stood in stunned silence. Is this the second level? This was the last thought of the effeminate man in this world. In the next instant, Yang Linghu unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the man's upper body into fragments, leaving only his lower torso to collapse onto the ground. This scene not only shocked Zhang Chen and Liao Feng to their course, but it also left the scarred man utterly dumbfounded, causing him to freeze in place. Fortune smiled upon him, for Yang Linghu had no intention of lingering. After dispatching the effeminate man, he turned to depart. Chase him. We cannot allow him to escape. Zhang Chen and Liao Feng immediately pursued him. Where did he acquire the strength of the second level? Hadn't he only broken through to the first level just over a year ago? In his astonishment, Zhang Chen grappled with his confusion. However, the fact that Yang Linghu had witnessed his collusion with the bandits left him no choice but to ensure his silence. The 3 of them were all at the second level of energy gathering, their speed not vastly different. Zhang Chen was resolute in his determination to detain Yang Linghu, promptly retrieving 2 long-preserved Windflight talismans and affixing them to himself and Liao Feng. In less than a quarter of an hour, they managed to intercept Yang Linghu. If I were to claim that I saw nothing today, would you gentlemen consider it as if nothing transpired? Yang Linghu remarked, turning slightly. Liao Feng, upon hearing this, revealed a cold smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Linghu had slain his sworn brother. How could he possibly let it go so easily? Zhang Chen, with a smirk that barely masked his disdain, quipped, "Ah, you are quite amusing, still in the mood for jest at such a juncture." As soon as his words fell, the three figures moved in unison, engaging in a fierce clash within mere moments. Liao Feng, having cultivated martial arts, practiced a technique of gathering energy in the form of a palm strike. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, had mastered the flame technique passed down through the Zhang family. Unleashing torrents of fire with every movement, his attacks ferocious. If an ordinary cultivator were to face such a pincer assault, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage in no time. However, young Linghu had endured numerous intense battles since his training began. Having faced two foes alone amidst a beast tide, and even challenged those of higher ranks multiple times. Thus, even in the current predicament, he remained composed, retreating strategically while seeking opportunities to turn the tide. Compared to Zhang Chen, Liao Feng's combat prowess was evidently inferior, prompting Yang Linghu to close in and engage Liao Feng in close combat, using his body as a shield to prevent Zhang Chen from launching widespread fire attacks. After exchanging several blows, Yang Linghu quickly discerned that Liao Feng's strength was below his own. Chapter 39. Overcoming with Strength. It is not merely the disparity in the quality of their cultivation techniques that sets them apart. Even in terms of proficiency in their respective arts, Liao Feng fell significantly short. Yang Linghu possesses an extraordinary talent for the cultivation of mystical arts. Now at the second level of mastery, he has already advanced the brutal force technique to the third level, skillfully integrating all foundational moves, thereby significantly enhancing their power. This represents his ultimate trump card, known only to himself. In the blink of an eye, the three had exchanged over a dozen strikes, with Zhang Chen and Liao Feng growing increasingly alarmed. Initially, they believed that their numerical advantage would easily subdue Yang Linghu, yet this individual remained remarkably composed, handling the situation with effortless grace. What on earth is the matter with this fellow? Where does he acquire such abundant combat experience that he can respond so adeptly? Zhang Chen's anxiety escalated with each passing moment as an ominous premonition began to take root within him, urging him to avoid prolonging the confrontation. Delays could lead to dire consequences. A swift resolution was imperative. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen's gaze toward Liao Feng began to shift. This person could pose a threat if left alive. It would be prudent to eliminate him today, lest the matter of my collusion with the bandits be exposed. Zhang Chen, ever cunning, resolved to act without hesitation. Suddenly, he halted, and in an instant, he conjured a searing fireball before his chest. Go! With a resounding boom, the fireball soared through the air, crashing into both Liao Feng and Yang Linghu, erupting in a violent explosion. With Liao Feng engaged in fierce combat with Yang Linghu and caught entirely off guard, he was struck brutally from behind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and let out a pained cry. Yang Linghu was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Chen would be so ruthless as to completely disregard Liao Feng and launch indiscriminate attacks. Caught off guard, the right side of his body was struck by a fireball, leaving behind a considerable injury. Recognizing the shift in the situation, Yang Linghu reacted swiftly, immediately seizing the wounded Liao Feng and positioning him in front of himself as a shield. Boom! The second fireball hurtled towards them. Liao Feng, his mind in disarray, felt the searing heat rush toward him. As he opened his eyes, a surge of rage overwhelmed him, prompting an outburst of furious curses. Zhang Chen, you beast! I curse you! However, before he could finish his tirade, the second fireball detonated with a thunderous roar, interrupting his invective and leaving Liao Feng's entire front ravaged and bloodied, rendering him unconscious. Yang Linghu was staggered back a few steps. Sensing the formidable power of the fire technique and surmising that it was likely due to Zhang Chen possessing some extraordinary treasure. Humph! A mere wild dog dares to make noise. Zhang Chen scoffed, entirely dismissing Liao Feng. He then raised his hands once more, conjuring two more orbs of flame. His expression was one of utter indifference, gazing at Yang Linghu as though he were a lifeless corpse, with the precious jade in his possession. Even a practitioner at the third level of qi gathering would not necessarily stand a chance against him, let alone Yang Linghu. It was time to retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Linghu tossed the unconscious Liao Feng aside and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Face your demise. Two fireballs whistled through the air, but Yang Linghu was already prepared, deftly evading them by sidestepping. He then summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost, sprinting fervently towards the direction of Baisher town. Zhang Chen, however, was relentless in his pursuit, hot on his heels. Run all you want. I shall see how far your spiritual energy can sustain you. Even without talismans, Zhang Chen possessed precious jade that continuously replenished his energy. He knew that once Yang Linghu could no longer run, his end would be nigh. After the two had distanced themselves, a trembling figure emerged from the forest behind. "Be brother." The scar-faced man, having witnessed the earlier events, stumbled over to Liao Feng's side. Liao Feng's consciousness had already begun to fade, leaving him only able to emit faint groans. Upon seeing his dire condition, the scar-faced man erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. "Brother, my dear brother." Unlike the effeminate man, he shared a profound bond of life and death with Liao Feng. Witnessing his brother in such peril was a source of deep anguish. "Brother, I will save you. It will be all right. I promise to rescue you." He cautiously lifted Liao Feng onto his back and then set off in the opposite direction from Zhang Chun and Yang Linghu. Meanwhile, the two pursuers had already covered considerable ground. Their pace had slowed, indicating that the speed-enhancing talisman had likely been exhausted. As Yang Linghu sprinted, he contemplated the situation. Thus, it appears that the peculiar treasures possessed by this individual remain. At present, he is uncertain about the specific functions of the treasures in Zhang Chen's possession. Yet he can make some general inferences. The abilities of reconnaissance and enhancement of magical prowess have already been demonstrated, knowing full well the formidable nature of our family's techniques. The relentless pursuit indicates a confidence in his spiritual energy reserves. He must possess some means of replenishing his spiritual power. Yang Linghu pondered. "I cannot continue to run like this, lest I exhaust my spiritual energy and be left without the means to fight for my life." As he sprinted, he keenly observed his surroundings. It became evident that he required a suitable battlefield, one that offered both cover and was not overly barren. With this notion in mind, Yang Linghu consciously veered away from the forest, heading towards a terrain adorned with undulating hills and valleys. While running, he also calculated the reserves of spiritual energy within him, ensuring he preserved enough for combat. The two continued their relentless pursuit for 3 consecutive hours. Just as Yang Linghu began to contemplate whether to engage in a forced confrontation, a stone forest materialized not far ahead. His eyes brightened at the sight, and he swiftly altered his course towards it. Yang Linghu dashed into the stone forest, swiftly concealing his presence and hiding. Zhang Chen followed closely behind, but upon finding no trace of him, he took out a precious jade to investigate. In that instant, Yang Linghu suddenly emerged, lunging straight for the treasure in his hand. Bang! Yang Linghu felt as though he had struck a fist against an impenetrable wall. As a faint green barrier enveloped Zhang Chen. "Humph, do you think you can ambush me, young master?" Zhang Chen scoffed, turning around to unleash a flurry of blows upon Yang Linghu. After enduring 3 fiery projectiles, Yang Linghu finally managed to exploit the advantageous terrain of the stone forest to evade Zhang Chen. These wretched pillars are truly bothersome. As the fireballs were repeatedly thwarted by the stone columns, Zhang Chen's patience waned. He directed his focus towards the direction in which Yang Linghu had vanished, conjuring a towering pillar of flame and bringing it crashing down. With a resounding explosion, dust erupted into the air, and debris scattered in all directions. Yang Linghu seized the opportunity to hurl several massive boulders towards Zhang Chen, while he himself concealed behind one of the stones. The instant Zhang Chen raised his hand to shatter the boulder, Yang Linghu grasped this precious moment. With the 3rd level of the brutal force technique activated and his spiritual energy fully charged, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yang Linghu delivered 3 powerful blows against the verdant barrier. The sheer force generated a shockwave that obliterated all the stone columns within a 3-zhang radius, showcasing the magnitude of his power. Zhang Chen was taken aback by this spectacle, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, recalling the protection of the jade barrier, he halted his movements. After all, if a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi gathering could not breach the jade's defense, how could this young man from the Yang family possibly succeed? He thought to himself. Yet, in the very next moment, as Yang Linghu struck with his 4th punch, cracks began to appear in the barrier. With a resounding crack, Zhang Chen felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly attempted to withdraw. Unfortunately, had he retreated earlier, he might have created some distance. Now, with Yang Linghu's 4th punch unleashed, the momentum had already been established, and the relentless force prevented him from escaping, forcing him into a close-quarters struggle with Yang Linghu. In terms of martial prowess, he was significantly inferior to Yang Linghu, and within just a few exchanges, he found himself cornered against a wall. Yang Linghu, with unwavering determination, launched an incessant assault, his strikes falling like rain. At last, with a powerful thrust of his knee, he breached the barrier's defenses. In that moment, he raised his fist to strike Zhang Chen's head. However, just then, Yang Linghu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, causing him to lose his balance. Zhang Chen swiftly counterattacked, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that sent Yang Linghu hurtling away. Chapter 40. Decimation. Ha! Did you not anticipate this? My precious jade possesses 5 formidable abilities, which I have kept hidden, waiting for you to unwittingly walk into my trap. Zhang Chen wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and rose from the corner, though his legs wobbled slightly as he walked. The moment the jade barrier shattered, the visceral sense of life-threatening danger still haunted him. Even with Yang Linghu now gravely injured on the ground, he dared not approach too closely. Halting a distance of 10 paces away, fearing further unforeseen developments, Zhang Chen summoned his magical prowess to conjure flames, intent on bringing an end to Yang Linghu. Wait. Yang Linghu suddenly spoke. I shall transcribe a copy of the family's martial arts techniques for you. Will you grant me a chance to live? The techniques of the Yang family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately felt a stirring in his thoughts and halted his actions. The Yang family's methods were treasures esteemed even by Zhang Chanqi. As he kept a vigilant eye on Yang Linghu, wary of any sudden movements, he began to ponder. Reclaiming the mineral resources would indeed restore his family's honor, but when compared to the value of the Yang family's techniques, it paled in significance. If he could manage to bring back the Yang family's methods, it would undeniably be a remarkable achievement. At that point, the question of who stands superior between me and Zhang Yao would be settled. With such thoughts in mind, he retracted his magical techniques. Very well. If you are willing to surrender the techniques, sparing your life could be a possibility. Zhang Chen figured that since Yang Linghu could not possibly escape, he might as well produce the paper and ink he always carried with him and toss them to him. As for reinforcements, the distance to the Yang family would require even a mid-tier chi-gathering cultivator to travel for 4 hours. What sort of secret treasures could a small Yang family, which had only recently established itself, possibly possess to know the happenings from 1,000 miles away? Watching Yang Linghu struggle to approach and grasp the paper and ink to begin writing, a glimmer of mockery crossed Zhang Chen's gaze. Does he truly believe this young master can be so easily deceived? Who knows whether what you write is genuine? Once you finish, I shall simply render you unconscious and take you back to confine you. Should any deceit be discovered, I will take my time to interrogate and deal with you. Under the watchful gaze of Zhang Chen, Yang Linghu meticulously inscribed the contents of the martial arts manual, albeit in a modified form that bore no resemblance to the authentic Mingling Qiudao book. Previously, he had instructed the clan soldiers to bring back mementos from home, and upon seeing them, Lingshi would undoubtedly devise some plans. At this moment, his goal was to buy as much time as possible, and he steeled himself for a desperate struggle should rescue not arrive in time. He was prepared to gamble his very last breath in an attempt to exchange lives with Zhang Chen. As time ticked away, a quarter of an hour later, Yang Linghu completed the upper portion of the manual and tossed it to Zhang Chen. This is the first half. You may examine it for any discrepancies. Zhang Chen received it eagerly, and after flipping through a few pages, his gaze ignited with fervor upon realizing the exceptional quality of the martial arts technique. He was taken aback by the Yang family's genuine treasure, speculating that it might even possess the refinement of the quality. With this thought, he grew impatient and urged, conjuring 2 orbs of flame as a menacing threat. If you wish to survive, write faster. My patience is far from infinite. Yang Linghu, apprehensive of inciting Zhang Chen's ire, recognized that he could no longer afford to delay. He nodded in acquiescence and hastened his pace. A quarter of an hour later, he completed the lower section of the text. Zhang Chen, already brimming with impatience, seized the manuscript from him before he could even present it. Excellent. Truly an exceptional technique. Zhang Chen exclaimed with delight, his heart swelling at the thought of the astonished gazes of others upon his return home, filling him with a sense of unearned pride. Seizing the moment, Yang Linghu subtly edged forward a few inches, drawing his opponent within his striking range. Well done, you have my word. I shall let you off this time. He spoke thus, yet in the very next instant, Zhang Chen struck without warning, delivering a swift blow to the nape of Yang Linghu's neck. Yang Linghu had long been prepared. With a swift roll, he evaded the incoming strike and retaliated with a powerful punch. A dull thud resonated as he inwardly cursed the wretched tortoise shell. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a kick from Zhang Chen. I knew you wouldn't play fair, plotting against me all along. Zhang Chen sneered. Didn't he expect that my treasured Jade Guardian has regained its power, did you? Let me inform you, I can utilize it 2 more times. How does that feel? Despairing. Are we? Ha 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 ha. Yang Linghu leaned against a stone pillar, feeling utterly drained. as if the very essence of life had ebbed away, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. To those who dare to insult my dignity, may you meet your demise. As he gazed at the flames advancing to consume him, a profound sigh escaped his heart. He harbored no feelings of resentment, merely a sense of loss and regret. At that moment, a sudden chill caressed his ear, the sound of rushing wind filling his senses. The tension that had gripped him melted away, for he understood that he would not meet his end today. The fierce gale swept past, extinguishing the flames before him. What? Zhang Chen gasped in shock, hastily raising a protective barrier of precious jade. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he witnessed the air blade, forged from the powerful wind, effortlessly slice through his shield as if it were mere parchment. With a sickening crack, his left arm was severed, and Zhang Chen let out a wretched scream. The ease with which the barrier had been breached indicated that his opponent was undoubtedly a mid-stage Qi-gathering practitioner. This realization filled him with dread, prompting him to scramble away in a desperate bid for escape. Alas, his adversary harbored no intention of granting him mercy. A cold shiver crept up his back, and as his vision spun into chaos, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure descending, before darkness enveloped him entirely. After decapitating Zhang Chen, Yang Lingrui hurried to Yang Linghu's side, administering the newly harvested spiritual liquid from the four-leaf spirit herb into his mouth, followed by a healing elixir. Brother Tiger, do not speak yet. Swiftly absorb the spiritual liquid and the medicinal essence. As he spoke, he channeled his own spiritual power into Yang Linghu. Moments later, Yang Linghu regained some strength, managing to rise to his feet. You act with such swiftness. I had hoped you would leave one alive. Yang Linghu gazed upon the lifeless form of Zhang Chen. Yang Lingrui cast a fleeting glance at the corpse, then coldly declared, Brother Tiger, his infliction upon you is so grievous that allowing him to linger even a moment longer is a mercy bestowed by me. Ha, cough, cough. Take it slow. Brother Tiger. With Yang Lingrui's support, Yang Linghu replied, your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived a moment later, we might have needed to prepare an additional coffin at home. We owe our timely arrival to the reminder from the esteemed spirit stone Immortal. Yang Lingrui said, as soon as I broke through the barrier, I received a transmission from the celestial sovereign, warning me of the imminent danger here, so I hastened my arrival. Did my message not reach you? The clan soldiers, accompanied by laborers on their return journey, seemed to have been ambushed by bandits, resulting in numerous fatalities, and ultimately, only a small fraction returned. Yang Linghu shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. He had intended to offer those individuals a chance at redemption, yet unexpectedly, misfortune still befell him. He is truly grateful for the Immortal's timely rescue. Yang Linghu was filled with emotion, reflecting that had it not been for Chen Yang conveying the message to Yang Lingrui, he would have met his demise today, waiting in vain for reinforcements. Brother Hu, how goes it with the minerals? Are there any pursuers? The pursuers have been eliminated, but there are still matters to address. After disposing of Zhang Chen's corpse, Yang Linghu sat down to meditate for half an hour, allowing the spiritual liquid to take effect. His spiritual energy was replenished somewhat, and the two proceeded to the location where they had initially battled Liao Feng and Zhang Chen. By now, daylight had broken, and the bloodstains on the ground were conspicuous, while Liao Feng's body had, predictably, been removed. Following the lingering aura and traces on the ground, they arrived at a cave nestled within the mountains. Chapter 41. News and decree come out. Yang Lingrui called towards the interior. Upon hearing the voice, a trembling figure emerged. The scar-faced man, witnessing the injured yet alive Yang Linghu, felt a pang of anxiety. His apprehension deepened upon seeing Yang Lingrui, who had now reached the mid-stage of Qi gathering, prompting him to kneel before them. The two had anticipated a plea for mercy, but instead, he implored, I beseech you. Esteemed seniors, I am willing to serve you like an ox or horse. Please, save my elder brother. Save him. Is your elder brother still alive? Yang Linghu was somewhat taken aback, for at that moment, Liao Feng was barely clinging to life. The scar-faced man nodded eagerly. The two exchanged a glance and beckoned him to lead the way. Upon entering the cave, they beheld Liao Feng, who had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, still alive but hanging by a thread. Years ago, my elder brother and I had explored a cave and obtained a pearl. Now, it was this very pearl that he held in his mouth to sustain his life. The scar-faced man wiped away a tear as he spoke, lamenting that this was no viable solution, for at most in 3 days, his brother would succumb to exhaustion. Thus, the situation was made clear. Yang Linghu promptly inquired, what are your names and backgrounds? How did you come to associate with Zhang Chen? The scar-faced man, Feeling the weight of the question, recounted his tale candidly. His name was Han Wang, and he was sworn brothers with Liao Feng and the effeminate man whom Yang Linghu had slain with a single blow. They were initially wandering cultivators from the eastern wilderness, who later joined the rebel army of the seventh prince. Subsequently, chaos ensued in the eastern wilderness, leading to widespread turmoil, making it impossible for even cultivators like them to ensure their safety, forcing them to flee to the surrounding areas. Thus, they became bandits, eventually entering the territory of the Zhuhu dynasty. It was during this time that the three encountered Zhang Chen. Due to his possession of a precious jade that they could not seize, they agreed to work for him in order to preserve their lives. When Han Wang mentioned Zhang Chen, he inquired about his fate. Upon learning of Zhang Chen's demise, he clapped his hands in glee, exclaiming, "Good riddance. Good riddance indeed." He had witnessed the three engage in battle, and had it not been for the treachery of that despicable Zhang Chen, his elder brother would not have met such a tragic end. I am grateful to you both for avenging my brother. You harbor hatred for Zhang Chen, yet not for me. Yang Linghu chuckled. Han Wang replied, "It was we who initiated the attack on you, and you merely acted in self-defense. However, that Zhang Chen is indeed a true traitor and scoundrel. Interesting. Yet we cannot save your brother. It is beyond our capability. You should grant him a swift end," came the response. Hearing this, Han Wang's expression dimmed, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Are you still aware of the situation in the eastern wilderness?" Yang Linghu asked. I know a bit. We traversed many places alongside the seventh prince back in the day," Han Wang replied. Upon hearing his words, Yang Linghu and his companion returned to the cave entrance to deliberate. "What shall we do? Kill him?" Yang Lingrue inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Linghu remarked, "At present, we possess limited knowledge regarding the circumstances in the East Wilderness. It would be prudent to bring this individual back home, allowing our elders to inquire further before making a final decision." "Very well, let us grant him a reprieve." The two returned, and Yang Linghu addressed Han Wang, saying, "Remove that bead. To prolong his suffering in such a manner is a torment. It would be far more merciful for him to pass away." Although Han Wang felt a twinge of reluctance, he could not deny that Liao Feng's current existence was far more agonizing. Once the bead was extracted, Liao Feng exhaled his last breath and fell silent. Following the burial of his remains, the three returned to the Yang residence. Within the confines of the Yang family forbidden grounds, Yang Lingqing had lost her inclination for meditation until she received a thought from Chen Yang, informing her that Yang Linghu had not met with any misfortune, which brought her a sense of relief. At the opportune moment, Yang Guanfeng and Zhao Qi returned from Baishe town, bearing news of considerable significance. The dynasty had issued an edict commanding all family clans and sects to dispatch representatives to the eastern border to quell the unrest. Among the list of names, the Songzhanyang clan was specifically mentioned, with Yang Guanfeng assigned to go. Are they calling for our ancestor? That simply cannot be. Not only I, but also Wang Xiong, Zhang Tianqi, and numerous heads from the clans of Baishe and Lui towns are included in the list. Yang Guanfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, raised his gaze towards the horizon and remarked, "This is indeed the method employed by the dynasty to weaken the families under its rule. Even though my Yang family has already distanced ourselves from the town to establish our independence, as long as we remain within the territory of Zhuhu, we cannot defy such edicts." Although Yang Lingqing felt discontent, she could only shake her head in resignation when confronted with reality. The internal chaos of Donghuang had reached a fever pitch, and the borders were long abandoned, likely overrun by a miasma of danger, with serpents and tigers lurking menacingly. Yang Lingqing sighed. Yang Guanfeng approached her and gently patted her shoulder, smiling as he said, "Do not be disheartened. With you at home, I feel at ease. Moreover, this journey holds its own advantages. Since the dynasty is mobilizing such a large number of people, it is only natural for them to offer corresponding rewards. For every family that contributes personnel, they will receive a monthly bestowal of spiritual crystals, based on the number of individuals in their respective levels. Consider it as undertaking a long-distance labor." The ancestor still possesses the spirit for jest. As they conversed, the dense pine forest suddenly stirred. "Ancestor, the spirit-ruled spirit tiger has returned." The three hurried to greet it, but upon seeing Yang Linghu, who was covered in wounds, they were all taken aback. Yang Guanfeng hurriedly brought him back indoors for a thorough examination. Fortunately, the injuries were merely of a physical nature, with no damage to his foundational cultivation. A period of proper recuperation would suffice. After instructing Zhao Qi to attend to the spirit tiger, Yang Guanfeng returned to the main courtyard. At that moment, Han Wang was already kneeling on the ground, awaiting interrogation. Esteemed ancestor, this individual is the small leader of that band of marauders, hailing from the eastern wilderness. Oh, the eastern wilderness? Yang Guanfeng stepped forward, casting a cursory glance that allowed him to discern Han Wang's background with remarkable clarity. A practitioner of the copper skin iron bone technique, I presume? Indeed. He employs leg techniques. Is it the flicking kick or the whip kick? In response, Han Wang confirmed. It is the flicking kick. These two seemingly simple inquiries left Han Wang drenched in perspiration, overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure. Although he had yet to disclose his cultivation methods or martial practices to Yang Lingrui and his companions, Yang Guanfeng had effortlessly seen through him, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. Originating from a bandit background. By the rules, one would expect a beheading. I am aware of this. I am grateful for the mercy shown by the esteemed seniors. I am willing to pledge a blood oath to repay this kindness. Recognizing his perceptiveness, Yang Guanfeng bore witness to the blood oath made before him. While the sentence of death could be evaded, the punishment of living was inescapable. He remarked, "Since you are aware of certain matters concerning the eastern wilderness, accompany me to quell the turmoil at the borders. This shall serve as a means to atone for your past transgressions." Upon hearing of the return to the eastern wilderness, Han Wang instinctively felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. After all, he had fled to Zhuhu solely for the sake of his life and had not anticipated a return to that perilous land. Yet he understood all too well that surviving was a stroke of fortune. He had no choice and certainly no right to refuse. Thus, clenching his teeth and steeling his resolve, he acquiesced. Han Wang is willing to follow and serve the esteemed senior. Very well. Rest in the outer courtyard for the next 2 days. We shall depart together on the 3rd day. Understood. In the subsequent days, Yang Guanfeng engaged in profound discussions with Elder Yu and conversed extensively with the 3 children. On the midnight of the 2nd day, while the others rested, Yang Guanfeng made his way to the ancestral hall. He first paid homage to his ancestors before approaching the front and kneeling before Chen Yang. The head of the Yang family, Yang Guanfeng, has bowed before the Immortal. The Immortal possesses boundless divine powers and has repeatedly saved my Yang family from peril, ensuring the safety of our descendants. The Immortal's grace will be eternally engraved in the hearts of the Yang family. Having dedicated his life to his family, Yang Guanfeng felt a sense of contentment in reaching this point, yet the impending journey weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him restless. Thus, he came to disturb the Immortal, hoping for forgiveness. This journey may very well be fraught with peril, and Guanfeng is prepared for the possibility of never returning home. Should the family decline without anyone to carry on, or should misfortune befall them, Guanfeng dares to beseech the Immortal at this moment. Yang Guanfeng's weathered visage began to tremble, revealing the internal struggle he faced. Chen Yang, witnessing this, was also moved. He thought that Yang Guanfeng would surely implore him to preserve the bloodline of the Yang family in times of crisis. However, in the next moment, when Yang Guanfeng spoke again, Chen Yang felt a profound shock resonate within him. Guanfeng dared to utter words of a disloyal sinner. If calamity were truly to strike, he implored the Immortal not to be burdened by the Yang family, but to pursue the path of greatness. Chapter 42. Where lies the path? After Yang Guanfeng finished speaking, he bowed 3 times to Chen Yang before leaving the ancestral hall. Long after his departure, Chen Yang felt a tumultuous surge within his heart, unable to find tranquility. To embark on the great path, he silently repeated Yang Guanfeng's final words in his mind. These words struck directly at his core, prompting Chen Yang to genuinely begin to reflect upon himself in relation to the world. During his time in the secret realm, he had no choice but to lie there in silence. However, ever since Yang Guanfeng and Elder Yu brought him out of that realm, his fate became intertwined with the Yang family. This intersection deepened gradually through several crises, culminating on the day of the blood sacrifice, when the Yang family regarded him as a treasured protector of their clan. In that moment, Chen Yang felt a profound connection reminiscent of his past life. Simply put, a bond had formed between them. Consequently, Chen Yang was no longer the mere stone basking in the sun and sleeping away the days. To the Yang family, he represented a guardian spirit. To Chen Yang himself, he perceived it as a sense of responsibility and mission. At least, he had believed so until that night. However, after listening to Yang Guanfeng's words, Chen Yang found himself unable to sleep. Since his arrival in this new world, he had always slept whenever he wished, enjoying restful slumber. Yet on this particular night, sleep eluded him. The great path is merciless. Is it truly so? A thought arose within him as he pondered what choices he would make if he were to reach that point. What Yang Guanfeng articulated may very well be the essence of establishing oneself in this realm. After contemplating throughout the night, Chen Yang dismissed this notion. The Great Way is indifferent to sentiment. It simply is what it is. If ultimately abandoning the Yang family and retreating is the destined conclusion, then how can such a conviction, which even I cannot accept or persuade myself of, be worthy of the name of the way? Yet, what indeed is my way? Unable to discern an answer, Chen Yang began to reminisce, replaying the myriad events since his crossing over, seeking clarity within their depths. A mere gambler contending against fate, the clan has painstakingly nurtured a few promising talents. For the future of the Yang family, I must stake everything, regardless of the peril. In the days to come, I shall not allow even the slightest negligence in my cultivation. You must be diligent, must strive, lest you disappoint the earnest efforts of the family head. The path to the flourishing of the Yang family shall commence, and I, Yang Lingered, shall become the sharpest blade of our clan. Should anyone dare to obstruct, I shall take their life. If malevolent spirits dare to disturb, I shall vanquish them. Afterward, I entrust the guardianship of the anomalous stone to the three of you, who shall rotate in shifts, continuously nurturing it with spiritual energy until it completes its evolution. Oh, precious gem, I am aware of your might. If any beast of the wild approaches, you must surely alert us. Today, as we perform the blood-burning ritual to honor the spirit, I feel unworthy of the grace of the Immortal. It is truly humbling. Henceforth, the descendants of the Yang family shall adhere to this practice year after year, ensuring peace of mind. The Immortal has labored diligently, and the Yang family is eternally grateful. The Immortal's powers are boundless. On behalf of Wu Tong, I express my gratitude. Should calamity truly befall us, please do not let the Yang family weigh you down. Pursue the Great Way without hesitation, until the sunlight illuminated Song Mountain the following day. Chen Yang felt as if his heart had been momentarily illuminated. So that is it. So that is it. Chen Yang experienced a profound moment of enlightenment, akin to a sudden clarity washing over him. The once incomplete white space, which required a modicum of spiritual energy to fill, began to expand unexpectedly. In an instant, it seemed as though Chen Yang transcended the barrier effortlessly, bypassing even the stages of slumber, and smoothly arrived at the late stage of qi gathering. Is this the sensation of sudden realization? How wondrous, ineffable! As he perceived the transformation within himself, Chen Yang could not help but exclaim, "Ah, you cunning old Yang! Is this your scheme? Where is the way? Where is the way? It lies far in the distance, yet is near at hand." The doubts that once plagued Chen Yang's heart dissipated, and his state of mind inexplicably ascended to a new level. Choice and sacrifice? Why engage in such a foolishly endless dilemma? It is not that complicated. I shall simply take the path of the Yang family to attain enlightenment. With this understanding, Chen Yang felt an expansive freedom of thought, exhilarating beyond measure. Old Yang, take care. He gazed toward the eastern horizon where the sun was rising, silently wishing. Before dawn, Yang Guanfeng had already set off with Han Wang towards the eastern border of the dynasty. All members of the Yang family who practiced cultivation, including Wu Tong, bid him farewell. Everyone hoped and believed that Yang Guanfeng would return home soon. Yet, only Chen Yang knew that their meeting the previous night might truly have been their last. Whether Yang Guanfeng's words were spoken with intention or were mere happenstance remained a mystery to Chen Yang. However, at this juncture, with the resolution of his inner turmoil, the nature of the truth had lost its significance. After bidding farewell to Yang Guanfeng, Elder Yu returned to the ancestral hall with Yang Lingered and Yang Lingshi, holding a piece of bluish-green jade in his hand. After the trio paid their respects to Chen Yang, Elder Yu presented the jade, placing it beside him. This item is an unexpected treasure acquired by our family, belonging to the stone category, and the family head specifically instructed me to have you, revered one, examine it first. With that, Elder Yu withdrew. Chen Yang gazed at the small jade beside him and immediately extended his consciousness. Wait, what is this sensation? The moment his consciousness made contact with the jade, he felt a sudden stirring in his heart, a long-lost sensory thrill. Fragrance. How delightful. Brother, you smell divine. The aroma emanating from the jade awakened a hunger in Chen Yang that had lain dormant for over 2 decades. Eagerly, he projected his consciousness, channeling his spiritual energy to draw the jade closer. At that moment, Chen Yang was still unaware that he had developed the ability to manipulate objects from a distance using his own spiritual energy. The Yang family trio was taken aback by this sudden commotion. It was their first encounter with such a profound reaction from the spirit stone Immortal. Elder Yu, what is this? Shoo. Silence. The Immortal is performing a technique. Refrain from speaking. Yang Lingqing and Yang Lingrui immediately fell silent, quietly observing as the jade stone adhered to Chen Yang's body, gradually being absorbed into him. Once the jade was completely consumed, a greenish hue enveloped Chen Yang, shimmering momentarily before contracting and ultimately transforming into a greenish pattern on his skin. Delicious, Chen Yang sighed contentedly in his consciousness space, feeling immensely satisfied after devouring the jade. His cultivation had significantly advanced, filling the previously empty white space by 20%. Theoretically, if he could consume 4 more stones of equal quality, he would be poised for another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of qi gathering. However, in reality, this was unfeasible in the short term, as the moment he ingested the jade, his hunger dissipated entirely, replaced by a drowsy sensation of fullness that rendered him unable to consume anything further. A lengthy period of digestion was required before he could eat again. Previously, in Zhang Chen's possession, the jade had exhibited 5 abilities. Yet it was regrettably not a true spiritual treasure, but rather a consumable item, leaving Chen Yang unable to inherit those powers. Now, as he advanced to the later stages of qi gathering, he could manipulate spiritual energy to retrieve objects from a distance. And his control over his own consciousness had also improved significantly. I can't take it anymore after finishing the jade. Chen Yang transmitted a thought to the 3 individuals and succumbed to sleep, driven by the sensation of fullness. Chapter 43. Changes in Regional Dynamics. Chen Yang slept for 3 months. During this time, the monk expedition to quell the disturbances swept through, eradicating banditry along the way and swiftly restoring peace. This was undoubtedly beneficial for the Zhuang dynasty, yet for various local families, it marked a stark contrast in fortunes. Due to the dynasty's decree, the advanced combat strength of each family was summoned to the eastern borders to restore order, resulting in varying degrees of decline in many families' power. For a handful of formidable families, the withdrawal of 1 or 2 high-level cultivators posed minimal impact, as they had capable substitutes within their ranks. However, for the majority of smaller families still struggling at the grassroots level, the shift was catastrophic. Those families that relied on a single cultivator to maintain their status found themselves indistinguishable from ordinary mortal families once that individual departed, losing their former competitiveness. Furthermore, having made numerous enemies during their time of support from cultivators, they soon faced suppression and siege from hostile forces. Some smaller family cultivators, in a desperate bid to preserve their lineage's power, even turned against their own kin, executing a thorough purge before their departure. The act of meticulously pruning the threatening branches may indeed solidify the position of the main lineage. However, it undeniably severely diminishes the overall strength of the family, rendering it an exceedingly selfish and inferior choice. Moreover, there are instances where the situation remains somewhat tenable. After the head of the family was reassigned, a few individuals remained. Yet they are mostly at the initial stages of energy cultivation, barely able to ensure their own safety, let alone stand independently, resulting in a significant reduction in influence. There are also families with some level of strength, such as the Zhang family from Sangla Valley. Following the departure of Zhang Tanqi, they should still have 3 practitioners, 1 at the 5th level of energy cultivation, 1 at the 3rd, and another at the 2nd. Their strength is relatively acceptable. However, due to Zhang Qin's disappearance, only 2 individuals remain in the valley. Although Zhang Yao is the eldest son of Zhang Tanqi, with his father absent and no one to impose authority, he finds himself unable to manage the situation, and the long-hidden conflicts within the Zhang family begin to surface. His uncle, who is at the 5th level of energy cultivation, seems to have entertained some unsettling thoughts. Barely a month has passed, and Sangla Valley has announced its closure, ceasing all communication with the outside world. The experiences of these families highlight the paramount importance and value of unity within a clan. Fortunately, Yang Guanfeng had recognized this principle over a decade ago and, with the assistance of Elder Yu, thoroughly eradicated the pernicious issues of power struggles within the family. This has allowed the Yang family, amidst such intense turmoil, to remain as steadfast as a mountain, unaffected by the upheaval. Whether in production, daily life, or various businesses, everything proceeds in an orderly fashion. Furthermore, while other families are striving to consolidate their assets for self-preservation, the Yang family seizes this opportunity to execute a wave of acquisitions and expansions. Presently, the Yang family possesses 10 streets of shops in both Luyue Town and Baishe Town, having also acquired 2 small mines at a bargain from other families. The population at the foothills steadily increases, and the situation on the southern bank gradually finds its footing, with the establishment of 2 new villages. Today, the Yang family's influence across the entire region surpasses even that during Yang Guanfeng's time. This remarkable circumstance can be attributed to 2 factors: the sheer number of practitioners within the Yang family and Yang Lingqing's adept management. Sensing the strength of the Yang family, many clans have begun sending representatives to pay visits, seeking to forge connections or hoping to find some measure of protection. On the day of Chen Yang's awakening, he happened upon the Yang family's customary meeting. As he projected his consciousness, he noticed, aside from Yang Lingqing, the presence of an unfamiliar energy cultivator. This individual held a modest rank, only at the first level of energy cultivation, currently engaged in conversation with Lingqing. Liang Yi, at your service, esteemed head of the family. Mr. Liang, no need for such formalities. Please, rise and speak. Thank you, esteemed head of the family. Yang Yi stood. As Yang Feiyan guided him to a seat beside Yang Lingqing, Yang Lingqing gazed at him and inquired with a smile, Mr. Liang, have you given any thought to the conditions I mentioned last time? Liang Yi promptly nodded with emphasis. Our Liang family has no objections to the arrangements made by the head of the family. Excellent. Have you brought the roster of family members? Indeed, I have brought it. Please review it, head of the family. With that, Liang Yi retrieved a scroll of paper from his sleeve and presented it to Yang Lingqing. After reviewing the matter, Yang Lingqing handed it over to Yang Xiaolei, instructing, let them in according to the roster. Yes, I shall obey the decree of Master Lingqing. Once the arrangements were completed, Yang Lingqing turned to Liang Yi and assured him, rest assured, Mr. Liang, the fields, residences, and properties have all been prepared. The Liang family will officially join our Yang clan today and can commence their endeavors tomorrow. Liang Yi was profoundly moved by her words, and he rose to express his gratitude. The Liang family was originally a clan from Liyue town, consisting of 2 cultivators, Liang Yi, at the first level of qi gathering, and his elder brother, Liang Yuan, who had reached the 4th level, with a mid-stage qi gathering cultivator like Liang Yuan present. The Liang family had always held some influence in Liyue town. However, after the Yang family relocated, their fortunes had improved even further. Yet, this bliss was short-lived. The decree from the dynasty struck the Liang family like a bolt from the blue. With Liang Yuan dispatched to quell unrest in the east, only Liang Yi, a mere first-level qi gathering cultivator, remained at home. Meanwhile, their former rivals still boasted support from second-level qi gathering cultivators. Merely a month after the order was issued, the Liang family's external mining assets were seized, and their businesses faced various forms of oppression. Shops in the town were vandalized without cause, merchant caravans were ambushed, and there were even reports of younger family members going missing. Having always followed his brother's lead, Liang Yi found himself utterly overwhelmed by these challenges, quickly succumbing to exhaustion and despair. It was only at this juncture that he began to regret his earlier pride and complacency after achieving qi gathering, having relaxed his cultivation, believing that with his brother's presence, all would be well. However, it was too late to lament. He could only muster the strength to seek a way out for his family. By chance, he learned of the Yang family's situation. At that time, the Liang family was in dire straits, and with a sense of desperation, he decided to visit the Yang estate. Upon first laying eyes on Yang Lingqing, he realized he had made the right choice. The Yang family was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. This young girl, merely around 15 years of age, surpassed him in cultivation. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that Yang Lingqing was the current head of the Yang family, prompting him to kneel in reverence. During their subsequent conversation, he became increasingly aware of her remarkable abilities. All the strategies he had meticulously prepared were effortlessly countered by her. Without the need for any forceful threats, merely through her eloquence and demeanor, she won his complete admiration. In comparison to her, his own skills in managing a household seemed nothing more than child's play. In Liang Yi's heart, a bitter smile emerged. To his surprise, the Yang family agreed to his request for his clan to seek refuge, albeit with numerous stipulations. After listening to the conditions, Liang Yi readily acquiesced. Compared to the arduous living conditions of Liyue town, these demands were hardly burdensome. Subsequently, he returned home to discuss matters with his kin, and 2 months later, the entire family relocated to Songshan. Chapter 44. The Zhao family. Chen Yang, having discerned the unfolding events, directed his consciousness towards broader horizons. Now at the late stage of qi gathering, his awareness could encompass the entirety of the northern village. At that moment, At the entrance guarded by the clan soldiers on the western side of the village, a long line of horse-drawn carriages awaited. Over 70 members of the Yang family stood there anxiously, all first-time visitors to the territory of Songshan, their curiosity compelling them to gaze in wonder at the surroundings. Is this village truly governed by the Yang family? It is remarkably prosperous. Indeed, aside from its size, it appeared no different from a bustling town. Look over there. My goodness, that gilded red wall must be the grand estate of the Yang family. It is indeed far more imposing than the town lord's residence. Upon witnessing the might of the Yang family, the Liang clan could not help but express their astonishment. At that moment, some noticed the mist enveloping the cliffs to the north of the Yang estate. How could such dense fog appear on a clear midday? While they debated, a few individuals pointed towards the misty mountains. Suddenly, the guarding soldiers erupted in rage, slamming their long spears into the ground, exclaiming, "Bold intruders! Show respect to the sacred mountains." The Liang family promptly lowered their heads in apology, retreating into the ranks. Yet, in their gazes towards the soldiers, aside from fear, there was an undeniable envy. Before this, they had never witnessed a family capable of cultivating its own armed forces. Alas, with the Yang family so prosperous, whether we are numerous or few, will they truly be willing to take us in? I fear that once we pledge our allegiance, we may find ourselves toiling away to repay debts. Well, if we can find refuge and ensure the continuation of our bloodline, what is a bit of hardship in comparison? At that moment, a commotion arose ahead as Yang Xiaolei arrived with a contingent of clan soldiers. Based on the information from Liang Yi's roster, he meticulously checked each individual, ultimately allowing a total of 74 members of the Liang family to enter the village. After these individuals followed Yang Xiaolei to their accommodations, a villager observing from a distance hurriedly dashed towards the eastern part of the village. Breathless, he eventually halted before a grand estate, where a plaque reading Zhao residence hung above. "Steward, what troubles you?" A servant at the gate rushed forward to assist upon noticing the steward's distress. "Quick, help me to see the master. Something grave has occurred." The steward stumbled into the backyard, where Zhao Daping was leisurely feeding the koi in the pond alongside several guests. What has happened to cause such a flurry of urgency? Upon witnessing the butler's breathless demeanor, Zhao Daping furrowed his brow in displeasure. At this moment, he was adorned in a resplendent robe woven from silk and brocade, a pearl cap atop his head, a white jade pendant in hand, his figure plump and countenance flushed. He hardly resembled the humble farmer of over a year ago, but rather embodied the appearance of a wealthy gentleman. The butler, disregarding any hesitation, approached him to whisper a few words, prompting an immediate change in Zhao Daping's expression. He soon found an excuse to dismiss his guests and retreated to his chambers with the butler. "Is everything you said true?" Zhao Daping inquired, leaning back in his chair, his fingers tracing the white jade beads, his gaze shifting restlessly. "My lord, I saw it with my own eyes. Over 70 individuals, beyond any doubt." The butler replied in a hushed tone. Zhao Daping's anger flared at the butler's words. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, always failing to achieve anything. I instructed them to be more cautious, yet they refused to listen, and now they have angered the master. What shall we do? This truly infuriates me." With a forceful slap to the armrest, he rose, addressing the butler. "Go, summon everyone from the household to the backyard. Remember, everyone, bring those few rascals back to me." "Understood. I shall do so at once." The butler hurriedly exited, leaving Zhao Daping alone in the dimly lit room, his expression dark and brooding. Alas, truly, it is a calamity. He reminisced about the days spent toiling in the fields, when even finding a helping hand was a daunting task. Whenever he visited relatives, they regarded him with disdain. Eventually, he had no choice but to take the young Zhao Qi along to work in the fields. Each night, witnessing the blisters forming on his child's feet filled him with unbearable sorrow. Life as a farmer had been tolerable. They could feed their family and even have a modest surplus each year. Yet who could have foreseen the invasion of beasts? To survive, they were forced to abandon their land and livelihood. Zhao Daping, along with his family, knelt outside Baisher town for 3 days and nights, yet the door remained shut. In desperation, he sought refuge from the Yang family, clinging to his last hope. Fortunately, the Yang family, known for their benevolence, welcomed them as refugees, providing temporary shelter and sustenance. From that moment on, Zhao Daping pledged his loyalty to the Yang family. Whenever whispers of gossip about them circulated, he was the first to condemn those with no conscience. Later, when the beast tide subsided, they regained their land and began anew at the foot of Songshan. It seemed that the fortunes of the Zhao family began to shift from that point forward. Enduring trials alongside the Yang family, they attained clan status. And with Zhao Qi being chosen by the Yang family sage, Zhao Daping's position experienced a remarkable transformation. With a grand residence, he became a prominent figure, and his life flourished. Yet he had not anticipated that with the arrival of prosperity, troubles would also find their way to his doorstep. As the saying goes, in poverty, no one in the bustling market asks after you. In wealth, distant relatives emerge from the depths of the mountains. Once the news of Zhao Daping moving in with his family to the new residence spread, relatives who had seldom kept in touch began to compete in visiting him. Not only did distant relatives, such as aunts and uncles, come knocking, but even those with the slightest connection to the Zhao family showed up. This was bearable at first, but soon even those sharing merely the Zhao surname dared to show up uninvited. Zhao Daping, incensed by their audacity, expelled them all. However, after repeated visits, day after day of pestering, his patience wore thin. Ultimately, he summoned all the relatives and established a new family tree, appointing himself as the head of the household and clearly delineating the hierarchy of kinship. He had hoped that this would restore tranquility. But little did he know it was merely the beginning of calamity. Those listed in the family tree, feeling entitled as descendants of a celestial master, began to exert their influence in the village. Initially, they merely racked up debts at taverns and shops. But as they realized that others feared them and no one held them accountable, their behavior became increasingly reckless. Eventually, they resorted to extortion and public violence. The outcome was that these miscreants were apprehended by the family guards, thoroughly chastised, and made to pay restitution before being brought back to Zhao's residence. Zhao Daping personally took these unruly descendants to the main family to apologize. He had thought this would instill a sense of remorse in them, leading to their reformation. But to his dismay, these ingrates did not change their ways. Whenever the family guards were present on the northern shore, they wreaked havoc on the southern shore, causing the local populace great distress. A bunch of mindless fools. They have truly brought me to ruin. Contemplating these vexations, Zhao Daping felt a surge of frustration. He was indifferent to his own fate. Even if he were to face punishment from the main family, he bore no grievances. His only concern was that these troubles might adversely affect Zhao Qi, who had ascended the mountain. The allegiance of the Liang family, seemingly a benevolent act by the main family, was, in Zhao Daping's eyes, a clear warning. The era of the Zhao family's dominance on the northern shore was drawing to a close. "Sir, the guests have arrived," the steward announced from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daping steadied himself, shaking off his hesitation, and with a fierce glare, he transformed back into the resolute figure of a once solitary mountain farmer. He retrieved an old grass-cutting knife from under the bed and strode purposefully out the door. Chapter 45, Tactics. Hey, have you heard? A large family has moved from Liuya town, dozens of people. Indeed, I know. It is said that they have a celestial being among them and have now pledged allegiance to the main family. How enviable. If only we could be fortunate enough to join the Northern Shore clan in this lifetime. Two traveling merchants conversed as they walked, turning a corner to arrive at the grand avenue in front of Zhao's residence. They glanced at the plaque of the Zhao family, revealing their disdain. Those pampered scions of the Zhao family are truly detestable. One individual shook his head and remarked, indeed, they were previously chastised by the clan guards. Yet they seem incapable of learning from their mistakes. It has scarcely been a short while, and they are already causing disturbances at our southern shore. Another concurred. The reputation of the Zhao family has been tarnished by these few individuals. Now, the merchants on the southern shore, upon merely catching a glimpse of them, hastily shutter their doors in fear. From their grievances, it was evident that the Zhao family's offspring had indeed gone too far. As they passed in front of the Zhao residence, a series of chilling, anguished cries suddenly erupted from within the courtyard. Ah, help, murder. The two vendors shuddered at the sound, and the surrounding crowd began to converge toward the commotion. The screams continued to resonate from the Zhao estate. Yet the imposing gates remained tightly shut, leaving them too apprehensive to investigate further. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the cries abruptly ceased, leaving only faint sobs in their wake. Suddenly, the gates of the Zhao residence were forcefully kicked open, and the onlookers turned to see Zhao Daping emerge, disheveled and drenched in blood. This sight was enough to terrify the passers-by, who began to shout and retreat in alarm. The two vendors, filled with both fear and curiosity, cautiously peered in and discerned that Zhao Daping was wielding a cleaver in one hand while dragging a blood-soaked burlap sack with the other, typically used for carrying grain. The contents of this bag were unknown but stained crimson. Zhao Daping proceeded to drag the bloodied sack toward the residence of the Yang family. The clan guards received the news and hurried to report it, prompting Yang Tieli to rush over in haste. Brother Zhao, what do you intend to do? Yang Tieli intercepted Zhao Daping and inquired. Zhao Daping turned to him, panting as he forced out a smile. Chief Tieli, do not be concerned. I, an old man, seek no trouble. It is merely a matter of guilt weighing on my heart, and I must go to the Master's residence to offer my apologies. Apologies? Yang Tieli glanced at the burlap sack behind him and surmised its contents. Since it was a fortuitous opportunity, why not join forces? That would be ideal. After Zhao Daping agreed, he walked alongside Yang Tieli until they reached the entrance of the Yang residence. Yang Feiyan was already waiting at the entrance. The crowd outside, a sea of heads, craned their necks in eager anticipation, attempting to push forward. Zhao Daping wasted no time. Upon arrival, he immediately knelt down and bowed 3 times before Yang Feiyan. My lord, I have failed in my duties, and these fools have brought shame upon our clan. It is the fault of the Zhao family. As he spoke, Zhao Daping emptied the contents of a burlap sack, revealing 6 severed heads. The gruesome sight elicited gasps of horror from the surrounding villagers, some of whom, overwhelmed by fear, fainted, their eyes rolling back. Zhao Daping pointed to the heads still twitching on the ground. These miscreants cannot be spared. I have dealt with them according to our family rules. Once merely a humble farmer, Zhao Daping owed his current standing to the grace of the master family. Today, before the gathered villagers, he vowed to you, my lord, that such disgrace shall never again befall the Zhao family. Should there be a repeat offense, I, Zhao Daping, shall come forth with my own head. As his words echoed, the onlookers erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Some applauded, some shook their heads in dismay, while others wore expressions of amusement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, Zhao Daping paid no heed to their opinions. What mattered was how the Yang family would perceive this moment. Yang Feiyun, having listened to his words, turned to give a few instructions to the steward, and then stepped forward to assist him in rising. My lord, do not speak of it. This matter is not your fault. Yang Feiyun remarked, when one achieves enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs of the household ascend to glory. If anyone were to have a celestial master in their family, they could scarcely surpass the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daping was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped in ecstasy. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. The young Zhao had indeed attained cultivation. This news had been kept under wraps, and even Zhao Daping himself was unaware. Good sir, are you implying that my son has succeeded in his cultivation? He exclaimed. Ha ha ha. You think I would deceive you? However, old Zhao, we must now refer to him as Master Zhao. Yang Feiyan chuckled. Indeed, we must adhere to tradition. Zhao Daping eagerly nodded, his eyes crinkling with delight. Come, let me take you inside to change your attire. Master Zhao has already accompanied Master Liang up the mountain, and they seem to be enjoying a lively conversation, filled with the sentiment of late acquaintances. Zhao Daping grasped the meaning of Yang Feiyun's words instantly. Lowering his voice, he assured, rest assured, good sir, the Zhao family shall undoubtedly stand in mutual support with the Liang family. As the two entered the gates of the Yang residence, the 6 heads on the ground were swiftly cleared away by the clan soldiers. At this moment, no one paid heed to their demise. Instead, the conversation revolved around the emergence of 2 more celestial masters from the main family. Simultaneously, the Liang family's entourage was escorted to their quarters. Upon entering the courtyard, they were left utterly speechless. The courtyard prepared for them by the Yang family was far more luxurious and grand than their old home in the Willow Leaf City. This was merely the beginning. When they subsequently beheld the newly cultivated vast fields, the 3-story tavern, and several freshly decorated shops, they could no longer contain their emotions and broke down in tears. They had initially thought they would be living under someone else's roof, relegated to laboring as mere workers. Yet the Yang family not only spared their lives, but also preserved their dignity. More importantly, they felt a profound sense of respect. Master Yang, the Liang family is eternally grateful. Liang Min, the second in command of the Liang family, said with tears streaming down his face, such great kindness cannot be repaid. We shall devote ourselves to serving the master family for generations to come. Brother Liang, you flatter me, was the humble response. Yang Xiaolei waved his hand and remarked, the Liang family has long-standing ties with my household, and now that their celestial master has taken residence in our sacred mountain, we are essentially one family. Let us dispense with unnecessary formalities. Having settled matters with the Liang family, Yang Xiaolei returned to the Yang residence and sought out Yang Feiyun. Elder brother, there are no longer any issues with the Liang family, Yang Xiaolei stated. Yang Feiyan nodded, acknowledging that Lingxing's method was indeed effective. There was no need for their intervention, and the problem was effortlessly resolved, establishing a tone for both families. As they conversed, the two raised their gazes towards the misty mountains, their hearts filled with admiration. To have a descendant like Yang Lingqing was truly a fortune for the Yang family. In the Yang family's forbidden grounds, after Liang Yi had met with numerous cultivators from the Yang clan, he was escorted by Zhao Qi to the residence of the branch academy. No sooner had they departed than the mayor of Baishe town, Gao Hui, arrived at the formation's outskirts for a visit. After paying his respects to the head of the Yang family, Mayor Gao politely urged him to enter. Yang Lingqing welcomed him inside. After Yang Guanfeng departed, she assumed the position of family head and had already engaged in considerable dealings with Gao Hui. Gao Hui held a profound admiration for this young girl who had just turned 15, although her approach differed from that of Yang Guanfeng. Her adeptness in managing the family and social interactions mirrored that of her predecessor. This is the reward money issued by the dynasty for this month. Please accept it, Gao Hui said as they took their seats, retrieving 20 spirit crystals from his storage pouch. Since Yang Guanfeng was selected by the dynasty and left home, the Yang family had been receiving spirit crystals monthly as compensation. 20? Why has this month's amount increased by 10? Yang Lingqing inquired. Gao Hui replied with a smile. Brother Guanfeng has earned merit by quelling disturbances in the east, and the additional 10 crystals are a reward from the dynasty. Upon hearing the term merit, Yang Lingqing's expression turned somber, revealing a hint of concern. Rather than delighting in the prospect of accolades and additional rewards, her foremost wish was for her esteemed ancestor's safety. There is another matter I wish to discuss with the head of the Yang family, Gao Hui continued. Feel free to speak, Yang Lingqing urged. Chapter 46. The unfinished business. Gao Hui then produced a map from his storage pouch and laid it upon the table. The map centered on Baishe town, and he pointed to a darker lowland situated to the south of Baishe town. This area fell within the jurisdiction of Fengling town, where, not long ago, a group of tomb raiders had unearthed the entrance to an ancient underground tomb. The entrance bore restrictions, rendering it impassable for ordinary individuals. It appeared rather unusual, and preliminary assessments suggested it might belong to the remnants of an ancient noble family. After conducting an investigation, Fengling town deemed the site too formidable to tackle alone and relayed the information to several neighboring towns, seeking our assistance in dispatching cultivators to explore the ancient tomb. Given the current circumstances in the 8 towns of Wangyue, as you are aware, there are not many families capable of sending cultivators. Although there are inherent risks, I believe this presents a unique opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingqing fell into deep contemplation. Gao Hui, as Yang Guanfeng had assessed before his departure, is indeed a person worthy of trust. The Yang family and Baishe town have transcended their initial relationship of mere transactional interests, evolving into a bond of alliance. Consequently, Yang Lingqing harbors no doubts regarding the news and motivations at play. However, the decision of who to send must be deliberated with Elder Yu. Shall I consult with the elders at home and then respond to the town chief? Yang Lingqing inquired. No problem. I shall depart with my companions in 3 days. Once the Yang family has reached a consensus, they may send someone to Baishe town to seek me out, Gao Hui replied. After Gao Hui's departure, Yang Lingqing summoned Elder Yu to inform him of the matter. Gao Hui speaks the truth. In times like these, many families are unable to dispatch personnel, thus presenting a genuine opportunity, Elder Yu remarked. Lingqing, in your opinion, who would be the most suitable candidate for this task? Yang Lingqing pondered and said, Ling Rui and Zhao Qi. Upon hearing the name of Yang Ling Rui, Elder Yu hesitated slightly. Due to the child's extraordinary talent, he felt a reluctance to allow him to venture out into danger. I can comprehend Elder Yu's concerns. Yet you are well aware that a cultivator's strength does not solely reside in their realm of cultivation. Yang Lingqing remarked, if one remains at home, solely indulging in cultivation without enduring the tempests of experience, attaining the great way may prove elusive. Sighing, he added, I am growing old, becoming so anxious over trivial matters. Elder Yu shook his head in agreement. That evening, after Yang Ling Rui concluded his training, Yang Lingqing shared this news with him. Upon learning of the opportunity to venture forth into the unknown, Yang Ling Rui was instantly invigorated. This is splendid. I have been yearning for action after a period of stillness. This ancient tomb is indeed an excellent destination. Elder Yu also informed Zhao Qi, and the following morning, after paying his respects to Chen Yang, Yang Ling Rui set off with Zhao Qi towards Baishe town. His cultivation level was concealed, having just broken through to the 3rd stage of qi gathering. rendering him undetectable to those beneath the level of essence condensation, thus serving as a safeguard. As the treasured protector of the Yang family, Chen Yang discreetly extended his assistance, separating two fragments of his consciousness to safeguard the duo's spiritual sea at their heavenly spirit points. This was his sole means of aiding the Yang family beyond the confines of his conscious influence. The rest would depend on their own capabilities. Upon reaching the entrance of the town, a chi-gathering second-stage cultivator from the town lord's residence awaited their arrival and approached them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed friends. Please allow me to escort you into the town." Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi both visited Baishe town for the first time. The former had rarely ventured outside due to his relentless cultivation, while the latter had once waited for 3 days and nights with his family outside the town without being able to enter. However, one might consider it a stroke of fortune that they were unable to enter. Otherwise, they could have perished due to the town's ruin. It serves as a reminder that fortune and misfortune are ever-changing and inscrutable. Lingrui has arrived. "You must be Master Zhao Qi. Please come in." Gao Hui welcomed the two into his residence, where 2 other cultivators were already present. Upon their entrance, the newcomers rose to pay their respects. "We have heard of the esteemed Yang family." These 2 individuals, like Zhao Qi, were at the initial stage of Qi gathering, highlighting the significant impact of the dynasty's selection of personnel on the various local families. It is noteworthy that in all of Baishe town, not a single cultivator of the 2nd or 3rd stage could be found, let alone those in the mid-stage of Qi gathering. Yang Lingrui now exhibits the formidable prowess of the 3rd level of Qi gathering, a feat that remains an unattainable dream for many families. His aura is undeniably powerful, a clear indication of his mastery in this realm. The ability to dispatch a 3rd-level practitioner suggests that there are indeed formidable individuals within his family, reinforcing the reputation of the Yang family as a force to be reckoned with, a realization that struck both observers. With everyone gathered, Gao Hui invited them to take their seats. He proceeded to share the itinerary for their journey, the current intelligence regarding the ancient tomb, and various other matters of importance. The ancient tomb lies a 10-day journey from Baishe town, and Gao Hui plans to unite the 4 of them with the practitioners from Liuye and Qinghe tomorrow before embarking together. With a larger group, there would be better support along the way. That evening, Gao Hui paid a visit to Yang Lingrui. "Lingrui, your pace of cultivation is truly enviable," he remarked. "Haha. Director Gao, you are well aware that my achievements are solely due to the spiritual liquid provided by my family," Yang Lingrui replied with a smile. Gao Hui shook his head and said, "One cannot diminish your efforts in this manner. Even with the spiritual liquid, it requires refinement. These accomplishments are the fruits of your own dedication." Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui smiled once more and inquired, "I am quite curious. Now that Baishe town has been completely rebuilt and the internal affairs of the dynasty have stabilized, what are your future plans, Mayor Gao?" His mention of plans did not pertain to the development of Baishe town, but rather to Gao Hui personally. Alas, when this matter was brought up, Gao Hui could not help but let out a sigh. It is indeed challenging. The dynasty differs from sects, as it often disregards talent in favor of one's lineage, background, and qualifications, none of which do I possess. After submitting the report regarding the completion of the town's reconstruction, I have heard nothing since. How could this be so? Yang Lingrui was somewhat astonished. With my family's assistance, how could the construction period be advanced by more than double yet yield no news? Indeed, I had initially believed that accomplishing this task would bring about a turn of events, but reality unfolds as it does. Those in higher positions are aware that you lack support. Since you are capable, they will only burden you further. As for promotion, it seems that only with the passage of time and accrued experience will there be hope. Gao Hui rose and approached the window, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky. "Lingrui, there are times when I truly envy you. As fellow practitioners of the path, you should understand how excruciating it is to be stifled, unable to progress in one's cultivation." Yang Lingrui could not help but sigh upon hearing this. The word endure encapsulated the years of hardship endured by Gao Hui. Yet, how different was the situation for the Yang family? For the preceding 50 years, the Yang family had been toiling in Liuye City, their plight even more dire than that of the Yang family, which came later. Were it not for that fateful day by the Yuling River, when a young man leapt into the water to rescue a cultivator, it is likely that the Yang family would have been reduced to a mere broth, devoured by others long ago. Today, however, their circumstances have improved, seizing several opportunities. The Yang family has soared like a dragon riding the wind, ascending to become a formidable force between the two towns. Yet, in comparison to true giants, dynasties, sects, and illustrious families, The Yang family appears as a child frolicking in the streets, innocent and naive. The road ahead remains long, and the endurance must continue. Until when must they endure? Yang Lingrui pondered extensively, ultimately reflecting upon himself. Safety and security, one must contemplate potential dangers even in times of peace. Yang Lingrui silently contemplated. The essence yet to be condensed, the grand undertaking yet to be realized. One must not succumb to premature elation, but rather remain diligent and cautious. Chapter 47. Arrival at Foling. The following morning, the assembly of cultivators from 3 towns converged at the southern gate of Baishe town. The party consisted of 4 from Baishe, 3 from Luwei, and 5 from Qinghe, totaling 12 cultivators. Among them, the leaders from Baishe and Luwei were both at the 3rd level of qi condensation, although Qinghe had the largest number of cultivators. Their leader was only at the 2nd level of qi condensation, while the remaining 4 were at the 1st level. From Luwei, Lin Yu of the Lin family recognized his acquaintance, Yang Lingrui, immediately upon seeing him. This cultivator, in his early 30s, approached Yang Lingrui to greet him. Over 3 years prior, when Yang Lingrui successfully condensed his qi palace, the Yang family hosted a banquet to welcome guests from the entire town. Lin Yu had attended with his elders and had a brief encounter with Yang Lingrui. In just 3 short years, he had achieved the 3rd level of qi condensation. Although his aura still wavered slightly, such talent was indeed remarkable, Lin Yu mused. Before departing, his elders had instructed him that the foremost objective of this expedition to explore the ancient tomb was to foster amicable relations with the Yang family, which would significantly benefit the future development of their clan. Yang Lingrui nodded with a smile in acknowledgement. I have encountered Taoist Lin. It has been quite some time. Your cultivation has evidently progressed remarkably. It appears that the 4th layer is not far off. It is merely the result of several years of diligent effort. Not comparable to your accomplishments, Taoist friend, Lin Yu replied, though inwardly he felt a twinge of apprehension. He had consciously suppressed his own aura. Yet he was astonished by Yang Lingrui's keen perception, as he discerned Lin Yu's true capabilities at a mere glance. From the Qinghe Lu family, I am Liang. It is an honor to meet both esteemed seniors, he interjected during their conversation, stepping forward to pay his respects. He was the leader of the expedition to Qinghe town. Appearing to be in his 40s, yet he had to address the 2 younger individuals as seniors. Such is the custom among cultivators, where one's rank is determined solely by their level of cultivation, irrespective of age. In this circle, attempting to leverage age for respect is futile. Is it only you who has come from Qinghe this time? Is the Zhang family still in seclusion? Lin Yu inquired. Liang promptly responded, indeed, that is the case. The town chief has made multiple visits to Sanglu Valley to pay his respects, but has been unable to gain entry into the Zhang family. It is indeed peculiar. Given the Zhang family's strength, even without their head, with 3 cultivators present, they remain a formidable force in the region. Why would they behave in such a manner? Lin Yu pondered, bewildered. The Zhang family's influence in Qinghe town rivals that of the Yang family between the 2 towns. Under the current circumstances, they should be entirely capable of expanding their influence further, much like the Yang family's approach. Why then do they insist on clinging to that valley, even foregoing opportunities to explore ancient tombs? Yang Lingrui observed the 2 conversing about the Zhang family, quietly listening without uttering a word. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of the news regarding Zhang Qin's demise, which was the source of their perplexity concerning the actions of the Zhang family. Within the Yang family, there has been considerable discourse regarding this matter, leading to 2 conclusions. The first posits that Yang Lingrui's act of slaying Zhang Qin may have instilled a sense of external threat within the Zhang family. Concurrently, with Zhang Tanqi being summoned away, the Zhang family, in a bid for self-preservation, opted to seal the valley. The second conclusion revolves around the jadeite carried by Zhang Qin. Elder Yu scrutinized it closely and observed that the craftsmanship of this treasure does not resemble modern techniques. Rather, it appears to hark back to ancient times. Yet its condition remains remarkably pristine. This suggests that it was not an heirloom passed down through the Zhang lineage, but rather acquired from an external source. Coupled with the Zhang family's decision to seal the valley, Yang Lingqing speculated that there might be some hidden secrets within that valley, explaining why the Zhang family has remained dormant for so many years, refraining from expansion despite the favorable circumstances. At this juncture, both individuals engaged in conversation instinctively turned their attention towards Yang Lingrui. The Yang family and the Zhang family are embroiled in a conflict regarding mineral resources, a matter that has not gone unnoticed by several neighboring households. Consequently, as the Zhang family retreats, It is only natural for others to turn their attention towards the Yang family. You need not look at me. As for the distant mine in the north, my family abandoned it when the banditry first arose, and it has remained unguarded ever since, severing all ties with the Zhang family long ago. Yang Lingrui chuckled and shook his head, expressing that, regarding this matter, his family was equally baffled. The two individuals present understood the situation, as the Yang family's withdrawal of labor from the mines was hardly a secret. Furthermore, on that very day, they had encountered an ambush by bandits, and it was the forces from Baishur that had come to their aid. Throughout the conversation among the three, Zhaoqi stood quietly behind Yang Lingrui, his head slightly bowed, attentively absorbing the discussions of the other cultivators around him. Elder Yu had specifically instructed him before departing that, given his cultivation level, he would likely be of little assistance to Yang Lingrui in the event of a conflict. Thus, he had three primary objectives for this journey. Foremost, to ensure his own safety. Secondly, to observe and assist Yang Lingrui in identifying any oversights. And finally, to broaden his horizons. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests. Thank you for your patience. After the group had acquainted themselves, Gao Hui made his timely appearance, distributing maps to everyone and presenting the seal representing Baishur town to Yang Lingrui. The journey ahead is long, so I urge everyone to exercise caution. I wish you all great fortune and the protection of auspicious stars. Thank you for your kind words, Town Master Gao. The group then set forth towards the direction of Fengling town. Simultaneously, other cultivator factions from various towns also departed for Fengling. Among them, the most formidable was undoubtedly the team from Suishi, the foremost town under the jurisdiction of Wangwei. Suishi town, the closest to Wangwei city, was the largest in scale and population. However, more significantly, it was home to the Li family, which boasted an ancestor with a perfected cultivation of the 12th level of qi gathering. Under the foundation of their essence, none could rival them. The imperial decree had originally aimed to send them eastward to quell unrest, but due to the Li family's sect connections, arrangements were made to send 2 late-stage qi gathering cultivators instead, keeping their esteemed ancestor at home to stabilize their familial foundation. On this journey, the Li family dispatched 3 cultivators, 1 in the mid-stage of qi gathering and 2 in the early stage. The mid-stage cultivator was Li Qing, who was well acquainted with Elder Yu, having previously procured items from the Yang family in the market. His cultivation had progressed since then, now reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi gathering. This expedition to explore an ancient tomb also served as an opportunity for his personal breakthrough. Half a month later, the cultivators from the 7 towns arrived successively at Fengling. Duan Yong, the town chief of Fengling, had established a courtyard outside the town specifically for them to rest. Masterly, welcome, welcome. The team from Suishi town was the last to arrive, and Duan Yong personally greeted them at the town's entrance. Town Master Duan, it's good to see you, Li Cheng said with a slight bow, teasingly adding, are you adjusting well to life in Fengling? No issues with the local climate, I hope? Ha ha ha. Masterly, you still enjoy teasing me, I see. What adjustments are needed? Having a stable place to rest is more than sufficient. I have no complaints whatsoever. Duan Yong laughed heartily. From this exchange, it was evident that the two were old acquaintances and shared a deep camaraderie. As they strolled and conversed, he inquired about the ancient tomb. No problem, esteemed friends. Please follow me on this arduous journey. En route to the courtyard, Duan Yong began to recount the details regarding the ancient tomb. This tomb had been discovered a month prior, and by the time Duan Yong arrived to investigate, the entrance had already manifested. I interrogated that group of tomb raiders several times and confirmed they had no ties, yet the restrictions at the entrance were exceedingly formidable. I alone could not breach it, Duan Yong stated. Li Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Given that the ancient tomb is located here, has the sect on the mountain shown any interest? Indeed. Gloomy Moon Mountain had sent someone, a highly skilled cultivator of the condensing origin stage. However, Duan Yong's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as he hesitated to continue. Noticing this, Li Cheng understood. I see. They look down upon it, do they? Precisely. That individual remarked that the value of this place did not merit the effort of descending the mountain and subsequently chastised me before departing. Upon hearing this, the group of cultivators following behind exchanged glances, each revealing a wry smile of self-deprecation. The very place deemed unworthy by others was the destination they traveled great distances to reach. Li Cheng, unfazed, merely shrugged. Isn't this even better? The disdain of the condensing origin cultivators signifies that this ancient tomb is indeed suitable for our exploration, and without the troublesome disciples from the sect. Our endeavors will be considerably more convenient. Upon reaching the courtyard, the Li family cultivators, led by Li Cheng, were soon surrounded. Young Master Li, I am from the Fong family of Luoyuan Town. It is an honor to meet you, young master. My daughter hails from the Bei Wuyi family. Young Master Li, with your exceptional demeanor and profound cultivation, you truly embody the grace of a noble family. A role model for our generation. Li Cheng was already accustomed to such attention, deftly managing the situation with ease, quickly dispersing the throng of admirers with a few well-chosen words. Young Lingrui had been waiting patiently. As most of the guests began to disperse, he finally stepped forward to pay his respects. From the Songzhan Yang family. I am Yang Lingrui. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Li. The Yang family. Li Cheng turned his head, about to speak. But as he beheld young Lingrui, his words faltered completely. What an embodiment of integrity and an ethereal grace. Though still young, his remarkable accomplishments in the third realm were indeed striking, and his appearance was quite handsome. Li Cheng's gaze scrutinized young Lingrui several times, and with each glance, he felt increasingly impressed. Elder, you had previously informed me that the Yang family chose to establish their independence due to a younger generation member who had condensed their Qi mansion. Li Cheng inquired. Is that you? Indeed, it is, young Lingrui replied. Young Lingrui nodded and said, before embarking on this journey, Elder, you instructed me to express my heartfelt gratitude to young Master Li should I encounter him. Your generous purchase of our family's goods at the market was immensely helpful. Ha ha ha. Elder, you remains as courteous as ever. Those items were of little consequence, Li Cheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, he shifted the topic, inquiring, Lingrui, may I ask how old you are this year? I am 14 this year. Young Lingrui was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Although he was uncertain about the purpose behind Li Cheng's question, he nonetheless responded. Oh, 14, huh? Quite nice. As he spoke, he led young Lingrui to a secluded corner of the courtyard and whispered, to be honest, I have a younger sister who has just turned 15. Merely a year older than you. Young Lingrui widened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Young Master Li. Sure. It's all right. No need to be anxious. Observing that the child was left stammering in fright, Li Cheng hurriedly reassured him, do not be alarmed. I merely found you to be quite remarkable and entertained a thought. Whether it comes to fruition or not is a matter for another time. Upon hearing these words, young Lingrui felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had Li Cheng truly meant to escalate matters, he would have found himself at a loss for how to respond. Esteemed friends, allow me to express a few thoughts. After a brief exchange among the group, Duan Yang stepped into the center of the courtyard. The ancient tomb lies within the realm of Foling, and I am immensely grateful to each of you for journeying from afar to assist. Based on past experiences, the deeper one ventures into the tomb, the more treasures one may uncover. However, with greater depth comes greater peril, so I urge all of you to act within your capacities. Now that we are gathered, let us rest well this evening. Tomorrow at noon, I shall lead you to the tomb for exploration. That night, Yang Lingrui and Zhaoqi returned to their quarters early to rest. Brother, I have gathered all the necessary information. There are a total of 37 individuals on this expedition, among whom 3 are mid-stage Qi-gathering cultivators. Li Cheng stands at the peak of the 6th stage, while the other 2 are Huang Yin from Fengling Town at the 4th stage, and Zhang Huoming from Luoyuan Town, also at the 4th stage. Zhaoqi conveyed the intelligence he had acquired that day to Yang Lingrui. I have observed both of them, and their strength appears to be inferior to yours, brother. With that, he produced a scroll from his robe and unfurled it, revealing a meticulously recorded list containing the names, origins, and levels of cultivation of all 37 participants. After reading it, Yang Lingrui felt reassured. I have never been adept at remembering such matters. I must trouble junior brother Zhao for his efforts. There is no need for such politeness between us, senior brother. Just command me if there is anything you require, Zhaoqi replied with a smile. Well, to speak of it, there is indeed a matter today that has left me somewhat perplexed. Oh, what could possibly confound you, senior brother? Yang Lingrui then recounted the words spoken by Li Cheng. The outcome was that 2 innocent children, untouched by matters of love, found themselves staring at each other in bewilderment within the confines of the room. Well, senior brother, although I am not well versed in the intricacies of romance, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is far from simple, Zhaoqi remarked. Yang Lingrui also expressed his agreement. I share the same sentiment. The Li family possesses formidable strength and a prestigious sect background. Why would they seek me out, or rather, hold my Yang family in such regard? Both of them understood that although the Yang family has experienced rapid growth and prosperity in recent years, a single practitioner at the later stage of qi gathering from the Li family could effortlessly obliterate the Yang family, if it were merely a matter of talent or appearance. I find it hard to believe, for the Li family does not approach matters with such simplicity. Yang Lingrui possessed a remarkably clear mind, and did not believe she had the ability to attract the attention of the Li family. If that is the case, then senior brother, I have an idea. What idea? Zhao Qi mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. When Li Qing first met you, despite his connections with the revered elder Yu, proposing this matter seems rather hasty. Do you not think? Could it be that the Li family has encountered some unforeseen turmoil? As Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi speculated in their room, Li Cheng had also returned home with 2 confidants to rest. Gulp. Ah, what fine wine. Li Cheng took a large swig and inquired of the 2 before him. What do you both think of that young lad? Cough. The child appears commendable at first glance, but is the Yang family not too inferior compared to ours? One replied. The other nodded in agreement. Moreover, this matter requires the young lady's own opinion. It would not be appropriate for you to decide unilaterally, young master. Ah, I understand. You mean to say that the Yang family is too weak and my sister ought to choose someone she truly likes? Li Qing seemed somewhat intoxicated, his speech becoming slightly slurred. That is indeed our sentiment. All right, enough of that. Shall we drink? The family head instructed that we must not indulge in wine during this outing. Bah, how dull. Let us return to rest. Remember to wake me tomorrow. The 2, accustomed to his demeanor, took their leave. In the moment that his confidants exited the room, a stream of wine was deftly drawn from Li Qing's fingertips. Returning to the wine jar, the flush on his face faded, and his gaze shifted from murky to crystal clear. What nonsense about being worthy or unworthy? How absurd. What formidable prowess does the Li family truly possess? Choosing, at this juncture, how much latitude is there for choice? With so many eyes watching from above, even the elder would not dare to act recklessly, consolidating one's essence. Failing to do so, are not all families merely fish on the chopping block, differing only in size? At this moment, Li Cheng cast aside his usual carefree demeanor, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, teeth grinding, his eyes bloodshot. Others may not know, but as a direct descendant of the Li family, he was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. The matter of pacification left the elder stationed, seemingly leveraging the sect's background to smooth relations. In truth, it was merely a transaction between the dynasty and the sect, a mere exchange of hands. The elder of the Li family had long since run out of choices. The decision to stay or leave rested solely on who held the power. After enjoying a period of stability, had they forgotten how the Li family rose to prominence? Do they truly believe the Li family's current standing is so secure? Others may flatteringly utter noble family, yet think they have truly attained such status. How utterly foolish. If any unforeseen event were to transpire, today he would erase the Li family from existence. And tomorrow the Zhou, Sun, and Zhu families would rise in their stead. Whenever he contemplated this, Li Cheng felt a piercing pain in his temples. He had long discussed this matter at home, yet the elders were preoccupied with clinging to influential allies, rendering them impervious to reason. On the surface, the Li family appeared tranquil, but should any misfortune befall the elder, it would spell irretrievable doom. It was precisely for this reason that Li Cheng fervently sought opportunities to cultivate connections, hoping to discover a turning point or an escape route for his family. Chapter 49. Entering the ancient tomb the following day, Li Cheng's 2 trusted confidants roused him from his slumber, reeking of alcohol. To them, this was merely another instance of their young master's hangover. I apologize for keeping you all waiting, Li Cheng said as he stepped into the courtyard, where the other cultivators had been awaiting his arrival. He greeted Duan Yong and then exchanged a cordial nod with Yang Lingrui, who reciprocated the gesture. The site of the ancient tomb was a low-lying area. According to Duan Yong, this place had once been a settlement for several small families long ago, only to vanish following a devastating earthquake. There it is, as you can see, he pointed out. The group followed his indication and beheld a purple-black rise in the terrain. As they approached, it became evident that this was a slanted, square structure. At its center stood a circular main entrance that could open to either side. The heavens are round and the earth is square. How intriguing. No wonder you sought assistance to decipher it, Li Qing remarked. A glimmer of admiration shone in Duan Yong's eyes. As expected of young Master Li, your vast knowledge allows you to discern such details at a glance. I spent quite some time studying it. Enough of the flattery. Since you've summoned us, let us ensure all points are accounted for and proceed swiftly, Li Liqing urged. All right, let us get to work. This method of aligning heaven and earth was a form of restriction. It required locating the 4 square corners imprinted in the ground, the intersections of the circular and square elements, and the central point, totaling 9 positions. Only by infusing sufficient spiritual energy into these 9 points simultaneously could the restriction be activated. Duanyong organized the group into 8 divisions based on their cultivation levels, with Liqing solely responsible for the central point. He positioned himself atop the designated spot. We do not know what changes will occur upon activating the restriction, so I advise everyone to remain vigilant, Duanyong cautioned. He then bellowed, begin. The cultivators at the 8 points simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the earth beneath their feet. The energy coursed beneath the surface, weaving into the intricate patterns of the restriction, swiftly enveloping them all. With a resounding roar, the entire area began to tremble as the restriction activated. Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi stood steadfast at the same location, diligently channeling their spiritual energy. Brother, observe our surroundings. Indeed, I see it. It appears the activation is nearing completion. At 8 designated points, radiant barriers simultaneously ascended, encasing the cultivators and fusing their spiritual energy within. Suddenly, accompanied by a chilling, raspy roar, a horde of blue specters emerged from the ground, beginning to coalesce and manifest in this realm. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators swiftly launched their attacks, dispersing the apparitions that had yet to fully take shape. However, this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the prowess of the specters grew increasingly formidable. Damn it! Have they already attained the 2nd level of Qi gathering? Beware, fellow cultivator. Do not hold back. Most of the cultivators present were only at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi gathering, and facing specters of the 2nd level demanded utmost caution. Any misstep could result in injuries, or worse, a loss of life. With Yang Lingrui's presence, these specters posed little threat. Zhao Qi attentively observed from the side and noted that each specter, upon its demise, transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, drifting towards the ancient tomb's entrance where the barrier lay. He attempted to strike the smoke with his golden light technique and discovered that it could indeed be dispersed. Senior brother, he hastily called out to Yang Lingrui to share this revelation. Yang Lingrui lifted her gaze and with a single hand summoned a whirlwind that stood above the heads of several individuals. Each time the azure smoke rose, it was dispersed by the swirling winds. It was at this moment that Duanyong's voice resounded once more. Dear friends, swiftly disperse the azure smoke. Do not allow it to escape. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui turned to gaze into the arena, where a colossal figure flickered in and out of sight before the entrance of the ancient tomb. As it disrupted the ethereal smoke, its energy supply ceased, and it no longer expanded. Zhao Shidi, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable. You managed to detect the anomaly before Duanyong, Yang remarked. It is merely a trivial skill, not worthy of mention, Zhao Qi humbly replied. However, Yang Lingrui did not share this modest view. Both Zhao Qi and Wu Tong's backgrounds were well known to her. Zhao Qi, as a child of 5, had narrowly escaped drowning in a river, clinging to a branch to swim back to safety. At 8, he had survived 3 days lost in the mountains and managed to return alive. He had even eluded 2 wild wolves during a beast tide. Such feats could not be attributed merely to luck. Even Zhao Dapeng himself was unaware of the extent of his son's remarkable abilities. After vanquishing the ghostly apparitions for a quarter of an hour, the effects of the barrier finally reached their conclusion. The luminous barrier dissipated, and the immense figure solidified into a ghostly soldier clad in armor. However, due to the insufficient smoky veil, it ultimately manifested at merely the 3rd level of energy accumulation, only to be shattered by a single kick from Liqing. With the ghostly soldier dealt with, the ancient tomb's entrance officially swung open. As the circular door parted, a refreshing chill emanated from within. The crowd gradually descended the staircase, and after traversing more than 10 meters, the spacious chamber of the tomb revealed itself. After a brief discussion, the group resolved to explore in pairs, agreeing to notify one another should they uncover an entrance leading to the 2nd level. Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi chose a direction and set forth on their exploration. The first layer of the ancient tomb was the shallowest. With a relatively low level of danger, traps set within could only ensnare ordinary individuals and posed no threat to cultivators. During their expedition, they encountered only a few 1st-level corpse spirits, which they dispatched with ease. Senior brother, there is another piece here, Zhao Qi exclaimed as he unearthed a chunk of dark mineral weighing approximately 10 pounds. Treasures within the 1st layer were scarce, and the finest find they had come across thus far was this type of refined ore. Such ore could be directly exchanged for spirit crystals and could indeed be deemed valuable. As the two intended to continue their exploration, they suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind them. Upon turning to investigate, they discovered a cultivator from the Leaf family approaching. He stepped forward and said, "Esteemed friends, the entrance to the second layer has been located. The young master has sent me to find you both. Thank you for the information." Yang Lingrui and Zhao expressed their gratitude hurriedly. "Please, follow me," the man invited. After walking a short distance, they arrived at the eastern section of the first layer of the ancient tomb. One by one, other cultivators began to arrive, all eyes drawn towards a deep, pitch-black passage ahead, so dark that even spiritual senses struggled to penetrate its depths. Faced with such a daunting prospect, many first-level cultivators showed signs of hesitation, uncertain whether to proceed. Li Qing and Duan Yong were conversing when they noticed Yang Lingrui's arrival and beckoned him over. "Lingrui, you've arrived. Did you find anything of note in the first layer?" "Greetings, young Master Li and Mayor Duan. I did not discover anything particularly special, just some refined ore." Yang Lingrui replied. "That's to be expected. The first layer is generally like this, unless one can deduce something from minute clues. It is quite difficult to unearth valuable items," Li Qing remarked, gesturing towards the passage. Huang Yin and Zheng Huoming could not wait any longer and have already ventured down. "Now that you are here, let us enter together." "Indeed, that would be best." "Thank you, young Master Li," Lingrui replied gratefully. "Not at all. It's but a matter of convenience. However, your companion here may not be suited for the venture." Li Qing glanced at Zhao Qi, noting his cultivation at the first level, which posed a risk should he enter the second layer. Seeing this, Zhao Qi hastily waved his hand. "It's fine. Senior brother and young Master Li, you need not worry about me. I shall remain in the first layer and explore." Yang Lingrui offered a few words of advice, urging him to take good care of himself, and then followed Li Qing into the passageway. Duan Yang remained behind, having previously conferred with Li Qing that he would stand guard here, ready to assist should any unforeseen events arise below. Once the exploration concluded, Li Qing would share a few treasures with him. Subsequently, several cultivators at the second and third levels of Qi gathering also entered together. The remaining throng of first-level Qi gathering cultivators began to confer in small groups. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, we intend to descend together to take a look. Would you care to join us?" Just as Zhao Qi was about to depart, he was halted by one of them. It turned out that a dozen or so first-level Qi gathering cultivators, unwilling to concede defeat, planned to group together to venture into the second layer. Aware of Zhao Qi's affiliation with the Yang family, they presumed he possessed some degree of strength and sought to recruit him. "No need. I shall remain on the first level," Zhao Qi promptly declined, turning to leave. Had he wished to descend, he would have accompanied Yang Lingrui long ago, rather than lingering here. Observing his demeanor, the other cultivators wore expressions of disdain. What a coward, lacking even the courage to take a glance below. Indeed, at this rate, he can only serve as a shadow behind the young master of the Yang family. With that, their group of over 10 entered the passageway. Duan Yong attempted to persuade them, but alas, his words fell on deaf ears. Zhao Qi walked at a leisurely pace, their comments reaching his ears. Yet he paid them no heed. In the past, Zhao Daping often reminded him that any fortune must be accompanied by the ability to enjoy it. He could only hope these individuals would survive to see the light of day again. Not wishing to dwell on other matters, Zhao Qi's gaze settled upon a stone pillar. The first level of the ancient tomb was dotted with such pillars, seemingly intended for support. However, as Zhao Qi traversed the area, he noted their irregular distribution, which struck him as peculiar. Since I have some free time, I shall delve into a thorough investigation. Chapter 50. The second layer of the tomb. Yang Lingrui followed Li Qing as they progressed through the corridor. Based on their descent, they must have reached the second level of the ancient tomb. Oh, a fork in the road. How intriguing. The four of them came to a halt before 5 diverging paths, each leading in a different direction. Upon witnessing this, Yang Lingrui comprehended the dual-layered structure. In contrast to the expansive space of the first level, the second level of the ancient tomb was entirely composed of these corridors. The passageways perpetually descended, twisted, and branched, creating a peculiar subterranean mausoleum design. "Lingrui, do you often find yourself fortunate?" inquired Li Qing. Yang Lingrui pondered for a moment and concluded, "It should be fine. Then it's up to you to decide. I've always been plagued by misfortune, never choosing correctly." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lingrui chose the rightmost corridor. The four of them entered, and not long after, they encountered the first wave of attack. It was a swarm of corpse-burrowing insects, creatures capable of devouring the spiritual energy of cultivators. Individually, they posed no threat, yet in numbers, they became exceedingly difficult to deal with. Fortunately, with Li Cheng, a 6th-level Qi-gathering cultivator among them, these insects were no challenge. With just a few swift strikes, he dispatched them all. Li Cheng practiced a technique that manifested his various attacks in a visible form. According to him, with the enhancement of 5 elemental talismans, he could imbue his spells with corresponding attributes, allowing him to adapt flexibly in combat. After overcoming the horde of insects, the 4 arrived at a chamber, where a coffin lay horizontally. After inspecting it and confirming the absence of traps, Li Cheng opened it. Inside, there was no corpse, only a collection of burial goods. Among them, the most valuable was an early-stage Qi-gathering spirit awakening pill, which Li Cheng pocketed. Continuing on, they soon encountered another fork in the path. This time, Yang Lingrui once again opted for the right path. The second segment passed without incident, and the 4 reached a new room, where they discovered 3 mid-level Qi-gathering mountain-moving talismans. These talismans could significantly enhance the physical strength of Qi-gathering cultivators, proving to be exceptionally useful. Li Cheng allocated one to Yang Lingrui and kept the remaining 2. Pressing forward, they faced yet another fork and, as before, chose the right. In the third segment, they came across a skeletal python. This malevolent entity was not a beast, but rather a manifestation of numerous vengeful spirits coalescing from corpses. Yang Lingrui, it is a 3-level Qi-gathering creature. Shall you take the lead? Just as I would wish. Yang Lingrui understood that Li Cheng wanted to assess his skills. Coincidentally, he felt a surge of restlessness, so he decided to use this skeletal python to stretch his muscles and bones. The wind began to rise. Yang Lingrui silently focused his thoughts, and a gust of fierce wind arose in response. The skeletal python writhed and surged toward him. As the wind enveloped him, Yang Lingrui swiftly spun in midair, landing deftly behind the monstrous serpent. He immediately summoned several blades of wind and unleashed them. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful wind blades struck the massive body of the skeletal python, instantly provoking the ferocity of this malevolent creature, which turned its head and roared in fury. Yang Lingrui remained calm and composed, gathering several gusts of wind in his palm. As the malevolent creature approached, he swiftly released the concentrated force. A remarkably swift wind spear shot forth, appearing as a gray streak in the eyes of the 4, piercing through the head of the skeletal python and exiting after penetrating half its body. The skeletal python collapsed with a thud, its decaying form scattering across the ground, gradually disintegrating into fine ash. What a remarkable technique! Li Cheng exclaimed, applauding. The gazes of his 2 loyal confidants shifted as they regarded Yang Lingrui with newfound respect. The skeletal python was not an adversary to be trifled with. Had they been in its place, they would have been unable to conclude the battle so swiftly under the same circumstances. This lad's wind techniques are formidable, indeed impressive. With profound mastery that combines both power and speed, they whispered among themselves, contemplating their odds should they face Yang Lingrui in combat. I must confess, I am but a novice in this art, Yang Lingrui chuckled. So what? One skill can conquer all. The essence of magic lies in its refinement, not its quantity. Observe me. I have merely honed a singular facade. After witnessing Yang Lingrui's prowess, Li Cheng was exceedingly pleased, his spirits lifted, and his steps grew lighter. In the third chamber, they discovered a peculiar stone. Li Cheng examined it closely, confirming it to be a naturally occurring anomaly. Do you have any knowledge of this object, Lingrui? He inquired. Somewhat. It is documented in the texts brought back by my elders, Yang Lingrui replied. In truth, upon seeing the stone, he felt a surge of excitement. Though he concealed it adeptly, as a stone-type entity, this object could potentially serve as a resource for their family's spiritual stones. However, its purpose remains uncertain, and its value is difficult to ascertain. It may very well be of little use, he added. Li Cheng patted his pouch and suggested, shall we exchange it for something else? Oh, no need to fret, young masterly. Let us not dwell on such matters. Treasure hunting is inherently a matter of luck and skill. Yang Lingrui gracefully declined, stating that there was no need for anything else. This peculiar stone would suffice. Indeed, it might very well be a treasure. Once the stone was entrusted to Yang Lingrui, he suppressed the excitement within him and carefully placed it into his storage pouch. At last, he felt a sense of accomplishment as he would present this item to the Immortal Master upon his return. Yang Lingrui contemplated. Subsequently, the 4 of them encountered 2 more forks in the path. One of the forks posed no danger, while the other concealed a ghost general at the 4th level of Qi gathering. Li Cheng refrained from intervening, allowing Yang Lingrui and the others to collaborate in overcoming the foe. Within these 2 chambers, they each acquired a sword of initial Qi gathering and a sprig of rejuvenating grass, also at the initial Qi gathering stage. Having successfully navigated through 5 segments of the corridor, they found that there were no further forks ahead, only a grand thoroughfare leading directly to the 3rd level of the ancient tomb. Yang Lingrui's fortune could be deemed quite favorable. Having selected 2 safe passageways out of 5 routes, it appears that with sufficient luck, even a cultivator at the 1st level of Qi gathering could effortlessly claim 5 rewards, provided they consistently choose the peril-free paths and thus ascend to the 3rd level. Upon reaching the 3rd level, a foreboding grand hall came into view. Upon their arrival, Yang Lingrui and his companions discovered that Huang Yin and Zheng Huoming had already arrived ahead of them. Indeed, your speed is commendable, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Not at all. It is merely due to young Master Li's graciousness that we were able to arrive first, they humbly replied. Indeed. We hope young Master Li does not take offense, they added apologetically. Li Cheng was not one to harbor such pettiness and chose not to dwell on the matter, turning his gaze instead to the grand hall. The structure was constructed entirely of a deep purple-black stone, the same material as the entrance to the ancient tomb. The lower half of the hall was adorned with carvings of a crowd in prayerful supplication, while the central section featured a complex array of incantations. Above this, a vague visage sat solemnly upon an altar. Now, it became clear to Li Qing why Huang and Zheng had refrained from opening the hall's doors and pressing onward. The hall was decidedly peculiar. The imagery depicted appeared to mimic the worship of deities, yet the overall impression was far from reverent. It resembled the veneration of malevolent spirits instead. This tomb's master is intriguing. He likely realized he was no virtuous being and thus chose to revere spirits rather than gods. Li Qing mused. As the group surveyed the uncanny hall, a noise echoed from behind them. Turning to investigate, they saw 2 more cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi gathering emerging from the 5 passageways. One of them was Lin Yu from Liuye town, whom Yang Lingrui recognized. However, the 2 appeared quite disheveled, with unkempt hair and tattered clothing, their bodies marred by numerous wounds exposing white bone. Upon inquiry, they learned that they too had encountered a 4th-level ghost general. Originally, they had been a party of 5, including 3 companions at the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Under normal circumstances, they would have had a chance to contend with the ghost general. However, mid-battle, a throng of 1st-level cultivators had unexpectedly surged into the already narrow passage, creating a chaotic bottleneck. The ghost general seized this opportunity to unleash carnage, devouring the flesh and blood of the cultivators, which not only healed its wounds but significantly augmented its strength. Ultimately, all 3 2nd-level cultivators perished, including El Liang from Qinghe. The 2 survivors had exerted every ounce of their strength to escape with their lives. Fortunately, they managed to select a safe passage unscathed, which led them to their current location. Given your injuries, it seems improbable that you can continue, Li Cheng observed. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat. Proceeding further may jeopardize your lives. The 2 exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with reluctance, yet they could only nod in resignation. However, they soon found themselves in a quandary. The specter remained unvanquished, and retracing their steps was undoubtedly futile. The tomb was riddled with numerous diverging paths, and should they stray, they might encounter more malevolent spirits, placing them in peril. Brother Lin need not worry. Simply follow this leftmost passage, and you shall safely return to the 1st level, where the town chief awaits to assist you, Yang Lingrui advised. Upon first encountering the bifurcations of the 2nd level, he had realized the intricate and variable terrain necessitated careful consideration for their return. Thus, rather than aimlessly selecting paths, it was wiser to consistently pursue a single corridor. This way, even when faced with danger, they could swiftly discern their route and escape back to the 1st level. Thank you for your guidance, fellow cultivator. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 did not linger and proceeded according to Yang Lingrui's directions. Observing their retreating figures, those present understood that out of the 37 cultivators who had arrived, it was likely that half had perished on this venture. All right, merely watching is of no use, Li Cheng declared, turning towards the grand entrance of the hall. Everyone, step aside. I shall open this door. With a deep breath, he summoned his spiritual energy, causing a fierce gust of wind to whirl around him. The onlookers stepped back, witnessing a colossal hand formation materialize before him in an instant. Young Master S' magical prowess has advanced once more. Such a manifestation is surely close to the 7th level. Two Li family cultivators exclaimed in admiration. So, this is the external manifestation technique, Yang Lingrui observed intently. Previously, Li Cheng's actions were fleeting, leaving little room for scrutiny. Now, he had the opportunity to examine them thoroughly. The external manifestation of the spell appeared in a silvery gray hue, emanating a faint glow. At first glance, it seemed devoid of any menace. Yet with a slight attunement of perception, one could discern the immense power contained within. The large hand of the external manifestation coalesced, and Li Cheng raised it to cover the temple gate. Open. With a low command, the external hand exerted force, gradually pushing the massive gate ajar. In the instant the gate swung open, several shadowy figures erupted from within, hurtling towards Li Cheng. Yang Lingrui and the others immediately sprang into action, intercepting the barrage of attacks. As the grand door swung wide open, everyone beheld the unsettling scene within. A colossal crimson-clad corpse demon loomed at the center of the hall, seated atop layers of piled white bones, while the walls were adorned with faces twisted in agony. Such a sinister entity is being worshipped here. One must tread carefully, for this tomb is no ordinary place. Upon witnessing the red-robed specter, Li Cheng's expression turned grave. This malevolent being likely possessed the strength of 5 or 6 energy consolidations, and he could not afford to be careless in confronting it. The group cautiously ventured inside, and as they stepped into the hall, a chilling aura enveloped them. The intensity of this cold was overwhelming, necessitating the fortification of their spiritual energy as protection. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, 3 stone doors descended at the original entrance, sealing their escape completely. In the next moment, the seemingly lifeless red-robed corpse demon let out a thunderous wail towards the heavens. Instantly, the bones beneath it ignited with ghostly flames, and the skeletal remains sprang to life, howling as they charged at the group. I will handle it, Li Cheng declared, raising his hand to shatter the bones before him, then leaping into battle against the Crimson Spectre. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 faced the eerie skeletal foes animated by the ghostly fire. The power of this ghostly flame was formidable. It did not burn flesh, but rather tormented the mind, and any careless contact could lead to troublesome consequences. Yang Lingrui, with a thought, summoned a swirling gale around him. Any malevolent entities that dared to approach were repelled by this rotating force, scattering the ghostly flames. His mastery over his techniques was already quite proficient. Although his innate talent did not quite match that of Yang Linghu, it certainly surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner. At this moment, he was capable of simultaneously manipulating 3 blades of wind that darted through the area, severing and shattering every vile creature in their path. The 2 members of the Li family, one wielding water magic and the other fire magic, were supposed to be at odds with each other. However, they practiced a harmonious blend of both elements, and together their combined strength rivaled that of a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi gathering. Huang Yan and Zheng Huoming, both seasoned practitioners in the mid-stages of Qi gathering, had no trouble dealing with these lower-level malevolent entities. As the group remained focused on their adversaries, the ground beneath them suddenly stirred. Beware, fellow cultivators. There is something beneath our feet, Yang Lingrui shouted. Fortunately, his warning came in time, allowing the others to brace themselves. As the emerging corpse-born insects missed their target, 2 fellow cultivators, go assist our young master. We can handle things here, shouted the practitioner from the Li family, who was wielding fire magic. Huang and Zheng promptly disengaged and made their way to the center of the great hall to aid Li Cheng. Lingrui, the number of malevolent entities is overwhelming. If we continue to fight like this, our energy will be too depleted. It would be prudent for the 3 of us to combine our efforts. After speaking, he raised his palms and conjured a massive fireball. Friend, channel your wind techniques into the fireball. My junior will then augment it with water magic from the outside. Once it reaches sufficient potency, we shall obliterate this horde of fiends. Excellent. Yang Lingrui was equally decisive, not uttering a word as he swiftly maneuvered to the side of his companions. With one hand, he deftly manipulated 2 blades of wind against their foes, while the other hand gathered the fierce winds into a fireball. Moments later, the fireball reached its limit, prompting the other individual to summon a torrent of water to encase it. Senior brother, the time has come. Go. The fireball was hurled forth, crashing heavily into the midst of the horde of malevolent entities, followed by a resounding explosion. The searing flames, mingled with the fierce winds and rushing water, obliterated the majority of the sinister beings in an instant. The trio then instinctively separated to tidy up the aftermath. The remaining ghostly fire skeletons, having survived the explosion, were no feeble adversaries, possessing the strength of the 3rd level of Qi gathering. The two members of the Li family primarily engaged in one-on-one confrontations, only to turn and discover Yang Lingrui had simultaneously taken on 3 adversaries. Astonished, they watched as he deftly evaded and maneuvered, dispatching each of the 3 ghostly fire skeletons with remarkable skill. This young man is truly extraordinary. Witnessing this, their perception of Yang Lingrui underwent a profound transformation. The child from the Yang family surpasses both of us by leaps and bounds. Viewed in this light, it seems the young master has indeed chosen wisely. After swiftly disposing of the remaining malevolent entity, the trio hastened to the center of the grand hall to assist in the battle. At this moment, the crimson-clad corpse demon had already lost an arm and was in a frenzied state, wildly attacking with its sharp fangs and claws. The 3 maintained a safe distance, casting spells to restrain it, for a single strike from this malevolent being could inflict grave injuries upon them. Fortunately, Li Qing possessed formidable strength, capable of suppressing the crimson corpse demon alone. With the addition of the 3, the tide of battle became increasingly favorable. The 6 united in their assault, causing the creature to howl in agony, unable to lift its head. Ultimately, it was crushed under Li Qing's mighty foot, shattering into a pile of debris. Chapter 52, Complete Inheritance. It truly required some effort, and I thank you all for your hard work, Li Qing remarked. Huang Yan repeatedly waved his hands, saying, Not at all, not at all. This time we owe it all to young Master Li. Without you, we likely wouldn't have even crossed the threshold of the Grand Hall. Indeed, given our meager cultivation levels, we would probably have been unable to access the treasures on the 3rd level, Zheng Huoming chuckled. With the demise of the Crimson Corpse Demon, the 3 stone doors at the entrance descended, revealing a hidden chamber within one of the hall's walls. As the group approached to investigate, they discovered the decayed body of a cultivator seated within the chamber. He was evidently the master of this tomb. Through their inquiries, they pieced together the man's history. He was originally a solitary cultivator who had achieved the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage, but had been unable to break through after years of arduous practice. As his lifespan dwindled, he resorted to dark paths, hoping to attain the condensation stage through flesh and blood sacrifices. Subsequently, he discovered this family enclave and began his nefarious planning, secretly arranging traps underground and using sorcery to summon a cataclysm, burying all the cultivators and common folk in the area. Fortunately, he ultimately failed. Had a malevolent cultivator of the condensation stage emerged, it would have brought calamity upon the surrounding populace. After exploring the various rooms in the chamber, the group unearthed several treasures left behind by the cultivator, a mid-tier Qi gathering spirit-enhancing pill, a late-stage 5 elements technique, 2 mid-tier spiritual treasures, a bell and a copper ring, and a tome of talismanic inheritance, half of which was missing. The remaining items had long since lost their efficacy due to the passage of time. Li Cheng first selected the pill and the 5 elements technique. Next, Huang Yan and Zheng Huoming each chose one of the mid-tier spiritual treasures. Ultimately, only the incomplete tome of talismanic inheritance remained, which the 2 members of the Li family had no desire for. Yang Lingrui, undeterred, placed it into her storage bag, with no traditional crafts passed down in her family. Encountering this today was serendipitous. She intended to bring it back for Elder Yu to study. Yang Lingrui pondered in his heart. At that moment, Li Qing spoke up. Lingrui had exerted considerable effort on this journey, yet he had only obtained a mysterious stone of uncertain purpose and an incomplete legacy of 100 arts, which felt rather unsatisfactory. With that, he took a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Yang Lingrui. Take this rebirth grass. At least it will serve as something useful to bring back home. Upon hearing these words, Yang Lingrui felt a surge of joy and promptly expressed his gratitude. In that case, I shall convey the Yang family's thanks to young Master Li, given the generosity extended. To refuse now would seem overly fastidious. It was far more gracious to accept. Witnessing Yang Lingrui's acquisition of the resurrection herb, both Huang Yan and Zheng Huoming exhibited looks of envy. This rare plant bore fruit only once every 3 years, yielding but a single blossom. The mature resurrection fruit possessed the remarkable ability to safeguard a practitioner's foundational cultivation should they encounter failure during a breakthrough. Curiosity lingered in their minds regarding how the Yang family had established such a rapport with the Li family, as it was evident that Li Qing extended exceptional care towards Yang Lingrui. The group initially planned to explore the untraveled paths on their return journey, hoping to uncover further treasures. Alas, it appeared that due to the opening of the cave, the passage leading to the first level had been largely buried under sand and stone, leaving only a solitary route available. Li Qing attempted to excavate, but found it exceedingly laborious and ultimately abandoned the effort, deciding to leave the task for Duan Yong of Fengling Town to undertake gradually. Brother. Upon seeing Yang Lingrui return safely, Zhao Qi felt a great weight lifted from his heart and hurriedly approached to greet him. The gruesome fate of the two individuals who had ventured out earlier was indeed terrifying. He had heard that every first-layer practitioner who descended had met their demise, which had caused him considerable concern for Yang Lingrui's safety. Brother, are you injured? I am unscathed. How fare you, junior brother? Zhao Qi, darting his eyes about the surroundings, then whispered, Brother, I have discovered something. I will share the details once we return to our quarters. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui understood implicitly and chose not to speak further. The expedition to explore the ancient tomb had concluded, and of the 37 cultivators who had set out, only 18 remained. The survivors were filled with a sense of lamentation, as they had never anticipated such grievous losses before embarking on this journey. The two individuals from Baisher Town. As Yang Lingrui spoke, he noticed Zhao Qi pursing his lips and shaking his head in disapproval. Alas, humans perish for wealth, just as birds fall for their desire for food. Yang Lingrui let out a soft sigh, recalling the words previously imparted to him by Yang Wanfeng. He had described cultivators as gamblers who wager their lives against the heavens, a characterization that now seemed remarkably apparent. That evening, Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi returned to their quarters rather early. Junior brother Zhao, do you have something to discuss with me? Senior brother, take a look at these. Zhao Qi produced 2 bundles of inscribed papers from his sleeves. I discovered that some of the stone pillars on the first level of the ancient tomb contained hollows. So I chiseled them open and found these scattered papers inside. The description seemed to pertain to talismans, though I am uncertain of their utility. Oh, I see. Truly impressive. Junior brother Zhao. Wait, you mentioned they are related to talismans. Yang Lingrui hurriedly picked up the scattered pages and retrieved the fragmentary talisman inheritance he had acquired on the 3rd floor, beginning to compare them meticulously. What a revelation! The more he examined the contents of the paper, the more his heart raced. For these scattered pages perfectly corresponded with the missing portions of the fragmented text. This meant that by uniting the two, he would possess a complete talisman inheritance. Yang Lingrui took a deep breath to calm his mind, then turned to Zhao Qi and said, Junior brother Zhao, you have truly achieved remarkable merit this time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi felt a bit bashful, scratching his head and smiling. Senior brother, please do not say that. I possess no exceptional skills. I truly did not contribute much on this outing. If we stumbled upon a treasure, it was merely a stroke of good fortune. Seeing his demeanor, Yang Lingrui chuckled. In this world, how can one merely attribute everything to fortune? You should simply await your rewards upon your return home. The following morning, Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi prepared to embark on their journey back. Li Qing, occupied with discussions with Duan Yong, chose not to accompany them. As the two departed from the town and ventured a short distance, they encountered Zheng Huoming from Luoyuan Town, who suggested they travel together since their paths aligned for the first part of the journey. Ah, this expedition has truly been fraught with challenges. Those cultivators who accompanied me have either perished or sustained grievous injuries. It has been a laborious endeavor, and I have gained naught but a meager benefit, Zheng Huoming lamented. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui also shook his head, acknowledging, indeed, as the senior has remarked, the concept of seeking the ethereal and visiting is deceptively simple. Yet, how elusive are the opportunities one seeks? A moment's inattention could cost one their very life. Zheng Huoming, being quite loquacious, ensured that the journey of the three was far from dull. By the eve of the 3rd day, the group had traversed beyond the confines of Fengling Town. Care for a drink? Zheng Huoming inquired, producing a jar of wine. Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi both abstained from alcohol and politely declined. Lingrui, do you remember the spiritual treasure I obtained in the ancient tomb? Yes, it was a small bell, wasn't it? Indeed, to acquire a mid-level gathering spirit treasure. My journey has not been in vain. However, Zheng Huoming suddenly shifted the conversation, casting a lingering glance at Yang Lingrui and softly remarked, if I could also obtain a rejuvenating herb, it would be even more fulfilling. Chapter 53. Greed. Noticing the shift in tone, Zhao Qi promptly stepped aside, while Yang Lingrui rose, alert. What do you mean by that, senior? That rejuvenating herb you possess is something I greatly covet. If you were to surrender it to me, we could part ways amicably. How does that sound? Zheng Huoming's words carried a clear aura of intimidation. I see now. I had been pondering why a senior with such profound cultivation would accompany us. This explanation makes everything clear. Yang Lingrui sneered. Senior, you possess remarkable patience. waiting until Feng Ling appears before revealing your true intentions. Zheng Huoming shrugged nonchalantly in his eyes. Both Yang Lingrui and Zhao Qi were merely pawns he could manipulate at will. He had merely bided his time to avoid arousing suspicion from the Li family. I advise you both to recognize the situation, lest you lose not only your opportunity but also your lives here. Recognize the situation? Yang Lingrui scoffed, given the circumstances. There is no need for you to feign concern, senior. I suspect that from the moment we set out, you never intended for us to survive. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Huoming's expression gradually darkened. With his thoughts exposed by Yang Lingrui, he shed any pretense. Very well, then. You may meet your demise. Zheng Huoming unleashed a powerful punch directed at Yang Lingrui, convinced that a single blow would seal the latter's fate. However, in the next moment, his fist was unexpectedly halted by the fierce wind swirling around him. Zheng Huoming was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could he fend off my attack? No, this aura. This lad is not at the 3rd level, but the 4th. In the meantime, Zhao Qi had already plunged into the forest, sprinting away with all his might. He recalled Elder Yu's admonition, since he could not aid in the battle. He must escape at the first sign of danger. Damn it, Zheng Huoming thought, attempting to intercept Zhao Qi, only to be obstructed by 2 gusts of wind. Please, senior, do not be hasty. Why not engage in further discussion? Once the mask of civility was torn away, Yang Lingrui had no intention of holding back, launching relentless strikes aimed at Zheng Huoming's vital points. Zheng Huoming managed to disperse several gusts of wind, but his arms were left painfully shaken. Yang Lingrui sensed the ominous turn of events due to his formidable prowess, prompting him to swiftly retrieve a bell from his pocket. This artifact, having been thoroughly studied by him, was known to inflict no physical harm, yet it struck directly at the spirit. For practitioners of Qi gathering without the protection of true essence, it posed an insurmountable challenge. Upon witnessing this object, Yang Lingrui furrowed his brow, attempting to use a blade of wind to knock it from the air. Unfortunately, Zheng Huoming acted with greater alacrity. The chime of the bell resonated, unleashing an imperceptible sound wave that traversed Yang Lingrui's body, making its way directly to his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Yang Lingrui's mind, causing his facial muscles to twitch. In that instant, his spiritual energy became somewhat disordered, nearly failing to sustain his protective barrier. Observing this, Zheng Huoming let out a triumphant laugh. Ha! Yang Lingrui, I must admit, you possess extraordinary talent, but alas, today the advantage lies with me. With that, he prepared to counterattack. However, as he advanced, he was taken aback to find that Yang Lingrui had returned to his normal demeanor. The 3 wind blades, which had just begun to slow, surged forth with renewed vigor, swiftly attacking him. Zheng Huoming was utterly dumbfounded, hastily defending against Yang Lingrui's onslaught. He could not fathom how Yang Lingrui had withstood the bell's mental assault. This was a spiritual treasure of the mid-gathering Qi stage. Even a cultivator of the 6th level could not possibly dispel its effects so swiftly. Could it be that he possessed some protective artifact? Zheng Huoming was not far from the truth. Although lacking a treasure, Yang Lingrui's consciousness was guarded by a remnant awareness left by Chen Yang, which was at the late stage of gathering Qi. At that moment, Yang Lingrui himself was equally bewildered. He had merely felt a force dispersing within his consciousness, driving away the bell's sonic waves, allowing him to regain his composure. The two engaged in fierce combat once again, exchanging blows for nearly half an hour. Under the relentless assault of Yang Lingrui's wind blades, Zheng Huoming finally faltered and sustained a hit. His figure swayed, eyes wide with disbelief. After years of cultivating at the 4th level, how could he be outmatched by a junior? Moreover, despite the prolonged battle, Yang Lingrui's offensive showed no sign of waning. Was his spiritual energy inexhaustible? Zheng Huoming could not comprehend, nor did he have time to ponder, for Yang Lingrui's long-prepared lethal strike was upon him. Since the commencement of their duel, Yang Lingrui had been quietly gathering a wind cone, biding his time. Now, as Zheng Huoming's strength waned, a flaw had emerged. Break. The wind cone whistled forth, aimed directly at Zheng Huoming's head. He extended his hands in a desperate attempt to resist, only to find the wind cone's power overwhelming, piercing through his palms and leaving gaping wounds. With a sharp sound, the wind cone swept past, tearing away half of Zheng Huoming's facial skin. Pua. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Wait, I beg. Putcha. Yang Lingrui was resolute in his lethal actions, granting Zheng Huoming no opportunity to utter a word before swiftly severing his head. He then meticulously searched Zheng Huoming's corpse, uncovering his storage pouch. Following this, He dismembered Zheng Huaming's body into several pieces, discarding them throughout the forest, confident that by morning, wild beasts would have devoured the remains. At dawn, he discovered the hiding Zhaoqi within a bear's cave. The two wasted no time and journeyed back home, traveling day and night. 5 days later, while in deep meditation, Chen Yang sensed the presence of Yang Lingrui and Zhaoqi from afar. He realized that the consciousness guardian he had left in Yang Lingrui's mind had been triggered, indicating that an incident had occurred. The two children returned safely, bringing a sigh of relief to Elder Yu and Yang Lingqing. After a brief respite, they recounted every detail of their adventure, leaving no stone unturned. Yang Lingrui took the lead in the discussion, with Zhaoqi providing supplementary insights. When the topic of Li Cheng's sister arose, both Elder Yu and Yang Lingqing could not help but stifle their laughter. Upon learning that the two had successfully gathered a complete lineage of talismanic teachings, they erupted in applause. However, upon hearing of Zheng Huaming's avaricious intent to commit murder for treasure, a wave of anxiety and tension swept over them. You two have endured considerable hardships on this journey. Zhaoqi, your efforts in acquiring the complete talismanic inheritance are invaluable. This legacy is crucial for the advancement of the Yang family. Yang Lingqing spoke, then handed him the bell of the mid-stage gathering energy and Zheng Huaming's storage bag. The marks on these two items had already been erased by Elder Yu, and henceforth, they belong to you. Zhaoqi, aware of the bell's worth, quickly rose and said, Sister Lingqing, such a generous reward leaves me feeling unworthy. Yang Lingqing waved his hand, resolutely placing two items into his possession. The Yang family has always been clear in matters of reward and punishment. This was true in the time of the ancestors and remains so today. Elder Yu, with a beaming smile, encouraged, Zhaoqi, you should graciously accept them. Observing this, Zhaoqi ceased to decline, accepted the two items, and, after expressing his heartfelt gratitude, returned to his quarters. Although the bell and the storage pouch were not particularly heavy, they felt substantial in his grasp, embodying not merely a gift, but a profound trust and recognition of Zhaoqi. This deeply moved him. Chapter 54. Gaining another divine ability after Zhaoqi departed, Elder Yu and the others proceeded to the ancestral hall to pay their respects to Chen Yang. Yang Lingrui has come to the realization that the mysterious force safeguarding his sea of consciousness is indeed the work of the Spirit Stone Immortal. As a disciple of the Yang family, Yang Lingrui pays his respects to the Spirit Stone Immortal, acknowledging that his safe journey is entirely reliant on the Immortal's extraordinary powers, for which he is immensely grateful. Upon speaking, he retrieves the peculiar stone he acquired within the ancient tomb and gently places it beside Chen Yang. This remarkable object, a treasure obtained by Lingrui, also belongs to the category of stones, and he presents it for the Immortal's appraisal, having previously experienced the consumption of a precious gem. Chen Yang is not as overwhelmed this time. He first extends his consciousness to meticulously examine the peculiar stone. Soon, he discerns that its quality does not match that of the earlier gem. However, due to its natural origin, it possesses its own mysteries. For instance, within the stone, he discovers a core-like green gem nestled at its center, emanating a faint glow. Intriguingly, while Chen Yang remains uncertain of the gem's purpose, he feels assured that consuming it will unveil its secrets. Before the three observers, he undertakes another act of consumption. As anticipated, this time his cultivation does not significantly increase. Yet the green gem manifests within his body. Chen Yang channels his spiritual energy into it, which soon gives rise to a warm, gentle energy. As its concentration intensifies, this energy gradually solidifies, forming a pale green beam of light that radiates outward. Could this power be? Contemplating a possibility, Chen Yang promptly conveys a thought to Yang Lingqing, requesting that he summon the still-recovering Yang Linghu. Yang Linghu's injuries have largely healed, with only a few critical areas still requiring recuperation. Upon his entry into the ancestral hall, Chen Yang once again concentrated a soft green beam of light, directing it upon him. Immersed in this radiant glow, Yang Linghu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, his body relaxing considerably. Subsequently, a warm sensation, tinged with a slight tingling and itchiness, arose from the few wounds that remained unhealed. The Spirit Stone Celestial Master is healing me. Yang Linghu promptly regained his composure, swiftly entering a meditative state and channeling his spiritual energy in harmony with Chen Yang. After the passage of an hour, Chen Yang retracted the luminous beam, and Yang Linghu sprang to his feet, executing a series of stances in midair before landing with remarkable poise. His movements displayed no trace of hesitation, and he appeared even more vigorous than before. Elder Yu, Lingshi, Lingru, my injuries have completely healed. Yang Linghu exclaimed with fervor. The three approached to inspect him and, to their astonishment, found his words to be true. Originally, it would have taken at least 2 months for such wounds to mend. Yet he was restored in merely an hour. Indeed, the powers of the Immortal Sovereign are truly extraordinary. Yang Linghu expressed his gratitude to the Immortal Sovereign. The Yang family was filled with joy, for their destinies were intricately linked to Chen Yang. The greater Chen Yang's strength, the more they would benefit. Chen Yang, satisfied with the healing effects, retracted his divine powers. Although this ability could only mend physical injuries, it required minimal consumption of spiritual energy and had a prolonged duration. As a novice in its application, Chen Yang merely utilized his spiritual energy to activate the gem's properties. With further study of the gem over time, he believed he could enhance both the scope and efficacy of the healing. The 2 instances of consumption had revealed the advantages of his newfound devouring ability, acquired after breaking through to the late stage of qi gathering. By ingesting the precious jade, he gained cultivation, and by consuming the exotic stone, he acquired divine powers. While ordinary cultivators required extensive training to elevate their realms or master spells, he could simply resolve it with a single bite, which was exceedingly convenient. As the exotic stone was presented, the gaze of the Yang family turned towards the inheritance of talismans. This expedition to the ancient tomb had proven immensely fruitful for the Yang family, yielding both spiritual plants and treasures. However, the most valuable acquisition was undoubtedly the talisman heritage. A complete inheritance of the myriad arts of cultivation is a coveted treasure for countless cultivators and families. Currently, the majority of the products of these arts circulating in the market originate from dynasties, sects, and significant forces such as alchemy workshops, formation pavilions, talisman mountains, and artifact towers. These entities guard their skills jealously, forming a monopoly. Consequently, the inheritance of the myriad arts is rarely seen in marketplaces, often existing as a precious rarity. Whenever a complete set of such inheritance surfaces, it is met with a frenzied scramble from various factions. Even lesser-known and lower-tier techniques command a minimum of 1,000 spiritual crystals, with prices potentially soaring into the thousands or even tens of thousands. Among these, the inheritance of talismans stands out as one of the most sought-after skills, with extensive applications and no concerns regarding marketability. The treasure acquired by the Yang family belongs to the realm of qi gathering, its content comprehensive and detailed from inception to completion. It is conservatively estimated that its market value in the bazaar exceeds 3,000 spirit crystals. Given the current output of spirit crystals from the Yang family, coupled with the monthly tributes from the dynasty, it would take over 20 years to accumulate this sum even without any expenditures. When considering the various costs associated with the cultivation of practitioners and the development of their own establishment, amassing such wealth could stretch towards 50 years. Thus, even Chen Yang felt that the Yang family had truly stumbled upon great fortune. Yang Lingru and Zhao Qi, by parting ways, had remarkably managed to gather the entirety of this inheritance. Of course, possessing the inheritance is one thing. Someone must also be capable of receiving it. Elder Yu promptly set out, determined to procure the materials for crafting talismans before the closing of the Fish Ridge Jiang Bazaar for the season. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. During his earlier years in the sect, Elder Yu had realized that he lacked the talent for crafting talismans. So, to whom should this talismanic legacy be entrusted? Yang Lingru must concentrate on his cultivation and refrain from dispersing his energies on this path. Yang Lingqing, at present, is already occupied with managing her household. Adding the task of crafting talismans leaves little time for cultivation, and it is not suitable. Yang Linghu showed potential. However, after several days of experimentation, Elder Yu realized that the child, much like himself, lacked the innate talent for this path. Thus, only Zhao Qi and Liang Yi, 2 outsiders, remained as candidates. Elder Yu pondered meticulously whether it would be prudent to pass this technique to them. If it proved futile, what recourse would he have? Just as Elder Yu was engulfed in contemplation, a thought flickered into his mind. Chen Yang, long intrigued by the contents of this talisman inheritance, noticed the elder's distress and sought to examine it. Acknowledging Chen Yang's call, Elder Yu swiftly made his way to the ancestral hall. After paying his respects, he reverently presented the talisman inheritance to Chen Yang with both hands. Please, esteemed immortal, take a look. Chen Yang focused his mind and began to peruse the inheritance. The material was extensive, and he read it diligently, taking a full 2 hours to absorb every word. It detailed 13 methods for crafting talismans, as well as a specific brush technique and concentration method necessary for drawing them. At that moment, young Lingshi and the others arrived at the ancestral hall, initially intending to practice. Noticing Elder Yu's gesture for silence, they quietly stood to the side. It appeared that this task was not insurmountable after all. Chen Yang extended his spiritual energy and retrieved a set of talisman crafting tools from a distance. Following the methods recorded in the inheritance, he began to draw on the spot. The 4 members of the Yang family, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished, rendered speechless, and stood there with mouths agape. Elder Yu remained in a daze for quite some time before finally calming his mind, exclaiming in wonder, "Indeed, with age comes the experience of witnessing all manner of events. A stone drawing talismans, who would believe such a tale?" Chapter 55. Delving into the art of talismans, perhaps it was due to his inherent nature as a being of stone. But Chen Yang found that he could draw talismans without the need to employ concentration techniques. With a modicum of earnestness, he was able to achieve a state of tranquil focus, allowing him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the intricate art of talisman creation. He refrained from aiming too high and began with the most fundamental of talismans, selecting the fire talisman most frequently utilized by the Yang family. With brush in hand, he dipped it into ink and began to sketch. As the tip of the brush danced gracefully after the passage of half an hour, a design resembling a blazing flame emerged vividly upon the talisman paper. The drawing process was complete, and now came the critical phase of refining. This step demanded an exceptionally high degree of sensitivity and control over spiritual energy. Otherwise, the force of the energy could easily rupture the talisman paper. Fortunately, these were areas in which Chen Yang excelled. Due to his pursuit of talisman quality, the refining process required considerable effort. After approximately 4 hours, a vibrant red talisman floated gently in the breeze, landing in the hands of Elder Yu. The 3 children gazed in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. Elder Yu pinched the talisman between his fingers, still feeling incredulous about the entire affair, as though he were caught in a dream. It was not until he activated the talisman that the searing warmth jolted him back to reality. At the moment the flames erupted, young Lingshi and the others felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively took several steps back. It was indeed a talisman of remarkable quality. Such excellence was astounding. As Elder Yu sensed the power of the fire talisman, a wave of astonishment surged within him. The quality of talismans, elixirs, and various artisanal products varied greatly depending on the skill level of the practitioner. This fire talisman, being at the mid-stage of qi gathering, corresponded to 3 distinct qualities: ordinary, good, and exceptional, each reflecting the 3 realms of the mid-stage of qi gathering, the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels respectively. The fire talismans currently possessed by the Yang family are all inferior products, their potency merely equivalent to the 4th level of qi gathering. Yet, astonishingly, this is Chen Yang's first attempt at crafting talismans, and he has already achieved the quality of a superior product. With a power level akin to the 5th level of qi gathering, how could one possibly remain composed under such circumstances? Such prowess undeniably befits the title of Immortal Master. Indeed, the power appears commendable, yet it still lacks a certain refinement. Observing the successful activation of the talisman he had fashioned, Chen Yang felt a lingering dissatisfaction. The recent ambush faced by Yang Lingrui and Xiaoqi during their return journey had weighed heavily on his mind. Judging by the outcome, his prior preparations had proven effective, enabling Yang Lingrui to withstand the mental assault of that bell. However, in Chen Yang's view, it was more a stroke of luck than skill. Had Zheng Huaming possessed a spiritually potent treasure that day, Yang Lingrui's situation could have turned perilous. This incident illuminated Chen Yang's awareness of his limitations. Realizing his inability to provide the Yang family's cultivators with protective artifacts beyond his conscious reach. Yet, with this inheritance of talismanic knowledge, a turning point had emerged. Given that his daily routine consisted solely of absorbing and consolidating spiritual energy, it would be prudent to dedicate time to mastering this talisman-making art. Thus, should the Yang family have cultivators venture forth in the future, they would possess enhanced means of self-defense. Merely possessing mid-grade talismans of qi gathering was insufficient. Any talisman taken out into the world must be of superior quality. Moreover, there were more advanced talismans of the later stages of qi gathering to consider, fully perfected talismans that could truly be deemed trump cards. He promptly conveyed to Elder Yu his intention to assume responsibility for the creation of talismans going forward. Should any promising descendants of the Yang family with the talent for talisman crafting arise, they could be brought to him for instruction in this art. Today, witnessing the extraordinary powers of the Immortal Master and experiencing such wonders left Elder Yu profoundly moved. He bowed respectfully, stating, in accordance with the Immortal Master's decree. It is indeed a blessing for the Yang family to earn the favor of the Immortal Master. Having acquired a new avenue of knowledge, Chen Yang felt a long-lost surge of enthusiasm. While gathering spiritual energy to aid the three in their cultivation, he eagerly began to sketch his second talisman. Yang Linghu and Yang Lingrui sat cross-legged on the meditation cushions, yearning to enter a state of deep meditation. However, they found themselves unable to resist the temptation of peeking at Chen Yang as he inscribed talismans. It was only when two clay balls struck them sharply on the foreheads that they refocused their minds on their cultivation. Chen Yang continued his meticulous effort in drawing the fire talismans, encountering a smooth process until the very end, where his spiritual energy pierced through the talisman paper, resulting in failure. His relentless pursuit of perfection led him to aspire for the creation of exquisite fire talismans, yet his lack of proficiency caused him to fall short. It became evident that patience was a virtue he needed to cultivate further in mastering this art. In the days that followed, Chen Yang devoted himself to studying this talisman technique. After a fortnight, he triumphantly succeeded in crafting his first exquisite fire talisman. 2 months later, he had mastered the remaining 4 elemental talismans, achieving consistent production of quality talismans, although creating exquisite ones remained a challenge, with a success rate hovering around 20%. Thus, 8 talismans remained within the inheritance: the Calm Mind Talisman and the Exorcism Talisman from the early stage of Qi gathering, the Spirit Shield Talisman and the Swift Movement Talisman from the mid-stage, the Diamond Talisman and the Mountain Opening Talisman from the late stage, and finally, the 5 Thunder Talisman and the Spirit Concealment Talisman from the perfected stage. The 2 talismans from the early Qi gathering stage were not particularly difficult to craft. The Calm Mind Talisman aids practitioners in calming their minds for meditation, while the Exorcism Talisman is effective against malevolent spirits. Chen Yang, after half a month of contemplation, achieved the quality of exquisite craftsmanship with these 2 talismans. However, their relatively low level made them less valuable, only useful to Zhao Qi and Liang Yi in the Yang family. The Spirit Shield Talisman and the Swift Movement Talisman, as their names suggest, have clear functionalities, and their crafting difficulty is comparable to the basic elemental talismans. Chen Yang spent over a month mastering their methods for producing quality talismans. Now, it was time for the real challenge: the talismans from the late and perfected stages of Qi gathering, which were his true objectives. Given his current cultivation in the late stage of Qi gathering, crafting talismans of the same level should pose no problem. He decided to begin with the Diamond Talisman, essentially an upgraded version of the Spirit Shield Talisman. While the Spirit Shield could only defend against physical attacks, the Diamond Talisman could also withstand spiritual assaults, boasting one of the highest defensive capabilities among its peers. Thus, he commenced his endeavor, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. As anticipated, during the drawing phase, he faced multiple failures, a scenario he had not previously encountered. The crafting of the Diamond Talisman demanded precision, with strict guidelines for the drawn trajectories. Any slight error would lead to failure. Chen Yang remained unperturbed. Rather, he found the challenge invigorating. 3 months swiftly passed, and after ruining over 20 sheets of talisman paper, he finally succeeded one fateful night in crafting his first Diamond Talisman, although it was merely a subpar version. This breakthrough from 0 to 1 promised gradual improvement in the future. At last, it is accomplished, though the difficulty was indeed considerable, he mused. The inferior Vajra Talisman possesses the remarkable ability to withstand the assaults of a 7th-level Qi gathering practitioner for a brief period, serving as an invaluable life-saving trump card for the current members of the Yang family. Having established this defensive measure, it is imperative to ensure a balance between offense and defense. Consequently, Chen Yang proceeded to tackle the creation of the Mountain Opening Talisman. This particular talisman is capable of unleashing an exceptionally sharp cutting technique, characterized by its swiftness and formidable power, making it an ideal choice for a concealed offensive strategy. Drawing upon his experience from crafting the Vajra Talisman, Chen Yang succeeded in refining an inferior Mountain Opening Talisman in a mere 2 months. Upon completion, he let out a long sigh of relief, having successfully mastered both talismans. With his thoughts conveyed, Elder Yu and the others swiftly arrived at the ancestral hall. When the 2 talismans floated into Elder Yu's hands, his hands trembled with overwhelming excitement, rendering any words of gratitude utterly inadequate. He then summoned young Lingshi to his side. Lingshi, how are the sacrificial preparations progressing? Elder Yu inquired. Young Lingshi replied, everything has been arranged in accordance with the instructions given by our esteemed ancestor before their departure. This time, it shall be a grand ancestral sacrifice for the entire clan. Incense will be burned and prayers offered at the foot of the mountain, while a blood offering will be made to the spirits atop the mountain, scheduled for 10 days hence. Chapter 56. The grand sacrifice. The Yang family is preparing for a grand sacrificial ceremony, and Chen Yang is well aware of it early on. After all, in the territory of the Yang family, he is quite influential. If he desires, no secret remains unheard. This event was instructed by Yang Guanfeng before his departure. It has been 3 years since the last blood-burning ritual performed by the 5 members of the Yang family. Now, with the stability of the Yang family's situation and the Yang family having settled on the northern shore, the grand sacrificial event has been placed on the agenda. According to Yang Guanfeng's wishes, all the common folk under the Yang family's dominion must participate in the worship, as this is deemed fitting for Chen Yang's stature. Following this arrangement, the households below have been busy preparing for over a month. This marks the first grand ceremony since the Yang family's establishment, and its significance cannot be overstated. On the northern shore, with the Zhao and Liang families leading, several sizable households from the 2 villages on the southern shore are also getting involved. The atmosphere of the grand ceremony is palpably intense, including Liang Yi. There are now 6 cultivators from the Yang family, and their realms of cultivation have significantly improved compared to before. The effects of the blood-burning ritual are indeed something to anticipate, Chen Yang mused contentedly. However, while he has experience with the ceremonies on the mountain, this is his first time witnessing the worship of mortals below. He wonders what benefits the mortal worship might bring. Perhaps it will offer him some delightful surprises. As people become engrossed in their tasks, time swiftly passes. Chen Yang feels as though he merely glanced at the talismanic inheritance and studied the healing gemstones, and suddenly, the day of the grand ritual arrives 10 days later. Don't rush. Steady now. 1, 2, lift. A group of robust men from the northern shore, under the command of Zhao Dapeng, are transporting large ceremonial vessels from the riverbank. These vessels were crafted in Baishur town and transported to the Yang family via the Linshan River, thanks to the relationship between Gao Hui and the Yang family. These vessels were sold at cost price, with shipping fees waived. Liang Min is assisting Yang Xiaolei in arranging the altar below the mountain, delineating the order and positions for each clan. A gust of wind blows, and Zhao Qi and Liang Yi arrive at the scene. The common folk hurriedly set aside their tasks and kneel to pay their respects. You may rise, Zhao Qi gently calls out, then retrieves a tiger demon carcass from his storage bag, presenting it to Yang Xiaolei. No grand ceremony is complete without offerings. In addition to the domesticated chickens, ducks, fish, and cattle, a principal dish is required. Upon receiving the tiger demon carcass, the village cooks and chefs spring into action. How are the preparations at home? Liang Yi inquires. Rest assured, brother, everything is in order, and there will be no oversights, Liang Min replies. Liang Yi nods and turns to Yang Xiaolei, saying, Master Yang, my brother is not adept at managing affairs. I am grateful for your care, and I hope you will continue to be patient with him. Master Liang, you are too kind. We are all family here, Yang Xiaolei responds warmly. Zhao Qi made his way to the riverbank to visit his long-absent father, Zhao Dapeng. Upon seeing Zhao Qi's arrival, the surrounding villagers bowed and prostrated themselves, while an elderly man stood motionless, seemingly lost in bewilderment. Could it be, my son? After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Dapeng's lips quivered as he spoke. Zhao Qi felt a wave of emotion wash over him, and he stepped forward to embrace his father. Father, it is I. Oh, my dear son, how I have missed you. Upon hearing this affirmation, Zhao Dapeng could no longer contain his emotions. He leaned on his son's shoulder and wept. The villagers, witnessing this poignant scene, were equally moved, shedding tears and covering their faces in sorrow. After sharing heartfelt words, Zhao Dapeng began to impart his usual advice. In the past, Zhao Qi had often found his father's admonitions tedious, yet this time he perceived it differently. It was not mere nagging, but rather the old man's clumsy expression of love for his child. Patiently, Zhao Qi listened to his father's words and responded to each one. Zhao Qi, it is nearly time. We must return, Liang Yi interjected. Upon Liang Yi's arrival, Zhao Dapeng quickly wiped the tears from his face and urged Zhao Qi to ascend the mountain. As Zhao Qi and Liang Yi departed, Zhao Dapeng stood still, grinning foolishly. His demeanor reminiscent of days gone by, sitting at the edge of the field after the harvest, watching Zhao Qi frolic in the fields. Zhao Qi and Liang Yi returned to the Yang family's forbidden grounds. Preparations were underway at the foot of the mountain. and those on the summit were nearly ready as well. This time, Elder Yu had specially crafted a dedicated altar for Chen Yang. Sculpted from a solid piece of purple cloud fire jade, a treasure of considerable worth. Lying upon it, Chen Yang felt a comforting warmth envelop him, utterly delightful. Once the preparations were completed below, Yang Feiyan and Yang Xiaolei, accompanied by the entire Yang family, ascended to the plaza. Behind them followed the Zhao and Liang families, succeeded by various clans in an orderly procession. Further back, the banks of the river were already crowded with kneeling figures. Thus, the Yang family of Songzan, under heaven's gaze, reverently honored the celestial beings with their offerings. Yang Feiyun led the way, accompanied by the members of the Yang family, as they stepped forward to light the incense and candles, while the common folk behind them bowed deeply and recited prayers. The original phrase read, "We revere the heavens and the earth, honoring the divine with our offerings." Elder Yu replaced the term divine with immortal venerable, referring specifically to Chen Yang atop the mountain. Wisps of fragrant smoke spiraled upward, permeating the air, with the sound of a crisp gong echoing. The rites commenced at the foot of the mountain. Simultaneously, within the sacred grounds above, Elder Yu led the three children of the Yang family in the ancestral hall. Zhao Qi, Liang Yi, and Wu Tong knelt in their respective courtyards. The descendants of the Yang family paid homage to the immortal venerable of the Spirit Stone. The immortal venerable possesses boundless powers, safeguarding the progeny of the Yang family and ensuring the prosperity of their future. The offspring of the Yang clan, in awe of the immortal venerable's abilities, expressed their heartfelt gratitude, vowing never to forget today's blood sacrifice to the spirits. Though insufficient to repay even a fraction of the immortal venerable's grace, fills them with a sense of shame. Henceforth, the Yang family shall observe this ritual annually, ensuring peace of mind. Upon finishing his words, 6 drops of essence blood slowly emerged from Elder Yu's palm, transforming into a vibrant red spiritual energy in the air, which was subsequently absorbed by Chen Yang. A deluge of spiritual rain fell once more, nourishing the white space within Chen Yang's being. This surge of spiritual power equaled the accumulation he had gathered over 8 years. Ah, what a relief! Following a rejuvenating session, 2 orbs of soul fire reappeared within Chen Yang, representing Zhao Qi and Liang Yi. Zhao Qi's soul fire was gentle and subdued, while Liang Yi's danced vibrantly, easily distinguishable. Under Elder Yu's guidance, the cultivators of the Yang family once again recited their prayers. With a rush, Chen Yang received 6 new ethereal consciousnesses. After consuming and assimilating them, his awareness remained unchanged, yet the scope of his perception expanded, now encompassing the entire northern village below the mountain. He had assumed this would conclude the proceedings, just as it had before. However, in the next moment, he felt himself enveloped by a mysterious force. What is this? Chen Yang pondered, sensing the origin of this enigmatic energy. Soon, he discerned it emanated from the common folk below, those engaged in the incense offerings. This is the power of mortal wishes? With a thought, Chen Yang sought to absorb this mysterious energy. The sensation of connecting with this force was even lighter than that of the imperceptible ethereal consciousness. It seemed to vanish the instant it entered Chen Yang's body. Yet it felt as though it existed perpetually. An indescribable sensation, elusive and unfathomable. Well, he had expected that absorbing this power would clarify his confusion. Yet it only deepened his perplexity. Chen Yang was uncertain about the efficacy of this power of prayer. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that it was likely intertwined with his impending ascension. At the gathering energy stage, he could break through once his spiritual energy accumulated sufficiently. But the method to reach the condensing essence stage eluded him. It now appeared that the path to advancing the condensing essence was likely significantly connected to this enigmatic force. Chapter 57. The invitation to the Dharma assembly. From the day following the grand ceremony, various factions began to arrive in the two-town region. The grand ancestral ceremony of the Yang family was a spectacle of considerable magnitude, and they had received word of it well in advance. Those who typically had little reason to engage with the Yang family seized this opportunity to pay their respects. Mortal clans were received by the Yang family at the foot of the mountain, while any cultivators present would be escorted by Zhao Qi and Liang Yi to the Misty Mountain. Yang Lingshi issued a decree as the head of the family, stating that guests must be treated with utmost courtesy and attention, without any neglect. However, regardless of the reasons presented, all items brought by these families shall be categorically declined. In the early years, when the Yang family struggled and endured hardships in Liatown, they received no assistance from others. Now that they have established themselves, they come to offer a smile and some gifts, hoping to forge connections. Such fortune is scarcely found in this world. The Yang family is truly unconcerned about the trifles you have sent. As such proceedings unfold, these individuals become acutely aware, and after a few days of fervor, the excitement subsides. They understand that the Yang family must manage these visitors. And it is not until the fourth day after the grand ceremony that Gao Hui pays a visit. He arrives bearing the month's royal bounty of spirit crystals, accompanied by a significant piece of news. The illustrious Jinlin Conference, held once every decade in Wangwei City, is set to commence in 6 months. This time, the Yang family of Songshan has also received an invitation. Upon hearing this revelation, the members of the Yang family are filled with immense joy. The golden-scaled fish is no mere creature of the pond. When it encounters the tempest, it transforms into a dragon. The Jinlin Conference, organized by the Lord of Wangwei City, serves as a grand gathering for the finest young cultivators under his dominion to exchange ideas. Only those families and individuals who receive invitations are permitted to attend. Previously, due to the Yang family's diminutive stature, they had been overlooked and never invited. We are truly grateful to Director Gao for his recommendation of our family. The Yang family believed that their invitation was due to the kind recommendation of Gao Hui. However, just as the words left their lips, Gao Hui vehemently shook his head. A few misinterpreted the situation. The Jinlin Dharma Assembly was personally presided over by the esteemed city lord. Under Wang Yue's governance, various prominent factions would partake. And with Gao's current standing, he lacked the authority to endorse anyone else. Upon hearing the words, young Lingshi was filled with doubt. If it were not Mayor Gao, then who else could possibly recommend my family? The other members of the Yang family shared her confusion. It was the Li family of Nanshan that had put forth the recommendation. And it was said that the second son of the Li family had ardently advocated for the Yang family, thereby securing the quota. The mention of the Li family caused the gazes of Elder Yu, Yang Lingqing, and Yang Linghu to converge upon Yang Lingrui almost simultaneously. Why are you all looking at me? Yang Lingrui said, feeling somewhat uneasy under their intense scrutiny. Gao Hui, intrigued by the situation, remarked, I was wondering how you managed to establish a connection with the Li family. Could it possibly be related to Lingrui? Related? It is profoundly related. Yang Linghu then recounted the revelation made by Yang Lingrui regarding the intentions expressed by the other party to seek a matrimonial alliance after their encounter with Feng Ling and Li Qing. Upon hearing this, Gao Hui immediately straightened in his seat and turned to Yang Lingrui, a look of admiration gracing his features. It appeared that such an event had unfolded during Feng Ling's journey. Lingrui, to have caught the attention of the second son of the Li family, was indeed remarkable. Although that individual is known for his extensive social connections, I am aware that few can genuinely capture his interest. Gao Hui remarked, this is a fortuitous development. Regardless of whether it ultimately comes to fruition, it will be advantageous for your family. Understanding the significance of such a matter, he recognized that the Yang family would need to deliberate and prepare accordingly. Thus he chose not to linger further and took his leave. After Gao Hui departed, Yang Lingrui exhaled a sigh of relief. Whether it pertained to cultivation or combat, he felt competent. However, matters of romance eluded him entirely, and he harbored no inclination in that regard. Elder Yu, Qing Jie, brother Hu, do you not sense any ulterior motives at play? Yang Lingrui inquired. While still at Feng Ling, he and Zhao Qi had harbored suspicions about the Li family's motives, believing the situation to be more intricate than it appeared. There certainly are ulterior motives. The second son of the Li family must seek some advantage from us. If it were solely about you personally, that would undoubtedly be insufficient. Your thoughts align closely with Zhao Qi's. There must indeed be something occurring within the Li family that remains unknown to us. Yang Lingqing remarked, upon careful consideration. The matter of the Dharma Assembly will be advantageous for the future development of the Yang family. Such opportunities are rare and merit the journey. The Yang family now stands as an undeniable pinnacle of power between the two towns, yet akin to the limitations experienced during their development in Willow Leaf Town. Achieving such prominence signifies that the Yang family's expansion in this region has nearly reached its saturation point. Over the past year, all available resources for acquisition and absorption have been secured. Now is the time to assimilate these assets and recuperate. Should they aspire to make further advancements, it would necessitate resorting to coercive tactics and unscrupulous plundering, methods devoid of vision and grandeur, which Yang Lingqing would scornfully reject. Consequently, if the Yang family seeks to carve out a broader horizon for future development, they must expand their perspective beyond the confines of the two towns and aim for loftier ambitions. Above the 8 towns lies the illustrious moonlit city. Since assuming leadership, Yang Lingqing has contemplated this matter. However, after much reflection, the Yang family has yet to establish a conduit to Moonlit City. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. The Golden Scale Conference. Esteemed factions under the governance of Moonlit City will partake in this event, and among them may even be true scions of illustrious families. This represents a splendid opportunity for the Yang family. What Lingqing has articulated is indeed astute, setting aside the matter of alliances for the moment. The significance of this conference for our family cannot be overstated. Elder Yu concurred. Yang Ling, who listened and expressed his agreement. But he swiftly discerned a dilemma and spoke up. If Lingrui were to go, it might be acceptable. However, the city of Wanyue is not comparable to the two towns. For there are indeed condensation stage practitioners present. When the time comes, Lingrui's cultivation level will be difficult to conceal. What shall we do then? Elder Yu and Yang Lingrui nodded in response, pondering deeply. Although Elder Yu possessed remarkable concealment techniques at his current level, he could only deceive those at the peak of the Qi gathering stage. Should he encounter a condensation stage practitioner, his ruse would be effortlessly unraveled. 3 years to break through to the third level of Qi gathering could still be explained away with the matter of spiritual liquid. Yet now, having only passed a little over a year, he had achieved another breakthrough, advancing from the early to the mid-stage of Qi gathering. Anyone observing would surely find it suspicious. How could this predicament be resolved? As the three contemplated intensely, Yang Lingqing revealed a reassuring smile. There is no need for such distress. I have already accepted this task, and naturally, I have devised a solution. Indeed, Lingqing, do enlighten us, Yang Linghu said eagerly. Yang Lingqing adjusted her voice and proceeded to narrate her plan. Firstly, the extraordinary stone that Lingrui had acquired from the ancient tomb was unknown to others in terms of its potency. So we would declare it to be a treasure endowed with the ability to gather spiritual energy. Secondly, since no one was aware that we had obtained a complete inheritance of talismanic arts, we would state that our esteemed ancestor had, in his early years at the sect, encountered talismanic practices and, through fortunate circumstances, had derived methods for crafting several fundamental talismans from fragmented texts. As it happened, the Immortal Master had cultivated numerous talismans at home, from which we would select a few to sell at the market in the upcoming season. Additionally, we would gather the spiritual crystals accumulated at home and invest them entirely in purchasing elixirs that could enhance early-stage energy cultivation. Finally, before departing, Lingrui would merely need to feign a disruption of her energy flow under the watchful eye of the Immortal Master. Yang Lingqing raised her gaze and remarked, over the course of more than a year, with the assistance of the gathering spirit stone and spiritual liquid, Yang Lingrui forcibly advanced to the fourth realm by relying on various medicinal pills, coupled with his inherently remarkable talent. However, it is regrettable that although he achieved this breakthrough through sheer effort, his excessive eagerness for quick results led to complications, resulting in the damage of his meridians and leaving him with a deficiency in vital energy and a hollow spiritual force. Chapter 58. Progress in this manner. One could divert attention, providing an explanation for Lingrui's realm while simultaneously portraying him as someone who, in his reckless pursuit of advancement, reaped the bitter fruits of his own impatience and immaturity. This would inevitably diminish the Leaf family's perception of him, and the prospects of the engagement would likely fade into oblivion. After careful consideration, Elder Yu deemed this approach feasible. Yang Lingrui immediately expressed his agreement. He had originally intended to devote himself solely to cultivation, harboring no thoughts of marriage or starting a family. To cleverly evade the bonds of matrimony in such a manner was indeed splendid. What a marvelous strategy. Yang Linghu marveled at the situation and then inquired, however, Lingqing, I can comprehend Lingrui's resistance to the idea of marriage. Why, then, is your stance so resolute? Even if the Li family has certain issues, could we not leverage this opportunity to deepen our relationship with them, perhaps even gain access to their sect's background? This matter is utterly unacceptable. Yang Lingqing, with a grave expression, remarked, regardless of the internal issues plaguing the Li family, it is a predicament beyond the capabilities of my Yang family to meddle in. Any involvement, however slight, could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences, perhaps even annihilation. One might find themselves ensnared by a greater power, ultimately unaware of the manner in which they meet their demise. Is it truly this perilous? Upon hearing the severity of the consequences, Yang Linghu felt a tightening in his chest and drew in a sharp breath. Others often envy the Li family's prestigious sect affiliation, but does such a connection guarantee fortune? Do you know which sect the Li family is associated with? Alas, I am indeed unaware, Yang Linghu replied, shaking his head. Yang Lingqing smiled and said, Can you guess why the city is named Wanhua City? Wanhua City. Wanhua. At this moment, a name springs to mind, Goya Mountain. Regarding this sect, Yang Guanfeng had given stern warnings before his departure, advising us to avoid any connections with it. Even if encountered outside, we must certainly steer clear. Realizing this, a wave of trepidation washed over Yang Linghu. If the sect that the Li family is involved with truly is Goya Mountain, then perhaps it is best to let the matter between the two families rest. The intricate relationships among dynasties, sects, and prominent families have always been characterized by a hierarchy, with each level entangled in a web of interests that is far beyond our comprehension. Given the current circumstances of our family, it seems prudent to wait a few years before sending a child to Wanhua sect to investigate the situation and clarify the dynamics before making any decisive moves. For now, it is advisable to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. At this point, Yang Lingqing's words revealed a hint of concern. While things were manageable before, the future of the Yang family, as it gradually ascends to prominence and enters the sights of various factions, will inevitably face increasingly complex circumstances. We must act with utmost caution to avoid errors. Sister Qing's advice is well noted, and Ling Rui will remember it. Throughout the discussion, Chen Yang listened attentively. He shared Yang Lingqing's sentiments, believing that the matters concerning the Li family should be approached with great caution. The current state of the Yang family is remarkably prosperous. Even if Ling Rui were to return empty-handed from the Golden Scale Dharma Assembly, there remains ample time for further development without the pressing urgency of advancement. To recklessly plunge into murky waters solely for the sake of a so-called sect background would be tantamount to gambling with the painstakingly cultivated family estate that Yang Guanfeng has nurtured for nearly 2 decades, an exceedingly perilous gamble. With half a year remaining, one must muster their resolve. Before Ling Rui departs, it is imperative to prepare a high-quality foundational talisman for him. With such thoughts, Chen Yang immersed himself once more in the study of talismanic traditions. In the days to come, everyone adhered to Yang Lingqing's directives, with Elder Yu venturing into the market to sell talismans, subtly hinting in conversations with acquaintances about his recent acquisition of cultivation elixirs. In order to align with the ongoing endeavors, Yang Ling Rui has temporarily suspended his cultivation of martial arts over the past 6 months, redirecting his focus toward the study of magical techniques. This shift aligns perfectly with Yang Linghu's intentions, as the two have engaged in rigorous sparring sessions that often leave them battered and bruised, scarcely able to move. Their audacity to pursue such intense training is undoubtedly bolstered by the presence of Chen Yang at home. Such injuries, under the healing light, require merely a couple of hours to mend, allowing them to rest for a night before resuming their relentless practice the following day. It must be acknowledged that through such seemingly reckless training, both have made significant advancements in their magical arts over the span of 6 months. Yang Ling Rui is now capable of simultaneously wielding 4 blades of wind, resulting in an enhancement of her combat prowess by more than 20%. Yang Linghu's progress is nothing short of extraordinary. This child possesses an innate physical prowess and remarkable talent in the realm of sorcery. His current achievements have even left Elder Yu somewhat astounded. Can you imagine that a cultivator, whose realm is merely at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of Qi gathering, has managed to elevate his sorcery to the 4th level? Yang Linghu and Yang Guanfeng both practice the same formidable technique known as the brutal force formula. Upon reaching the 4th level of mastery, one can expand their physical form to unleash tremendous destructive power. Yang Guanfeng had previously demonstrated the might of this technique within the secret realm, where he effortlessly dispatched a bald cultivator with a single, enlarged hand. Now, Yang Linghu has also attained this capability. Deep within the Songzan Mountains, amidst the dense forest, reverberations of beastly roars and intense clashes echoed through the air. At a glance, it was evident that Yang Linghu had encountered a 3-tiered pig demon, engaged in a fierce battle. The confrontation between man and beast was devoid of any extravagant maneuvers. It was a raw and unembellished contest of physical strength. Boom. Crack. Ha-ha. What exhilarating joy. This was the feeling he craved more. After exchanging blows with the pig demon, Yang Linghu burst into laughter and lunged forward once more. The pig demon, sensing the intensity of the assault, began to exhibit signs of fear and attempted to evade. It could scarcely comprehend the misfortune that had befallen it, encountering such a frenzied human who relentlessly pursued it with unyielding ferocity. Initially, it had perceived the human's aura as weaker and thought it a mere lunch on a platter. Little did it know, once the fight commenced, this human transformed entirely, landing punches that were unbearable. Perceiving the pig demon's retreating spirit, Yang Linghu decided to unleash his full power. Brutal force formula, 4th level. Right arm, enlarge. Now, he bellowed. And with that, his raised arm cracked and swelled to more than double its size in the blink of an eye, before delivering a thunderous punch. Boom. This strike, in both speed and force, exceeded the capabilities of a cultivator at the initial stage of energy gathering. Elder-U, observing from the sidelines, sensed that even a practitioner at the 4th level of energy gathering would have to avoid the brunt of this blow. The pig demon could not evade in time. Absorbing the full force of the punch and soaring several yards away, convulsing briefly before falling still. Though it bore no external wounds, the bones and flesh beneath its skin, along with its internal organs, lay shattered, ensuring it was beyond salvation. Having executed this powerful punch, Yang Linghu swayed slightly, feeling the toll it had taken on his body. His now normal right arm had returned to its original size, but it had turned a deep shade of purple, with skin torn and tendons exposed, leaving it in a state of near incapacitation. Given his current 2nd-tier cultivation, forcibly utilizing the 4th level technique, though capable of overcoming challenges beyond his rank, had proven to be somewhat excessive for his physical form to withstand. Linghu, that will suffice for today, Elder-U interjected. This technique holds immense power. It must be wielded with caution in the future. I understand, Elder-U. I shall reserve the use of my arms for a maximum of 2 times, employing them only as a last resort, Yang Linghu replied. Yang Linghu responded. The two subsequently returned home, and Chen Yang, accustomed to such injuries, cast a beam of green light to treat him. At this moment, he had become exceedingly proficient in the application of his various powers, effortlessly combining the techniques of breathing and spirit gathering with the simultaneous crafting of talismans. After 5 months, his comprehension of talismanic arts had deepened significantly. Take, for instance, the mountain opening talisman. Chen Yang could now ensure a success rate of approximately 40% for inferior quality talismans. While this probability may appear low, it is only due to the lack of comparison. Typically, among ordinary talisman makers of the same realm, the success rate for inferior products is less than 20%. Those with greater talent might elevate this probability to around 30%, while the creation of superior quality talismans relies entirely on luck, with only one successful product emerging from the crafting of 20 to 30 attempts being considered a good outcome. As for premium quality, only those truly gifted in this craft could hope to reach such heights. Chen Yang's continuous improvement in this domain can largely be attributed to the innate calmness bestowed upon him by his unique origins. Chapter 59. The Formation of Talismans. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On the eve of their departure, several cultivators from the Yang family were dispatched by Elder-U to maintain vigilance at various locations within the forbidden grounds. Liang Yi and Zhao Qi patrolled the cliffs, while Yang Linghu gazed towards the northern forest, where Elder-U, Yang Lingqing, and Yang Lingrui stood guard around the ancestral hall. The celestial master had conveyed a message during the day, indicating that this night was critical for the successful formation of the talisman, and that they must not allow the slightest disturbance. Inside the ancestral hall, beams of spiritual light surged forth, flickering between brilliance and darkness, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple. In the latter half of the night, as the spiritual energy surged towards the center, tension gripped the hearts of all present. They had reached a pivotal moment. Success or failure hinged upon this singular effort. The celestial master's powers were boundless. Each of them silently chanted in their hearts, hoping for Chen Yang's success in the talisman-making endeavor. Within the ancestral hall, it was the first time Chen Yang felt such an imminent sense of danger since crossing into this realm. He had meticulously refined the process of crafting the mountain-opening talisman to near perfection. Yet at this final stage of formation, he sensed the ominous signs of impending collapse. Alas, it seemed he was still lacking. With just 1 more month, he believed he could have achieved a quality talisman. Steeling himself, Chen Yang persevered for a considerable time. As hope began to fade, he resolved to settle for an inferior quality talisman. Just then, a familiar yet strange force surged from within his heart. A resonant sound echoed in his mind, and before he could react, that power followed his thoughts and quietly settled upon the talisman he was crafting. In the next moment, the momentum that had been on the verge of collapse was instantaneously stabilized. Chen Yang immediately realized that this was the power of the wishes bestowed upon him by the common folk who had burned incense and prayed at the foot of the mountain on the day of the grand ceremony. Previously, he had attempted to awaken this power from within, yet to no avail. It was initially assumed that this force would only manifest during the enhancement of his essence. But unexpectedly, it revealed itself at this critical moment of crafting the rune. Although the mechanism of this power remained a mystery, the opportunity was too rare to disregard. Chen Yang refocused his mind, inscribing strands of spiritual energy onto the rune paper. With the augment of this aspirational force, the paper appeared to solidify, and the entire crafting process proceeded with remarkable fluidity. After half an hour, a brilliant white light erupted above the ancestral hall, and a pristine rune danced forth, gracefully landing in Yang Lingrui's palm. Elder Yu and another approached, their hearts aflame with excitement as they sensed the robust spiritual energy still lingering on the surface of the golden rune. A masterpiece. This is the foundational rune of great quality. The celestial techniques have been successfully forged. This exceptional foundational rune, when unexpectedly unleashed, could even pose a threat to cultivators at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Such a notion had previously been beyond the wildest dreams of the Yang clan. With this treasure in hand, Yang Lingrui's journey gained confidence, bringing a sense of reassurance to the entire Yang family. Grateful for the blessings of the celestial power, Yang Lingrui expressed his heartfelt gratitude. As the sun rose, Gao Hui arrived at the foot of Song Mountain. This marked his first attendance at the Golden Scale Dharma Assembly since his appointment, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. If he could seize an opportunity to shine during the assembly or engage in a stimulating conversation with a scion of a noble family, perhaps his prospects for promotion would brighten. Lost in thought, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion nearby. Following the sound, he beheld 4 members of the Yang family descending the mountain. Just as Gao Hui raised his hand to greet them, he noticed something amiss with one of them. As the 4 approached, Gao Hui's expression morphed into one of astonishment upon seeing Yang Lingrui's countenance, pale and glistening with sweat, lips tinged with blue, and his breath unsteady. It was evident that he had encountered a mishap during his cultivation. Upon further sensing, Gao Hui Yang Lingqing's eyes dimmed, filled with profound self-reproach as she spoke. Lingrui's mind technique is of paramount importance. I was greatly concerned that my inadequate cultivation might bring disgrace to the Yang family, which led me to forcibly transcend my limits with the aid of an extraordinary stone and elixirs. Gao Hui was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Elder Yu shook his head with a sigh, saying, "This is also my fault. I failed to dissuade this child. I had hoped for a smooth outcome, but alas, it has resulted in such a predicament. Elder Yu, Sister Qing, it is all right. This was my own choice, and you need not bear any guilt," Yang Lingrui said, his voice somewhat weak. Sigh. Lingrui, why did you have to do this? Gao Hui looked at Yang Lingrui's frail state, feeling a pang of sympathy. Given his innate talent, a steady and gradual cultivation would have easily allowed him to reach the 4th level of Qi gathering. Yet, Gao Hui could empathize with his urgent desire. A child bearing the hopes of a family's prosperity undoubtedly feels the weight of such responsibility. Faced with the imminent Golden Scale Conference, Yang Lingrui's wish to elevate his cultivation for the family's honor was entirely understandable. As Elder Yu suggested, a smooth path would have been ideal, but unfortunately, alas, it has come to this. There is little point in further discussion. I can only hope that Lingrui's foundational cultivation remains unscathed. Gao Hui thought to himself. Lifting his gaze to the members of the Yang family, he solemnly declared, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Lingrui on this journey. Then I must trouble you, Town Chief Gao. Lingqing thanks you on behalf of the Yang family," Yang Lingqing replied. As dawn broke, casting sunlight across the pine forests of Songshan, the figures of Gao Hui and Yang Lingrui had already vanished into the distance. After their departure, the expressions of Yang Lingqing and the others returned to normal. On ordinary days, one would hardly discern Lingrui's remarkable acting skills. Merely a few errant meridians appearing blocked made him seem gravely wounded. Had I not been privy to the truth, I would have been completely deceived, Yang Linghu remarked. Elder Yu chuckled at this. When the imperial cultivators came to procure goods, you too were absent. That day, Lingrui's performance was even more splendid than today. As they conversed, Yang Lingqing's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Wangwei City. After assuming responsibility for the household, she could not help but feel a twinge of worry whenever someone ventured out or traveled far, even if she did not show it outwardly. She would mentally prepare herself for the worst-case scenarios and contemplate how she might respond. May the celestial beings bless and protect. May our ancestors watch over. And may Lingrui return safely, she silently recited in her heart. Lingqing, what are you pondering? Yang Linghu inquired, noticing her silence as he leaned in to ask. Smack. Ouch, that hurts. Naturally, He received a playful mud ball to the forehead. "Huh, you've certainly been causing enough ruckus at home these days." Yang Lingshi observed him clutching his head and groaning, and with a disdainful glance, she remarked, "Hurry up with your cultivation. Strive to break through to the 3rd level. The northern remote mines have been dormant for far too long. It is time to rejuvenate them." Chapter 60. Allow me to meet him. Due to her concern for Yang Lingrui's health, their pace was leisurely. Upon reaching Wangyue City, only one day remained before the commencement of the Jinlin Conference. The entrance for mortals and cultivators in Wangyue City was distinct, with mortals entering through the southern and northern gates, while cultivators accessed the eastern and western platforms. Upon arriving at the eastern platform, a figure in a white robe was already awaiting them. "Mayor Gao, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well," the white-robed cultivator said. "Chen Yi, it is indeed you," Gao Hui exclaimed warmly, stepping forward to greet and converse with him. "It has been years since our parting at Qiulu. Indeed, even now, I still fondly recall those days." The two belonged to the same cohort of dynasty cultivators, having once worked together in the Immortal Patrol Office beneath Qiulu City. Subsequently, due to internal reassignments, Chen Yi was dispatched to the western part of the dynasty, and a year later, Gao Hui was transferred to Wangyue City. Following that, the beast tide struck, Shishir Town fell, and he was appointed there to take charge. Unexpectedly, after all these years, Chen Yi had also been reassigned to Wangyue City, now serving in the Immortal Patrol Office of the city. "You certainly have a knack for luck, arriving just in time for such a grand event," Gao Hui remarked. "Indeed. As you know, my fortune has always been quite favorable." As they conversed, Chen Yi's gaze drifted past Gao Hui to rest upon Yang Lingrui, who stood behind him. And who might this be? At first, he was captivated by Yang Lingrui's striking appearance, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the frailness of his form, his pallor suggesting he had only recently recovered from a severe illness. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is Yang Lingrui from the Songzon Yang clan." A fellow attendee of this conference, Gao Hui said, stepping aside to make way. Yang Lingrui stepped forward, addressing Chen Yi. "I am Yang Lingrui, pleased to meet you." "Fellow Daoist Cheng, the Songzon Yang clan? Ah, I recall now, it was recommended by the second young master of the Li family." As the Yang clan was the last to secure a spot, Chen Yi had a lingering impression of them. "Having met you, dear Daoist Lingrui, let us proceed to the city together," he suggested, refraining from inquiring about Yang Lingrui's health, considering it was their first encounter. Yang Lingrui, as an invited monk, does not reside alongside the practitioners of the dynasty, but rather has a separate courtyard of his own. Within this abode, a full complement of servants and maids is at his disposal. Should the monk require their services, they may remain, and if not, they may take their leave. Yang Lingrui preferred solitude, prompting others to depart on their own. After ensuring Yang Lingrui was settled, Chen Yi finally voiced the questions that had been weighing on him during the journey back to the Immortal Patrol Division. What could possibly account for such a state in the young scion of the Yang family? It appeared as though he had encountered significant obstacles in his cultivation. Gao Hui sighed softly, noting that the child possessed remarkable innate talent, having achieved the 3rd realm of cultivation in just over 3 years. Chen Yi, taken aback, responded with astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? This renders the situation even more perplexing. With such potential, how could his cultivation go awry? Could it be that he was ambushed? Gao Hui clarified that this was not the case. He proceeded to recount the events surrounding Yang Lingrui over the past year. Chen Yi listened, feeling a sense of regret. It was indeed a pity to see such a promising talent mishandled due to impatience. Perhaps the second son of the Li family had once seen promise in him, but now, it seemed that his inability to remain composed had led him to a less favorable position. Chen Yi refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud, instead ruminating on them silently. Not long after Yang Lingrui settled in Wangyue City, the Li family received the news. Yu Fenghua and Lu Cheishu were dispatched by Li Cheng to pay a visit. These two were the trusted confidants who had accompanied Li Qing during the previous expedition to the ancient tomb. "Please, do come in," Yang Lingrui called out, his voice somewhat faint, and initially, the two did not pay much attention. However, upon entering the room and seeing Yang Lingrui leaning against the bed, they were taken aback. What has happened to you, fellow Daoist Lingrui? Have you been attacked by some nefarious intruder?" Due to the suddenness of the incident, they were unprepared and did not immediately notice the change in Yang Lingrui's cultivation level as they spoke. Only after the words left their mouths did they realize, to their astonishment, that he had already reached the 4th level of qi gathering. Cough, cough, there are no external enemies. This state is entirely the result of internal turmoil. Yang Lingrui cleared his throat twice and slowly descended from his bed, taking a seat upon the mat. Please, both of you, sit down. But what arrangements does young Masterly have in mind? Yu Finghua and Lu Cheishu exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of unease. They had never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events upon their arrival. After settling in, the two remained silent for a moment, until Yu Finghua finally spoke. Lingrui, esteemed senior, the young master summoned us to invite you to our family's spring retreat, to meet. At this juncture, Yu Finghua hesitated, refraining from continuing. Originally, Li Cheng had intended for Yang Lingrui to meet his sister before the commencement of the ritual. However, given Yang Lingrui's current condition, to meet Miss Li, correct? Observing the evident discomfort on their faces, Yang Lingrui surmised the reason. Indeed, the young master and young lady are currently awaiting your presence at the retreat. Upon hearing this, Yu Finghua continued, if there is any inconvenience, please feel free to express it, and we shall relay it to the young master upon our return. No need for that. There is no inconvenience at all. Please, lead the way. Yang Lingrui's series of actions was primarily aimed at circumventing the matter of the two families' engagement. Now, it was fortuitous. An early meeting would expedite the resolution, allowing him to attend the Dharma assembly with peace of mind thereafter. Upon hearing Yang Lingrui broach the subject, the two individuals felt it inappropriate to continue evading the matter. Thus they escorted him to the villa. This particular area in the city was designated for receiving guests. As a prominent family under the jurisdiction of Wangyue, the Li family possessed a villa here, named Ingchan. Li Cheng had been waiting there for several days. Yet Yang Lingrui had not arrived. He was concerned that something unfortunate had befallen him on the way. Today, having received news from the Shinshuan division, he promptly dispatched someone to check, and subsequently retrieved his sister from the city lord's residence to the villa. Calculating the time, he anticipated that Yang Lingrui should be arriving shortly. Young master, Yu Finghua had taken a circuitous route with Yang Lingrui, while Lu Chishui, under the pretense of delivering a message, hastened back to the inner courtyard of Ingchun Villa. What has caused such urgency? Li Qing inquired. Young master. Lu Chishui glanced at the young woman seated by the pond, admiring the blossoms, and leaned closer to Li Qing's ear to recount the situation regarding Yang Lingrui. Initially taken aback, Li Qing's expression soon shifted to one of concern. Have you conducted any inquiries? He asked. From the records, I found that an elder from the Yang family sold some talismans at the market 2 months ago, and subsequently purchased a batch of foundational cultivation elixirs intended to assist Yang Lingrui in his breakthrough, Lu Chishui replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qing fell into deep contemplation. He had always possessed a keen eye for discerning character. Though his acquaintance with Yang Lingrui was brief, he had already grasped the essence of his personality. Could it be that Feng Ling and his entourage were merely a fade, and he had misjudged the situation? Initially skeptical, the undeniable evidence now cast doubt upon his convictions. Stealing a glance at his sister, he lowered his voice and said, Come with me. The two then proceeded to the outer courtyard, intending to meet Yang Lingrui there first. In Li Qing's view, the matter of Yang Lingrui's physical ailment, whether intentional or unintentional, rendered it inappropriate for him to meet his sister. It would be best to wait until he had fully recuperated. Before long, Yang Lingrui was brought in by Yu Finghua. Had it not been for Yang Lingrui's timely intervention, Yu Finghua might still have been leading him in circles. It is an honor to meet you, young masterly. I apologize for my disheveled appearance, Yang Lingrui said as he offered his respects. Li Cheng remained silent, stepping forward to place his fingertips upon Yang Lingrui's wrist. Yang Lingrui remained unperturbed, despite the chaotic flow of energy and the damage to his meridians, a situation meticulously orchestrated by the spirit stone Immortal. Li Cheng, unable to discern any anomaly, was taken aback by the reality of the circumstances. He turned to Lingrui, a flicker of guilt in his eyes, and spoke. It is indeed my fault for acting on impulse. Had Lingrui been able to cultivate in peace, with the resurrection fruit as a safeguard, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Alas, you should return and recuperate properly. We shall discuss our meeting at a later time. Prior to their departure, Yang Lingqing had foreseen the possibility of such an event and had equipped Yang Lingrui with the necessary conversational strategies. However, none could have anticipated that before Lingrui could utter a word, a melodious and clear voice resonated from the inner courtyard. Brother, let me meet him. Chapter 61. Li Qingwan. This unexpected call caught the four present completely off guard. Yang Lingrui forcefully swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Li Cheng glanced back, initially inclined to say something, but ultimately refrained. Lingered, you must make your own decision. There is no need to force yourself, he remarked. Thank you for your kindness, young masterly. It is indeed better for me to meet her, lest it reflect poorly on the Yang family's manners, young Lingered responded. Upon hearing her reply, for reasons unknown, Li Cheng felt a sudden sense of relief. Very well, he said, leading young Lingered to the entrance of the inner courtyard. I shall not intrude. You two may converse at your leisure. Young Lingered walked into the Ichuan courtyard, where green bricks complemented black tiles, and white walls harmonized with indigo roofs, creating an overall architectural style that was remarkably traditional and orderly. Only the pond, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, stood out vividly and exuberantly. It was as if the delicate figure of a woman in azure attire, with her graceful hands gently gathered and her embroidered brows slightly lowered, had stepped from the canvas into reality. From a distance, young Lingered beheld a woman whose beauty resembled that of the moon, exuding an air of carefree elegance and vivacity. In this regard, they indeed complemented each other as a pair of remarkable talents, which explains why Li Cheng was so taken by young Lingered at first glance. As young Lingered's footsteps drew nearer, the woman turned around. From the Nanshanli family, she was Li Qingwan. From the Songsanyang family, he was young Lingered. They exchanged their names in turn. As young Lingered contemplated initiating a conversation, he noticed Li Qingwan approaching him first. What on earth has happened to you? She said. Her gaze filled with compassion as she looked at young Lingered. Miss Li this. Shoo, wait a moment. As young Lingered was about to explain himself, Li Qingwan raised a finger to signal silence. She then turned her palm over, summoning a lotus flower carved from sandalwood. With a gentle lift of her hand, the lotus floated into the air and a delicate curtain of pale pink descended, enveloping the entire inner courtyard. Now, with this, our conversation shall remain hidden from prying eyes, she declared. Stepping closer, Li Qingwan lightly grasped young Lingered's arm, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Your health is rather fragile. Come, sit down and speak with me slowly. It is not often I have the chance to step out like this. Ah, very well. Li Qingwan's reaction left young Lingered somewhat bewildered. Earlier, young Lingshi had prepared him with various talking points, uncertain of what temperament Li Cheng, this sister, might possess, fearing she might belittle or challenge him. However, the present Li Qingwan was entirely different from the image the Yang family had conjured. The two settled onto a stone bench by the pond, and young Lingered continued, recounting the events leading to his current predicament. Is that so? Upon hearing young Lingered's account, Li Qingwan appeared somewhat indignant. She glanced back at the courtyard gate and remarked, My brother has always been like this. He enjoys taking matters into his own hands without considering others. You must now bear the brunt of his actions. Young Lingered immediately shook his head, saying, The responsibility lies with me. It cannot be placed upon young Master Li. How can it not be his fault? It is indeed his doing. Were it not for his maneuvering in the union of our two families and the matters concerning the legal assembly, how would you find yourself in this predicament? Li Qingwan retorted angrily, Your reverence for him stems from your fear of the Li family. His actions are nothing more than a display of power and bullying. Upon witnessing her discontent, young Lingered hastily soothed her with a few comforting words, and only then did Li Qingwan's anger begin to dissipate. Rest assured, the final decision rests with me. I shall not impose my will upon you, nor will I compel the Yang family in any manner. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Li. Now, let us set aside this troubling matter and speak of your own affairs. Me? Li Qingwan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at young Lingered. Under her eager scrutiny, young Lingered pondered for a moment before recounting the experiences of his recent years. From entering the path of cultivation to his family's relocation, the crisis of the beast tide, the turmoil over mineral resources, and then the exploration of ancient tombs. Naturally, many pivotal details of these tales were altered. For instance, Chen Yang had never made an appearance, and the individual he had slain during the mineral conflict was not Zhang Chun, but rather a bandit leader. Li Qingwan rested her chin on her hand, captivated by the narrative. That is quite a tale, she remarked with a sigh, her gaze lifting to the towering city walls. Reflecting on young Lingered's journey while pondering her own circumstances felt akin to a bird confined within a cage, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Thank you for sharing so much with me today. The hour grows late, and with the ritual commencing tomorrow, you should return to rest. With that, Lingered took his leave. Hoping that Miss Li would not hold any grievances regarding his intrusion today, young Lingered turned around and walked to the door, only to discover that the magical curtain had yet to be drawn aside. At that moment, A voice came from behind him, belonging to Li Qiwan. Wait. There is something I have yet to tell you. Miss Li, what is it? Li Qiwan gazed at Yang Lingrui, suddenly smiling, and with a slight curve of her lips. Remarked, you are quite handsome. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui was momentarily taken aback, only to witness a blush of crimson adorning Li Qiwan's cheeks. He then smiled and said, Thank you for your kind words, Miss Li. You are equally beautiful. As his words faded, the curtain was drawn aside. Yang Lingrui bid farewell to Li Qing at the Foreign Affairs Institute, and then returned to his residence. What transpired next? How did he feel? After Yang Lingrui departed, Li Cheng hurriedly entered the inner courtyard to inquire. He had heard nothing outside, and was thus exceedingly anxious. Oh, nothing much, Li Qingwan retorted with an exasperated glance. What do you mean by that? I have declined. This matter is settled. What? You? Li Qing's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Do not let appearances deceive you. I pondered this outside and sensed something amiss. The Yang family may be acting deliberately, precisely to avoid falling into your trap, Li Qiwan admonished. Li Cheng stood there, momentarily stunned, before his countenance darkened. For the sake of the Li family, for my kin, I bear no shame. Such noble sentiments, Li Qiwan exclaimed as she stepped forward, seizing his collar. How many innocent lives have you entangled in this family affair? Do you not realize the fate that awaits them? And now you wish to drag the Yang family into this quagmire. What a heart you possess. Silence. You cannot fathom my good intentions. What do you think I am doing this for? Li Cheng retorted, grasping her wrist firmly. I only wish for you to escape this cursed place, to live freely in this world for a few more years. Initially filled with rage, Li Qingwan's expression softened at his words, sorrow glimmering in her eyes. I cannot. Nor do I wish to. Brother, at this juncture, it is beyond our power to alter the course of events. You must understand this better than I. Please do not engage in such futile efforts. Upon hearing her, Li Cheng gradually released her wrist, watching as she exited the courtyard, disappearing from his view. Habitually, he reached for a wine jar from his storage pouch, but the next moment, he shattered it violently. He longed to scream, yet fearing eavesdroppers, he clenched his fists, allowing his fingertips to dig into his palms, using the pain to dull his inner turmoil. 30 years. If only I could have 30 more years. What sorrow in achieving the would there be? Li Qing collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster. The ancestor was to become a human Tao stone, and his sister would serve as the furnace. Yet he was powerless, unable to effect any change. Chapter 62. The beginning of the Dharma assembly. The following morning, Yang Lingrui emerged from a meditative state. Outside the courtyard, a junior official from the Immortal patrol awaited to escort him. Esteemed Immortal Master, please follow me. Following him through the courtyard, Yang Lingrui, accompanied by a group of invited cultivators, made his way to the venue of the ceremony. Most of these cultivators were in their 20s, all at the mid-stage of gathering qi, with a few so advanced in their cultivation that Yang Lingrui could not discern their depths. Undoubtedly at the late stage of gathering qi. While Yang Lingrui did not stand out significantly in terms of cultivation, he nonetheless attracted considerable attention. This was primarily due to his youth, as he was the youngest among the invited cultivators, and, as Li Qingwan remarked, his appearance was strikingly handsome. His somewhat pale complexion only added a touch of ethereal beauty. The fellow cultivators were astonished that he had achieved the 4th layer of cultivation at such a tender age. But upon closer inspection, skepticism crept into their expressions. His aura was chaotic, and the flow of spiritual energy was obstructed. He was indeed blessed with a fine exterior, but judging by his aura, it seemed he had relied too heavily on external forces. They nearly mistook him for a prodigy, only to find he was merely a vessel filled with medicinal pills. Such an approach was regrettable, akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It was decidedly unwise. The Songhan family? It was unfamiliar to them. The young cultivators pondered quietly, each forming their own opinions about Yang Lingrui. But they all generally concluded that he had relied on a considerable amount of elixirs to break through his cultivation. In the face of their scrutinizing gazes, Yang Lingrui remained composed. He was indifferent to the opinions of others, as such matters bore no impact on his cultivation, so why should he concern himself? The Golden Scales ceremony was being held outside of Wangwei City. The grand undertaking of the gathering Yuan cultivators involved hollowing out the interior of a mountain peak to construct a celestial cave within. Even with Yang Lingrui's temperament, the sight was undeniably awe-inspiring. The floor was laid with snow-white stones, walls adorned with luminous lanterns, and fragrant spiritual incense wafted through the air, creating a spectacle of brilliance. Pavilions and towers encircled the rock walls, interconnected by suspended bridges of white jade, leading to the summit. Walking amidst this enchanting scenery felt like stepping into a realm of immortals, making it difficult to depart. Upon entering this place, the concentration of spiritual energy surged dramatically. The spirit-gathering effect, while not on par with that of an immortal, was still impressively threefold, and the sheer expanse of the area was astonishing. Young Lingrui pondered for a moment, silently reflecting. Chen Yang was capable of concentrating 5 times the usual spiritual energy, but this effect was confined solely to the ancestral hall of his home. In contrast, the quadrupled spiritual energy within this celestial realm encompassed the entirety of the area. However, such an arrangement was specifically designed for the Golden Scale Dharma Assembly. To maintain a similar concentration and expanse of spiritual energy under ordinary circumstances was a feat unattainable even by gloomy Moon Mountain, let alone Moonview City. Lingrui, over here, called Li Cheng, who was engaged in conversation with several friends. Upon noticing young Lingrui's arrival, he waved him over. Greetings, young Master Li, and esteemed friends, he acknowledged. Young Lingrui stepped forward and greeted several individuals with a respectful bow. I have the honor of meeting you, fellow Taoist Lingrui. These individuals hailed from prominent families in Wanyue City, having been acquainted with Li Cheng since childhood. Each of their households boasted accomplished cultivators. Yet none could rival the prowess of the Li family's ancestral elder. They had previously heard of Li Cheng's fervent recommendation of a minor family to participate in the Grand Assembly, and now, upon encountering young Lingrui, they regarded him with keen curiosity. Fellow Taoist Lingrui, forgive my boldness, but may I inquire about the injuries you bear? One of them asked, intrigued. Hearing this, young Lingrui revealed a slight bitter smile, prompting Li Cheng to step in and offer an explanation. The others nodded thoughtfully, exchanging glances laden with meaning. The ceremony is about to commence, Master Li, Taoist Lingrui. We shall return to our own pavilion, they said as they took their leave. Li Cheng's attempt to clarify was well-intentioned, yet to the others, it seemed as though he was deliberately shielding young Lingrui. Once they had distanced themselves, one remarked, "What does Li Cheng see in this family? Who can say? While this individual does possess some talent, their manner of conduct is rather amusing. It appears that the Yang family, after generations of striving, has finally produced a child of promise and is hastily pouring resources into him." From their conversation, it was evident that their opinion of the Yang family was rather low. At best, they considered them nouveau riche, undeserving of much attention. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that such sentiments were precisely what the Yang family desired. As Yang Lingqing had stated, given the Yang family's current standing, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile and develop quietly. To present oneself as weak was one of the objectives of this endeavor. The ceremony was on the verge of commencing, with the first item being the manifestation of condensed essence, witnessed by all practitioners. As the Yang family was attending the ceremony for the first time, they had not been afforded a specially constructed pavilion. Typically, such outsiders would be relegated to the lower square for observation. However, accompanied by Li Cheng, Yang Lingrui ascended to the Li family pavilion, nestled halfway up the mountain. The view from here was significantly superior to that of the lower area. Encountering a practitioner of the condensed essence realm was a rare occurrence, let alone witnessing their demonstration. The invited practitioners, merely by attending this exhibition, would gain immeasurable benefits, highlighting the significance of the Jinlin ceremony. With elders present within the pavilion, it was inappropriate for them to enter, so the two stood at the outer platform to observe. "Young Master Li, you are too courteous. The view here is already splendid," they remarked. Once settled, Li Cheng continued, "Do not dwell too much on yesterday's events, Lingrui. My sister means no harm. She is simply a bit headstrong. If she spoke any words that were disrespectful, I apologize on her behalf." Due to the curtain of lotus flowers, Li Cheng remained unaware of the specific conversation that transpired between Yang Lingrui and Li Qing on the previous day, only knowing that his sister had declined the proposal of marriage. "There is no need for concern, young Master Li. You are overthinking it. Miss Li is gracious and polite. It is simply that our fates are not yet aligned," Yang Lingrui replied. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng felt a fleeting impulse to voice his doubts, yet he ultimately restrained himself, recalling Li Qingwan's words from the previous day. The situation had reached this point. Thump, thump. The resonant sounds of drums heralded the impending commencement of the performance. A cloud platform, woven from mist, slowly descended from the summit, hovering suspended in midair. Upon this ethereal stage sat the leaders of various factions under the jurisdiction of Wanyue City. including the venerable ancestor of the Li family, Li Yuanda. All these cultivators were at the peak of the qi gathering stage, with some even possessing a nascent essence within them. Ha ha ha. Welcome, esteemed guests. I, Song, extend my greetings. A hearty laugh echoed from above, prompting the assembly to gaze upwards, where four figures gently descended. A robustly handsome middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe, surrounded by swirling true essence, floated gracefully towards them. Beside him was a young woman, around 15, with a fair complexion dressed in green, approaching on a cloud vessel. The middle-aged man was Song Yang, the lord of Wangyue City, while the young woman was his disciple, Li Qingwan. Following them were two other cultivators, elegantly gliding through the air. To the left stood an elderly man with a long beard, the head of the Xinshuan division of Wangyue City, at the mid-stage of nascent essence. On the right, a burly figure, the city lord's guard, was at the initial stage of nascent essence. Yang Lingrui gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. Young Master Li, with the esteemed presence of elderly Yuanda in your household, and with Miss Li having joined the revered sect of Ningyuan, one cannot help but feel envious. Yet, a lingering perplexity resided within him. What events could possibly unfold from such a profound lineage and background as the Li family? Upon hearing the word envy, Li Cheng felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. Then, with a slight twitch of his lips, he replied, "Indeed, it is so." As Song Yang and Li Qingwan descended onto the cloud platform, all present rose to pay their respects, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to City Lord Song." Song Yang stood poised in midair, casting a satisfied glance downward. The number of young cultivators attending this Dharma assembly had nearly doubled since the last occasion, promising to unveil numerous talents suitable for the needs of the Zhuhu dynasty. Thank you for your patience. The time for the demonstration has arrived, and we shall now present our humble offerings, he announced. With that, the three Ningyuan cultivators simultaneously gestured with their arms, and a dozen streams of true essence emerged from their palms, soaring several feet from the cloud platform and beginning to manifest. Achieving perfection in the qi gathering realm is but a precursor to the next breakthrough, which necessitates the condensation of true essence within the qi palace using spiritual power. As true essence accumulates, it ultimately transforms into a Yuan Dan, marking the attainment of the Ningyuan realm. Though this method of breakthrough appears straightforward, the execution is fraught with immense difficulty and peril, as all operations unfold within the qi palace. Without the correct guidance, one is courting disaster. Even with the knowledge of the Ningyuan method, extreme caution is essential. Any misstep could lead to severe injury or, in the worst case, death. The dangers of condensing true essence arise primarily from two factors. First, the conversion of spiritual power into true essence is not merely a matter of compression. It involves a repeated refining process to purify and eliminate impurities. A failure in this stage may result in the premature explosion of unformed true essence within the qi palace, jeopardizing the very foundation of cultivation. Second, while the Yuan Dan remains unformed, true essence within the body is exceedingly unstable, requiring constant suppression. Otherwise, it could lead to a violent eruption, culminating in fatal consequences. This explains why many cultivators at the peak of the qi gathering realm remain stagnant at the 12th level for years. Their hard-earned prowess is often the backbone of their families, and without substantial assurance, none would dare to take such risks. However, high risks often yield high rewards. Achieving the Ningyuan realm opens up boundless possibilities. Among the most celebrated abilities of those in the qi gathering realm is the power to ride the winds and soar through the skies, taking a step forward. Accompanied by clouds and mist, one dances freely amidst the heavens. What an exquisite sense of freedom and nonchalance this embodies, truly reminiscent of an ethereal being. This represents the most renowned application of true essence, followed thereafter by the protective true essence. With this layer of defense, no matter the spirit gathering spells, they cannot inflict the slightest harm upon a practitioner of condensation essence, delineating the vast chasm of realms. Within the spirit gathering realm, there exist instances of surpassing levels. Yet the act of vanquishing condensation essence with mere spirit-gathering power has never been witnessed throughout the annals of the Zhuang dynasty. Beyond this, true essence possesses myriad wondrous applications. At this moment, the three practitioners of condensation essence in Wangyue City summoned their true essence, transforming it into various manifestations of spirit-gathering phase spells. The venerable elder with a long beard was the first to act, wielding a jade plate and softly intoning one of the five elements, namely, Metal, with a resounding clang. The first transformation of true essence was complete, morphing into countless sharp metal shards that danced and clashed, igniting sparks and resonating with the clamor of metal striking metal throughout the venue. After a brief skirmish, the metal shards further transformed, becoming gold and stone, radiating golden light, and embodying the myriad forms of metal-based spells. Within the celestial cave of the mountains, all practitioners of the five elements metal arts were raptly focused on the sky, wary of missing any detail. A quarter of an hour later, the elder concluded his demonstration of metal spells, gently beckoning with his fingertips, causing the true essence to instantaneously revert and return to his palm. The assembly of practitioners remained unsated. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, others experienced sudden enlightenment, while a few gazed in bewilderment. The second of the five elements, namely, wood. The third of the five elements, namely, water. The fourth of the five elements, namely, fire. The fifth of the five elements, namely, earth. The elder sequentially demonstrated all five elemental spells, reigning in his celestial powers. It is about to commence. Yang Lingrui gathered his spirit, focusing intently on the imposing figure who was about to demonstrate. Following the sequence of the five elements technique, it was now time for the dual forces of wind and thunder. One of the spirits declared, "Wind." With a voice that resonated like a great bell, the man conjured a fierce gale that surged forth, howling through the celestial cavern. As wind is formless, in order to allow the observing cultivators to perceive it clearly, the robust man crystallized a few points of spiritual light and infused them into the technique. Yang Lingrui gazed intently as the fierce wind raged in wild circles before suddenly halting in an instant. Yet, through his keen perception, he discerned that this was not the conclusion of the spell. Rather, the wind technique was intricately concealed within the circulation of the celestial spiritual energy, rendering it imperceptible. Truly remarkable, such a method exists. Yang Lingrui meticulously noted the technique before continuing to observe intently. The ethereal light transformed once more, becoming delicate threads that appeared frail and insubstantial, yet left deep ravines upon gliding against the mountainside. A gentle breeze caressed his face, capable of vanquishing foes. It was not necessary to concentrate into wind blades to amplify its potency. The wind, devoid of form, infiltrated every crevice. When it could not be countered from without, it would breach from within. The wind leaves no trace, nor does intention. Thus, I too can remain untraceable. After a quarter of an hour of demonstration, Yang Lingrui was exhilarated. Observing such a master at work was far more enlightening than his solitary musings at home. Previously, his thoughts had been constrained, fixated solely on how to hasten the wind blades, tighten the wind cone, and enhance its force, while simultaneously managing a greater number of wind blades. The only technique he had managed to employ was the swirling gale around him, which was guidance provided by Yang Lingshi. However, after today, he felt as if he had unlocked the gateway to a new realm in the art of magic. No longer confined to rigid techniques, he was embarking on a path of integration and understanding. Li Qing, perceiving his epiphany, refrained from interrupting, erecting a barrier of spiritual energy to shield Yang Lingrui from the forthcoming demonstration of thunder magic. He harbored a sense of guilt towards Yang Lingrui, reflecting on his actions following a quarrel with his sister the previous day, recognizing his own improprieties. "Thank you, young Master Li." As the demonstration neared its conclusion, Yang Lingrui came to his senses and noticed the protective barrier surrounding him, hastily expressing his gratitude. "There's no need for such formality with me." Li Cheng waved his hand dismissively and continued. "Earlier, you mentioned wanting a personal exhibition space at the 100 Arts Hall. It has already been arranged. Come with me." "Excellent." Yang Lingrui followed Li Cheng across the suspended bridge and arrived at the Bai Hall, located in the lower half of the cave heaven. This venue serves as a showcase for cultivators to display their various artistic products. Should anyone express interest, they may sign a bulk purchase contract in the presence of the cultivators from the Moonwatch City's Immortal Patrol. This contract is backed by the dynasty, lending it significant authority. Should either party breach the terms, the dynasty will intervene. Consequently, transactions conducted here offer far greater assurance than those in the ordinary marketplaces. As the performance had not yet concluded, the crowd was sparse, allowing for some initial preparations. Li Cheng led Yang Lingrui to a personal exhibition platform. Although the space was modest and could accommodate only one person, it was ample for displaying items. Yang Lingrui had inquired with Gao Hui and learned that such exhibition spaces were exceedingly rare. Even the Li family possessed very few. Thus, He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Li Cheng. However, what Yang Lingrui remained oblivious to was that this exhibition space was not secured for him by Li Cheng. He lacked such influence, especially since the Li family only had 3 locations and no surplus to spare. It was only last night when Li Cheng, while apologizing to Li Qingwan, inadvertently mentioned this matter. Upon learning of it, Li Qingwan utilized her connections to procure this spot for Yang Lingrui. Yet, she wished for Yang Lingrui to remain unaware of her involvement. So she instructed Li Cheng to convey that a late-arriving loose cultivator at the peak of the gathering chi stage had vacated the position. As the performance concluded, Li Cheng stated that he needed to return home to assist with matters there. "No problem, young Master Li. Please attend to your business," Yang Lingrui replied. After Li Cheng departed, Yang Lingrui retrieved 4 talismans from his storage pouch: a quality calming talisman, a quality exorcism talisman, a secondary fire talisman, and a secondary speed talisman. The selection of these talismans had been meticulously curated by the Yang family. They could not be too rare, nor could their quality be excessively high, ensuring that they would not arouse suspicion while still being marketable. Yang Lingrui meticulously arranged 4 talismans, and the throng of onlookers who had witnessed the ceremony began to stream in, positioned somewhat off to the side. He had anticipated a lengthy wait before anyone would inquire about his offerings. However, to his surprise, scarcely half an hour had passed since the crowd's arrival when a cultivator, clad in a Taoist robe and bearing a sword upon his back, approached him. "Esteemed friend, what is the price for your calming talisman and the exorcism talisman?" Yang Lingrui cast a glance at the individual before raising his hand and stating, "From the Songzon Yang family, I am Yang Lingrui. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator." The cultivator appeared momentarily taken aback, then slapped his forehead in apology, exclaiming, My apologies. This is my first time attending a Dharma assembly, and I forgot the etiquette. Please do not take offense. I am Su Jianan from the North Wuqifeng Cave. The custom at the Bai Hall requires that one first introduce oneself. The Qinfeng Cave mentioned by Su Jianan is a modest sect in the North Wu region. Within the dynasty, aside from the family powers, another significant group of cultivators comprises the sections. Not every sect possesses the grand scale of the Wanhua sect or the solitary Moon Mountain. Many are presided over by spirit-communing cultivators, those that are somewhat renowned, holding statuses akin to noble families, are predominantly founded by cultivators at the Yuan condensation stage. Further down the hierarchy are sects like the Qinfeng Cave, where the cave master has just reached perfection, and most disciples are at the early to mid stages of qi gathering. Su Jianan appeared to be in his late 20s, and achieving the 5th level of qi gathering is indeed commendable. It is truly arduous for a fellow cultivator from North Wu to traverse such a distance. One cannot afford to miss the Golden Scales Dharma assembly. Su Jianan remarked, "The performance by that Song City Lord earlier left me utterly entranced. It truly felt as though listening to your words is worth more than a decade of study." After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Lingrui disclosed the prices of the talismans. The quality Quieting Heart Talisman and the quality Exorcising Evil Talisman were priced at 2 spirit crystals each. Feel free to take a look. Excellent. Su Jianan picked up 2 talismans to examine. After a moment, a look of admiration crossed his face. "Fellow cultivator, the craftsmanship of your talismans is indeed remarkable." After confirming the quality of the talismans, Su Jianan inquired, "I would like 10 of each, the quality Quieting Heart and Exorcising Evil talismans. Can you offer a discount?" Yang Lingrui smiled upon hearing this. "My friend, to craft a talisman at the initial stage of qi gathering, the material costs alone range between 1 to 2 spiritual crystals. At this price, I can only earn a meager profit. It is indeed quite inexpensive." If it truly does not suit you, perhaps you should explore other options." No. I will take it. Su Jianan had previously perused numerous stalls, both personal and familial, as well as those belonging to sections. In terms of quality and price, Yang Lingrui offered the most favorable value. He produced 40 spiritual crystals, and the 2 completed the transaction hand in hand. "Wishing you prosperous business, I shall take my leave now. May fortune smile upon you as well." After bidding farewell to Su Jianan, Yang Lingrui felt a profound sense of reflection as he touched the warm spiritual crystals just received in his pocket. Thanks to Chen Yang's adeptness in talisman crafting, the cost of producing these 2 talismans was merely 1 spiritual crystal, thus yielding a net profit of 20 spiritual crystals from this single transaction. Recollecting the years prior, when the Yang family had just established itself, and Elder Yu ventured to the Yuling Jiangfang market to gather funds for array arrangements. The family had scraped together only a little over 30 spiritual crystals. The contrast between then and now was indeed stark. This illustrates the immense significance of possessing a lineage of diverse arts for a faction. With it comes a stable and efficient source of spiritual crystals to aid practitioners. However, the Yang family's success is largely due to Chen Yang's presence. Were it not for him, even those with a talent for talisman crafting would not achieve such remarkable efficiency. Following Su Jianan, several other practitioners arrived. One practitioner from the Fengling Town family purchased 5 inferior fire talismans for 40 spiritual crystals, yielding a revenue of 25 crystals. A masked female practitioner from the Mo Hai Huang, Hua Valley acquired 4 inferior swift movement talismans for 32 spiritual crystals, resulting in a profit of 20 crystals. An elder, claiming to be a loose cultivator from Wangyue City named Pei Shuejian, lingered at the stall for quite some time before ultimately purchasing just 1 inferior swift movement talisman, generating a revenue of 5 crystals. Aside from these 3, the remaining visitors merely browsed before departing. Given that it was a personal stall and the variety of talismans was somewhat limited, not securing larger orders was to be expected. As the opening hours of the 100 Arts Hall approached, Yang Lingrui did not sell anything further. Nevertheless, having earned 70 spiritual crystals on this outing, he had fulfilled the task assigned by Yang Lingqing, which was commendable. He would return tomorrow to try his luck again. Lingrui, my friend, please wait. Yang Lingrui was about to depart after stowing away the talisman when he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Pei Shuejian, the individual who had previously purchased the inferior teleportation talisman. What brings you here, my friend? He inquired. My young master wishes to invite you for a visit. Your young master? Yang Lingrui displayed a wary expression, taking a step back. He distinctly recalled that this individual had previously claimed to be a wandering cultivator. What audacity did he possess to falsely assert his origins at the 100 Arts Hall? Did he not fear the repercussions from the Celestial Patrol? Moreover, given that his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of Qi gathering, his background must be. At that moment, Li Cheng had just finished his tasks at his own stall and arrived at the scene, encountering the two. Lingrui, how has your day been? How many have you sold? Li Cheng approached Yang Lingrui, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. His gaze fell upon the old man's face, and his pupils constricted in shock. Young Master Li, is this Lingrui Taoist your acquaintance? Pei Shui inquired. I am acquainted with Taoist Pei, Li Cheng replied respectfully. Lingrui and I are familiar. May I ask what business you have with him? Yang Lingrui had never encountered Li Cheng speaking in such a manner, and her curiosity about the elder's true identity grew ever stronger. Today, at the Bai Hall, I noticed my fellow Taoist Lingrui selling talismans, and the quality of the Shenhex talisman was exceptional, so I purchased one. Pei Shui chuckled and remarked, my young master found the talisman quite intriguing and wishes to converse with Taoist Lingrui in the loft. This revelation took Li Cheng by surprise. He had not anticipated that the talismans crafted by the Yang family would attract the attention of such a distinguished household. Li Gongzi, which family do they belong to? Yang Lingrui inquired softly. Li Cheng took a moment to collect his thoughts before responding, Jinyun Peak, the Su family. After a brief pause, he added, a prominent clan. Li Cheng had a fair understanding of the Su family, as 2 elders in his household had covertly allied themselves with this family. Should the Li family encounter any misfortune in the future, they would willingly prostrate themselves at the Su family's doorstep, eager to serve them as loyal hounds. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing astonishment, and his heart raced incessantly. His apprehension did not stem from the prestige of the family name, but rather from the fear that the other party might discern clues from these talismans. The pretext prepared by the Yang family for external audiences is that these 4 talismans were derived from fragments of ancient texts, crafted by the Elder Yu. The sect to which Elder Yu previously belonged has been annihilated, and it is not affiliated with the indigenous sects of the Tiger dynasty. It is asserted that he had encountered the art of talismanic cultivation within his sect and, now, has forged these talismans using the remnants of the texts. For this reason, Chen Yang intentionally diminished the quality of the fire talismans and the swift action talismans he was selling, leaving behind some imperfections. The Spirit Stone Immortal had already made arrangements, and it was expected that such discrepancies would go unnoticed. Yang Lingrui appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart remained unsettled, sensing the anxiety of the two. Pei Shuejian spoke again, reassuring them, there is no need for alarm. My young master does not harbor any ill intentions. It is merely that the swift action talisman sold by Taoist Lingrui may possess complementary qualities to our family's talismanic legacy, and he wishes to discuss this in person. Upon hearing this, both Li Cheng and Yang Lingrui breathed a sigh of relief. The former believed that the other party was interested in the Yang family's talismanic heritage, while the latter feared that the peculiarities of his talismans would be discovered. So that is the case. I was overly concerned, Li Cheng remarked. Lingrui, you should accompany Taoist Pei for a visit. The Su family is a prestigious lineage and would not resort to unscrupulous means. As he spoke, he emphasized the term prestigious lineage for Pei Shuejian's benefit. Yang Lingrui nodded and said, please, fellow cultivator, lead the way. Pei Shui also promised, rest assured, young masterly. I will ensure that Lingrui is returned safely. Chapter 65. Su Lingyun Yang Lingrui followed Pei Shuejian as they traversed a series of suspended jade steps, ascending steadily until they surpassed the height of the Li family's attic. After climbing for a while longer, Pei Shuejian produced a wooden tablet and, with a graceful motion, affixed it to an unseen spot. Yang Lingrui was engulfed in confusion when, in the next moment, the scene before him began to blur and shift. A mirage. Yang Lingrui instantly realized what had transpired. As several beams of light swiftly flickered by, the scene before him stabilized once more. At this moment, the jade staircase beneath Yang Lingrui's feet had transformed into a cobblestone path, flanked by soft, earthen grounds. Upon lifting his gaze, the dark, imposing mountain cliffs and pavilions had vanished, replaced by a picturesque garden. Lingrui, follow me, Pei Shui beckoned, guiding Yang Lingrui across the stones and into the connecting corridor. Yang Lingrui's gaze wandered around, enveloped by a sense of unreality. Indeed, this mountain's cave concealed a remarkable secret. Through an illusionary array, it was crafted into two distinct sections, accessible only to those bearing the token. He recalled vividly that Song Kaiong had descended from this very height. No wonder it was said that the Jinlin rite involved participation from distinguished families. They had simply remained hidden until now. Yang Lingrui contemplated. The craftsmanship of this noble family is truly remarkable. In just 3 days, they have crafted such an exquisite locale. As they traversed the corridor, a rustic yet charming farmhouse courtyard unfolded before them. Within the courtyard, 3 individuals and a well were present. A dashing young gentleman clad in white was engrossed in fishing at the well's edge. Beside him sat a middle-aged man dressed in coarse linen, fast asleep. At the opposite end of the courtyard, a boy of 7 or 8 stood with both hands raised, struggling to hold 2 large stones that seemed rather heavy, causing his face to flush with exertion. Old Sheen, did you truly put fish in there? The young gentleman inquired. The middle-aged man abruptly nodded, rousing from his slumber. Huh? Did you really put fish in? He repeated. Indeed, the middle-aged man confirmed. Then why have we not caught any after such a long while? My brother is about to collapse from exhaustion, the young gentleman remarked, glancing at the boy laboriously holding the stones. It must be your bad luck. The middle-aged man scratched his head in response. As the two continued their conversation, Pei Shuejia arrived with Yang Lingrui at the courtyard entrance. Young Master Yun, I have brought the guest. Pei Shuejia bowed gracefully. They have arrived? The dashing young gentleman positioned his fishing rod and turned to face them. Yang Lingrui exhibited no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy. His cultivation evidently reached the late stages of qi gathering. You are Yang Lingrui, correct? There is no need for formality. Please come and take a seat. I am Su Lingyun. As he spoke, Su Lingyun summoned 2 wooden chairs. Thank you, young Master Su. Once Yang Lingrui was comfortably seated, Su Lingyun proceeded directly to the matter at hand, producing the talisman. This spirit travel talisman belongs to your family, does it not? Yang Lingrui cast a glance and remarked. Not bad. Did you concoct this? No, it was crafted by an esteemed ancestor of mine. What is his background? Yang Lingrui suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. For the voice of inquiry did not originate from the figure of Su Lingyun before him, but rather echoed in his ears. The middle-aged man clad in coarse linen, who had been dozing by the well just a moment ago, now stood by his side. Accompanying this apparition was a heavy weight upon his shoulders. My ancestor was originally a practitioner from a distant sect, and during his time within the sect, he had encountered talismanic arts. However, subsequently, the sect was destroyed, and he was pursued relentlessly, fleeing to the banks of Yuling River, where he was rescued by my elder. Yang Lingrui bore the heavy burden, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke with as much steadiness as possible. Oh, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. This isn't a fabricated tale meant to deceive, is it? As he spoke, The pressure intensified once more. Yang Lingrui leaned forward, nearly collapsing from the wooden chair onto the ground. Every word is true. I would never dare to deceive young Master Su or the esteemed elders. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, still appeared somewhat skeptical and contemplated applying further pressure. However, at that moment, Yang Lingrui coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and fell to the floor. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, immediately ceased his incantation and turned his gaze towards Su Lingyun. Su Lingyun exchanged a knowing glance with him and then spoke. Look at you. Our guest is already in a fragile state, and yet you act so recklessly. How thoughtless. As he said this, he stepped forward to assist the pale-faced young Lingrui, gently saying, Old Qin is a simple man, rather straightforward in his thoughts, but he means no harm. Please, bear with him. Such a claim of innocence. Yang Lingrui suppressed his anger deep within, forcing a smile onto his face. I am fine. It is understandable that the senior is a bit anxious. Sighing, he continued. As long as you can understand. Su Lingyun helped him to his feet and guided him back to the wooden chair, resuming his inquiries. Do you know the original name of this ancestor sect? I do not know. The ancestor has never mentioned it. Oh. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Yang Lingrui's sea of consciousness, far more intense than the bell used by Zheng Huoming on that day. Unable to endure it, he cried out in agony and collapsed once more. Fortunately, Chen Yang's consciousness, acting as a protective barrier, redirected this mental assault. Su Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. His sole technique aimed at the sea of consciousness had unexpectedly been thwarted. He soon realized that this force did not belong to Yang Lingrui himself, but was an external influence. Separation of consciousness. A formidable expert. Su Lingyun was astonished and began to ponder deeply. Could it be that the Yang family was a pawn planted by another force? If I continue down this path, would I not be jeopardizing their plans? A middle-aged man named Lao Qin also noted this detail, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. He hurried to Su Lingyun's side and remarked, Lingyun, have we inadvertently disturbed someone else's affairs? Su Lingyun propped his head with one hand, deep in thought. While it was one matter to project one's consciousness over a distance, the technique of consciousness separation was indeed impressive, indicative of a skilled practitioner. It could very well be the handiwork of a certain qi condensation cultivator, coupled with the earlier conversation he had with Pei Shui regarding Yang Lingrui's realm. This reckless act of consuming pills to hasten one's cultivation was undoubtedly a common tactic employed by their side. Hissing at this realization, he swiftly formed a seal, invoking a spell to repair the damage to Yang Lingrui's sea of consciousness. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help him. Oh, right. Lao Qin quickly nodded and stepped forward to assist, channeling spiritual energy to mend Yang Lingrui's physical injuries. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Lingrui finally regained some color. Su Lingyun once again donned a smile and approached to support him. My apologies, I momentarily lost control. Let us continue. At this moment, Yang Lingrui's eyes were dim and devoid of light, leaning against the wooden chair and gasping for breath. This was hardly a simple conversation, it was clearly an interrogation. The two from the Su family did not regard him as a human being. Yet, he found himself with no choice, if they wished for his demise. It could be but a thought away. Forced by circumstance, he had no option but to endure. After calming her emotions, Yang Lingrui opened her eyes and said, I am fine, young Master Su, please continue. He chuckled softly. Su Lingyun rubbed his hands together and explained. It is as follows. My family also possesses a lineage of talisman crafting, overseen by Old Qin. The methods for refining the Xinxing talismans in your family's tradition happen to complement ours, which may allow for an elevation in the quality of these talismans. Thus, I intend to purchase 100 of your family's Xinxing talismans to take back for further study. Originally, Su Lingyun had hoped that the Yang family would willingly offer their talisman crafting legacy or, at the very least, invite their esteemed ancestor for a visit, ensuring that the Su family would receive a copy of the teachings. However, given the current circumstances, wherein the Yang family might be embroiled in schemes orchestrated by others, he was reluctant to provide them with any leverage against him. Consequently, he opted for a more pragmatic approach by purchasing a substantial quantity of ready-made talismans. Yang Lingrui struggled to rise, his hand brushing against the storage pouch at his waist. Young Master Su, ahem. I have only these 10 left on me. The rest, I must return to inform the ancestors before I can refine more. Indeed, Su Lingyun's demeanor softened somewhat at this moment. Refraining from employing further means to torment Yang Lingrui, he produced a storage pouch from within his robes. 100 inferior teleportation talismans, 800 spirit crystals. Should the refining process yield a quality product, I will supplement you with an additional 8 spirit crystals per talisman. If you manage to produce a superior one, I shall gladly purchase it for 40 spirit crystals. He extended the storage pouch to Yang Lingrui. This totals 1,003 spirit crystals, 800 for the talismans. The remaining 500 is compensation for you today. Additionally, here are 3 rejuvenating pills for the late stage of qi gathering. Accept them all once the talismans are completed. Deliver them to the Celestial Patrol Office in Wangwei City. Yang Lingrui feigned a look of alarm, repeatedly insisting, "Young Master Su, this is not acceptable. No merit should go unrewarded. Today, I merely came to exchange a few words with you. And, enough. I shall insist you accept this." Seeing the young man display such discernment, Su Lingyun pressed the storage bag into Yang Lingrui's hands. With matters settled, they did not linger further and instructed Pei Shui to escort him away. "Can you guess whose family this is?" Su Lingyun inquired as he returned to the well, grasping his fishing rod. Old Qin shook his head. "It's hard to say. Ever since the beast tide, the situation has been tumultuous, and everyone is eager to sow their seeds far and wide. Well then, let us leave it at this for today. The compensation I have offered is not inconsiderable. If the main party chooses to pursue this further, I can always offer a few apologies." No sooner had Su Lingyun's words left his lips than the boy in the courtyard could no longer withstand the weight of the stone, collapsing to the ground. "I have yet to hook a fish. Who allowed you to put it down?" "Brother." "I." With a swift, nearly imperceptible mental assault, the boy, still a mere mortal, was struck down, convulsing once before falling silent, devoid of life. Another useless younger brother. All of them are such disappointments. When shall I ever catch a fish? Chapter 66. My family is beyond salvation. After Yang Lingrui was taken away by Pei Shui, Li Cheng remained deeply troubled, anxiously awaiting in his own attic. This event was entirely unforeseen for him. He could never have imagined that the talismans crafted by the Yang family would attract the attention of the Su family. Yang Lingrui attended the Dharma assembly solely at his invitation. Should any misfortune befall him as a consequence, he would indeed become the malevolent sinner that Li Qi once spoke of, bringing ruin to the Yang family. "Young Master Li, I have returned with Taoist Lingrui," came the voice of Pei Shuijin from outside the pavilion. Li Cheng immediately leapt from the window. Although he initially felt a sense of relief, his heart ignited with fury upon seeing Yang Lingrui's pale face. "Taoist Pei, what has happened to Lingrui? You assured me you would bring him back safely," Li Cheng exclaimed, supporting the frail Yang Lingrui, who appeared as though he had just endured severe torment. "He is unharmed, is he not?" "I have brought Taoist Lingrui back safely," Pei Shuijin replied with a smile, showing no inclination to clarify in response to Li Cheng's inquiry. The Su family, as a prominent lineage, exemplifies such hospitality, thought Li Cheng. Realizing the lesson he had learned today, "Young Master Li, I must remind you that the Su family has its own methods of operation. It is not for outsiders to instruct us," Pei Shuijin retorted, a hint of hostility flashing across her face in response to Li Cheng's slight. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Lingrui promptly straightened up and spoke. "Young Master Li, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Young Master Su merely wishes to purchase talismans from my family. It is my own fault. In a moment of excitement, my blood surged, resulting in this state." Hearing this, Li Cheng felt a tightening in his chest. How could he possibly believe Yang Lingrui's childlike pretense? Just as he was about to engage in a rebuttal with Pei Shui, a faint, icy laugh escaped her lips. "Oh, I had not anticipated that young Master Li would still possess the leisure to concern himself with the affairs of others." Pei Shui regarded Li Cheng with a playful glimmer in her eyes, adding, "If I were in your position, I would spend more time with the esteemed ancestor Yuanda and seek to meet with Miss Qingwan on several occasions." At her words, Li Cheng stood frozen in place, the flame of determination in his gaze extinguished as if he had suddenly lost all his vigor. Yang Lingrui observed in silence, refraining from uttering a single word. Pei Shui, observing the demeanor of the two, spoke with a hint of disdain. "The individual has been delivered, and I shall not linger any longer. Farewell, gentlemen. May our paths cross again." With that, he turned and, with a few agile leaps, vanished once more into the illusionary array. "Young Master Li, young Master Li." "Li Cheng," Yang Lingrui called out twice, but seeing Li Cheng still lost in thought, he raised his voice and shouted his name. Only then did Li Cheng snap back to reality, his gaze towards Yang Lingrui slightly flustered, and after several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. "I am fine. Let us return to the courtyard," he said. On the way back, neither of them uttered a word, and they walked in silence. Young Lingrui was utterly exhausted. Lifting his lips felt like an insurmountable task. Li Cheng, having lost his spirit, had nothing to say. It was only after he had escorted Yang Lingrui back to his residence that he settled onto a cushion, releasing a long, deep sigh from his chest. What of the Su family? He dared not speak. Do they truly wish to purchase your talismans? Indeed, they intend to acquire 100 spirit travel talismans. The spirit crystals are in this pouch. Li Cheng accepted the storage bag and scanned its contents with his consciousness. An extra 500? That is to replenish my supplies. Damn it, this is truly. Li Cheng felt an urge to curse aloud, but the words of Pei Shui lingered in his mind as he departed, leading him to ultimately restrain himself. Yang Lingrui propped herself against the headboard and consoled, do not dwell on it too much. In fact, enduring such an ordeal has earned us 500 spirit crystals, which is quite a profit. How can you still find the mood to jest at a time like this? Do you not realize how close we came to losing our lives? Haha, cough, cough. Li Qing retrieved 3 rejuvenation pills from his storage pouch. Each of these 3 pills, of high quality suitable for the later stages of qi gathering, is worth at least 300 spirit crystals. Yang Lingrui merely needed to consume one of the pills, and his body would instantly regain much of its vitality, followed by a brief period of meditation to achieve near complete recovery. However, due to his distrust of the Su family, he refrained from touching the 3 elixirs, intending instead to find an opportunity to sell them all in exchange for spiritual crystals. How do you expect to heal without consuming this? He remarked. As the second son of the Li family, surely you have some healing elixirs in your possession? Just retrieve a handful of spiritual crystals from your pouch. Li Cheng, who had been somewhat troubled, found amusement in Yang Lingrui's words. He produced 2 mid-tier energy replenishing pills from his storage pouch and tossed them to Yang Lingrui. After ingesting the elixirs, Yang Lingrui meditated for half an hour, managing to restore about 60 to 70% of his vitality. Upon opening his eyes, he found Li Qing standing by the window, wearing an expression of deep concern. Pei Shui's words had reached his ears as well. Coupled with the dialogue between Su Lingyun and Old Qin in that courtyard, he was able to deduce the underlying circumstances. Elderly Yuinda and Miss Li. Yang Lingrui mentioned only 2 names and did not elaborate further. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Such a significant matter is beyond the capabilities of the Yang family. I am unable to assist you at this moment. I understand. I am grateful for your kind recommendation. The Yang family will always remember this favor. Alas. Li Qing bent down, resting his arms on the windowsill, shaking his head and sighing. What purpose does it serve to speak of such things at this point? Subsequently, the 2 fell into silence once more. It is said that there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. The current Li Cheng truly reflects none of his former elegance. Yang Lingrui wished to say more, but upon observing his demeanor, chose to remain silent. At present, the situation of the Li family had become exceedingly dire, a predicament that could not simply be remedied by enlisting a few allies. Even the backing of a seasoned practitioner of the Ningyuan realm might prove futile. Yang Lingrui, embodying the character of Li Qing, felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and despair at the mere thought of this distressing matter. The fact that Li Cheng could conceal such a burden in his heart for so many years speaks volumes about his resilience. After leaving behind 2 qi replenishing pills, Li Cheng departed from the courtyard and returned to the Li family. Before his departure, he imparted a final piece of advice to Yang Lingrui. My family is beyond salvation, but yours still holds a chance. Be exceedingly cautious and do not fall into their traps. Once Li Cheng had left, Yang Lingrui closed his eyes, silently reflecting on his words. The Yang family, in the eyes of numerous powerful factions, remained a dispensable pawn. Due to his performance during this venture, others perceived the Yang family as short-sighted and lacking foresight, failing to recognize its true potential. In such dire circumstances, with proper management, there indeed lay a possibility to carve out a sliver of existence amidst the encroaching forces of dynasties, sects, and noble families. The crux of this endeavor hinged on the emergence of a qi condensation practitioner. After much contemplation, Yang Lingrui opened his eyes. Ultimately, the success of this endeavor rested in his hands. The cautionary tale of the Li family loomed before him. If he failed to seize the opportunity to attain the qi condensation realm, he risked treading the same path. He could easily become a tempting morsel laid upon a banquet table, left to be devoured by those in positions of power. However, Yang Lingrui did not succumb to excessive pessimism. He retained a measure of confidence regarding the future of the Yang family. with the advantages of favorable geography and harmonious relationships. As long as the immortal lord remains, he could restore the family's fortunes to align with the celestial timing. With this thought, the tumult in his heart settled. Yet in the next moment, a shift in his aura occurred, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The faces of Pei Shui, Su Lingyun, and that individual surnamed Qin loomed in his mind. The shame and humiliation of this day had been indelibly etched into the depths of his being. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Su family, await my return, for I, Yang Lingrui, shall return to seek rightful retribution. Chapter 67. Acquiring spiritual treasures. The second day of the Dharma assembly was designated for free exchanges, and aside from the 100 Arts Hall, numerous locations within the mountain's cave heavens were open for interaction, including the debate platform, gaming pavilion, and Moon Red Pavilion. Yang Lingrui's primary focus naturally remains on the Bai Hall. Securing this exhibition space was no trivial achievement, and now he must swiftly sell the items he possesses. Currently, he has 10 fire talismans, 20 serenity talismans, and 20 exorcism talismans. The fire talismans are sure to sell, being a commonly used foundational elemental talisman with extensive applications. Thus, within half a day, they were all sold, generating an income of 50 spirit crystals. Moreover, the cultivator from Fengling Town who purchased the fire talismans yesterday brought along a fellow wandering cultivator. This individual is at the 9th layer of Qi gathering and resides in a bamboo grove cave dwelling in the vicinity of Fengling. His cultivation method requires the pure Qi of the bamboo forest as a supplement, yet he practices techniques of the ice path. He has constructed a cold well in that location, which needs to be suppressed by fire talismans to prevent the cold air from disrupting the bamboo grove, and it is only activated during his training sessions. This person has taken a keen interest in the fire talismans crafted by the Yang family and intended to make a purchase. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the last 10 fire talismans had already been sold. At this juncture, the advantages of Bai Hall became evident. The wandering cultivator immediately summoned a member of the Immortal Inspection Division to witness the signing of a contract with Yang Lingrui. At a price of 8 spirit crystals per talisman, he agreed to purchase 36 inferior fire talismans from the Yang family each year for the next 5 years. Should superior quality be available, he is willing to pay a premium of 18 spirit crystals. The transaction is set for the day of great heat each year, to take place in Fengling Town. With an advance deposit of 80 spirit crystals in hand, Yang Lingrui felt a surge of joy, finally securing a long-term order. With the fire talismans sold out, the remaining serenity and exorcism talismans have proven to be somewhat sluggish in sales. As Chen Yang anticipated, the low-level nature of these 2 talismans renders them somewhat lackluster in effectiveness. The cultivators attending the Dharma assembly are primarily in the mid-stage of Qi gathering, and they typically purchase these talismans for their younger kin. Nevertheless, as the old adage goes, fine wine is not afraid of a deep alley. The talismans sold by the Yang family are of exceptional quality, and through the whispers of past practitioners, they have drawn several individuals eager to make a purchase. By the following dusk, the remaining 20 meditation talismans and 20 exorcism talismans were sold, yielding an impressive revenue of 40 spirit crystals. Yang Lingrui joyfully secured the spirit crystals. The fruits of this excursion to the Dharma assembly were indeed bountiful, sufficient for him to report back satisfactorily. With still some time before the closure of the Bai Hall, he made his way to the Li family's booth in search of Li Qing, as he required assistance with certain matters. Now that he possessed a total of 1,300 spirit crystals from the Su family, in addition to 360 crystals earned from selling talismans, he planned to procure some items to bring back home. Yang Lingshi had previously instructed him that the household possessed a reserve of cultivation techniques and spells, with the celestial master overseeing matters. Therefore, there was no immediate rush to procure items to enhance their training speed. It would be prudent to bring back artifacts capable of elevating their combat prowess, such as suitable spiritual treasures. However, given that purchases here required the disclosure of one's identity, the modest Yang family needed to exercise caution, as an excessive expenditure of spiritual crystals could attract unwarranted attention. Consequently, he sought assistance from Li Qing, enlisting the help of Yu Fenghua and Lu Cheishu. The trio promptly made their way to the exhibition area of the Baichi building, each taking on their own tasks. It is no wonder that they are a formidable force. The area of Baichi building's exhibition was nearly twice that of the Yang family's plaza, starkly contrasting with Yang Lingrui's personal display. Welcome, esteemed friends, to Baichi building. What might you wish to purchase? A cultivator at the 4th level of Qi gathering inquired with enthusiasm. Are there any spiritual treasures available for Qi gathering martial cultivators? He asked. Certainly. We do have such items. Please, share your name. Yang family, Yang Lingrui. Very well, esteemed Lingrui, please follow me. Yang Lingrui traversed through the crowd and was guided to the northwest side of the exhibition stand, where an array of specialized spiritual treasures for martial practitioners was displayed. The tungsten iron armor, suitable for those in the initial stage of Qi gathering, boasted outstanding resistance against blades and swords, with inferior versions priced at 15 spirit crystals. The green serpent leggings, designed for those in the mid-stage of Qi gathering, significantly enhanced aquatic mobility and offered superb defense against water-based techniques, with inferior versions costing 80 spirit crystals. The refined iron staff, also for the initial stage of Qi gathering, was crafted entirely from refined iron, showcasing remarkable lethality, with inferior versions available for 15 spirit crystals. The individual accompanying Yang Lingrui provided detailed introductions to each treasure, extolling their virtues, while conveniently omitting any mention of their shortcomings. To him, these spiritual artifacts appeared to be nothing short of extraordinary treasures. Yang Lingrui, of course, was not deceived by his rhetoric. Among a myriad of spiritual treasures, she had her eye on a pair of tiger head arm guards. These were unlike ordinary arm guards. In addition to protecting the arms, they featured a claw-like knuckle guard that extended down to the hands. How much for these arm guards? She inquired. Truly, you possess discerning taste, my friend. You have quickly identified one of our finest treasures, the man exclaimed, stepping forward with excitement. This item has been crafted by the master of our 100 Treasures Pavilion, forged from 2 pieces of tiger-striped black iron, renowned for its durability. It offers both offensive and defensive capabilities. Just tell me the price. This item is a mid-tier spiritual treasure. The inferior grade is priced at 80 spiritual crystals. And the superior grade? The superior grade is 200. 200? Huh. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui let out a light chuckle and turned to leave, but the man hastily grasped his arm. My friend, do not be so hasty. This is merely the listed price, and it can certainly be reduced further. Please do not lead me in circles. I sincerely wish to purchase a quality item. Yet my resources are somewhat limited. To share your bottom line. The cultivator from the 100 Artifact Pavilion, upon hearing these words, scrutinized Yang Lingrui. He had heard of the Yang family, a modest clan that had caught the attention of the second son of the Li family by being included on the list for the law meeting. The fact that Li Qing had taken notice of them indicated some potential, yet they had not yet fully developed, and their financial foundation might not be particularly robust. This individual, with shrewd eyes, began to calculate in his mind how much profit he could extract from Yang Lingrui. Yang Lingrui was certainly not an easy mark. Having been informed by Elder Yu about the market prices of various items before his departure, and he was determined not to be easily deceived. After a round of back-and-forth bargaining, he ultimately purchased a high-quality tiger head arm guard for the price of 140 spirit crystals. Subsequently, he made his way to the Alchemy Pavilion, where there was a service for the redemption of elixirs. Yang Lingrui sold 3 rejuvenation pills he had on hand. The alchemist, not probing further, led him into a private room behind the booth, where an elderly alchemist with white hair assessed the quality of the pills and promptly paid Yang Lingrui 1,000 spirit crystals. Next, he proceeded to the official booth of the City Lord's mansion in Wangyue City, where he sought a standard mid-stage Qi gathering fan made of black sparrow feathers. After completing his purchase, he headed to the Li family's loft, where he met with Yu Luhua. Senior, as you instructed, everything is inside, Yu Fenghua reported, presenting a storage bag to Yang Lingrui. There is a mid-stage Qi gathering high-quality earth law disc, a mid-stage Qi gathering high-quality black iron armor, and 5 mid-stage Qi gathering low-quality greenstone ropes. This round of acquiring spiritual treasures had cost a total of 805 spirit crystals, leaving him with 1,855 crystals in the storage bag. As he counted these treasures, Yang Lingrui couldn't help but marvel at the feeling of having wealth. It was truly delightful. This series of purchases would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the Yang family cultivators. The remaining spirit crystals would await discussion on how to be utilized upon returning home. Thank you both for your assistance. Please accept this small token of gratitude. As a gesture of thanks, Yang Lingrui produced 200 spirit crystals and offered them to the 2. Senior, this is not appropriate. If the young master finds out, he will surely blame us. They replied. Just tell him this is payment for the 4 rejuvenation pills, Yang Lingrui insisted. Though Yu Fenghua and Lu Cheishu were initially reluctant to accept, they ultimately acquiesced to his insistence. After seeing them off, Yang Lingrui decided to explore other areas. On the second day of the Dharma assembly, many more venues had opened. The nearest one to the Li family loft was called the Bo Shi Pavilion, a place where cultivators could indulge in leisure and games. Featuring a variety of novelties such as betting on ores, guessing law discs, and spirit insect battles. Chapter 68. The joy of acquiring a rare stone. Yang Lingrui, having grown up, found herself for the first time in such a place. Intrigued by the novelty and amusement, she stepped inside to take a look. Do you wish to partake in some fun, esteemed master? Each experience costs merely 10 spirit crystals. Indeed, esteemed master, let us indulge just this once. Upon entering, several exquisitely beautiful maidens approached to greet her. Initially, Yang Lingrui harbored a fleeting notion of experimentation. However, upon discovering that a single attempt would cost 10 spirit crystals, he was instantly sobered and abandoned the idea. 10 spirit crystals were what his esteemed ancestor had toiled for a month, facing peril at the eastern frontier. While he indeed possessed a surplus of spirit crystals at present, this abundance was merely a result of the benevolence bestowed upon him by Su Lingyun. Had he not mistakenly attributed the Celestial Master's intervention to the machinations of other factions, he would never have encountered such unexpected fortune. There were numerous forthcoming necessities at home that would require spirit crystals, and thus, he could not afford to squander them on frivolous pastimes. Yang Lingrui, her thoughts resolute, shook her head vigorously. No, I shall merely observe. Upon hearing these words, the maidens promptly dispersed, swiftly seeking the company of others. Yang Lingrui leisurely wandered through the area, examining each shop in turn. He observed the victorious cultivators, their faces flushed with excitement, while the defeated ones pounded their chests in despair. Some, in their desperation, even attempted to cause a ruckus, only to be subdued and forcibly removed by the officers of the Celestial Patrol. After reading, Yang Lingrui's predominant feeling was that this path was truly harmful, and he resolved to caution his descendants against straying into such a perilous direction. After surveying the surroundings, he intended to depart. However, at that moment, a voice erupted from the gambling stone stall, exclaiming, "It's here! It's here!" The game of gambling on stones is quite simple. One selects raw stones produced by the mines from the shop, then proceeds to crack and polish them on site, hoping to uncover valuable spiritual materials. Yang Lingrui leaned in for a closer look and discovered that a red-nosed Taoist had purchased the rough stone for 50 spiritual crystals, only to unveil a coal-like black stone. "Quick, let me see. This must be tungsten iron essence." Upon hearing the term tungsten iron essence, the surrounding cultivators stirred with excitement. This substance was renowned as a material for crafting perfected spiritual treasures, potentially worth several hundred or even 1,000 spiritual crystals. The red-nosed Taoist was visibly elated, rubbing his hands in anticipation of the appraisal results. Several blacksmiths arrived, scrutinizing the stone for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. Regrettably, the black stone was not tungsten iron essence, but rather an exotic stone. Upon receiving this disheartening news, the Taoist collapsed onto the ground, and the gathered cultivators dispersed without a word. The reason for their swift departure was simple. Exotic stones were steeped in mystique, akin to a blind box, with a meager chance of yielding valuable results. Such stones were rare by nature, and, even if one were fortunate enough to find them, considerable time and effort would be required to ascertain their utility. Furthermore, the forging process would render the exotic stone devoid of its spiritual essence, diminishing its value significantly. How could this happen? How could this be? The Taoist lamented, scratching his head as he gazed at the black stone on the ground, lamenting that this final gamble had resulted in a complete loss. At that moment, a voice broke through the disappointment. "Friend, are you willing to part with this item?" The red-nosed Taoist turned, his excitement reignited, to find a handsome young man standing beside him. "Sell it?" "Naturally. 5, no, 100 spiritual crystals," he shouted, only to be met with a chorus of derisive jeers from the onlookers. Such a shabby item, and yet he dared to demand such an exorbitant price, truly shameless. Unfazed by the ridicule, the Taoist fixed his gaze intently on Yang Lingrui's expression. He prided himself on his keen perception, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to discern any indication from the young cultivator's demeanor, leaving him somewhat astonished. Yang Lingrui, unhurried and composed, gradually spoke. "To be candid, My ancestor has a penchant for collecting these peculiar stones. Today, upon encountering this extraordinary specimen, I wish to take it back for my ancestor's admiration. This item holds little value in your possession. Therefore, allow me to procure it for the sum of 50 spirit crystals, enabling you to recoup your expenses. What say you?" The red-nosed Taoist, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of desire, for he was aware that such a rare stone would scarcely fetch such a price. However, the greed within him urged him to seek a higher offer. Yet, to his astonishment, after merely a moment of hesitation, Yang Lingrui turned and began to depart. "Alas, friend, pray do not be hasty." The red-nosed Taoist hurriedly followed, exclaiming, at this price, 50 spirit crystals, I shall sell." Yang Lingrui gently shook his head and replied, "My friend, your assertion is misguided. The price of 50 spirit crystals was merely a moment ago. This stone is now worth only 30. How do you mock me? You were the one who did not agree to the previous offer. So do not falsely tarnish my reputation." Yang Lingrui walked at a leisurely pace, contemplating that there were still 30 spirit crystals in hand. Once he stepped outside the door, only 10 would remain. Upon hearing this, the red-nosed Taoist grew anxious and swiftly stepped forward to obstruct Yang Lingrui's path. "My esteemed friend, your negotiation skills are admirable. I concede, 30 it is. A fair trade." With that, Yang Lingrui secured the peculiar stone and exited the hall. Meanwhile, the red-nosed Taoist, having acquired the spirit crystals, glanced around nervously, and after a moment of internal conflict, plunged back into the pile of stones. It was indeed a delightful surprise. The celestial master would surely be pleased with this find, perhaps even regaining some arcane ability. Yang Lingrui was filled with joy as he contemplated the significance of the extraordinary stone. While it may seem trivial to others, for the Yang family, it held profound importance. Such stones, regarded as treasures, could be utilized to sustain the celestial masters, aiding them in the restoration of their cultivation and divine abilities. Previously, Elder Yu had instructed everyone that when encountering such items in the outside world, they should strive to acquire them at all costs. Having obtained a piece for merely 30 spirit crystals, how could he not feel elated? After departing from the gambling house and taking a few more steps, he arrived at the Moon-Red Pavilion. This place was a venue for forging destinies, established by several highly esteemed elder cultivators. The young male and female practitioners participating in the gathering were all exceptionally talented, and it was here that they could connect with one another. If a favorable union could be facilitated, it would surely become a cherished tale. Yang Lingrui merely paused outside the door, casting a glance within. His striking features instantly drew attention. The two elderly women at the entrance gazed at him with eyes alight, as if they had encountered a rare and precious treasure. Poised to rush forward, Yang Lingrui, sensing the precariousness of his situation, swiftly maneuvered into the crowd, making a hasty escape from the scene. How fortunate he was to evade that troublesome place. After distancing himself considerably, he finally exhaled in relief. Having circumvented the Moon-Red Pavilion and traversed 2 suspended jade staircases, several elevated platforms came into view before him. Above floated 3 prominent characters. Discussion platform. Here, the discourse on the Tao was not merely a matter of idle talk. It was evident that a congregation of lowly Qi gathering cultivators from the lowest tier could not offer profound insights, even if they were to sit together. Thus, the only way to truly engage in the exchange of ideas was through practical demonstration and spirited debate. Yang Lingrui initially intended to observe the Tao in this place, hoping to gain some inspiration. However, with the brilliance of the preceding him, watching these Qi gathering practitioners engage in combat felt somewhat lacking in substance. After a while, his interest began to wane. As time pressed on, Yang Lingrui decided to depart from the venue of the Dharma assembly earlier than planned. Upon returning to his dwelling, he settled onto a cushion, deeply contemplating his thoughts. All the talismans had been sold, and he had secured a 5-year-long order. The spiritual treasures for his family members had also been acquired, and now he was overjoyed to possess a rare stone. What if? Yang Lingrui contemplated within himself. Having accomplished the primary objectives of his journey, he found little necessity to remain at the Dharma assembly any longer. Furthermore, his recent experiences at the Su residence had intensified his desire to return home sooner. Sister Qing often spoke of the adage that seeking completeness is a significant taboo. It is wiser to withdraw when the time is right. With this thought taking root, he became even more resolute in his decision. Chapter 69, Li Yuan to the Dharma Assembly. Held over 3 days, culminated in the most anticipated events on the final day. At that time, Song Kaiyang, the lord of Wangyue City, would join forces with several powerful factions, including the Su family, to extend olive branches to the young cultivators they had chosen. During this occasion, they would bestow precious elixirs and mystical talismans, and fortunate individuals might even receive direct teachings from cultivators of the. Moreover, at the assembly's conclusion, a legendary artifact known as the would make its appearance, rumored to facilitate enlightenment and enable one to transcend multiple realms instantaneously. Reflecting on the first day, the mere quarter hour of demonstrations had been utterly captivating, not to mention the allure of personal guidance from esteemed and the magnetic pull of the for those cultivating qi. Had time reversed to the assembly's commencement, young Lingrui might have been filled with eager anticipation and profound interest. However, in the present moment, he could only chuckle, having witnessed the actions of Su Lingyun and the current plight of the Li family. He had uncovered the true nature of these high-ranking individuals once their FA aids were stripped away. Their advantages were hardly as accessible as they appeared. It was likely that, in a single breath, they had already been meticulously calculated, with even their descendants ensnared in the web. Such fortunes were beyond the capacity of the Yang family to bear, and thus he chose not to engage further. With his resolution firmly established, Yang Lingrui took immediate action. He first visited the Li family's villa to bid farewell to Li Cheng. Upon learning of his early departure, Li Cheng expressed understanding, as both shared a remarkably aligned perspective, believing that remaining for the final day would not yield favorable outcomes. This way, we can avoid the chaotic scene outside the city in 3 days, Li Cheng remarked. Yang Lingrui nodded and said, "Indeed, I am grateful for Brother Li's care during this journey. This kindness will be remembered by both myself and the Yang family." Li Cheng merely smiled in response, gesturing for Yang Lingrui to take his leave. As he watched Yang Lingrui's figure fade away, he sighed and returned indoors. However, upon closing the door, he was suddenly startled to discover an individual seated within. Li Cheng stood in disbelief for a moment before hastily kneeling. Li Cheng pays his respects to the ancestor. Seated within the room was an elderly man, wearing a benevolent smile, who was none other than Li Yuanda, the esteemed ancestor of the Li family, possessing the full mastery of the 12th level of qi cultivation. "Rise, there is no need for formalities," Li Yuanda gently urged. Li Cheng stood up, gazing at his ancestor, a rare smile illuminating his face. "The affairs of the family have greatly benefited from your guidance. Your efforts are much appreciated. The significance of the Golden Scale Conference is paramount. As a junior of the Li family, it is my duty to consider the welfare of our clan. There is no talk of hardship. Ancestor speaks too highly," Li Cheng responded, initially believing Li Yuanda referred to the recent conference. However, the ancestor's next words took him by surprise. "I do not speak of recent days, but of the long-standing challenges you have faced, my dear Li Cheng." Hearing this, Li Cheng's heart jolted, sensing a foreboding presence that caused a tremor within. Alas, it is a pity. Our Li family has reached the end of its fortune. His tone was extraordinarily calm, as if discussing an unrelated matter, with his heart remaining undisturbed. "Ancestor, ancestor." Li Cheng's voice quivered as he called out twice, before collapsing helplessly to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, weeping despondently. Deep down, he had long known this truth. Yet an unyielding obsession had prevented him from relinquishing hope. That was the ancestor who had treated him like a cherished grandson, and the sister with whom he had grown up, sharing an unbreakable bond. How could he possibly let go of them both? Previously, he had stubbornly struggled, attempting to stir the stagnant waters of the Li family in hopes of finding a turning point. But today, upon hearing these words spoken by his ancestor, he understood that everything had come to an end. Li Yuanda, witnessing his distress, felt immense sorrow and approached him, gently stroking his hair with his weathered hand. "Child, do not grieve. The Li family's current plight is my fault." He spoke slowly. "In my youth, I was solely focused on cultivation, neglecting to address the family's issues. Believing that if I deepened my understanding and ascended to greater heights, these problems would resolve themselves. Consequently, minor conflicts, which could have been easily managed, snowballed into significant dilemmas. By the time I realized the path was obstructed, it was too late. The family had fragmented, becoming disarrayed. And it fell upon younger generations like yourself to mend the rifts, which brings me great shame. In retrospect, the prosperity of the family hinges upon sound management. Yet I possess no extraordinary talent in this regard. The burden of the Li family has become too great for me to bear." Li Yuanda's composed words brought a measure of calm to Li Cheng's troubled mind. He wiped away his tears and murmured, "Ancestor, is there truly no hope left for our family? Are the Li clan and I utterly doomed?" Li Yuanda paused for a moment before shifting his tone. "But you still have Qi Wan. and there is still hope. Upon hearing the name of Li Qingwan, a spark of life reignited in Li Qing's once still eyes. Li Yuanda beckoned, summoning an object. Li Cheng focused his gaze and was left astounded, his mouth agape. Before him lay a male corpse, appearing to be in his 20s. Yet what struck him most was the striking resemblance this man bore to himself. Ancestor, what is this? This is a contingency I have prepared for you. The Li family may perish, but you must not. Li Yuanda looked at Li Qing, his eyes brimming with affection. Cheng'er, no matter what transpires henceforth, remember my words, you must survive. Vengeance can be forsaken, debts can be ignored, but you must remain alive. Li Qing's mind swirled, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yuanda patted his shoulder and smiled. As for Qi-Wan, the ancestor will intervene on her behalf, securing her 15 years of safety. Hearing this, clarity gradually returned to Li Qing's gaze. Ancestor, how can this be accomplished? Qi-Wan has already attracted the attention of that man. There are others who value my life beyond him alone. Li Yuanda replied calmly with a smile. I have struck a deal with the dynasty. I shall demonstrate the complete manifestation of Qi falling and condensing for their princes and grandsons, and in return, they will ensure Qingwan's safety for 15 years. At these words, Li Qing was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at the elderly man who had always cared for him with such tenderness. His ancestor spoke of this so nonchalantly, yet it was the Qi falling and condensing. It was tantamount to courting death. The process of gathering Qi to condense Yuan is fraught with peril. Although the elder of the Li family possesses extraordinary talent and had every hope of achieving this, he fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by the solitary Moon Mountain, becoming a mere stepping stone for a talented disciple's advancement within the sect. To this day, he has not dared to make any progress. As an independent family, the Li clan had always leaned towards the sect. Yet they did not anticipate that not only would the elder become a target, but Li Qi-Wan would also be taken. This is an affront that Li Yuanda cannot tolerate, which is why he has aligned himself with the dynasty. The so-called Qi falling into Yuan, in layman's terms, refers to the failure of breaking through from gathering Qi to condensing Yuan. This process is, in essence, a form of demonstration, albeit one that requires Li Yuanda to pay with his life. What he must do is to publicly attempt the breakthrough in front of the princes and nobles of the dynasty, meticulously showcasing every flaw and error throughout the process. After enduring indescribable agony, just as he is on the verge of success in condensing Yuan, he will self-destruct his Yuan Dan, resulting in his demise at the hands of true essence. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare within the territory of the Zhuang dynasty. It is nearly impossible to find an individual who has attained the 12th level of Qi gathering, possesses the talent for Yuan condensation, and is willing to demonstrate the entire process of failure. Li Yuanda stands alone in this regard. If one can witness the entire process, it will greatly benefit the observers in their future endeavors to condense Yuan. The dynasty recognizes this potential, which is why they have accepted Li Yuanda's request. However, his life can only safeguard Li Qi-Wan for 15 years. Afterward, her fate will depend on her own fortune. This is because the faction that covets her still holds power atop the solitary Moon Mountain, possessing strength comparable to that of the Zhuang dynasty. Thus, even if the dynasty intervenes, it can only delay the inevitable and cannot truly protect Li Qi-Wan. This, however, is sufficient. As long as you live, Qi-Wan can also survive. And hope remains. After speaking, Li Yuanda gazed out toward the direction where Yang Lingrui had departed. What do you think of the Yang family? He inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qing replied with unwavering certainty, they hold great potential. Good. That is splendid. Li Yuanda's face brightened with delight, and he continued leisurely, always fishing in this pond for this or that, yet unaware that the hidden dragon lurks in the depths, waiting for a moment when the winds rise and the fish leap over the dragon gate, revealing to you what constitutes the righteous path here. In a moment of elation, Li Yuanda stepped outside, gazing at the bright moon above, as if he had returned to his youth, feeling a long-forgotten sense of joy. Cheng'er, in the future, should the Yang family face difficulties, we must lend them our support. The road to enlightenment is fraught with challenges, since our own path has become obstructed. We must serve as the foundation, paving the way for future fellow cultivators. Having practiced the way for a century, my sole wish is that all practitioners here may break free from the shackles of malevolent winds, gaze upon the moonlit mountains and rivers, traverse the 4 continents and 5 domains, reveling in the vastness of heaven and earth, and roam freely along the grand path. Chapter 70. A letter from the border. After bidding farewell to Li Qing, Yang Lingrui proceeded to the Xianxuan division in Wangwei City. As fate would have it, upon his arrival at the entrance, he encountered Gao Hui, who was emerging from within. Mayor Gao? Lingrui, I was just about to seek you out. Gao Hui approached, and upon observing Yang Lingrui's condition, he expressed his delight. Your injuries have healed? Yes. Master Li provided me with 4 chi-replenishing pills, and after taking them, I have fully recovered. Yang Lingrui subsequently conveyed her desire to leave early to Gao Hui. Gao Hui was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, as the 3rd day was indeed the focal point of the ritual. However, upon learning that this was Yang Lingqing's directive, he dismissed any thoughts of persuading Yang Lingrui to stay. He acknowledged that his strategic capabilities paled in comparison to those of Yang Lingqing. Since it was her arrangement, it must possess its own rationale. What brings Mayor Gao to seek me? He inquired. It is indeed a matter of great significance. A splendid affair. See for yourself. As he spoke, Gao Hui handed a storage pouch to Yang Lingrui. Upon receiving the message, Yang Lingrui immediately began to probe with his spiritual awareness. Within the storage bag, he discovered 100 spirit crystals, a small flower of luminous purple, and a letter bearing a golden seal. This seal was a distinctive emblem of the dynasty, and Yang Lingrui seemed to have an inkling of its significance, hastily opening the letter. It was from Yang Guanfeng. The border is in turmoil, and battles are frequent. I remain safe, so do not worry. Thanks to Han Wang's keen insight, I have garnered merit in the army, and the general has rewarded me with 100 spirit crystals and a single purple twilight flower for family use. Managing a household is no easy task. Does Lingqing sense the hardships? The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Does Lingrui have any confusions? With so many burdens, can Linghu bear the weight? In my absence, should there be any perplexities, consult with Elder Yu. Currently, the situation is volatile everywhere. It is a time for the concealed dragon to remain in the depths, nurturing its strength, and one must not be ostentatious or draw attention to oneself. Upon receiving this letter, there is no need to reply. If the hostilities cease, I shall return home. After perusing the text, Yang Lingrui found her eyes moistening with emotion. The esteemed ancestor succinctly encapsulated the situation at the borders in merely 8 words, all to spare the family from undue worry. Yet, deep within her heart, Yang Lingrui understood that amidst the relentless conflicts, her venerable ancestor had undoubtedly faced an innumerable array of crises and perils. Following those few words, the conversation shifted entirely to their 3 children and matters concerning the Yang family. This clearly illustrates that although Yang Guanfeng resided in a tumultuous borderland, his heart remained steadfastly anchored to the well-being of the Yang family. Yang Lingrui wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and respectfully expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mayor Gao, for conveying the message. Today, knowing that my ancestor is safe brings me immense peace. I have always held great admiration for the family head, and receiving this letter fills me with joy as well." Gao Hui replied, "However, I still have some matters that remain unresolved, preventing me from accompanying you back." He felt a sense of inner turmoil, as he had made a promise to the Yang family to take good care of Yang Lingrui before his departure. "Mayor Gao, there is no need for concern. My injuries have healed, and I can return home on my own without issue. Well, do exercise caution on your journey. Please wait for me for a moment." Gao Hui turned back towards the Xianxuan division and, after a brief interval, emerged with a wooden box, which he handed to Yang Lingrui. Yang Lingrui opened the box and discovered a small azure pearl nestled within. This pearl was not a spiritual treasure. Rather, it was akin to Yang Guanfeng's flying daggers and Zhang's precious jade, an expendable item. This object was known as the Fufeng pearl. When held in the mouth, it could be activated 3 times with spiritual energy, significantly amplifying the power of wind techniques for a duration of 10 breaths. Gao Hui remarked. Unable to accompany Yang Lingrui on his return, he entrusted this item to him, urging him to enhance his self-defense capabilities. "Mayor Gao, the achievements of the Wang dynasty have been hard-earned. I cannot accept this." Yang Lingrui waved his hand in refusal. After arriving at Wangwei City, he gained a deeper understanding of the role of the dynasty cultivator. Although dynasty cultivators cannot arbitrarily elevate their cultivation levels, they can earn merit points through their service to the dynasty. Merit points serve 2 primary purposes. First, accumulating a sufficient amount allows one to petition for promotion within the dynasty. Second, they can be exchanged for various cultivation resources in the dynasty's treasury. The treasury is filled with countless treasures, many of which are exceedingly rare and difficult for external families to acquire. For instance, The vial of sun-seeking water previously given to the Yang family by Gao Hui was obtained through these merit points. Similarly, the Fufeng Pearl was also acquired through this channel. Yang Lingrui has come to understand that such merit points, for a dynasty cultivator of Gao Hui's caliber, are not easily acquired through efficient means. They can only be painstakingly accumulated over time in service, a truly arduous endeavor. Gao Hui pressed on, ultimately placing the Fufeng Pearl into Yang Lingrui's hands. Currently, nearly half of my merits stem from the rewards given for the reconstruction of Baishe, and among these, your family's assistance has been the most substantial. Thus, this can only be regarded as a gesture of reciprocity. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui ceased his reluctance and replied, I extend my gratitude to Mayor Gao for this precious gift. When you return to Baishe, I shall personally pay you a visit. After bidding farewell to Gao Hui, Yang Lingrui immediately set off on his journey home, traversing the path under the cover of night. However, shortly after he departed from Wangwei City, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the eastern high platform. Clad in black and masked, their features remained obscured, yet one figure appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the female cultivator from Wangwaga who had purchased the speed talisman at the Yang family's booth on the first day. Is the information credible? Does this lad truly possess spiritual plants and treasures? One inquired. The intelligence from the Tianji pavilion cannot be erroneous. We acquired it for the sum of 200 spirit crystals, another responded. This youth has amassed considerable wealth from selling talismans and subsequently purchased 2 spiritual treasures. It is said that a family member has been dispatched to quell disturbances at the eastern border and has earned merit, prompting the dynasty to reward him with a spiritual plant. Ah, I see. If this is indeed the case, then robbing him could yield substantial profit. However, will we encounter any trouble should we choose to kill him? The trio pursued Yang Lingrui's departing figure, engaging in dialogue amongst themselves. The female cultivator from Wanghuagu interjected. Rest assured, I have conducted thorough inquiries. The Songzhan Yang family is merely a nascent clan with little foundation or backing, a newly prosperous family. Once we leave the jurisdiction of Wangwei City, we can act without concern. Moreover, even if someone discovers our deed afterward, what of it? By then, we would have long returned, and amidst the vastness of the desert, how could he possibly unearth us from the endless sands? As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat on night grass, and a man does not grow rich without windfall. After deliberating, their doubts dissipated, and they resolutely resolved to commit the act of murder and theft. Both male cultivators were at the 4th stage of qi gathering, while the Wanghuaga female cultivator had attained the 5th stage. Even without the aid of spiritual treasures, the combined strength of the 3 should suffice to overwhelm a qi gathering 4th stage Yang Lingrui. The territory under Wangyue City's governance was vast. Yang Lingrui had crossed the Yuling River on the 1st day and only left the city's jurisdiction on the 2nd. At this juncture, he began to ponder a question. Do I possess a disposition that attracts unwanted attention upon my return home? On the first dawn after departing from Wangwei City, Yang Lingrui became aware of being followed. The method employed was one he had learned during the observance of a ceremonial performance, where he mastered the art of concealing the wind within the air. With each step he took, he infused the circulation of spiritual energy with several non-aggressive, delicate gusts of wind. These fragile currents were easily dissipated upon encountering even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. However, the advantage lay in the fact that, at the moment of their dispersal, the practitioner could sense a distance beyond the range of their spiritual awareness. If these subtle winds were to be continuously scattered, it would indicate that someone was indeed tailing him, and not from a great distance. As he crossed beyond the jurisdiction of Wangyue City, the 3 individuals trailing him suddenly accelerated, catching up in less than a quarter of an hour. The female cultivator from Wanghuagu distributed the inferior teleportation talismans she had purchased from the Yang family's stall to the others, enabling them to swiftly close the gap and reach their target. In truth, Yang Lingrui possessed a superior teleportation talisman himself, and if he had wished to flee, he could have done so at this moment. However, such an intention was far from his mind. Unlike the previous expedition to the ancient tomb, he now held an abundance of hidden cards and strategies. If they desired to consume him, he too harbored a desire to devour the succulent morsel they had delivered to him. Yang Lingrui's murderous intent surged within him. He had previously suffered at the hands of the Su family, a powerful clan he could not provoke, and thus had to endure. Yet now, what manner of insignificant individuals were these 3, daring to covet the treasures of my family? Chapter 71. Shedding the disguise. Oh, how intriguing, they do not flee. Is this acceptance of fate? Young man, your talismans are truly remarkable, ha. The two halted their movements, laughing heartily. Yang Lingrui was initially taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to one of alarm. He turned to the female cultivator from Huanghua Valley and implored, fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? If you seek talismans, we may establish a contract, and I shall return home to summon my ancestor for their crafting. The female cultivator spoke in a calm and icy tone. Do not be flustered, dear friend. We merely lost some items during the Dharma assembly and wish to ascertain whether you might have inadvertently come into possession of them. Indeed, my companions and I misplaced 2 mid-grade spiritual treasures and a mid-grade spiritual herb. One of them approached Yang Lingrui with a teasing demeanor, stating, kindly present your storage pouch for our inspection. Should these 3 items not be found within, it would seem we have erred in our search, and you are free to depart. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui felt a subtle shift within, his expression transforming into one of stark astonishment. How did you know this? You need not concern yourself with such matters, just comply with us, and it will spare you the agony of resistance, came the menacing reply, laced with a palpable threat. Yet, there was an air of hubris about the speaker. Although he shared the same cultivation realm as Yang Lingrui, he boldly approached without caution. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have displayed such recklessness. The reasons for his audacity were twofold. First, his companions outnumbered Yang Lingrui, and it was evident that Yang had been intimidated. Second, they had gathered intelligence on him, knowing he had reached the 4th realm through the consumption of medicinal pills. A mere pill peddler, how could he possibly compare to the years of arduous cultivation that the speaker had endured? To him, Yang was nothing more than a hollow 4th realm practitioner, scarcely worthy of regard. Fate and circumstance had conspired against him. As that gust of wind struck him, he found himself utterly unresponsive, merely witnessing the spell pierce through his skull. The Wuqiao feather fan enhanced the speed and potency of Yang Lingrui's wind magic, and he simultaneously employed the foam pearl held in his mouth. The assailant's unwitting cooperation rendered the encounter a swift execution. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of the remaining 2 shifted dramatically, confronted by the surreal sight of their fallen comrade. Do not dawdle. Act swiftly, commanded the female cultivator from Huanghua Valley, raising her hand to conjure a swirling cloud of yellow sand directed at Yang Lingrui. The other, shaken from his stupor, disregarded his companion's demise and hastily pressed his hand to the ground, urging the roots of the subterranean plants into action. With a series of resounding eruptions, robust tree roots burst forth from the earth, fortified by the cultivator's spiritual energy, each one as unyielding as iron, striking towards Yang Lingrui. Yang Lingrui summoned the gale that enveloped him, then affixed a high-quality spirit movement talisman to his body, instantaneously amplifying his speed. He swiftly darted to the side, evading the yellow sand assault unleashed by the female cultivator from Huanghua Valley. However, at that moment, the roots descended, crashing down upon him. With a series of resounding clinks and clashes, the wood element cultivator, witnessing the minimal effect of his attack, exclaimed in astonishment, another protective spiritual treasure, the Xian iron soft armor, indeed, proved its worth as a mid-grade spiritual treasure, showcasing remarkable defensive capabilities. Yang Lingrui only needed to protect his head to effortlessly withstand the attacks of this individual. Do not panic, he exclaimed. He is employing 2 mid-stage quality spiritual treasures simultaneously, which must be immensely exhausting for him. Let us engage him for a moment longer to deplete his spiritual energy. With a low shout, the female cultivator from Huanghua Valley swiftly executed a spell, conjuring a tempest of yellow sand that transformed into countless sharp needles, launching toward her adversary. However, at the very instant she unleashed her technique, Yang Lingrui spun around and charged directly at the practitioner employing wood magic, seemingly indifferent to the barrage of needles, resolutely intent on exchanging lives. Disaster! The wood magic cultivator cried out in alarm, realizing he bore no spiritual treasures. As he witnessed the roots he controlled being severed by the wind blades, he hastily withdrew his spell and turned to flee. Yet in that moment, Yang Lingrui revealed another talisman at his fingertips, and upon activation, his speed surged dramatically, allowing him to outpace the female cultivator's technique. This is a premium swift travel talisman. He possesses such a treasure. The Huanghua Valley female cultivator's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she hurriedly maneuvered her spell to pursue him. Yet she was a moment too late. Yang Lingrui had already caught up with the wood magic practitioner. Once more, the wind pearl was activated, and 4 formidable wind blades surged forth, cleaving the man's body into several pieces. Fool, you better perish swiftly. Seizing the opportunity of Yang Lingrui's lethal strike, the Huanghua Valley female cultivator unleashed all of her yellow sand needles towards him. Just as they were about to pierce through him, a radiant shield of spiritual energy erupted into existence, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of needles. How is this possible? A quality spiritual shield talisman? I thought he could only craft 4 types of talismans. The turmoil within the heart of the Huanghua Valley female cultivator swelled dramatically. Yet the current situation did not afford her the luxury of contemplation, for Yang Lingrui was already charging toward her, propelled by the remaining effects of the premium swift travel talisman. In mere moments, he closed the distance. Their spells danced around them, transforming the battlefield into a tempest of howling winds and swirling sands. With the protection of the spiritual shield talisman and the soft iron armor, Yang Lingrui hardly needed to defend. He focused solely on relentless assaults. Conversely, the Huanghua Valley female cultivator found herself in dire straits. Her efforts rendered futile as she was continually pressured by Yang Lingrui's fierce winds. After several exchanges, the Huanghua Valley female cultivator lamented her plight, her understanding deepening. It became clear that his prior demeanor had been a ruse, a deliberate act to feign weakness and lower the guard of those around him. Upon further reflection, she felt an even greater chill. The most terrifying aspect was not merely Yang Lingrui's deception, but the formidable power of his family, the Yang clan, that loomed behind him. Others believe that he has consumed numerous elixirs to break through and regard the Yang family's endeavor as a short-sighted act. However, the prowess displayed by Yang Lingrui, both in the sophistication of his techniques and the depth of his cultivation, far surpasses that of practitioners of the same realm. This is no mere fool of the 4th level. He is evidently a prodigy of extraordinary talent. The Yang family had meticulously orchestrated this Dharma assembly, commencing their preparations a full year in advance, all in pursuit of this very moment's outcome. Such calculated schemes truly sent a chill down her spine, evoking profound fear. No, this situation had already spiraled out of control. Self-preservation was paramount. The female cultivator from Huanghua Valley steeled her resolve, deftly deflecting all 4 of Yang Lingrui's wind blades in a single breath, seeking to extricate herself from this perilous predicament. Yang Lingrui would not allow her to have her way. With a flourish of her feather fan, she summoned a tempest that obstructed her, and in a moment of distraction, 4 blades of wind reformed and surged forth once more. The female cultivator, retreating while engaging in battle, relied on her superior realm to dissipate all of Yang Lingrui's assaults. It was at this moment that she noticed the dissipating glow of the swift movement talisman on Yang Lingrui, instilling her with a newfound sense of confidence. Without this talisman, Yang Lingrui could no longer maintain her advantage in speed, thus increasing her chances of escape. In a fleeting moment, the female cultivator felt a gentle breeze caress her ear. This wind was cool and soft, its tender touch against her skin evoking a sense of comfort. But wait, this was no ordinary breeze. Her senses abruptly sharpened. And at that instant, Yang Lingrui activated the wind pearl for the 3rd time, unleashing a long-prepared lethal move. The gentle breeze, now transformed into a weapon, could also vanquish foes. More than a dozen tendrils of zephyr encircled the female cultivator, erupting with a thunderous force and morphing into slender blades of wind that pierced directly into her body. Ah! The female cultivator let out a wretched cry as her airborne form plummeted to the ground. In this critical moment, she valiantly shielded several vital points, managing to preserve her life, but her body sustained severe injuries. Upon landing, as she attempted to rise, Yang Lingrui's foot pressed her firmly to the ground. "From where did you acquire that information?" he inquired coldly. "I told you, will you spare my life? I will grant you 3 breaths." Yang Lingrui was acutely aware of the adage that villains perish from their excessive verbosity, and thus he was wholly unimpressed by her attempts to delay him. After a brief pause, he raised his arm, prompting the female cultivator to hastily exclaim, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. We purchased it at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. How many spirit crystals did we spend?" 200. With a swift motion, the wind blade descended, and Yang Lingrui, his expression unyielding, beheaded the female cultivator. He then thoroughly searched the bodies of the 3 individuals, extracting 3 fire talismans to reduce their remains to ashes. Chapter 72. I desire your countenance. Having dealt with the aftermath of the 3, Yang Lingrui intended to depart from the scene. Yet, at the moment he turned, an overwhelming sense of being observed enveloped him from behind, accompanied by an intense pressure. This sensation rekindled unpleasant memories from his previous encounter at the Su family's courtyard. Late-stage qi gathering. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. A sense of vexation arose within Yang Lingrui. She had thought her actions were sufficiently cautious, concealing her wealth and avoiding the potential tribulations of the third day, opting instead to depart quietly in the dead of night. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself under the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. She yearned for a higher realm, wishing to cleanse this swarm of opportunists with decisive action. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, accompanied by the light laughter of an individual. "Ah, what a splendid display of combat! I initially believed these three were the predators. But it appears you are the true chameleon, masquerading in disguise." As the words fell, a scholar-like cultivator emerged from the thicket, clad in a snow-blue long robe. He possessed a tall and slender frame, his voice resonant and clear, exuding an air of refined elegance with every gesture. However, a prominent black-purple scar marred one side of his face, drawing the eye with its stark contrast. As Yang Lingrui turned, a few talismans silently appeared within his sleeve. He inquired, "Could it be that you, esteemed elder, have taken an interest in the spiritual treasure I possess?" "Oh, no, do not misunderstand," the individual replied. "For I too possess my own spiritual treasures." As he spoke, he summoned a brush and, with a few deft strokes in the air, conjured a bird formed of ink that soared forth from his hand. The art of ink manipulation. Yang Lingrui recognized the man's methods as one of the two most common forms of Confucian cultivation techniques. "Throughout my life, I have always preferred the arts of writing and painting. Your spiritual treasures are of no use to me." The scholar grasped the pen and slowly pointed it at Yang Lingrui. "To speak candidly, ever since you entered Wanyue City, I have taken notice of you. I must confess, when it comes to male beauty, you undoubtedly rank among the top 3 I have ever encountered. Such an exquisite visage truly stirs my envy." As he spoke, he raised his other hand to caress his own face. "You must have observed that I bear a blemish upon this otherwise flawless countenance. I have expended considerable effort and sought numerous physicians, yet to no avail. It remains a source of deep concern for me. Thus, I desire none of your treasures. You may keep the belongings of these 3. I seek only your face." In an instant, with a swift motion, Yang Lingrui hurled 3 fire talismans, while simultaneously propelling himself forward, using a movement charm to dash away. The scholar's expression changed slightly as he conjured a stream of water in midair, extinguishing the flames that approached him. With a cold snort, he drew a pair of wings upon his legs and shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Although Yang Lingrui possessed an exceptionally swift reaction, his opponent was a genuine cultivator at the 7th level of qi gathering, towering 3 realms above him. Despite the enhancement of the swift movement talisman, it wasn't long before he was caught up. The scholar's expression darkened as he obstructed Yang Lingrui, preparing to strike. However, upon raising his gaze, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His pupils constricted as he abruptly halted the spell he was about to unleash. "Wait, do not be hasty." The urgency in his voice stemmed from the side of Yang Lingrui brandishing the wind blade, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the scholar's face. The scholar became somewhat flustered. After years of searching, he had finally encountered such an exceptional visage, and with its owner possessing a relatively low realm, he was unwilling to see it destroyed so easily. "Do not take action. This matter can be discussed at length," he implored, attempting to soothe Yang Lingrui. "I shall not forcefully seize it. You may propose your own terms." Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui assumed a contemplative demeanor. The scholar, sensing an opportunity, continued, "I possess a considerable quantity of spirit crystals. First, set down that wind blade. We wouldn't want you to harm yourself. 300? 500? 1,000? I am prepared to meet any of these prices. Feel free to state your demand." As he spoke, he pretended to put away his brush and slowly approached Yang Lingrui. Yang Lingrui appeared to be genuinely contemplating the matter, seemingly oblivious to the gradual closing of the distance between the two. "There remains a little more to be done," the scholar mused. "There remains a little more to be done." Yang Lingrui pondered similarly within his heart. The two harbored their respective thoughts until they were separated by a distance of 3 zhang. "Let us refrain from making a decision at this moment. I will accompany you back to the Yang family, where you may consult with your elders." Just as the scholar uttered these words, a swift ink-drenched arrow was suddenly unleashed from his mouth, aimed directly at Yang Lingrui's throat. This tactic was executed with startling speed. Fortunately, Yang Lingrui had been prepared, grasping the golden talisman tightly. Indestructible. Bang! A burst of golden light erupted forth, and the ink arrow shattered upon fierce collision, dissipating into nothingness. The indestructible talisman. The scholar was taken aback, having previously observed Yang Lingrue's combat with the three others. While the spirit shield talisman and the divine movement talisman could be explained, from whence did this indestructible talisman originate? Could it be that the elder who refined talismans for the Yang family had already transcended to a higher realm? Buzz. While still in shock, the scholar was suddenly jolted into alertness. An intense sense of threat emanated from the radiant golden light, sending a chill down his spine. He raised his brush and forcefully pointed it forward. Boom. The fierce cutting power of the mountain-splitting talisman surged from the tip of his brush. The scholar's gaze sharpened as he abruptly intensified his spiritual energy, causing the ink to spread before him, transforming into a large shield. Go, he shouted, striving to dissipate the formidable force of the talisman. At this juncture, the unfolding events had completely slipped from his control. He had anticipated that. With his level of cultivation and the spiritual treasure brush, he could easily subdue Yang Lingrue. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself compelled to reveal his true abilities in battle. First, the indestructible talisman, and now the mountain-splitting talisman. What exactly was the background of the Yang family? The scholar felt a surge of alarm within, resolutely deciding that this youth must not be allowed to live. He could not be permitted to return alive. Coincidentally, Yang Lingrue harbored the same thought. The opponent had already witnessed his possession of 2 talismans of the late gathering energy stage, thus he could not allow him to escape. Yet, he needed to create an opportunity. Yang Lingrue devised a plan and bellowed, Elder, do you truly wish to continue this battle with me? Yang Lingrue suddenly exuded an air of confidence, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, if this continues, I fear it may soon be your turn to cherish your own life, esteemed senior. The scholar, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he narrowed his gaze, meticulously observing the slowly dissipating golden light that surrounded Yang Lingrue. The drastic shift in Yang Lingrue's attitude left the scholar feeling somewhat perplexed. In the current predicament, it could merely be considered a stalemate, where neither party could truly harm the other, as long as he remained vigilant. Even if Yang Lingrue were to summon another talisman of power, he could still withstand it. Moreover, how many such talismans could he possess? Once they were exhausted, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be himself. Suddenly, the scholar noticed a fleeting tremor at the corner of Yang Lingrue's mouth. Such a reaction typically manifests when one is under extreme mental strain. Although Yang Lingrue swiftly mastered, the scholar's keen perception could not be deceived. This indicated that Yang Lingrue was not as assured of victory as his words suggested. Rather, he was merely putting on a facade of calmness. Recognizing this detail, the scholar felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Ah, what a remarkably bold young man. Though he was on the brink of demise, he still managed to feign bravado, almost deceiving the scholar. With this thought in mind, he raised his ink and water shield and cautiously approached Yang Lingrue step by step. Oh, is that so? I am quite curious how you intend to take my life. As he drew nearer, Yang Lingrue's expression grew increasingly rigid. When the scholar reached a mere 10 paces from him, Yang Lingrue could no longer maintain his facade of composure. Retreating a few steps with trembling legs, raising his hand to once again conjure a blade of wind. Yet, at such a close distance, the scholar would not afford him that opportunity. Maintaining the ink and water circular shield with one hand, he swiftly waved his brush, releasing several ink droplets that instantly transformed into dark blades, slicing towards Yang Lingrue. The Vajra talisman had already been expended, leaving Yang Lingrue to rely on his spirit shield talisman and the protective wind, coupled with his own soft iron armor, to withstand the impending strike. As a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi gathering, absorbing this attack would undoubtedly leave him gravely injured, but that was precisely what he desired. Only at this distance could he be assured of exchanging injury for a kill. At that moment, the quality talisman was activated, its brilliance illuminating the air as Yang Lingrue's form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Indeed, he had one more talisman, but what of it? Whatever he summoned, he would be prepared to counter. As the talisman's light met the circular shield, the scholar realized he had misjudged the situation. This was undoubtedly a talisman of power, but not a subpar one. It was of exquisite quality. Impossible. The ink and water circular shield barely held for a breath before shattering, equivalent to the might of an 8th level spell, leaving him in a state of panic. With a resounding crash, he gasped. The force of the cut penetrated deeply into his body, slashing diagonally from his left shoulder to his lower right abdomen. His form was violently propelled backward, spinning several times in the air before crashing to the ground. At the other end, Yang Lingrui lay sprawled on the ground. Various parts of his body shattered from the impact of the inked sword, and the dark iron armor he wore was nearly rendered useless. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned his head to glance at the scholar, only to find him also in agony, sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him. Yet, they still clung to life. Yang Lingrui felt a wave of despondency wash over him. In this fierce confrontation, he had meticulously contemplated every possible strategy. Unfortunately, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Despite wielding a fine-quality mountain-splitting talisman and enduring grave injuries, he was unable to vanquish his opponent. A cough escaped his lips, followed by the spattering of crimson blood. With the last remnants of his spiritual energy, he grasped his brush and painstakingly inscribed a dark mark across his chest, managing to staunch the flow of blood from his wound. "Damn you! Die! I will see you dead," he growled, contorted in fury as he crawled towards Yang Lingrui. Driven by desperation. At that moment, both were at the brink of exhaustion, and even a cultivator at the first level of Qi gathering could easily bring their lives to an end. Yang Lingrui made a valiant effort to rise, but alas, his injuries were far too grave. Even moving a finger was beyond his capacity. The scholar, dragging a long trail of blood, finally crawled close to Yang Lingrui. "Ha! Once I kill you, I shall reveal the secret of your family's talisman, ensuring not only your demise, but also the obliteration of the entire Yang lineage." The scholar laughed maniacally, reaching out to grasp Yang Lingrui's throat. At that moment, a clear, melodious chime resonated through the forest, transforming into a sound wave that penetrated the scholar's mind. Ah, no. In the next instant, the scholar's features contorted in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and emitting mournful cries. A beam of golden light suddenly shot from the nearby woods, striking precisely at the scholar's waist. Under normal circumstances, such a level of magical assault would not have fazed him, but in his current state, it became the proverbial last straw. The golden light coursed through him, propelling his body a distance away, and upon landing, he convulsed before falling silent. Seeing the spell take effect, Zhao Qi hurried forward, administering a drop of spiritual liquid and a pill to Yang Lingrui. "Brother, take it easy. I will deal with him." Zhao Qi advanced briskly, halting a few paces from the scholar's lifeless form. Although he noted the absence of breath, he was still uneasy. Thus, he concentrated his magic and delivered lethal strikes to the scholar's head, heart, abdomen, and several vital energy channels. Only after confirming that the scholar could no longer retaliate did he carefully approach to search the body. Zhao Qi discovered the scholar's paintbrush and unearthed 2 storage bags. Satisfied that there was nothing else of importance, he affixed a fire talisman to the scholar's remains. He watched intently as the flames ignited, gradually carbonizing the body until it transformed into a pile of ashes, at which point he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Sister Lingshi had specifically instructed him that high-level cultivators were the most difficult to kill. Thus, this surely indicated the scholar was dead. Feeling a twinge of uncertainty, Zhao Qi stepped forward and ground the ashes into fine powder with his foot. Indeed, there is no way he will return. After disposing of the scholar's remains, he swiftly returned to Yang Lingrui's side. With the energy from the spiritual liquid and the pill coursing through him, Yang Lingrui managed to exert a modicum of spiritual power, propping himself up against a fallen tree trunk. "Brother, that man is surely dead. Here are the items I retrieved from him. You should take them, as I currently struggle even to open a storage bag." Nodding in response, Zhao Qi collected the scholar's belongings and then hoisted Yang Lingrui onto his back. He first led Yang Lingrui to gaze upon the remnants of the scholar, or rather, the ashes. "Brother, he is indeed dead, right? He won't seek revenge on us, will he?" Yang Lingrui gazed upon the scattered gray ashes, a sense of unease stirring between her brows. "Junior brother, if this person truly manages to find us again, we shall accept our fate," she remarked. Zhao Qi did not dare to linger in such a contentious place. He hoisted Yang Lingrui onto his back and hastened towards the Yang family abode. "Junior brother, how did you come to this place? How did you manage to locate me?" Yang Lingrui inquired. "It was senior sister Lingqing," Zhao Qi replied. 3 days ago, she informed me that you were in peril and urged me to come to your aid. Senior sister Lingqing cast a secret technique upon me, leaving a trace of her mark within my consciousness. With this mark, I could sense your general whereabouts, and thus, I was able to find you." Yang Lingrui nodded thoughtfully. 3 days prior, during the encounter with Su Lingyun, The celestial sovereign had sensed an anomaly and conveyed a message to Yang Lingqing, much like when Yang Linghu faced peril in the mines. The secret technique spoken of by Zhao Qi was, in fact, the handiwork of the celestial sovereign, merely attributed to Yang Lingqing's identity, cloaked as a secret art. Once more, a life was saved by the celestial sovereign, alas. Yang Lingrui sighed softly within his heart. It was always thus. He felt that his own cultivation was too feeble, compelling him to repeatedly trouble the immortal master, which filled him with deep shame. The immortal master had truly devoted an extraordinary amount to the Yang family. Had it not been for his meticulous preparations for this journey, he might not have survived long enough to await Zhao Qi's arrival, only to be flayed alive by that scholar, thereby losing his life. It was indeed thanks to the many contingency plans he had in place, as well as the pivotal Feng Pearl from Gao Hui, that he was able to exert all his efforts and ultimately seize a glimmer of hope. Those three, believing themselves to hold the advantage in numbers, sought to ensnare him like a mantis capturing a cicada. The scholar, confident in his profound cultivation, intended to play the role of the lurking yellow bird. Alas, how regrettable it was. In the end, they all became mere garments for another, leaving the Yang family to devour both the mantis and the yellow bird in one fell swoop. Chapter 74. Returning home on the journey back. Yang Lingrui learned some matters from Zhao Qi. The reason he could only be sent for assistance was that Elder Yu and Yang Linghu, who had broken through to the third level of Qi gathering, had both gone to the northern distant mines. Was someone coveting our family's mineral resources? No. It was that something strange had stirred in the Sanglu Valley of the Zhang family, prompting someone from Qinghe town to seek aid. Thus, Master had gone there with senior brother Linghu. Sanglu Valley? Strange occurrences? Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui furrowed his brow. He had long harbored doubts about the Zhang family's Sanglu Valley, which had been sealed off for 2 or 3 years. For cultivators, this posed little concern, as they could sustain their physical vitality with minimal sustenance, provided that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. However, what of the common folk? The Zhang family's choice to establish their residence in Sangla Valley was predicated on the location's defensible terrain, with several natural fortifications and narrow passages. It would be exceedingly difficult for outsiders to besiege the Zhang family. Yet, this also meant that their arable land was severely limited, and most of their resources had to be procured from Qinghe town to meet the household's needs. Although the Zhang family did not boast a population as large as the current Yang family, accounting for their servants and retainers, they still numbered over 100. What would become of these individuals after the valley was sealed? The mayor of Qinghe town should have returned to Sanglu Valley yesterday and would now be reuniting with the master and senior brothers, Zhao Qi remarked. A sense of foreboding surged within Yang Lingrui. This matter was likely far from simple. Something must have gone awry in the valley, he pondered. Zhao Qi, unable to afford a moment's delay, felt his legs nearly numb from running, but at long last, after 3 days, he brought Yang Lingrui back to the Yang family. Yang Lingqing hurriedly brought him to the ancestral hall, seeking Chen Yang to tend to his wounds. Under the healing light's radiance, Yang Lingrui's injuries mended at a visibly remarkable pace. It was a pity for the suit of dark iron armor, originally intended as a gift for Elder Yu, now rendered so tattered and worn. Yang Lingrui lamented with a hint of sorrow. Do not speak of such things. Preserving your life is of paramount importance above all else. Yang Lingqing sat on the nearby mat and spoke. In her perspective, as long as Lingrui could return home alive, it mattered little if all the treasures were destroyed. Ah, there is something important to address. Yang Lingrui retrieved the letter from Yang Guanfeng and handed it to Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing felt a pang in her heart as she read, her eyes reddening. The best news would be the well-being of the ancestors. Yet it was a hardship for him, situated in the borderlands, still burdened with our concerns. Subsequently, Yang Lingrui, while recuperating from his injuries, recounted the details of their journey to Yang Lingqing. Chen Yang listened attentively as well, feeling a twinge of anxiety when the conversation turned to Yang Lingrui's encounter with the noble families. Indeed, the noble families were formidable. They discerned the arrangements I had made within Yang Lingrui's sea of consciousness. Fortunately, this individual named Su Lingyun was prone to excessive imagination. Had he been less simplistic in his thoughts and conducted a surprise inspection on the Yang family, their predicament would have been dire. Prior to this, Chen Yang had never engaged with forces of such caliber as the noble families. Yang Lingrui attended a spiritual assembly, and in addition to acquiring these sacred treasures, he also returned with a wealth of vital intelligence pertaining to this realm. This new information provided Chen Yang with a clearer understanding of both this world and the stature of the Zhuang dynasty. This realm is known as the Lingyuan realm, which is divided into 4 continents and 5 domains: the continents of Kanglan, Liyang, Qingwei, and Yuzhou, along with the 5 domains of Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, Northwest, and Central. Geographically, the 4 continents are nestled within the 4 domains. The connection points between the continents and the domains are divided by the formidable Tianqian River, thus designating them as distinct states. The Zhuang dynasty resides in the eastern domain, specifically in a region of Kanglan State located in the northwest corner. This area is home to 5 dynasties. In addition to the previously mentioned Tianyu and Dongwang, there are also the western Maoyang and the southern Yuqiu. Besides the dynasties, there are several prominent sects and influential families with cultivators of true intent residing in this region. The position of Zhuang is somewhat precarious, encircled by the 4 major dynasties. Given such a dire circumstance, mere self-preservation would be commendable. However, Zhuang has managed to conquer surrounding smaller nations and ultimately establish itself as a dynasty. The founding emperor, who carved out this territory, is indeed a remarkable figure. Delving deeper, there are 18 cities within the dynasty, one of which is Wangyue City. Due to the absence of war threats in the heartland of the dynasty, the city lord, Song Kaiyang, has only reached the late stage of condensation. In contrast, significant cities such as Chulu City, a pivotal hub of the dynasty where Gao Hui and Cheng Yi once resided, as well as the eastern border city of Wanghai City, are under the protection of cultivators at the spirit communication level. To ensure stable development, sects within the dynasty typically distance themselves from the tumultuous border regions, leading to a particular social structure. In the central area, sects generally hold more power than the local cities of the dynasty, establishing a dynamic akin to that between Wangyue City and Goyu Mountain. Conversely, in the border regions, the cities of the dynasty dominate the area, compelling nearby smaller sects to heed their command. This may appear as if stronger sects are benefiting, allowing them to thrive within the dynasty's walls. Yet, with the presence of the imperial capital, Chotian City, and the Grand National Master of True Intent who oversees the central region, these sects are essentially integrated into the dynasty's framework. Meanwhile, the influence of the aristocratic families is scattered throughout the dynasty, maneuvering between the dynasty and the sections. Whether they flourish by balancing their relationships or suffer from being disliked by both parties ultimately depends on their own capabilities. Successfully navigating this intricate web of various powers without causing turmoil fundamentally relies on the Zhuang dynasty's possession of a formidable mid-tier cultivator who can maintain order. Under this governance, both sects and aristocratic families must engage in their dealings within the confines of the dynasty's regulations. Naturally, those sects and families that manage to establish a foothold within the dynasty often possess substantial backgrounds. For instance, Goyu Mountain and the Su family have their origins in the northwestern part of Kanglan State, creating a new balance of power with the various dynasties on a higher level. This exemplifies what Yang Lingqing previously articulated, that larger forces often envelop the smaller ones, creating a complex web of interests that far exceeds the current imagination of the Yang family. The Li family indeed struggles for survival. However, Li Cheng possesses commendable character and, even in such dire straits, has not resorted to coercion or temptation against you. Although Yang Lingqing had never met Li Qing, she held a remarkably favorable impression of him based on Yang Lingrui's account. It remained uncertain whether he could survive the upheaval that befell the Li family. Should her own family gain strength in the future, she believed it imperative to remember the kindness bestowed upon them by Li Qing. Yang Lingqing remarked. Subsequently, as Yang Lingrui recounted the tribulations of their return journey, Yang Lingqing listened attentively, deep in thought. Regarding the enigmatic organization known as the Tianji Pavilion, she and the Yang family, along with Elder Yu, possessed scant understanding. They were aware only that this power held a preeminent status wherever it ventured, never aligning with any faction, steadfastly maintaining neutrality while trading various intelligence. The initial trio that pursued Yang Lingrui had acquired knowledge of his possession of spiritual treasures and spiritual plants by expending 200 spirit crystals through the Tianji Pavilion. Judging by the reaction of the Woodlaw cultivator upon encountering the Xiantai soft armor, it appeared they were aware of the existence of 2 spiritual treasures but remained unaware of their exact nature. Yang Lingqing remarked. The news regarding the spiritual flora originates from the Celestial Patrol Bureau. It is hardly a secret. The cultivators employed therein are well aware of this matter. and it is likely that the Heavenly Machinery Pavilion obtained this information in advance from these individuals. 2 pieces of spiritual treasures and a single spiritual plant imply that these 3 individuals are unaware of the substantial spiritual crystals and other treasures you possess. Yang Lingshi meticulously analyzed the situation. The eyes of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion were spread throughout the dynasty, with their main hall rumored to be located in the central region. A colossal entity beyond their current imagination. The Zhuhu dynasty was merely a fledgling small kingdom in the remote region of Kanglan Prefecture. Should the Heavenly Machine Pavilion desire, they could effortlessly monitor the entire realm of this kingdom. However, it was evident that a mere small dynasty was not worth such substantial investment of manpower and resources. The pavilion's primary intention was to sell intelligence for profit. They would never engage in a venture that was labor-intensive and unprofitable unless someone were to pay a hefty sum for their inquiries. Therefore, it appeared that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's involvement in this Dharma assembly was limited to gathering information within public areas, focusing solely on the personal levels of the cultivators. Without delving into the internal affairs of the exhibition platforms, the various pavilions, the networks of cultivators, or the more powerful aristocratic factions. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingrui contemplated for a moment and found it to be quite reasonable. After all, with such a multitude of cultivators present at the Dharma assembly, it would be astonishing to possess even the most basic personal information about each individual. To delve deeper would require an exponentially greater investment, rendering it a fruitless endeavor for the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Thus, the fact that Pei Shui had taken him away likely drew the attention of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. However, they would remain oblivious to the subsequent events that unfolded within the Su family. Judging by Su Lingyun's reaction to the compensation offered, it is evident they would choose to conceal this matter rather than publicize it. The most fortunate aspect of this journey is that the Su family harbors no suspicion towards my family, instead perceiving us as a maneuver orchestrated by another faction, which is undoubtedly good news for us. Yang Lingqing remarked, the Tianji Pavilion must take heed of this matter. In the future, should other noble families or sects seek to glean information about our family through the Tianji Pavilion, they will undoubtedly become aware of your encounter with Su Lingyun at the Dharma assembly. Without understanding the circumstances, they may very well assume that our family exists in dependence upon the Su clan. Such mutual misunderstanding could create an unguarded chasm, granting our family a moment of respite. Chapter 75. That is indeed an immortal sovereign. Having concluded their discussion regarding the Dharma assembly, Yang Lingrui's injuries had also healed significantly. The two then began to tally the gains from their journey. They first planted the Zixiao flower seeds sent back by Yang Guanfeng into the spiritual field. And then it was time for Yang Lingrui to present the peculiar black stone acquired from the Dharma assembly. They placed it beside Chen Yang. How fortunate is this child? Lingrui. Each time he ventures forth, he returns with delightful treasures. Chen Yang released his consciousness, enveloping the stone and gradually discerning its internal structure. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, he was surprised to find it quite solid. Chen Yang discovered that the small coal-like stone bore an exceptionally strong protective layer, formed through some unknown evolution. Even with his late-stage qi gathering consciousness, probing into the stone's interior proved somewhat strenuous. Curiosity regarding the stone's capabilities piqued. He focused intently and released his full consciousness. A vast wave of mental energy radiated outward, causing Yang Lingqing and Yang Lingrui, located in the ancestral hall, to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Truly, he is an immortal sovereign. Merely the emanation of his divine awareness brings forth such immense weight. They thought to themselves, with Chen Yang exerting his utmost effort. The defenses of the small coal-like stone were breached, allowing his consciousness to surge within. Upon discerning the internal structure of the stone, Chen Yang was taken aback. It was empty. The interior of this small coal-like stone was entirely hollow, indicating that the entire rock consisted solely of that outer layer. After years of working with stones, this was Chen Yang's first encounter with such a phenomenon. How intriguing. I shall see what purpose this outer shell serves. Chen Yang summoned his spiritual energy, drawing the coal-like stone to his side, and commenced his consumption. Crunch. Crunch. MMM. The flavor is quite agreeable, the texture pleasingly crisp, albeit a tad hard, reminiscent of. As he munched, Chen Yang reflected upon the familiar sensation. After sifting through memories of his past life, a food item surfaced in his mind. Brother, it tastes remarkably like guoba. Chen Yang found himself increasingly invigorated as he consumed the small coal-like orbs. And after devouring the last morsel, he felt a lingering desire for more. Upon completion of this feast, a mass of dark energy materialized within him. Initially, this energy appeared to be unstable, darting chaotically throughout Chen Yang's body. However, he summoned his spiritual power and forcibly directed it into a white space. Here, the dark energy was thoroughly catalyzed by his spiritual force, gradually transforming from a gaseous state into a fluid form. Once the black liquid had fully transmuted, it flowed back into Chen Yang's body and ultimately coalesced into a gel-like protective membrane, situated half an inch beneath the surface of his skin. Upon a brief assessment, Chen Yang discerned that this protective layer retained the ability to shield against prying consciousness, even without the activation of spiritual energy. Yet, when he employed his spiritual power to activate it, the gel membrane began to exude outward, rapidly hardening into an impenetrable shell akin to black armor that completely enveloped his exterior in the blink of an eye. Yang Lingshi and Yang Lingrui were both taken aback by the significant transformation in Chen Yang's appearance, their expressions reflecting astonishment and curiosity. What kind of divine power had the Immortal Master regained this time? Chen Yang, through his consciousness, made contact with the black shell enveloping him. After a brief moment of perception, he felt a surge of joy, for he discovered the remarkable defensive capabilities of this outer layer. He then conveyed a thought to Yang Lingshi, requesting her to lead him into the mountains and utilize the inferior mountain-splitting talisman she possessed to test its defensive strength. Is that all right, Qingjie? Will the Immortal Master be safe? As they ventured deep into Song Mountain, Yang Lingrui observed with concern as Yang Lingshi retrieved the mountain-splitting talisman. He was acutely aware of its formidable power, and despite recognizing the Immortal Master's extraordinary abilities, he could not shake off his unease. What are you pondering? He is the Immortal Master. How could such a trivial talisman possibly harm him? Yang Lingshi had unwavering faith in her Immortal Master. The rationale was simple. Without the Immortal Master, the Yang family would have perished amidst the beast tide long ago, rendering all current discussions mere illusions of grandeur. With her keen intellect, she understood that the Immortal Master had been aiding the Yang family for reasons that might remain hidden from others. However, this trust was firmly rooted in his protection of the Yang family's safety and his repeated rescues of their cultivators. She recalled a phrase she had encountered in books long ago: "A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. When it comes to intentions, there are no perfect individuals." If one were to solely contemplate the darker aspects of human nature, even the two ancestral figures of her family, or even herself, would not withstand rigorous scrutiny. Whether the Immortal Master was utilizing the Yang family or might sacrifice them in the future were mere speculations. The fact remained that he had saved the Yang family and rescued Lingrui and Linghu, events that had already transpired. The contributions of the Immortal Master to the Yang family far surpassed any offerings made in return. For this reason, Yang Lingshi refrained from maliciously speculating about the Immortal Master's motives. In her view, such behavior was not only devoid of meaning but also rather foolish. Step back a bit. Yang Lingshi grasped the talisman, instructing Yang Lingrui to step aside. Chen Yang was positioned at the foot of the mountain, his back against the rock face, urging the armor's exterior to envelop his form. Rise. Yang Lingshi activated the talisman, and with the emergence of a sharp force of cutting energy surged forth, directly targeting Chen Yang. With a thunderous crash, the mountain-splitting power struck Chen Yang. However, their contact was fleeting. The spell was swiftly deflected, veering off to strike the rock wall behind him. A resounding roar echoed as a smooth gash, approximately 2 meters in length and 2 zhang in depth, appeared on the rock wall. Yang Lingshi and another hurried forward, their hearts filled with trepidation as they beheld the deep scar left by the strike. Should such formidable power befall them, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even a fraction of it. Their gazes then turned to Chen Yang, and they witnessed their esteemed celestial master effortlessly deflect the mountain-opening talisman, not a trace of the potent spell marring the surface of his dark exterior. The prowess of the celestial master's divine abilities was truly astounding. As I have told you before, a mere talisman could never inflict harm upon a celestial master. Chen Yang himself was equally impressed by the defensive capabilities of this armor. From the force he had just experienced, he deduced that had he been in his previous unprotected state, he could have parried the blow, but not without considerable effort, and certainly not without sustaining some damage. The defensive strength of this armor far surpassed the late stage of qi gathering, attaining the level of complete qi gathering. Chen Yang was exceedingly pleased with this. With such divine abilities, he possessed self-preservation capabilities that transcended realms, which greatly reassured him. After completing their assessments, The two returned once more to the ancestral hall of the Yang family's forbidden grounds. Next came the spoils acquired during Yang Lingrui's return journey. Yang Lingqing opened the two spatial bags belonging to the scholar cultivator, revealing spiritual ink, an inkstone, and drawing paper, along with the spiritual brush he carried. They formed a complete set. Chapter 76. Wu Tong. Qi gathering. Previously, the Yang family's spiritual crystals were rather scarce, and the tools Chen Yang used for talisman drawing were merely outstanding mundane items. In contrast, the scholar's spiritual brush, ink, and inkstone were all at the Qi gathering level. Particularly noteworthy was the brush, a fine spiritual treasure of the mid-Qi gathering stage. It truly resonated with the saying that when sleep beckons, a pillow is provided. Chen Yang mused that just as he began to make small strides in talisman crafting, a complete set of tools was generously bestowed upon him. With this equipment, his success rate in drawing talismans would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. After communicating this to Yang Lingqing, the set was entrusted to Chen Yang. Lingqing thoughtfully placed a spatial bag beside him for easy access, ensuring that the items did not occupy unnecessary space. Aside from this set of spiritual items, the scholar bore an abundance of various human masks. Upon counting, there were a total of 36 masks, representing both genders, all bearing youthful faces around the age of 20. At the sight of these items, both Lingqing and Lingrui felt a chill run down their spines. 36 human masks implied that this individual had at least harmed 36 lives. Perhaps these individuals had not yet succumbed at the moment, but their futures would undoubtedly be a living hell. Having committed such heinous acts, this person truly deserved to meet their end, Yang Lingqing remarked. Subsequently, they unearthed over 100 spirit crystals from the second storage bag of the scholar. This quantity represents a typical reserve for a late-stage Qi gathering cultivator. Regrettably, the location of this individual's cave dwelling remains unknown, where it is likely that a more substantial accumulation of spirit crystals resides. The remaining items included the storage bags of the three masked individuals. In comparison to the scholar, they were considerably less affluent. After purchasing information about Yang Lingrui from the Tianji Pavilion, they had scarcely any spirit crystals left, collectively amounting to less than 100. The remainder consisted primarily of high-quality healing elixirs suitable for early-stage Qi gathering, along with a second-rate movement talisman that they had not had the chance to use. Initially, the two believed that they would yield no further discoveries. However, unexpectedly, they found a cultivation technique and a spell within the storage bag of the female cultivator from Huanghua Valley. The cultivation technique, named Fragrant Bloom Pursuit, is of the perfected Qi gathering level, while the spell, Yellow Sand Sutra, is of the late-stage Qi gathering level. These two items should belong to the cultivation methods of the Huanghua Valley in the Desert Sea, marking a delightful and fortuitous acquisition that will undoubtedly enrich their library. Yang Lingrui stated. Yang Lingqing perused the cultivation technique, noting that its complexity was relatively low, and the entry requirements were minimal. However, it did necessitate a specific environment for practice, much like the rogue cultivators who had previously signed contracts with the Yang family, who required the pure air of bamboo groves for their cultivation. The practice of the blossom scent technique must also take place in a location imbued with the fragrance of myriad flowers. Currently, the conditions were lacking, but should the Yang family succeed in creating such a space in the future, it would undoubtedly provide their descendants with additional options and opportunities for cultivation. Qingjie, this is for you. After assessing the spoils of their recent endeavor, Yang Lingrui presented the earthen talisman he had kept in his pocket to Yang Lingqing. Aside from Chen Yang, this marked Yang Lingqing's first encounter with a spiritual treasure. As she grasped the talisman in her hand and focused her intent, 3 earthen pillars arose from the ground. Under her deft control, the pillars morphed into various shapes. What a remarkable treasure! It significantly enhances the speed of spellcasting, control, and potency. Yang Lingqing exclaimed with joy. As long as Sister Qing is comfortable using it, that's all that matters. I also have a protective arm guard prepared for Brother Hu. I shall send it to him. But do not rush. There is an urgent matter at home. What is it? Wudong has successfully opened all 12 meridians and is ready to condense her Qi palace today. Since being brought to the mountain, Wudong has diligently practiced in the Yang family's forbidden grounds for over 3 years. Throughout this time, she has not stepped outside the confines of the sacred area, rising before dawn each day to train and returning to her quarters only when the moon graced the treetops, without interruption for over 1,000 days and nights. Yet, it has been a trying ordeal for her father, Wu Laosan, who has not seen his daughter in 3 long years. Upon learning that Zhao Qi had attained his celestial arts, he climbed to the rooftop each night, gazing towards Wushan, constantly murmuring near. I pay my respects to the two esteemed masters. Without having condensed her qi, she had not yet been accepted as a disciple by Elder Yu and still referred to young Lingshi and the others as masters. Wudong, your diligent efforts over the past 3 years shall soon bear fruit, and you are on the brink of achieving the realm of qi condensation. Yang Lingqing remarked. The two of you shall guard you. Today, you must follow the prescribed methods and focus on consolidating your energy. Thank you, esteemed masters. Wu Tong expressed her gratitude to the two, and without further ado, she steadied her mind and gradually assumed her stance, employing the method of circulating energy throughout her body, drawing the celestial essence towards her dantian. Initially, all proceeded smoothly. The spiritual energy was summoned forth, entering her body through 12 energy points, and then it flowed gently along her meridians towards her lower abdomen. However, as the energy began to settle in the dantian, an unusual expression crossed Wu Tong's face. A surge of intense, tearing pain emanated from that area, causing her to tremble and gnash her teeth. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, both Yang Lingqing and Yang Lingrui furrowed their brows, their expressions turning grave. They had never encountered such a scenario before, and thus began to gradually mobilize their spiritual energy, bracing themselves for any unforeseen mishaps from Wu Tong. In truth, this occurrence did not stem from any misstep on Wu Tong's part. On the contrary, the intensity of the pain she experienced was a testament to her correctness. As previously mentioned, in terms of cultivation aptitude, Wu Tong was undeniably of the lowest tier. This abysmal quality manifested not only in her meridians, but also within her dantian. Her dantian was exceedingly diminutive, insufficient to accommodate a sufficient amount of spiritual energy to condense into a qi chamber. To successfully gather qi, there existed but one method: to gradually force the spiritual energy into the dantian, expanding it incrementally. This arduous process would inevitably be accompanied by excruciating pain, one that most would find unbearable. Sister Qing, is everything truly all right? Yang Lingrui gazed at Wu Tong's expression of anguish and, filled with concern, inquired gently. Yang Lingqing had no prior experience regarding this situation. Neither the three members of the Yang family nor Zhao Qi had encountered such a predicament during the condensation of their qi chambers. She found herself momentarily indecisive, as both of them observed Wu Tong's complexion gradually pale, with the hue of her lips fading. An ominous feeling arose, prompting them to channel their energies and prepare to intervene. However, a sudden thought halted their actions. It was the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord forbade us from interfering. They promptly withdrew their spiritual power, placing their trust in Chen Yang's judgment. Yet, witnessing Wu Tong's anguished expression evoked a deep sense of sympathy within them. Chen Yang regarded Wu Tong, his heart devoid of excessive emotion. The process of condensing the qi chamber was a solitary endeavor. Assistance from others was futile, and it was a challenge she must confront alone. He had observed this young girl for 3 years, recognizing her resilient spirit, believing she could surmount this hurdle. Having chosen this path, retreat was no longer an option. It was now the moment to forge her resolve. As time inexorably ticked away, Wu Tong's lips transitioned from a pale pink to a deep blue, ultimately turning purple, while 3 of her orifices began to weep crimson. This sight was unbearable for both Yang Lingqing and Yang Lingrui, yet she herself did not waver. Chen Yang looked toward the nascent cyclone forming at her dantian, silently commending her progress. Coughing violently, Wu Tong expelled a mouthful of blood, her form swaying as fatigue set in. The prolonged torment had rendered her mind incapable of further contemplation. It hurts so much. I can barely hold on. Father, mother. In her final moments, the faces of her parents surfaced in her mind. Wu San, busy attending to mundane affairs at the Yang family's auxiliary residence, suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, nearly stumbling to the ground. Wu Guanshi, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied. Though an inexplicable panic surged within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. As he pondered this anomaly, he lifted his gaze toward the fog-cloaked mountain above. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Though he could not discern the specifics of what transpired atop the mountain, an intense intuition told him it must be related to Wu Tong. He immediately abandoned his tasks and sprinted back to his residence, scrambling up to the rooftop. May the Immortal Lord bless us. May the Immortal Lord bless us. May the Immortal Lord bless us. Wu San knelt upon the rooftop, fervently bowing toward the mountain, repeatedly invoking the Immortal Lord's protection. Wu Tong seemed to drift into a dream, where she envisioned her parents. In this dream, her mother returned with fresh flowers, which her father used to weave a garland. Her mother was not the anguished figure she often saw in nightmares, but rather the warm, smiling visage from her childhood. "Little Tong, this garland is as beautiful as you. Take it with you." The mother picked up the garland and handed it to Wu Tong. Wu Tong yearned to grasp it, yet felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body, rendering her immobile. "Mother, I am so fatigued, so pained, I cannot move." "Tonger can do it. Tonger is the bravest. Mother believes in you. Summon your strength." Encouraged by her mother, Wu Tong summoned her resolve once more, exerting every ounce of her strength to lift her hand, inching it forward until she finally clasped the garland. "Mother." In that fleeting moment, Wu Tong felt an exhilarating lightness, as all previous anguish dissipated into thin air. Along with it, the warmth of her mother's smile also vanished. Young Lingshi stepped forward to support Wu Tong, who was on the verge of collapsing into unconsciousness. Upon extending his consciousness, he sensed that her energy center had been established, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Yang did not linger on this matter, but instead directed his awareness towards the cemetery on the western side of Songsan. There lay the remains of the common folk who perished in the beast tide, among them, Wu Tong's mother. Just moments ago, as Wu Tong was on the brink of establishing her energy center and was nearly unable to sustain herself, Chen Yang perceived the emergence of two distinct forces. One was a power of aspiration, ascending from the mountains below, initially swirling around Chen Yang before, with his consent, it soared towards Wu Tong. The other was an indistinct essence, drifting from the western cemetery to hover above the branch academy, ultimately descending upon Wu Tong. Now that Wu Tong had successfully gathered her energy, this enigmatic essence transformed into a potent force of aspiration, merging into her being. It was indeed a curious phenomenon of the world. As Chen Yang contemplated this force of aspiration, he murmured softly, "In life, you sacrificed your life. In death, you relinquished your path, twice protecting your daughter. You are a remarkable mother." In this realm of strange powers and divine mysteries, the lives of mortals are as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, exceedingly vulnerable. A slight encounter with calamity could mean the difference between life and death in an instant. Moreover, cultivators often reside high above, disregarding the lives of mortals, viewing them merely as expendable resources or domesticated livestock. Yet today, Chen Yang bore witness to the profound truth that even the seemingly feeble mortal possesses elements within them that are powerful enough to transcend both flesh and death. Chapter 77. The disturbance in Sangla Valley recently, peculiar occurrences have plagued the vicinity of Qinghe Town, particularly near Sangla Valley. Initially, there were reports of wailing from the cemetery, followed by nighttime assaults by apparitions and the slaughter of livestock. Upon receiving the news, two officiating cultivators arrived to investigate and indeed discovered that several mountain spirits were responsible, swiftly dispatching them. However, it is perplexing that since the grand purge of spirits by the dynasty 20 years ago, disturbances had ceased to occur within Qinghe. The resurgence of mountain spirits, especially in such numbers, heightened the vigilance of the investigating cultivators. They promptly returned to Qinghe Town, utilizing the dynasty's communication methods to urgently inform the town chief, and even made a special trip to the Yang family to summon Elder Yu and Yang Linghu. "Elder Yu, what were the findings of your investigation?" inquired Tian Yu, the town chief, as he approached Elder Yu emerging from the valley. "Indeed, the ominous energy emanates from within the valley, and those mischief-making spirits have been awakened by this malevolent force." Elder Yu spoke with a grave demeanor. He had just returned from inspecting the Zhang family's protective array, which was still intact, and the source of the malevolent energy lay within. The mere leakage of this sinister aura had already affected a vast surrounding area. One could only imagine the chaotic scene within the Zhang residence. Had calamity befallen the Zhang family? Elder Yu nodded and advised, "Mayor Tian, I believe this matter is rather intricate. It would be prudent for you to report this to the dynasty without delay." Tian Yu's expression reflected his inner turmoil. Having served as the mayor of Qinghe Town for a decade, he had never encountered such a significant disturbance. In just 2 months, he would accumulate enough merit points to apply for a promotion, allowing him to rise above his current position. For the past 6 months, he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Yet, who could have foreseen that calamity would strike the Zhang family at such a critical juncture? It had been 20 years since any malevolent spirits had caused havoc in Qinghe Town, and if the higher-ups were to learn of this, would it jeopardize his future advancement? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he pondered whether it was possible to evade this predicament. "Elder, If we were to suppress the malevolent energy with spiritual power, could we delay for 3 months? He inquired. Delay for 3 months? Upon hearing this, Elder Yu furrowed his brow. The malevolent energy had already begun to overflow, jeopardizing the safety of the townsfolk. While it was feasible to alleviate the situation with spiritual power, and the combined efforts of the Yang family and the cultivators of Qinghe could manage a 3-month delay, this approach ultimately only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. The presence of such abundant malevolent energy outside indicated that sinister entities must reside within Sanglu Valley. Elder Yu had previously employed a divination array and sensed the stirring presence of malevolent energy, which he believed to be at the 5th to 6th level of Qi gathering. If they sought aid from the dynasty and summoned a late-stage cultivator, they could potentially eradicate the threat within Sanglu Valley. However, if they merely suppressed the malevolent energy, it would erupt even more violently when released, causing greater harm. Moreover, prolonging the situation could create a conducive environment for the sinister entities to thrive within the valley. After 3 months, it would be uncertain whether they could contain it at all. Noticing the hesitation on Elder Yu's face, Tian Yu decided to voice his thoughts candidly. Elder, allow me to speak frankly. In 2 months, I will have enough merit to report for a promotion. I have waited 10 years for this day, and I truly do not wish for this incident to affect my prospects. The promotion decree will be issued within a month, and then I will be able to leave this place for another position. At that time, Elder, you too may take your leave and withdraw from the affairs of Sanglu Valley. The Yang family is quite distant. Even if malevolent energy were to erupt, they would remain unaffected. Elder Yu remained silent after hearing his words. Yang Linghu stepped forward and remarked, Mayor Tian, if this malevolent energy erupts, the citizens of Qinghe will surely suffer. I am acutely aware of this, Tian Yu replied calmly. However, this matter pertains to my own future and destiny. I have diligently dedicated 10 years of my life here for the people of Qinghe, and now I merely seek some recompense from them. In the grand scheme, the loss of a few mortals is insignificant compared to the casualties from the beast tide of previous years. Moreover, should the death toll rise, the dynasty will undoubtedly dispatch officials to address the situation, rendering any further actions by the Yang family unnecessary. After Tian Yu spoke, a brief silence enveloped the gathering. Moments later, Yang Linghu scoffed. Ah, what a perspective. To regard the death of mere mortals as inconsequential. Mayor Tian truly embodies the demeanor of an immortal. His words were laced with an unmistakable undertone, yet Tian Yu remained unfazed, countering, is your Yang family not the same? The mortals raised at the foot of the mountain are there to support the Yang family, to serve as clan soldiers, and to provide labor, all while potentially contributing to your cultivation endeavors. Are they truly equal in status with your family and the cultivators among you? Our actions, in essence, are fundamentally alike. It is merely that your family has yet to reach the point of sacrificing them. Yang Linghu's face revealed a hint of displeasure, and he seemed poised to voice his thoughts, but was swiftly silenced by Elder Yu's raised hand. Observing the situation, Tian Yu retrieved an item from his storage pouch and presented it to Elder Yu. Elder Yu, should the Yang family be willing to suppress the malevolent energy, I am prepared to offer this item. Elder Yu glanced down, a flicker of astonishment igniting in his eyes. It was a milky white pill, exuding a fragrance that was both refreshing and invigorating. Is this a cleansing pill for those in the latter stage of Qi gathering? He inquired. Indeed, Elder. You possess great insight. This is the cleansing pill. What is its quality? Elder Yu probed. It is of inferior grade. The cleansing pill, a medicinal concoction for those in the latter stages of Qi gathering, possesses the remarkable ability to purify one's tendons and marrow, thereby enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. One might wonder why such a potent effect warrants classification as merely a Qi gathering pill. The answer is simple. The cleansing pill is exclusively beneficial for Qi gathering practitioners and only yields results upon the first consumption. Subsequent ingestions bear no effect. Nonetheless, this pill remains exceedingly popular among Qi gathering cultivators, with its market price soaring. The inferior grade commands a price of 300 spirit crystals, comparable to that of a quality rejuvenation pill. Tian Yu's willingness to part with the cleansing pill indeed demonstrates considerable sincerity. Elder Yu, unaware of Ling Rui's return home, found himself momentarily hesitant. The allure of the cleansing pill was undeniable. Its potential for sale or use for his own children was compelling. However, the realization that it could only be consumed once left him feeling that investing in this inferior grade was somewhat unjustifiable. Contemplating this, he dismissed the notion and resolved to return and inform Yang Lingqing before making a final decision. Mayor Tian, this matter is significant. I must return home to confer before reaching a conclusion. Ah, very well, but I kindly ask Elder Yu to provide me with a prompt response. This matter cannot be delayed. After the two departed, a sense of perplexity arose within Tian Yu. Elder Yu, having reached the 6th level of Qi gathering and being the highest-ranking member of the Yang family, was unable to decide on this issue? How curious. Could it be that the Yang family had indeed entrusted Amir Jr. to oversee such affairs? As Tian Yu pondered this, a smug expression surfaced on his face. If that were the case, it would be even better. If Elder Yu failed to perceive the underlying issues, the arrival of that young one would only lead them deeper into my trap. Chapter 78. Let us calculate this matter. Linghu, what is your perspective on this issue? Elder Yu inquired during their journey home. Young Linghu pondered for a moment and then spoke. Initially, I was quite resistant to Tian Yu's perspective. However, upon further contemplation, I found some merit in his argument. It is not particularly challenging for two cultivators to suppress the malevolent energy within the valley, nor does it require an excessive exertion of effort. Even if the malevolent energy were to eventually erupt, our home would remain unscathed, at most. We would simply need to delay the reopening of the distant mine for a while longer. From a purely profit-driven standpoint, if my family were to agree to this matter, we could easily acquire a cleansing elixir and also grant Tian Yu a favor. Yang Linghu expressed his thoughts, yet he quickly added, however, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, though I cannot pinpoint exactly what it is. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu nodded and remarked, indeed. I too sense a peculiar disturbance. We may have fallen victim to this individual's scheme. It would be best to return home and consult Lingshi for a decisive course of action. As they proceeded, they fortuitously encountered Yang Lingrui approaching from the opposite direction. With Wu Tong having left Zhao Qi to oversee matters, he promptly set off towards the north. Yang Linghu caught sight of a familiar figure from a distance. Initially taken aback, he soon displayed a beaming expression and exclaimed, "It is Ling Rui who has returned." Yang Ling Rui descended gracefully, raising his hand in salutation. Elder Yu. Brother Linghu, I have returned safely. Wonderful. It is a relief to see you unharmed. Elder Yu responded, his worries alleviated upon seeing Yang Ling Rui in good health. The three of them journeyed back together, during which Yang Ling Rui recounted the events of their recent spiritual gathering. Hearing that Yang Guanfeng encountered no troubles at the border brought great comfort to both Yang Linghu and Elder Yu. Truly, the elder is exceptional wherever he may be. It seems that the family head made a wise decision in bringing along Han Wang. Subsequently, Yang Ling Rui began to share the gains from their journey. Upon learning that there are still over 1,000 spiritual crystals at home, both Elder Yu and Yang Linghu were momentarily taken aback, almost doubting their own hearing. Brother Hu, this is a protective armament spirit treasure I procured for you. A fine quality item of the mid-level energy gathering. Yang Ling Rui took out the tiger head arm guard. Oh, let me see how it looks. Yang Linghu donned the arm guards, which fit perfectly and did not impede his agility. Upon infusing them with spiritual energy, the front claws extended into 3 formidable tiger-like talons, each approximately 7 inches long. What a remarkable treasure this is. It is truly delightful. Thank you, Ling Rui. Yang Linghu exclaimed joyfully. Senior Yu, I initially brought back a piece of mysterious iron armor for you, but, no need to say more. This item can safeguard your life, which is far more important than adorning my own, Elder Yu replied, waving his hand dismissively. After hearing Yang Ling Rui's account, both of them reassessed their perspectives on the matter concerning Sangla Valley and Tian Yu's proposal. Upon returning home, Elder Yu summoned Yang Lingshi to the ancestral hall to deliberate on the issue. After listening to Elder Yu's narration, Yang Lingshi began to ponder the situation deeply. Yang Linghu first articulated his thoughts, to which Yang Ling Rui responded with a shake of his head. Brother Hu, you make some valid points, however, in my view. If we proceed in this manner, we would indeed be no different from the Su family. Yang Ling Rui stated sternly. I believe that the washing essence pill should not be taken, and this matter must be addressed. Tian Yu is merely engaging in sophistry. During the beast tide, our family provided shelter to the surrounding populace without any expectation of compensation. Whether they choose to stay or leave, or decide to join the clan's forces, has always been left to their own discretion, with no coercion involved. Moreover, our family has never truly exploited the common folk under our governance. We have never resorted to using our cultivation powers for unscrupulous gains. This is what fundamentally distinguishes us from them. Upon hearing Yang Ling Rui's words, Yang Linghu found them to be reasonable, yet he was unable to discern the truth amidst these two perspectives. In frustration, he began scratching his head. Oh dear. My head itches terribly. I can't make sense of this. Lingshi, please help me clarify, Yang Linghu exclaimed. Thus, the gazes of the three once more turned toward Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Our esteemed Mayor Tian is indeed quite the strategist, Yang Lingqing remarked. Both of your arguments possess their own merits. However, from the very beginning, you have been led astray by Tian Yu. Led astray? On what grounds do you make such a claim? In regard to the matter of Sanglu Valley, it did not originate from my Yang family. Thus, what relevance does it hold for us? Yang Lingqing spoke with a measured tone. As the old saying goes, when one is impoverished, one should cultivate oneself. When one is prosperous, one should assist the world. My Yang family is certainly not a renowned noble house. At present, merely maintaining our modest plot of land is a remarkable achievement. We have little energy left to aid the world. Upon hearing this, both Yang Lingrui and Yang Linghu experienced a moment of enlightenment, gradually grasping the underlying meaning. Elder Yu also cast an appreciative glance towards Yang Lingqing. Fortunately, the Yang family has descendants capable of inheriting Yang Guanfeng's legacy. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face numerous hardships. Tian Yu's presentation of the mortal theory subtly aimed to guide your thoughts. If you were to follow his logic, you would fall into a trap. Taking the cleansing elixir to suppress the dark energy would only lead to its eventual eruption, resulting in grave casualties among the populace. Should the dynasty investigate thoroughly, they might accuse us of colluding with malevolent forces and causing harm in our region. Would our family be able to withstand such blame? Conversely, if we refrained from using the elixir yet continued to involve ourselves, we would merely become pawns. If the Yang family exerts effort to resolve this matter, the credit would ultimately benefit Tian Yu. Leaving us with little more than a fleeting acknowledgement, I am eternally grateful for the assistance of the Yang family. In just a few words, Yang Lingqing succinctly articulated the crux of the matter, prompting several individuals to come to a realization. Indeed, this matter has never been related to my family. Yang Linghu, slapping his thigh in frustration, exclaimed, "How insidious is Tian Yu's intent? My family has neither grievances nor enmity with him. Yet he schemes in such a manner. It is truly infuriating." Yang Lingrui remained silent, yet a flicker of coldness appeared in his eyes. He too had fallen into a trap. Having witnessed the fate of the Su family, upon hearing Tian Yu's mundane remarks, a desire to demonstrate the distinction of the Yang family from the aristocracy surged within him. In retrospect, his aspirations seemed rather naive. Now, let us not be hasty in our anger. As I have suggested, this matter warrants our attention, Yang Lingqing remarked. And how can we intervene? Are we merely to serve as pawns for others? Yang Linghu felt a sense of bewilderment. Certainly, there must be management. However, the manner, timing, and intensity of such governance are indeed matters of considerable significance. As she spoke these words, Yang Lingqing's face bore a trace of amusement. Yet in the blink of an eye, her demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a rare and fierce intensity. Given that this Mayor Tian relishes in calculating others, I shall engage him in a thorough reckoning to ascertain, in the end, who shall revel in joy and who shall dwell in sorrow. Upon hearing this, even Chen Yang, who was reclining nearby, felt a jolt of surprise. He had never witnessed Yang Lingqing display such an expression before. Oh, it is indeed a rare occasion to see Lingqing so spirited. A splendid spectacle is surely on the horizon. He mused. Alas, poor brother Tian, of all individuals to target, why must it be the Yang family? Misfortune shall surely befall him. Note, due to persistent thumb joint discomfort from typing on my phone, I kindly request a brief respite from my dear readers. I shall take a day to recuperate. Rest assured, I will not disappear. Chapter 79. Delivering the people from peril. The meeting of the Yang family concluded. That evening, Elder Yu made a trip to Qinghe Town to inform Tian Yu of the Yang family's stance. Does Elder Yu doubt my reliability? Tian Yu inquired, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light upon learning that the Yang family would neither accept the cleansing elixir nor involve themselves in the affairs of Sangla Valley. Elder Yu observed this shift with keen insight, further validating Yang Lingqing's conjecture. He shook his head and sighed. Alas, Mayor Tian has misunderstood. It is not that they are unwilling, but rather that they are unable. Subsequently, Elder Yu presented his prepared remarks, stating that Yang Lingrui had returned from the Golden Scale Conference with a significant order for talismans. The individual in question was a scattered practitioner from the Bamboo Grove, possessing a 9th-level Qi gathering. Our family needs to forge 36 fire talismans before the height of summer this year. The timeline is pressing, and we are simply unable to spare any hands for assistance. As he spoke, Elder Yu produced the talisman contract signed by Yang Lingrui and the Bamboo Grove cultivator. Upon seeing the seal of the Celestial Patrol Bureau on the contract, Tian Yu felt it inappropriate to press further. After Elder Yu departed, an expression of urgency crossed Tian Yu's face. How fortuitous that this matter arose. What should be done now? Armed with the evidence of the contract, he held no doubts regarding Elder Yu's words. He had initially believed that enlisting the Yang family was almost a certainty, regardless of whether they chose to suppress the malevolent energy or were provoked into action to slay the sinister beings within the valley. Their involvement could have helped him navigate the current crisis. Yet now, with the Yang family unable to intervene, it would be exceedingly challenging for him alone in Qinghe to contain the leaking malevolent energy. He would need to devise another plan. My lord, another disturbance by ghosts and monsters has been reported in the southeast. Then go and eliminate them. He retorted. What are you telling me for? Order everyone in the manor to go out. We must suppress this matter. Tian Yu bellowed. After passing through Qinghe, Elder Yu made another stop at Yuling Jiangfang Market to replenish supplies of talisman paper and spiritual mediums. 20 days later, Gao Hui returned to Baishe town from Wangyue City. During his journey, he had indeed encountered a splendid opportunity, meeting with a young master from a prominent family and even being fortunate enough to attend a banquet hosted by Song Kaiyang, the lord of Wangyue City. Regrettably, however, the items sought by the other party were beyond his means to provide or too precious to sacrifice, leaving him to return empty-handed. Alas, another fruitless endeavor. Exhausting both mind and body, it would have been better to have returned with Lingrui, he muttered to himself as he approached the town gate, only to find the very person he was speaking of. Lingrui, Gao Hui exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward. I was just thinking of you. There was no need for you to wait at the gate like this. Yang Lingrui smiled and said, I have met with Mayor Gao. This visit was arranged by my family head, who has entrusted me with a message to convey to you in person. Upon hearing that it was Yang Lingqing's arrangement, Gao Hui hastily escorted Yang Lingrui back to his residence. After a secret exchange, Gao Hui's expression transformed from curiosity to seriousness, then to astonishment, followed by joy, and ultimately, deep emotion. This is how it stands. What are your thoughts, Mayor Gao? He inquired. There is nothing more to discuss. Gao Hui, somewhat exhilarated, declared. Please convey to the head of the Yang family that I, Gao, shall certainly offer my utmost assistance. After bidding farewell to Yang Lingrui, Gao Hui sat in his chamber, unable to quell the tumult of emotions within him. He had never anticipated that the opportunity he had tirelessly sought during the Golden Scale Conference would be presented to him by Yang Lingqing today. Yang Lingrui's earlier remark that the Yang family had greatly benefited from Mayor Gao's support since their establishment, and that it was now time to reciprocate, had profoundly touched Gao Hui. Reflecting on his tenure since his transfer to Baishe, he recognized that forging a bond of trust with the Yang family was indeed one of his most astute decisions. The gratitude he felt towards the head of the Yang family was etched deeply in his heart, promising a future of abundant recompense. With Gao Hui's return, Yang Lingqing's requirements were fully met, and they now awaited the opportune moment. As time passed, the malevolent aura emanating from Sanglu Valley intensified, culminating in an incident over a month later when a merchant convoy from Qinghe was ambushed by mountain spirits on the main road, which quickly spread throughout the town. The populace was engulfed in fear and trepidation. Tian Yu contemplated numerous strategies and reached out to several neighboring families. However, their strength was woefully inadequate, with only 1 or 2 cultivators in each household, rendering them unable to match the Yang family's prowess. As the frequency and ferocity of the supernatural disturbances escalated, the casualties among the citizens of Qinghe increased daily, making Tian Yu's efforts increasingly strained. Faced with an escalating crisis that he could no longer suppress, he was left with no choice but to report the matter to the dynasty. At the Yang family of Songshan, 100, 200, 300. Yang Linghu was counting within the ancestral hall. Before him lay several large stacks of meticulously crafted talismans, among them exquisite pieces of exceptional quality. Lingqing, I have counted them all, precisely 400. This is sufficient, declared Yang Linghu, with the set of qi-gathering spiritual treasures acquired from the scholar. Chen Yang's efficiency in crafting talismans had significantly increased. After hearing Yang Lingqing's plan, he offered his utmost support. Over the past month, they had worked tirelessly, producing 400 talismans of various qualities to ensure the success of the Yang family's endeavor. As the days drew near, it was time to contact Mayor Gao and promptly set forth to Qinghe to rescue the people from peril. Yes, master, Yang Lingshi issued a command, prompting the members of the Yang family to mobilize en masse, joining Gao Hui with 400 talismans designed to expel malevolent spirits, hastening towards Qinghe. Qinghe town is a village located in the southeast. The inhabitants had sought refuge in this town during the beast tide, returning afterward to rebuild their homes. Yet, who could have foreseen that following the beast tide, they would face an incursion of bandits, and now, once more, the resurgence of supernatural entities. In this world, it is indeed a formidable challenge for ordinary people to lead a peaceful existence. Light the torches. Watch the rooftops. Those specters can scale the houses. The able-bodied villagers armed with makeshift weapons organized themselves into a defense team to confront the apparitions. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a shout. 5 of them. 5. The defense team immediately took their positions, guarding the entrance from that direction, and soon enough, they beheld several humanoid figures, their eyes aglow with a sinister red light, charging towards them with low growls. Do not panic. Form ranks. Over the past month, they had garnered experience in battling mountain specters. And if they were merely of the ordinary kind, their weapons would suffice. However, today's encounter seemed ill-fated. The 5th specter, in addition to its glowing eyes, radiated a dark purple aura of malevolence. This ominous spirit possessed immense strength, shattering the barricade with a single charge, and sending 2 villagers flying with a mere swipe of its hand. Its power was evidently at a level beyond what mere mortals could withstand. Damn it, it's impervious to our strikes. A burly man attempted a surprise attack from behind, but his pitchfork proved ineffective, as the specter spun around and knocked him to the ground. Ah, my leg. The force of the blow fractured his left leg, leaving him incapacitated. Other villagers rushed forward to assist, yet their efforts were futile against the relentless spirit. Just as the specter, with its menacing fangs, prepared to sink its teeth into the fallen man, a figure descended abruptly from the sky. With a resounding crash, this individual leaped from midair, delivering a punch that obliterated the specter's form. The surrounding villagers and the fallen man looked on in astonishment, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events. As several white talismans floated before them, I am a celestial cultivator from the Yang family of Songzhan. Witnessing the chaos wrought by the malevolent spirits in Qinghe, I have descended to vanquish the evil. Henceforth, I bestow upon you these talismans of exorcism. Yang Linghu addressed the gathered villagers, stating, should we encounter the malevolent spirits of the shadowy mountains again, we must raise this talisman high and proclaim, divine powers of the celestial master. Banish the evil and dispel the malevolence. The mountain spirits shall perish. In Chapter 80, the evil entity emerges from the valley. A similar situation unfolded across various villages within the Qinghe territory. Yang Lingrui and others vanquished the mountain spirits while distributing talismans to the villagers and hunters to ward off evil. The news of the Yang family's celestial masters entering Qinghe to exterminate demons swiftly spread. The Yang family has intervened? This revelation left Tianyu utterly astonished. The Yang family possesses a talismanic contract, and a month's time is scarcely sufficient for the crafting of such artifacts. Moreover, assisting at this juncture would yield no tangible benefits for them. Why, then, did the Yang family initially decline, only to intervene now? Furthermore, it seems remarkably coincidental that just as he reported to the dynasty a mere 2 days ago, the situation in Qinghe teeters on the brink of chaos, and the Yang family has chosen this moment to act. It feels as if it were preordained. Contemplating this, a sense of foreboding subtly crept into his heart. Just as Tianyu found himself in a quandary, Gao Hui arrived at the Qinghe town hall, bearing a portion of the talismans. Mayor Tian, do not be alarmed. I have enlisted the Yang family's aid. Numerous exorcism talismans have been crafted, and the chaos wrought by malevolent spirits has been quelled. The populace is safe. Mayor Gao? Tianyu was clearly taken aback by Gao Hui's unexpected visit. Yet, upon further reflection, many of his uncertainties found resolution, and his expression towards Gao Hui became increasingly complex. On one hand, the surge of malevolent energy in Qinghe should not have warranted intervention from him. The mayor of Baisher town, his presence indirectly indicated a dereliction of duty on his part. On the other hand, it was evident that he was unable to manage the crisis alone and required external assistance. Indeed, I suspected there was someone advising the Yang family from the shadows. I wonder what benefits Gao Hui promised to persuade them to postpone the crafting of their talismans. Tianyu mused silently. He felt he had unraveled the mystery, and though he was deeply reluctant, he still had to publicly express his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Gao, for your assistance. The people of Qinghe are immensely grateful. Such words are unnecessary. In a town under the dynasty's governance, we must cooperate sincerely and support one another. This is merely my duty, Gao Hui replied earnestly. As they conversed, Gao Hui displayed a profound sense of righteousness, and Tian Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed with emotion, regardless of their underlying motives. They were adept at maintaining a facade of cordiality. After a heartfelt exchange, the two set off for Sanglu Valley. At present, many villages in Qinghe were safeguarded by talismans, alleviating immediate concerns of spirit attacks. They intended to utilize this opportunity to address the source of the malevolent energy. Upon reaching the entrance of Sanglu Valley, Tian Yu was astounded by the number of cultivators from the Yang family. There were indeed 6 Qi gathering practitioners. Moreover, it appeared that another family head had yet to arrive, indicating a total of 7 Qi gathering members, although 4 of them were merely at the 1st and 2nd levels. A total of 7 practitioners, with 1 at the 6th level in mid-stage cultivation, constituted a formidable force capable of overwhelming any faction in the Tri-Town region. Greetings, Mayor Gao. Mayor Tian, Elder Yu turned, bowing along with the younger members of the Yang family. Oh, Elder Yu, there is no need for such formality. It is I who must express my gratitude to the Yang family. Tian Yu stepped forward, preemptively grasping Elder Yu's hand. The Yang family's endeavor to vanquish demons and uphold justice is indeed a noble cause. On behalf of the people of Qinghe, I thank you all, and once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure proper recompense. Having reached this point, Tian Yu altered his strategy, contemplating how to win over the Yang family in an attempt to reclaim the initiative from Gao Hui. However, he ultimately failed to grasp the true nature of the situation, rendering his efforts futile. Elder Yu gazed at him with a gentle smile and waved his hand, saying, Mayor Tian, there's no need for such formality. As the younger generation of the Yang family has always received care from Mayor Gao, we shall certainly extend our assistance since he has personally come to seek our help. Upon hearing this, Tian Yu's face twitched slightly, and he could only muster an awkward smile. Gao Hui, standing behind him, revealed a faint smile before stepping forward to inquire. Elder Yu, what is the situation in the valley? The Zhang family's formation is on the verge of collapse. The malevolent entities in the valley will likely manifest within half a month, Elder Yu replied, his demeanor turning serious. Mayor Tian, please summon the cultivators under your command. We must prepare in advance to ensure the evil remains contained here, preventing harm to the populace. Understood. Tian Yu gritted his teeth and acquiesced. If the matter could be resolved before the dynasty sent representatives, he could mitigate some of the repercussions. There were 3 exits in Sanglu Valley, 2 narrow paths, and 1 main road. Elder Yu, accompanied by Yang Linghu, Wu Tong, and Zhao Qi, positioned themselves at the southern main road. Tian Yu led the cultivators from Qinghe town down the western path, while the eastern route was entrusted to Gao Hui, Yang Lingrue, and Liang Yi. Originally, Zhao Qi was assigned to the east with Yang Lingrue, but after whispering a few words to Elder Yu, he was switched with Liang Yi. Gao Hui, puzzled by the implication, curiously inquired with Lingrue. After hearing Yang Lingrue recount Zhao Qi's legendary journey of growth, Gao Hui felt a profound respect. If that were the case, it would be best for him to follow Elder Yu. At the main road of Sanglu Valley, Wu Tong was continuously meditating to calm her mind. Observing this, Yang Linghu decided to approach her to offer some reassurance. After all, she had only gathered her energy for a little over a month, and facing such malevolent spirits in her first battle was understandably daunting. Wu Tong. Yes, senior brother Linghu. Upon hearing her name, Wu Tong abruptly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Linghu. In the instant their gazes met, Yang Linghu realized he had misjudged the situation. For in Wu Tong's eyes, he saw no trace of tension or fear. Instead, he discerned an uncontainable fervor. You are you. Oh, I was just a bit overly excited from the fight with the mountain spirit in the village earlier. My master has advised me to remain vigilant in the face of malevolent entities, so I thought I should calm myself, Wu Tong explained. Oh, I see. It appears I was worrying unnecessarily. Yang Linghu smiled briefly before his expression turned serious. In external confrontations, one must refrain from acting recklessly or with excessive force. If we fail to maintain control, it could lead malevolent entities towards me. Understood, senior brother. Due to her inherently poor aptitude, Wu Tong found great difficulty in attempting to cultivate the 5-element techniques, whereas her progress with the brutal force manual was relatively promising. After a discussion with Yang Lingqing, Elder Yu decided to allow her to study this method, instructing Yang Linghu to mentor her. On the surface, this decision appeared to stem from Yang Linghu's profound mastery of the brutal force manual, making him a suitable guide for Wu Tong. However, there was a deeper significance. Yang Linghu was 19 this year, while Wu Tong was 18, making them a fitting pair. The three cultivators vigilantly guarded the entrance of Sanglu Valley. And when the 10th day arrived, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from within the valley. Elder Yu, clutching the talisman, bellowed, "The malevolent entities are emerging from the valley. Prepare to confront them." As Yang Linghu and the others heard the sound, they immediately summoned their inner strength, channeling their spiritual energy. A deep, resonant roar echoed through the valley, and in the next moment, a figure burst forth. This individual was shrouded in malevolent energy, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the gathering Qi realm, embodying the 6th layer of power. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Tianqi, the head of the Zhang family. Indeed, he was Zhang Yao's uncle, Zhang Tianxing. However, at this moment, he had become entirely consumed by the sinister aura, devoid of any remaining rationality, transformed into a mere shell of his former self. Behind him trailed several vengeful spirits, manifestations of the Zhang family, their crimson eyes scanning the crowd before they screeched and charged forward. Seeing this, Elder Yu sprang into action, leaping into the air with one hand gripping a magical disc while the other performed intricate hand seals. He unleashed gravitational techniques, forcefully sending Zhang Tianxing crashing back into the valley. The malevolent entities were formidable. When faced with peril, self-preservation was paramount. After issuing a brief command, Elder Yu dove into the valley, engaging in fierce combat with Zhang Tianxing. Simultaneously, from both the eastern and western flanks, dark energies surged outward, and several howling malevolent beings emerged from within. In the midst of several malevolent entities, Yang Lingrui discerned a familiar figure. It was Zhang Yao from the Zhang family. The two had once clashed in the northern mines of the Yang family, where Yang Lingrui had gained the upper hand. In truth, Zhang Yao possessed commendable innate talent, and had he devoted 20 years to diligent cultivation, he could have attained the mid-stage of Qi gathering, becoming a pillar of the Zhang family. Regrettably, his visage was now withered and distorted, and through the deep creases and contorted features, one could still glimpse the remnants of his unwillingness and despair in his final moments. Corrupted by malevolent energy, his current realm had diminished to the 4th level of Qi gathering. Gao Hui was about to step forward when Yang Lingrui preempted him. Having once shared a bond through their previous encounters, he felt compelled to assist Zhang Yao in this time of tribulation. Chapter 81. Anomalies in the Valley Simultaneously. 3 exits engaged in battle with the malevolent entities. Thanks to the Yang family's provision of ample exorcism talismans, the cultivators maintained control of the situation, though a few mid-stage Qi gathering entities required special attention. At the main entrance, Zhang Tianxing needed Elder Yu's unwavering focus. The remaining 3 positioned themselves in a triangular formation, with Yang Linghu at the forefront, while Xiao Qi and Wu Tong provided support from the flanks. A sudden wail echoed through the air as Yang Linghu turned to find yet another 4th-level malevolent entity emerging from the valley. "You two stay here. I shall go and restrain that one." Upon concluding his words, Yang Linghu swiftly departed. In a fleeting moment of thought, a pair of tiger-headed bracers materialized before him. At this juncture, with Tian Yu and the others absent, he felt no need to suppress his cultivation. Possessing the 3rd level of Qi gathering, mastery over 4th-level techniques, and bolstered by a mid-grade spiritual treasure of Qi gathering, Yang Linghu was now fully equipped to contend with an adversary at the 4th level of Qi gathering. There was no escape. With a thunderous roar, Yang Linghu obstructed the path of the nefarious entity, swiftly raising his fist to deliver a powerful strike. His formidable claws extended, inflicting 3 deep gashes upon the creature's chest, forcing it back a full yard. Any cultivator of the same realm would undoubtedly feel the repercussions of such an assault. However, tainted by malevolent energies, the creature had lost its intellect and sensation of pain, retaining only its primal, bloodthirsty instincts, rendering it particularly troublesome. The vile being before him merely hesitated momentarily before lunging once more at Yang Linghu. This characteristic made the malevolent entities exceedingly challenging to confront. One must either obliterate their core or shatter their form entirely, for they will not relent otherwise. Fearless of pain and relentless in pursuit, they become formidable punching bags in battle. Yang Linghu, upon witnessing the scene, felt no fear but rather joy, as a surge of battle intent arose within him. Previously, He had pursued several demonic beasts, only to find them fleeing midway, forcing him to expend considerable effort in vain. Now, confronted with this malevolent entity, he saw an opportunity to hone his skills. Meanwhile, young Lingrui, with unwavering determination, engaged Zhang Yao in combat, ultimately employing the technique of internal turbulence to utterly obliterate his adversary's body, leaving behind a complete corpse. This, in his view, was a fitting end for a former rival. After dispatching Zhang Yao, Yang Lingrui turned to aid Gao Hui in confronting a fifth-tier malevolent creature. Liang Yi, on the other hand, managed to restrain 4 or 5 early-stage malevolent entities. Although only at the first tier, he was able to cope with their assault thanks to the assistance of his family's talismans. In stark contrast, the situation to the west was dire. Aside from Tianyu, the combat prowess of the other cultivators from Qinghe Town could not measure up to that of the Yang family, and merely managing to survive one-on-one encounters was a cause for gratitude. Had it not been for the support of the Yang family's talismans, the area would likely have succumbed long ago. Ultimately, it was the Eastern Front that first vanquished the malevolent beings, and Gao Hui's arrival here alleviated the crisis. With the threats on both the eastern and western flanks neutralized, the 3 groups of cultivators converged at the valley's entrance. Yang Lingrui assisted Yang Linghu in vanquishing the malevolent entity of the 4th level of Qi Gathering, leaving only Zhang Tianxing, who has reached the 6th level of Qi Gathering. I shall go to aid Ancestor Yu. You 4 remain here on guard. Understood. Yang Lingrui leaped into the valley to assist Elder Yu, followed closely by Gao Hui. Tianyu pondered for a moment before joining them. At this moment, the battle between Elder Yu and Zhang Tianxing remained unresolved. Both practitioners wielded arts that transcended mere offensive techniques, resulting in a combat power that could not be easily subdued. One side was bolstered by a spiritual treasure, while the other was fortified by malevolent energy. Thus, after hundreds of exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. However, with the arrival of Yang Lingrui and his companions, the situation within the valley began to clarify. As Zhang Tianxing's defeat became increasingly evident, Tianyu felt a surge of joy. This man was the most formidable malevolent entity within the valley. Vanquishing him would mean that, once the malevolent energy was eradicated, this challenge would be resolved. If this matter could be settled so smoothly, the worst that would befall him would be a formal reprimand, devoid of any substantial punishment. As for accolades, he no longer concerned himself with them. As long as he could evade charges of dereliction, he would gladly let Gao Hui claim the credit for exterminating the malevolent spirit. With these thoughts in mind, he ceased to hold back, unleashing his full capabilities with increasing ferocity. Just as Zhang Tianxing's form wavered, on the verge of collapse, a flicker of clarity suddenly returned to his eyes. No, this cannot be. It should not be like this. He erupted into a frenzied scream, his voice a haunting lament. Upon witnessing this, Elder Yu raised his hand and commanded, "His will has awakened. Cease immediately." Yang Lingrui and Gao Hui both obeyed orders, immediately ceasing their incantations. However, Tianyu, disregarding all caution, was unconcerned with whether Zhang Tianxing could still be saved. He simply wished to conclude the matter swiftly to prevent further complications. "You wicked spirit, do not think to deceive me with your words. Die." Tianyu bellowed, unleashing a beam of magical light that struck Zhang Tianxing squarely on the head. Ah! Zhang Tianxing emitted a tortured scream, the last flicker of clarity in his eyes extinguished at that moment. "Tian Town Chief, what are you doing?" Gao Hui demanded. "What am I doing? I should be asking you what you intend to do," believing the words of this malevolent being. As Tianyu spoke, he continued to gather another orb of magical light in his hands. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Tianxing suddenly pivoted and plunged back into the valley. The others hurriedly pursued for a distance, but within the depths of Sangla Valley, the suffocating aura of darkness enveloped them, obscuring not just their vision but even their spiritual senses, dissuading them from advancing further. Seeing the malevolent entity escape, Tianyu's fury ignited, and he turned to shout, "Elder Yu, why did you hold back just now? If the 4 of us had combined our strength, this wicked being would scarcely have lasted a moment." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as his words fell, a gust of wind swept past his ears. Meeting Yang Lingrui's icy gaze, Tianyu's mind suddenly cleared. At this moment, they were within the valley, and the other 3 possessed the power to eliminate him right there, easily framing the blame on the malevolent spirit to ensure their own escape. Realizing this, Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. "You are still young and lack experience. I can understand that. Elder Yu has cultivated for many years, and his mind is as steadfast as a rock. Thus he remains unperturbed by such matters. However, the opportunity to guide Zhang Tianxing's will against the encroaching darkness was squandered due to your interference. Upon hearing this, Tianyu became increasingly flustered. He had been unaware that dealing with malevolent entities entailed such complexities, and now it seemed his impulsive actions had startled the spirit into fleeing. Elder Yu, I am a fool. I am a fool. Tianyu lamented internally, but it was too late. After the spirit returned to the depths of the valley, something peculiar occurred. The dark energy that had previously suffused the valley suddenly surged towards the bottom in an instant. Elder Yu's expression turned grave as he retrieved a talisman for sensing, urgently calling out, "Run!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four figures swiftly evacuated from the valley. Yang Linghu, noticing the fleeing figures from a distance, reacted quickly, seizing the clothes of the three beside him and turning to flee. "Run!" he shouted, seeing the cultivators from Qinghe town still in a daze. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and an ominous energy surged forth from the valley. The few Qinghe cultivators who had failed to escape the valley entrance were almost instantaneously engulfed by this dark force. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed from within. Yang Linghu and a few others managed to escape the engulfing darkness with the aid of the family's teleportation talisman. Once they had distanced themselves from the perilous zone, the Yang family members regrouped. You five must immediately head to Qinghe town to evacuate the civilians. The forthcoming battle is beyond your capacity to engage, Elder Yu spoke with gravitas. Understood, Elder Yu. Without uttering a word, the Yang family of five turned and made their way towards Qinghe town. At that moment, a formidable force surged forth from the valley. Tianyu merely released a hint of his spiritual awareness for a brief perception, only to be repelled 2 steps back by the dense, malevolent aura. This is the 7th level of Qi gathering. Chapter 82, Breaking Through, True Yang. Upon learning that the malevolent entity had advanced to a breakthrough, Tianyu felt devoid of any fighting spirit. Senior Yu, I truly cannot handle this. I shall go and evacuate the townsfolk. His words, seemingly a question, were in truth a reflection of the decision already made within his heart. Elder Yu did not even glance back at him, merely nodding slightly. Tianyu, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, turned to distance himself from this perilous place. However, after walking a short distance, he sensed something amiss. Gao Hui had not left. Both were at the 5th level of Qi gathering and possessed no formidable spiritual treasures. Remaining here to confront the 7th level malevolent entity was akin to courting death. You are not leaving? Tianyu could no longer restrain his inquiry. Gao Hui did not respond. Instead, he chuckled softly and stepped forward. With that step, he had awaited for a lengthy duration. Tianyu stood in a daze, and upon sensing Gao Hui's cultivation rapidly ascending, he was jolted into realization. So you merely sought to break through. Have you lost your mind?